In a world where family ties can turn deadly, Bai Yang's life is shattered at the hands of those he should trust the most. Abused and crippled by his own mother and grandmother, he finds himself trapped in a cycle of suffering. But fate has other plans. Reborn into his childhood, Bai Yang awakens in a mysterious space that offers him a second chance. This time, he vows to reclaim his life and seek revenge on those who wronged him. As he navigates through the treacherous waters of family betrayal and societal expectations, will he rise from the ashes or be buried beneath the weight of his past? With a gripping tale of resilience and revenge, this story unfolds in a time of hardship and struggle, where every choice could mean the difference between life and death. Will Bai Yang be able to change his fate, or is he destined to repeat the mistakes of his former life? In the year 1980, at the end of summer, in the early morning, in the northeastern region of Subei, in Zhongwu County, Beigo Commune, in the northwest corner of a mud house belonging to the Zhangcang Brigade, a cacophony ensued. The voices sounded achingly familiar. Mother and grandmother? Bai Yang gradually opened his eyes. A sudden shock coursed through him. Had he traversed time? Observing his small hands and frail body, he pinched himself. It hurt. This was no dream. Surveying his surroundings, the dilapidated earthen dwelling confirmed it. He had indeed crossed over. Straining to hear, Lu Xiaoyi, pray tell, what on earth is this letter about? Mother, I truly do not know. Please do not strike me, I genuinely do not know. Do not know? You have been married for 7 months and already birthed an illegitimate child, claiming it was premature. Fu Gui also stated that since you married, you are no longer a pure maiden. For 6 or 7 years we have endured this, and now, early in the morning, we receive those 4 letters from the educated youth. Are you still defiant? Mother, please stop hitting me. I genuinely do not know. It has been so many years, how could I know he would write? I am wronged. A chill ran down Bai Yang's spine. This morning was the most vividly etched in his memory. For in just a few moments, his right leg would be shattered by his own mother, at grandmother's behest. From that moment on, he would live a life as a cripple, a wretched existence, treated like filth in a pigsty, despised by all, trampled and cursed. The events that would unfold in mere minutes were seared into his heart like a burning iron, a lifelong nightmare filled with dread. Without a moment's thought for shoes, if such a thing even existed, he fled barefoot. Yet the west room was connected to the main hall, and as he burst through the door, he collided with his kneeling mother, stumbling and falling to the ground. Both were startled. Grandmother reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp Bai Yang, who was attempting to rise and escape once more. You little wild seed, how dare you run? Gripped by the hair, Bai Yang winced in pain, exerting all his strength yet unable to break free. How could a frail 7-year-old body escape from such a robust hand? Little wild seed, the Bai family will not keep you. You must die today. Mother, Xiao Yang is truly not an illegitimate child. Still defiant, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Grandmother Zhang Zuo's stick rained blows upon Lu Xiaoyi without mercy. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yang broke free from grandmother's grasp and darted towards the yard. His escape distracted grandmother, who abandoned her assault on Lu Xiaoyi to pursue Bai Yang. But the tiny steps of a child were fleeting, and within moments, he would be caught. In a panic, Bai Yang dodged, but the earthen floor of the rural home was uneven and treacherous, and he stumbled, tumbling into a pigsty. It was over. Grandmother entered, seizing Bai Yang's hair once more. Little wild seed, if you run again. By this time, mother had also rushed in, grasping grandmother's arm. Mother, Xiao Yang is truly Fu Gui's child. Do not kill him. I am wronged. Am I wronging you, you wretched creature? Is he not an illegitimate child? Look at how he resembles none of us. Grandmother's stick continued to rain down indiscriminately upon Lu Xiaoyi and Bai Yang alike. At that moment, Father Bai Fu Gui arrived. Mother, stop hitting. You are truly going to kill him. Little Hai's mother was driven to suicide by you. If you kill Lu Xiaoyi, where shall I find a wife? You wretched spawn, was it I who compelled Little Hai's mother? Lu Xiaoyi, this shameless hussy, does she not deserve to be punished? And this little wild seed? Do you see any resemblance to you? Mother is merely avenging you. Do not dare to speak against her, for once I finish with them, I shall deal with you. Bai Fu Gui, intimidated by his mother's fierce glare, recoiled in fear, silenced. His son's plea had somewhat sobered Zhang Zuihua. Despite Lu Xiaoyi's flaws, finding a wife in the village was no easy task. After all, her son's first wife had died from drinking pesticide, and if Lu Xiaoyi were to perish as well, her son would remain a bachelor for life. Coupled with this little wild seed and 3 other children, what would become of their household? Pondering this, Zhang Cuihua ceased her assault, blocking the pigsty's entrance. Mother, Fu Gui, Xiaoyang is truly not an illegitimate child. I had no dealings with that educated youth. Not an illegitimate child? Setting aside appearances and premature birth, for so many years you have protected this wild seed, never once striking or scolding him. How biased can you be? Are we blind to the truth? Mother, I have not. Little Hai often bullies Xiaoyang, and I could not bear to see it. While that little third girl is genuinely mischievous, she has received punishment a few times. I have never struck Xiaoyang. He is sensible, and I could not strike him without cause. Still daring to argue. I shall teach you a lesson. Zhang Cuihua raised her stick once more. Ah, mother, I was wrong. I shall no longer argue. I shall not protect Xiaoyang any longer. No longer protect? Very well, you shall strike this little wild seed. Break his legs for daring to run. If you break them, I shall spare you. With that, Zhang Cuihua thrust the thick stick into Lu Xiaoyi's hands. Lu Xiaoyi hesitated momentarily before delivering several strikes to Bai Yang's backside. Though reborn, the pain was bearable, yet it was dreadful. Still protecting him, still reluctant to strike. Today, his legs must be broken. If not, I shall kill you both. Lu Xiaoyi cried even louder, having exerted herself, yet this stubborn child did not cry out. Had she directed that force at the little third girl, half the village would have heard her wails. Strike his legs. If you do not break them, I shall kill you. At worst, I shall go to prison. It was over. Despair washed over Bai Yang, as the scene mirrored that of his past life. Would he truly be destined to limp for eternity? Lu Xiaoyi, at a loss for what to do, pondered if she would follow in the footsteps of Fu Gui's first wife. Was it death by force or death by blows? And with a child? After so many years, why had that wretched educated youth resurfaced in her life? Why had he written to her? Was this not a death sentence? Children recover swiftly. Should she strike him to get through this ordeal? Observing that her mother-in-law and husband had reached their breaking point, Lu Xiaoyi closed her eyes, the stick descending with force. Instinctively, one protects their head, yet Bai Yang's crippled leg, which would lead to a lifetime of ruin, compelled him to shield his leg instead. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the stick struck Bai Yang's head with ferocity. Blood streamed down his cheek, neck, and chest. The bamboo flute he had made hung at his waist, now stained crimson. A low hum, originating from an unknown source, echoed within Bai Yang's mind. Had he not succumbed to unconsciousness? How had he arrived in this space? At the center of this space floated a bamboo flute. It was the very one he had crafted yesterday, which had accompanied him throughout his past life. Space, flute, past life, present life, a space-time anomaly? Unable to resist the urge, my hand instinctively reached for the bamboo flute at my waist, only to find it missing. At that moment, a wave of dizziness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness entirely. I am unaware of how much time has passed when I awoke, my body still sprawled upon the dilapidated bed, my head swathed in bandages. Dear Cuihua, and you too, Lu Xiaoyi, this is not the era of chaos and turmoil. We are now in a new age where taking a life warrants execution. Please exercise some sense, even when it comes to your own children. Admonished Zhang Jinshui, the small team leader of the production brigade, a nephew of my grandmother, and a figure of authority for Zhang Cuihua. He was currently performing a theatrical display in the main room, employing a mix of coaxing and intimidation. Lu Xiaoyi, rise, do not kneel, he commanded, reaching out to assist her. Yet, his hand clearly did not extend towards her arm as one might expect, but rather. Chapter 2. Space. Though Lu Xiaoyi was in a state of utter confusion, her body involuntarily shivered. She was thoroughly groped before being assisted to her feet. The crowd seemed preoccupied, as if they were oblivious to the scene. Zhang Jinshui glanced at Lu Xiaoyi, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he continued his performance. Fortunately, Bai Yang's stubbornness prevented the captain from bringing the militia to deal with them. Do not assume I can shield you from everything. Matters of murder and arson are beyond the purview of the secretary and the captain. Cuihua, it would be best if your family remained quiet. Others have not forgotten about Xiaohai's mother, and if old grievances are revisited, what good will come to you and your cousin? I understand, Jinshui. I acknowledge my mistakes. It is simply misfortune for our family, she lamented. All right, Cuihua, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. Nephew, you have been bustling about all day. Do not rush off. Lu Xiaoyi has prepared a meal for you. Let your uncle and Fu Gui keep you company for a drink. As Zhang Jinshui observed the dishes laid out on the table, he noted a large platter of greens devoid of any oil, a small plate of stir-fried chili peppers with barely a trace of egg, and the congee was so thin that one could count the grains of rice. Furrowing his brow, he rose to depart, but was momentarily captivated by Lu Xiaoyi's figure and chose to remain seated. Lu Xiaoyi, once the village beauty, though having borne 2 children, was merely 30 and retained her shape and beauty, now even more voluptuous. Zhang Jinshui was not a virtuous man. He had harbored intentions for her many years ago, even though she was now his cousin's wife. In this era, when guests came to drink, women and children were not permitted at the table, with Grandma Zhang Zuohua being the exception. She wielded her familial connections to assert dominance over the Bai family. Bai Hai, too, was an exception as the eldest grandson, cherished by Zhang Zuohua, who indulged him in every way. Lu Xiaoyi, Bai Yang, and sister Bai San huddled together on the bed in the west room, holding bowls, making do with yet another meager meal. Even with Bai Yang's injury, there was no trace of oil, indicating they would once again be left to satiate their hunger with mere water. During the meal, the conversation turned to Bai Yang, prompting Zhang Jinshui to feign concern and enter the room to assess his injury. While onlookers perceived it as genuine concern for the boy, Bai Yang knew otherwise. In his previous life, he had felt gratitude at that moment, but later, the affair between Zhang Jinshui and his mother Lu Xiaoyi was uncovered. Indeed, Zhang Jinshui's visit was a ruse, his hand inappropriately resting on Lu Xiaoyi's backside. Bai Yang shared a small bed with his sister Bai San, who was typically mischievous and restless in her sleep, often tossing and turning. Just moments ago, she had bumped his head, causing him to grimace in pain, leaving him wide awake. He got up, stepped out of the courtyard, pulled out some straw to create a makeshift cushion, and lay down, feeling considerably more comfortable, despite the abundance of mosquitoes. In this lifetime, he had not broken his legs and would not be a cripple. How should he navigate this existence? Although his head was spinning from blood loss, Bai Yang could not help but ponder. Where was the bamboo flute? He recalled the scene before losing consciousness. He sought to confirm whether it was an illusion or a sign of fortune. Closing his eyes, he silently contemplated the scene. Upon re-entering, the bamboo flute still hovered in place. He reached out and grasped it, opening his eyes to find it truly in his hand. Filled with joy, he nearly exclaimed. This time, he did not close his eyes but focused on retracting the flute, and it vanished from his hand, reappearing in the space once more. Bai Yang picked up a handful of straw, silently commanding it to disappear, and to his delight, the straw vanished, leaving more in the space. Unable to contain his laughter, he reveled in his rebirth. He had opened a new chapter with this newfound space. The suffering of his past life was vividly etched in his memory. Bai Yang, you are about to embark on a new journey. In your previous life, you were timid, insecure, resigned to your fate. Thoroughly tamed, physically disabled, and mentally oppressed. All of that will cease to exist. The Bai family members, prepare yourselves. The cruel and vicious Grandma Zhang Zuohua, the uncertain elder brother Bai Hai, who may or may not share the same father, the weak and domineering father Bai Fugui, the grandfather Bai Cixi, who only knew how to bully his own children, and the selfish and feeble mother Lu Xiaoyi, the sister Bai San, who may or may not share the same father. In his previous life, this family never treated him as a person. Family ties, blood thicker than water. Such phrases meant nothing to Bai Yang. First and foremost, he must survive. If he does not, this family will continue to be well-fed while he perishes before reaching adulthood. This place is blessed with mountains, rivers, and fertile fields, but it is overpopulated. Though this area has been plagued by constant warfare throughout history, it is also a land of abundance. Many ventured here to escape famine. This small county town boasts a population nearing 1 million. It is said that the ancestors of the Bai family fled here during a time of hardship. With so many people, each starving with eyes alight with desperation, what remains to be consumed from the mountains and waters has long been exhausted. Indeed, Bai Fugui, who was once well-fed, returned empty-handed after venturing to the riverbank west of the village, cursing under his breath. Damn it, they're all starving ghosts. They didn't leave even a frog behind. I wasted half the night for nothing. As he walked past, he did not notice Bai Yang, who in turn ignored his father, having endured much torment from him in his previous life. Bai Yang was also troubled. Reincarnation had not improved his current predicament, especially since he was only 7 years old, thin and frail. Suddenly, Bai Yang felt a chill at his feet. A glance revealed, in the moonlight, a small snake, no thicker than his thumb. A shiver ran down his spine. The snake was likely drawn by the scent of blood from his head. He dared not move, fearing that any sudden motion might provoke it. In his previous life, he had caught snakes and knew to seize them by the neck. Cautiously, he extended his small hand, moving slower than one might swat a mosquito. When his hand reached his chest, it was only a short distance from the snake. With a sudden burst of strength, he caught it, and though it thrashed violently, he was more than capable of subduing the small creature despite his slight frame. Bai Yong held tight, disregarding the disgust and fear, and found a stone nearby. With determination, he pressed the snake's head to the ground and struck it several times with the stone. The head was crushed, and the snake's body finally relaxed, lifeless. He exhaled deeply, relieved, realizing that the snake appeared to be venomous. He cast it aside, but then reconsidered. Snakes can be eaten. Though venomous, the flesh is not toxic. Hastily, he retrieved the snake once more, his thoughts turning to food. Meat was what he craved, his stomach growling. The disgust and fear he had felt vanished entirely. He needed to skin it and clean it, but he could not manage that at home. He made his way to the kitchen to fetch a box of matches. The only knife available was a kitchen knife, which was not ideal for skinning. Then he remembered that Bai Hai owned a small pencil sharpener. The dwelling comprises 4 earthen rooms and 2 small ear rooms. One room is occupied by my grandparents, another by my parents, one is shared between my sister and me, and Bai Hai has a room to himself. The doors of the earthen rooms are essentially ornamental, particularly during the summer when windows and doors are left ajar for sleeping. Bai Yong effortlessly located the spot and proceeded towards the riverbank to the west of the village. He skillfully skinned and cleaned the entrails to avert any risk of poisoning, washing them numerous times until no trace of blood remained, leaving only the pristine white flesh. In the space, he retrieved some straw and gathered a few dry twigs. Once the fire blazed vigorously, he tossed the snake onto it. The enticing aroma of charred meat soon wafted through the air. Using a twig, he expertly retrieved it and took it to the riverbank to wash off the charred remnants. Chapter 3. The Cicada, the Sparrow, and the Slingshot. Taking a hearty bite, the taste of pure meat is evident, yet it lacks salt and offers no flavor. Next time, I must remember to bring salt. I cannot afford to be particular as my stomach has long since protested. After consuming a snake, my hunger remains unabated, and even the cravings are stirred. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, the chirping of cicadas, and the calls of birds fill the air, causing Bai Yong to feel somewhat perturbed. Cicadas, birds. The sister turtle, too, is a cicada, boasting nutritional value that surpasses even that of beef. In this era, creatures unearthed from the soil are deemed unclean, yet in a decade or so, they will be treasures, their prices perpetually high, fetching 1 yuan each. Birds are also edible. In these times, the notion of wildlife protection is non-existent, and sparrows, for instance, are rampant, competing with humans for food and regarded as pests, thus justifying the use of slingshots against them. With the mountains and rivers void of sustenance, surely one can resort to consuming whatever is available. At night, cicadas appear as mere black dots the size of a thumb. As darkness falls, they emerge from the earth, climbing trees until they reach the branches to shed their shells. Bai Yong inspects the trees by the river, checking them one by one. Those that climb high are easily knocked down with a branch, and if they are within reach, he simply collects them. The sister turtle crawls slowly, making it easier to catch than those that have wings after molting. Soon, Bai Yong has captured dozens. The fire is rekindled, and the sister turtles are cleansed of their dirt before being tossed into the flames. In no time, Bai Yong indulges in a hearty meal, feeling so full he could burst. Yet there remain over 20, which he stores away for future hunger. Leaning against the fire pit, he lays down some straw. Though warm, it significantly reduces the number of mosquitoes, allowing him to drift into a drowsy slumber. In the morning, as Bai Yong steps through the courtyard, the sharp voice of his grandmother, Zhang Zuohua, pierces the air. "You wild child, why haven't you perished outside? From the looks of those stitches I made yesterday, it seems you haven't healed, yet you still roam freely. All you do is eat and squander money. What use are you to me? Why didn't your mother beat you to death yesterday?" In a past life, a child might not have felt the weight of such words, but now they strike him as foul and unbearable. This old wretch seems to have an unending life. Truly, good people do not escape misfortune, and calamities linger for centuries. At merely 7 years of age, how many more years of suffering must he endure? No, he must devise a plan. Upon entering the house, he finds only his grandmother inside. Breakfast has long since vanished. While the pots and bowls remain unwashed, they appear cleaner than if they had been scrubbed. What are you dawdling about for? Go cut pigweed. We do not keep idle hands around here. You cannot return until that basket is full. A 7-year-old struggling to carry a basket. Bayang contemplates ignoring his grandmother, but notices the sickle in the basket and devises a plan. He hoists the basket and strides toward the village outskirts. That old hag, Sohua, is truly heartless. Her own grandson in such a condition, having endured several stitches and bleeding profusely, and yet she sends him out to cut pigweed. If only you knew, it was Yang's mother who struck him. She was merciless. Not to mention, he resembles that educated youth. If he were my kin, I would have beaten him too. Why hold back on someone who isn't your own? The village is never short of gossips, and Bayang merely walks past, feigning ignorance. Turning a corner, he arrives at the home of the second gossip, Aunt Wang, where a large goose guards the entrance, honking loudly. Upon seeing Bayang, it waddles over, shaking its rear. Those who have encountered the goose know well that it is more effective than a dog at guarding. Its beak is akin to a pair of pliers, and the pain from its grip is quite intense. As the goose approaches, Bayang silently chants, "Collect." Surprisingly, the goose does not vanish, and its formidable beak has latched onto his rear. Crying out in pain, Bayang hastens his escape. He had considered capturing the goose to take it to the wilderness for a meal, yet the space cannot accommodate living creatures. How frustrating. He will let the goose be brash for a few days, but eventually, it will become his meal. Bayang does not head to the barren land to cut grass, but instead makes his way to the back mountain of the village. The back mountain is abundant with sturdy pine trees, perfect for crafting a slingshot. After some time, he finally discovers a suitable branch. He takes out the sickle and begins to cut. After a while, he completes the slingshot frame and toys with it in his hands. It fits perfectly. The heat and thirst compel him to find a mountain spring. Lowering his head, he drinks deeply, savoring the cool, sweet water, a refreshing delight. A fleeting glance reveals tiny crabs, minuscule yet delightful. Yang's heart leaps with joy. These are excellent sources of calcium, perfect for his growth, as he is severely lacking in nutrition. He turns over the stones by the stream. Indeed, beneath them lie a plethora of tiny crabs, each the size of a soybean. His small hands work tirelessly, and though they escape significantly, his pouch still fills halfway. With both hands, he washes them in the stream, cleaning off the mud. One by one, he pops them into his mouth. They are surprisingly more entertaining than jumping candies, scuttling about, and providing a satisfying crunch. Yet, they are so small that their flavor is negligible, and he chews them up and swallows without a second thought. Descending the mountain and returning to the village, he must find a way to procure rubber bands. The Zhangcang Brigade is vast, housing 1,000 households. In the village center, there is a bustling market that operates on the 5th and 10th days of the lunar calendar. Many from nearby villages converge for the market, yet in recent years, it has dwindled. Class 1 and 2 goods, grains, and meat are prohibited from trade, resulting in fewer and fewer patrons. However, with so many residents, a small supply and marketing cooperative has emerged in the village, which is quite remarkable, as such cooperatives are typically found in towns and counties. Of course, only essential goods are available for purchase, and larger, more valuable items are certainly absent. Rural inhabitants cannot afford to buy them, and they would merely gather dust. When seeking rubber bands, Bayang has no money. He recalls the village's only repair shop. Although bicycles are rare in this era, there are still some wealthy individuals in this large village. Given the poor condition of the village roads, using a bicycle is quite taxing. Grandfather Lu runs a shop that repairs bicycles and men's shoes. While he does not amass wealth, he lives a slightly better life than the average villager. Some inquire why Grandfather Lu does not work elsewhere. The truth is, he is severely crippled, and in this new society, one cannot be allowed to starve, though many envy him. If you are not disabled, you cannot take advantage of the system. Little one, which family do you belong to? What happened to your head? I am the second grandson of Bai Si Shi. I've bumped my head, but it's nothing. Oh, you are the child who was beaten by his own mother, bleeding profusely yesterday. Bayang feels a touch of embarrassment. The expression of a child can be quite peculiar, yet thankfully, most rural folk are straightforward and do not concern themselves with such matters. What brings you here, little one? Grandfather Lu. Do you have an old inner tube? I need a piece. Though it may not be a valuable item, it is in high demand, with many people having placed orders. Bayang understands that industrial products, though considered waste in today's rural landscape, are still highly coveted by many. Old Lu, I wish to craft a slingshot. Once I manage to catch a few sparrows, I shall bring some to you. Oh, the little lad speaks with great confidence. Yet sparrows are elusive. Even those with air guns may struggle to hit their mark. Though old Lu's words may sound ungracious, he rummages through a dilapidated wooden frame. He discovers half of a discarded inner tube and, with scissors, skillfully cuts it into strips of appropriate thickness for drawing. He then retrieves a small piece of leather, fashioning it into an oval shape and drilling holes on both ends to serve as a pouch. Observing old Lu's meticulous actions, Bai Yong beams with gratitude, hastily expressing his thanks. I shall tighten the slingshot frame for you. Your little hands lack sufficient strength, old Lu remarks as Bai Yong presents the frame. Indeed, a fine selection, he acknowledges. Within minutes, old Lu has crafted a slingshot. Bai Yong gives it a trial pull. It requires some effort, but is manageable with all his strength. Thank you, old Lu. Await my good news. I shall bring you sparrows in a few days. Old Lu merely gestures dismissively, a man who is warm-hearted beneath a seemingly cold exterior. As Bai Yong strolls along, he keeps an eye out for suitable small stones, collecting them as ammunition for his slingshot. By the riverside, where trees abound, there are plenty of sparrows. The reeds along the riverbank often echo with the calls of wild chickens and ducks, a sight not to be taken lightly. Along the way, Bai Yong picks some wild strawberries, small and not particularly sweet, yet favored by sparrows. He crushes them and scatters them across an open patch, concealing himself behind a tree. Soon, a flock of sparrows arrives, initially cautious yet drawn to the delectable morsels on the ground. As more birds join in, their vigilance wanes, and they become engrossed in devouring the scattered treats. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Chapter 4. Stirring trouble after satisfaction. Bai Yong exerted himself, gradually pulling back the slingshot, without any deliberate aim, merely targeting the area with the highest concentration of birds. Whoosh! Thud! The startled sparrows instantly took flight. One, however, fell lifeless, wings spread, feet still, utterly motionless. He scored a hit. Ecstatic, Bai Yong retrieved the bird, which was remarkably light and small, possessing little flesh aside from its bones. Nevertheless, filling his stomach was paramount, and minor inconveniences were acceptable. He gathered some wild fruits, crushed them, and scattered them in the same spot. Sparrows, lacking memory, soon returned. Bai Yong continued this routine until midday, under the blazing sun, by which time his strength was nearly depleted. Upon inspecting his bounty, he was pleasantly surprised to find 13 sparrows. No matter how small, they would suffice for a meal. The only challenge lay in their preparation. Without hot water, plucking the feathers would be arduous, so he resorted to roasting them directly. He built a fire and tossed the gutted sparrows into the flames. The acrid smell of charred feathers was unpleasant, but with his stomach rumbling, he persevered. Soon, the aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. After retrieving them, he washed them in the river. The sparrows, no larger than a fist, resembled the size of eggs once their feathers were burned away. Regardless of their diminutive size, they were still meat, crisp and crunchy, akin to roasted bones. Lacking salt and seasoning, he resolved to procure some from home tonight, along with a basin for boiling water. He quickly consumed all 13 sparrows. It was not that Bai Yong had an extraordinary appetite, but rather that the birds were exceedingly small, consisting mostly of bones. The few edible morsels were swiftly chewed and swallowed. After discarding the leftover bones by the riverbank, he reclined for a brief rest. This small frame had endured a taxing morning, compounded by a restless night, and he soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already afternoon, his energy renewed, and his head wound throbbed less painfully. Glancing by the river, Bai Yong was taken aback to see several crayfish gnawing on the bones he had discarded at noon. He found a twig and prodded the skeleton, only to discover one stubborn crayfish clinging tightly, refusing to release its grip even when out of the water. Was it truly that famished and gluttonous? Bai Yong was overjoyed. Although crayfish yield little meat, they are rich in protein. Such simplicity made them easy to catch, requiring no fishing hook. Yet, the day was waning, and he still had to cut grass for the pigs and return home. In summer, one could sleep outside, but what would happen when the weather turned cold? He resolved to catch crayfish tomorrow. With the wisdom of adulthood, despite his youthful physique, Bai Yong swiftly cut the grass. Although it was laborious to carry, he had space and made haste to the village to unload. By the time he arrived home, it was dark. His family was gathered, and aside from his grandmother, Everyone merely glanced at him before ignoring him entirely, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. The reason for his grandmother's exception was her anger upon seeing the bandage on his head, which cost her 2 yuan to procure, along with several stitches, disinfection, and a considerable amount of gauze and medical tape. She berated him incessantly, her words laden with contempt. It was only during the meal that her mouth finally quieted. "Grandma, I can't find the small knife I use for sharpening pencils," Bai Hai interjected during dinner. "Where did you lose it?" "Eldest grandson, I don't know. It was gone when I opened my pencil case today." "You little rascal, did you steal Bai Hai's knife?" Zhang Cuihua glared, her voice raised. She displayed a starkly different attitude towards her 2 grandsons. Bai Yang remained silent, rummaging through his pockets to find nothing. Zhang Cuihua then turned her ire towards her granddaughter, Bai San, causing the little girl to cry as she repeatedly insisted she had not taken it. "Mom, Bai San is your granddaughter, don't yell at her. Let's eat. It might be that Bai Hai misplaced it somewhere." Bai Fuguwei rarely defended his daughter. "What of it? She's still a liability, isn't she? Eldest grandson, here are 20 cents. Buy a new one tomorrow." "Okay, Grandma, I also want to buy some saccharin to dissolve in water. Can you give me another 20 cents? All right. Bai Yang chuckled inwardly. Realizing that a small knife costs merely 10 cents, how indulgent they were towards him. Unbeknownst to them, they would never drink a drop of water from Bai Hai, who drained the family of its resources. Yes, education was essential. Only in a few years would compulsory education be implemented. In his previous life, he began elementary school at the age when others were in middle school, and after a few years, he dropped out, living a life of near illiteracy. In this life, he was determined to pursue education. If Bai Hai could attend university, why could he not? After Bai Hai graduated and thrived, achieving success in his career, marrying a beautiful wife, and raising children, why should he not be able to do the same? He had some foundational knowledge from elementary school, enough to recognize characters in language and perform basic arithmetic operations. He resolved to secretly study Bai Hai's textbooks. After sleeping through the afternoon, Bai Yang felt wide awake that night. Having consumed a hearty meal, his stomach protested once more. That night, while everyone was sound asleep, Bai Yang stealthily traversed the rooms. He pilfered all the rice and grains from his grandparents' room, sewing supplies from his parents' room, and a backpack along with a few coins from Bai Hai's room. In the kitchen, he took 2 bowls, a pot, a water bucket, a hoe, and 2 pairs of chopsticks, and of course, some salt. He then made his way to the river. Having lived 2 lives, survival in the wilderness was not overly difficult. He dug a pit for a mud stove, propped up the pot, added rice, poured in water, ignited a fire, and began cooking. After the fire was ablaze, he went to catch cicadas, returning with dozens. He served the freshly cooked rice alongside the sautéed cicadas, relishing a delightful meal. Sated, he gathered his belongings and tidied the area to avoid detection of his picnic spot. By the time he returned home, it was well past midnight. He lay down on his small bed. Although Bison did not sleep soundly, he feared sleeping outside, apprehensive of venomous snakes. Even if he survived, it would be uncomfortable. Moreover, the following morning, the Bai household would undoubtedly be in disarray if he were not present. Who would bear the brunt of the chaos? Indeed, the next morning, the Bai household erupted in turmoil. No, half the village was in an uproar, as Zhang Cuihua's voice echoed with unparalleled fury, her expletives reaching a crescendo. In rural areas, where television is absent at night, the scant entertainment comes from street brawls, a nightly occurrence involving disputes over lost chickens or the like, with young wives and elderly women shouting, their voices carrying for miles without the need for a megaphone. Yet today was different. A morning incident had sparked the commotion, as even if something was lost in the morning, it would typically be addressed at night, for mornings were too busy with work, and by then, most people were already gone, rendering complaints futile. In the evening, everyone would be home, and there was a proper process to these matters. Firstly, one must raise their voice, devoid of vulgarity, inquiring where the chickens have strayed. Count them carefully. If they do not belong to you, kindly return them. Should you fail to comply, I may be compelled to express my displeasure vocally. After a leisurely stroll, allow time for individuals to respond regarding their chickens. At this juncture, any misappropriated fowls will be released, or the rightful owner may be summoned to retrieve them. Naturally, once lost, the chances of return are minimal. Thus, we transition into the second phase, wherein one unleashes a torrent of invective, as harsh as one can muster. This second phase is the lengthiest and serves as a demonstration of one's prowess. The volume of one's voice and the quality of the insults, sustained over time, will determine one's ranking. A mere few remarks will not suffice. If one lacks the skill to insult, it would be better to refrain from embarrassing oneself. Do you believe this is the end? Certainly not. The third phase is yet to come. Chapter 5. Intangible Cultural Heritage. After the conclusion of the second phase, I returned home to take a sip of water and catch my breath, only to find that the chicken had not returned. Soon after, I ventured out for the third phase. This stage was marked by a tumult of tears and curses. Who among us has not endured hardship? Who has not felt wronged? Who has not been beset by contradictions? It was a time for both release and revenge. The invectives remained harsh, yet they became more pointed, veiled insults aimed at this person or that. Those who bore a grudge against the owner could certainly discern the meaning, but they feigned ignorance. Should one dare to speak out at this moment, they would find themselves accused of theft, as if they were the ones who had stolen the chicken. In such an evident disadvantage, even when subjected to thinly veiled barbs, one could only endure, saving their retort for another day. Decades later, someone might proclaim this as intangible cultural heritage. Indeed, in those days, when there were no smartphones or the internet, such expressions were the most common form of release and entertainment. When a topic garners enough scholarly interest and is pursued with persistence, it becomes culture. Young people, do not spend all day glued to your phones. The fleeting content you consume is far from sufficient. Instead, delve into the study of intangible cultural heritage, as its loss would be a great pity. To return to the matter at hand, Grandma Zhang Zihua erupted in anger early that morning, a reaction that the villagers could understand, for her standing in the community was unparalleled. While the village was not devoid of those capable of bickering, none could rival her connections. And those with greater backing lacked her prowess in argumentation. Those who possessed both attributes thrived, leaving no opportunity to engage with her. Even if Zhang Zihua were a formidable opponent, the villagers were busy working, devoid of an audience for her wrath. Thus, her efforts were in vain. The villagers were having a delightful day, laboring with laughter, while Zhang Zihua's household was in disarray. With breakfast gone and everyone being interrogated and chastised, only her eldest grandson, Bai Hai, was spared. Though the loss of grain and cooking utensils was not a trivial matter, it was also not catastrophic, especially in these times of food scarcity and metal shortages. The squad leader, Zhang Jinshui, also paid a visit. He had a modicum of sense. While stealing other items might be understandable, pilfering Bai Hai's school bag and books was beyond comprehension and left him at a loss. After offering a few words of comfort, he took his leave. Zhang Kuo's anger remained unvented, with Bai Yang clearly being the focal point of her scrutiny. Bai Yang, not being foolish, decided to leave with a basket before his grandmother could fully unleash her fury, knowing that once she did, he would be in for a beating. As he strolled towards the river, he pondered the predicament. With Grandma Zhang Zihua in a foul mood, it was he who would suffer. What to do? In a past life, someone had remarked that the petty feared authority, but not virtue. However, Grandma was not intimidated by authority. In a society governed by law, what could one do to her? Even if she feared the law, it was only because she sought something beneficial from it. If she could not gain anything, then authority held no sway over her. As for virtue, it was absent. She merely sought to take advantage of others, existing in a state of invincibility. Could one eliminate Zhang Zuihua? In 2 lifetimes shaped by legal education, such an act seemed implausible. Perhaps finding her a rival? If one did not suffice, then perhaps several? Diverting her attention and energy would be a strategy, but she would still need to unite her family against external foes. It was a feasible plan. While the village had no shortage of brawlers, none could match her connections. Her nephew, Zhang Jinshui, served as her greatest ally. But what if Zhang Jinshui were to turn against her? A solution emerged. First, he needed to address his hunger. Upon reaching the riverbank, he gathered a few twigs and caught 2 toads. Though poisonous and unfit for human consumption, they were a delicacy for crayfish. Using the limbs as bait, he fashioned 8 makeshift fishing rods, tying the toads to the ends of the branches. He cast them into the river and waited. Soon, numerous crayfish emerged from the mud and grass, lured by the bait. Bai Yang slowly began to reel them in. If he pulled too quickly, the crayfish would not grasp the meat properly. Patience was key, as the crayfish would latch onto the bait, unwilling to relinquish it. Indeed, Bai Yang's approach proved effective. The crayfish were hungrier than any human, surfacing for food and refusing to let go of their prize even upon seeing a person. One by one, he gently pulled up the rods, each one yielding a catch, sometimes with 2 or 3 crayfish clinging to the bait. Within an hour, he had filled a large bucket with crayfish. As the crayfish population in this spot dwindled, he decided to relocate, gathering his rods and placing them in his storage space. The bucket appeared full, yet upon inspection, there was only a single plate's worth of tails. What of the heads and pincers? They were remnants of a time when people had more than enough to eat, merely used for flavoring in cooking or as a substitute for more elaborate ingredients. However, Bai Yang did not discard them. Instead, he preserved them in his storage, knowing they would serve as superior bait for attracting sparrows compared to wild fruits. After processing the tails, he boiled water, adding a pinch of salt. The result was a fragrant, delectable dish that spoke to the superiority of fresh ingredients. Indeed, nothing compares to the delight of fresh fare. After devouring a plateful, Bai Yang found himself too full to move. The sweltering heat, combined with the effort of cooking, had left him drenched in sweat, and after days without bathing, he felt quite unkempt. Though he could not swim with his head bandaged, he could still wash himself in the river. Finding a clean, shallow spot where only his head remained above water, he felt an immense sense of comfort. After washing, he sought refuge beneath a tree, lying down with his first-grade textbook to self-study. When fatigue struck, he would fish for crayfish, and when hunger returned, he would eat. When the heat became unbearable, he would cool off in the river. If the sparrows were particularly active, he would come ashore to hunt them. Such days of freedom and leisure were truly joyous. As the afternoon wore on, he had collected several buckets of crayfish, all of which he had dispatched and stored away. He had also hunted over 20 sparrows. On his way home, he took the opportunity to gather some pig fodder. There was no rush to return home. Instead, he first visited Uncle Lu, gifting him 10 sparrows, careful not to offer all, lest it raise suspicion. Uncle Lu was astonished. These sparrows were notoriously difficult to catch due to their small size and quick movements. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yang had hardly aimed at all. The enticing bait had drawn them in, allowing him to hit one effortlessly. Uncle Lu, known for his stern demeanor, surprisingly smiled and praised Bai Yang. Returning home later than usual, he found his family gathered for dinner, their expressions somber and silent. It appeared they had yet to recover from the earlier loss, likely having spent a considerable sum to replace the missing items. Grandmother Zhang Zuihua continues to perform steadily. The little wild child, why does he not perish outside, never returning home? Bai Yang is not truly hungry, yet he feigns appetite as he approaches the table, where only half a bowl of rice porridge remains, along with just a few green vegetables on the plate. As anticipated, Zhang Zuihua finishes her meal, wipes her mouth, and strides outside, carrying a palm fan. It seems tonight will indeed be splendid. Half the village is eagerly anticipating Zhang Zuihua's performance this evening. She does not disappoint. Chapter 6. Incitement. From the western edge of the village to the eastern, and then from the southern to the northern, the cacophony of curses reverberated for 3 full hours. Exhausted, Zhang Zuihua settled down at a house where she could vent her frustrations, fanning herself while continuing her tirade. Tonight, Zhang Zuihua relished the experience, releasing the pent-up anger she had accumulated over time, having vented her ire upon all those who had irked her. Whenever there were events in the village, such as film screenings, funerals, boisterous wedding celebrations, or even heavy rains and snows, the undercurrents of tension surged. Instances of illicit affairs and petty thefts abounded. Zuihua's performance this evening was but a minor spectacle. During the more bustling hours, no one paid heed to what one was up to. Bai Yang also began to act, sowing discord between his grandmother Zhang Zuihua and Zhang Jinshui, while Zuihua was out with her performance. Bai Yang took some rice grains, pocketed them, and began to scatter them from his doorstep, all the way to the entrance of Zhang Jinshui's courtyard. He then retrieved Bai Hai's backpack, which contained a toy fashioned from a notepad, and tossed it into a corner of Zhang Jinshui's yard, a cluttered spot that he hoped would go unnoticed. For good measure, he also tossed in a hoe before hastening to catch cicadas, aiming to return home before his grandmother arrived. Zhang Zuihua's performance left many astounded, with several families feeling the sting of her veiled jibes, their anger simmering but not yet ready to boil over. After a night of curses, her voice remained intact, a true testament to her innate prowess. The family dared not provoke her, treading carefully around her. Zhang Zuihua strutted home like a victorious rooster. Head held high, the night was tranquil, with the family sleeping soundly. In the early hours, Bai Cixi squatted at the gate, smoking a pipe when he suddenly noticed the grains scattered on the ground, instantly invigorated. Fuguema, come quickly. His shout drew the family's attention. What nonsense are you yelling about so early in the morning? Zhang Cuihua grumbled, though curiosity led her closer. Come and see. What is this on the ground? Are you blind? You can't even recognize rice grains. Who is so wasteful to dump them at our doorstep? Just as she finished speaking, a realization struck her. Our rice grains. Yes, the burlap sack they had stored rice in had a small hole. Could it be that someone had stolen from them? It must be. What are we waiting for? Quickly, let us search. With that, Zhang Cuihua took the lead, following the trail of scattered grains. The entire family, drawn in, followed her, their eyes on the pristine white rice, filled with anticipation. Zhang Cuihua's initial excitement gave way to concern as she realized they were heading toward her maternal home. Upon reaching the entrance of Zhang Jinshui's house, the rice was nowhere to be found. It dawned on her. It was indeed her maternal home, and her expression darkened like a pot's bottom. When it came to self-interest, kinship meant little, especially when she felt wronged. Zhang Cuihua kicked the door, and as Zhang Jinshui was about to open it, he was knocked back by the force, stumbling and bleeding from his nose. Both were momentarily stunned, then anger flared within them. Cuihua, have you lost your mind? Kicking the door at this hour, have you broken your hand? Can't you knock? Zhang Jinshui bellowed, his voice booming. Zhang Cuihua, being his aunt, was taken aback, but her face flushed with indignation. You little rascal, always looking so serious. Who would have thought you'd resort to petty theft, even at your own aunt's expense? I swear I will make you pay for this. Relying on her position as an elder, Zhang Cuihua showed no mercy. Though she was unarmed, her long and hardened nails, honed over decades, left marks and blood on Zhang Jinshui's face, neck, and body. As a robust young man, Zhang Jinshui was taken aback but retaliated with a swift kick to Zhang Cuihua's abdomen. She gasped and fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, both families rushed forward to protect their own. Cuihua, how can you scratch your own nephew? Why are you so harsh? You come to our home so early and cause a scene without a word of explanation? If this is how it is, then I shall disown you as my sister and sever all ties. Zhang Jinshui's father, also Zhang Cuihua's elder brother, glared at her, his voice booming with authority. Fine, fine. You refuse to acknowledge me? That is just as well. Let us clarify the matter. Is it a mad dog biting? What is the issue? Speak. Zhang Jinshui's father pressed, though with a hint of reason. Zhang Jinshui, fearing the revelation of his affair with Lu Xiao, remained silent, hiding behind his father. The commotion had attracted numerous neighbors, all of whom were curious yet puzzled. These two families had always been close. What could have caused such a rift? Soon, Zhang Cuihua dispelled the confusion, including that of the Zhang family. We were robbed yesterday. The sack containing our rice had a small hole, and this morning my husband discovered the scattered grains. Following the trail, it led me to my brother's house. Since our parents have passed, does that mean we are no longer family? Now that they are gone, you feel free to steal from your sister's family? Zhang Cuihua, you speak nonsense. Our family lacks the need to steal your trifling rice. Zhang Jinshui retorted, relieved that the matter was out in the open, dropping the familial address as he launched into a tirade. Oh, you think you're tough, do you? Look at this. Zhang Cuihua exclaimed, gesturing at the scattered grains. The Zhang family stood dumbfounded. This was indeed evidence, and they were left pondering who among them might have committed the act, as it seemed plausible that any one of them could have. However, Zhang Jinshui, being quick-witted from his years as a squad leader, interjected, Cuihua, do not slander us. Our family would never steal from yours. A few grains scattered on the ground prove nothing. Perhaps someone is trying to pit us against each other. Fine, if you believe that, will you dare let us search your home? If nothing is found, I will apologize. If we do find something, then this matter will not end here. Zhang Jinshui glanced back at his family, all of whom shook their heads, indicating that none of them were responsible. In that moment, he realized that it was indeed not one of their own, and thought to himself that an apology meant little. It could not fill their stomachs. If they were to be bullied, not even their own kin would be spared, and since the rift had already formed, they might as well seek some advantage. You are an elder. Can you bear to bow down and apologize to us? If you find the evidence, I, Zhang Jinshui, shall compensate you double. If not, you will bring 2 bags of rice here. Zhang Cuihua hesitated slightly, for failing to find the evidence would result in a significant loss. The rice scattered on the ground is the evidence. Nonsense. The rice on the ground at the entrance serves as proof. Searching your home is merely an attempt to uncover more evidence. If you refuse to allow the search, I shall report this to the authorities and summon the militia to conduct a search. You are the one speaking nonsense. I have already stated that it was someone else who framed my family. Come search. Chapter 7. The rift between the Bai and Zhang families. Zhang Kuo's family was not one to hold back. They were well acquainted with every room and began rummaging through the house without hesitation. It was the keen eyes of the children that proved most astute. Bai San suddenly spotted a backpack among the clutter in the corner. Perhaps envious of her older brother, she was drawn to his belongings. Grandma! Zhang Cuihua hurriedly rushed out, pointing in the direction Bai San indicated. The Bai family was filled with joy. Meanwhile, the Zhang family was left bewildered, their minds swirling with questions. How could a backpack, so new, possibly be found in a pile of junk? Bai Hai was quicker than his grandmother. That backpack was his prized possession. He dashed forward to retrieve it, discovering only a few square candies inside. Realizing his belongings were missing, he burst into tears. Grandma, this is my backpack. My things are gone. Woo. Bai Fugui, too, recognized the hoe beside the backpack as their own. It was familiar to him. This hoe belongs to our family. I use it every day. I know every hole and dip in the fields. The Zhang family was left speechless. Zhang Jinshui's first thought was of his son, Zhang Bin, due to the backpack and candies. Zhang Bin was in 5th grade, though older. He was playful and often acted like the leader among the children, engaging in mischief. Xiaobin, did you steal this? Dad, I didn't. Absolutely not. I might steal a melon from the field, but why would I steal grain or a hoe from their family? We have enough. Zhang Jinshui struck Zhang Bin across the face, demanding, confess, did you steal it or not? Zhang Bin cried out loudly, refusing to admit guilt. It was a situation akin to yellow mud in one's pants. Whether it was or wasn't it was still a mess. Zhang Jinshui, though convinced it wasn't someone from their household, had no choice but to place the blame on the child, as accusing an adult would lead to trouble he could not bear, especially with many eyes coveting his position as the team leader. He picked up a branch and delivered a thorough beating to Zhang Bin's backside, admonishing, this is what happens when you steal. This is what you get for not learning properly. After the punishment, he forced a smile at Zhang Cuihua. Cuihua, the child is just foolish. I will compensate you for the items that were lost. With that, Zhang Jinshui pulled out some cash, beginning to calculate the amount. Upon seeing the money, Zhang Cuihua's anger dissipated, and she ceased her protests. However, after some back and forth over the price between the original value and double, Zhang Cuihua ultimately emerged victorious, securing double compensation. The two families, once seemingly kin, had now transformed into strangers or even adversaries. Bai Yang, observing from a distance, felt a sense of glee, secretly wishing for a more dramatic confrontation, but alas, it had not escalated. Zhang Jinshui's quick reaction was commendable, a testament to his experience as a team leader. Yet his objectives had been achieved. With so many villagers gathering to witness the spectacle, word would undoubtedly spread throughout the village within half a day. Zhang Cuihua's days would soon become difficult, especially with her maternal family turned against her and numerous individuals harboring resentment. The Bai family remained blissfully unaware, smiling broadly, having recovered their lost items at double the value, which they considered a reason to celebrate with a feast that evening. However, before nightfall, their smiles would fade. Bai Cixi, Bai Fugui, and Lu Xiaoyi found their work burdens heavier than usual, for Zhang Jinshui, as team leader, was responsible for overseeing such tasks. Aunt Wang gathered a few formidable women and settled behind Zhang Cuihua's home, gossiping while picking vegetables. Their voices were so loud that even if Zhang Cuihua wished to ignore them, she could not. Initially, the gossip was lighthearted, but soon it devolved into scandalous tales about the Bai family. Even recounting how Zhang Cuihua, in her youth, had been caught bathing in a river by a group of men. The older women laughed heartily, relishing the juicy details. Zhang Cuihua, a formidable figure herself, could not tolerate this mockery, stepping outside to confront them. The women, clearly prepared for this encounter, had positioned themselves to criticize the Bai family's misfortunes, something they usually avoided. Outnumbered, Zhang Cuihua soon found herself in a losing battle. Her face marred worse than Zhang Jinshui's after the altercation. The perspective shifted to Bai Hai, a child accustomed to being coddled at home, shielded in school by his cousin, the village's notorious Zhang Bin. After being wrongfully accused of stealing the backpack and Bai family's belongings, Zhang Bin had suffered a severe beating, leaving him resentful, particularly towards Bai Hai. When he found Bai Hai, he unleashed his fury upon him with greater intensity than he displayed towards other children. The narrative then returned to the protagonist, Bai Yang, who set out from home, carrying a basket. Passing by Aunt Wang's house, he was met with another painful nip from the aggressive goose. Taking a longer route daily had become impractical, and this encounter was becoming intolerable. Moving further away, he kept an eye on Aunt Wang's home. Crafting a simple fishing hook from a bent needle heated over a match, attaching a piece of shrimp tail as bait. Soon, Aunt Wang hurriedly locked her door, leaving the goose to guard the entrance. Once she was out of sight, Bai Yong dashed toward the goose. Initially, the goose honked defiantly, but upon catching the shrimp tail, it became ensnared. In a swift motion, Bai Yong yanked back, successfully hooking the creature. The once boisterous goose, now silenced by the shrimp tail lodged in its throat, flapped its wings in panic, unable to escape its predicament. Bai Yong grabbed a stone and struck the goose several times before swiftly retreating from the scene. Unbeknownst to him, Aunt Wang would have a rather unfortunate evening ahead, and he would ensure she received her due. Today, instead of the riverbank, Bai Yong ventured to the back mountain, where the fewer people made for a more favorable hunting ground. Throughout the day, he feasted on goose meat, quenched his thirst with mountain spring water, and snacked on small crabs. When fatigue set in, he rested upon a large rock, reading until his head grew dizzy or until he decided to hunt birds. Remarkably, the mountains yielded plump doves and numerous sparrows. When the heat became unbearable, he cooled off in a small stream. The refreshing mountain spring water was incomparable to river water. It was a day of pure bliss. Upon returning home that evening, Bai Yong faced a few sharp words from Zhang Zuohua. The atmosphere at the Bai family dinner table was notably grim, yet the spread was unexpectedly lavish. A bowl of greens with pork cracklings, a plate of spicy tofu, and even steamed rice. Bai Yong was taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, he understood the reason behind the feast. Although the family was in a rather somber mood, today they found themselves fortunate. Even amidst their displeasure, they must not neglect their nourishment. Let them indulge in a hearty meal. A full stomach begets the strength to labor later on. The sun has risen in an unexpected fashion, as Zhang Zuohua surprisingly urged her family to eat well and fill their bellies. Mother, after a day of toil, we are utterly exhausted. What more labor is there to be done? Bai Fuguo queried in between mouthfuls, his brow furrowed in confusion. In a fit of exasperation, Zhang Zuohua struck her son's head with her chopsticks. You ungrateful child, do you not see your mother's weary face? Have you not noticed your brother Xiao Hai's bruised visage? Without even a hint of concern, you simply eat your fill, as if ready to brawl afterward. Chapter 8. Engaging in two fights. Upon hearing about the brawl, Bai Fuguo shrank his head in fright, silencing himself and reducing the sound of his chewing. Coward. I am a coward, and so are the youngsters. Hurry up and eat. After finishing, we must go to Zhang Jinshui to confront him regarding his son. That little rascal Zhang Bin dared to strike my grandson. Just wait until I teach him a lesson. I remarked, Fuguo Ma. Where are we headed after Zhang Jinshui's? Are you blind? Look at your wife's face, marred by scratches. If that vile woman isn't punished by tonight, she won't be allowed home. Grandpa Bai Sishi also shrank back, focusing solely on his meal. Bai Yong was elated. Tonight's events would unfold in two parts. The Zhang family was in a foul mood today, having inexplicably been robbed, with Zhang Bin being the prime suspect. Yet he refused to confess despite the beating. Aside from a hoe and a school bag, what else could they possibly steal? It made no sense. The entire family was consumed with discontent. 30 yuan was no small sum. Zhang Jinshui needed 2 months to earn that. As Zhang Jinshui and his father drank their sorrows away, the Bai family stormed in, brimming with aggression. This was clearly an unwelcome visit. Who are you molded from? Was met with silence. After all, the Zhang family was a prominent household in the village, and Zhang Jinshui was not a man to be trifled with. A few heated exchanges escalated into a physical confrontation. Those lacking fighting spirit merely observed from a distance. Bai Yong, Bai San, and Lu Shaoi stood far off, empty-handed. With no weapons to inflict serious harm, their chances of victory were slim. The sight of claw marks and clumps of hair was a rarity in the village, prompting hushed gasps from onlookers. Only when the village chief arrived did the chaos subside. Being a relative of the Zhang family, he was somewhat impartial but maintained a fair stance. The Zhang family, in the wrong, had to apologize. Despite suffering in the skirmish, the Bai family emerged victorious. Upon returning home, the Bai family took a moment to recuperate. Though their bodies ached, their spirits were high, ready to continue their pursuit of Aunt Wang. Just as they prepared to leave, Aunt Wang's shrill voice rang out. Which son of a bitch dares to steal my geese? The Bai family hesitated. Mother, going over now is only inviting trouble. let us call it a day. Indeed, dear, Fubo is right. If we go now, it will seem as though we are the thieves. Zhang Zuohua's face burned with pain as she recollected the beatings endured earlier. She had little regard for potential repercussions. You two cowards are of no use. I didn't steal anything. How dare she accuse me? I'm merely seeking retribution for the beatings. Now let us go. With that, the family reluctantly followed her lead. One filled with fighting spirit, the other brimming with fury, they clashed almost immediately. Not long into the exchange, both sides were engaged in a tumultuous struggle, pulling each other's hair with relentless fervor, unwilling to relent until the pain became unbearable, forcing them to release their grips. Bai Yang silently admired his grandmother Zhang Zuohua's prowess. That night, she once again set a record, confronting two families in a single evening. Although her reputation soared, her body paid the price, every inch of her aching. From that moment on, the Bai household enjoyed a semblance of peace. Zhang Zuohua, drained of energy and motivation to chastise her family, redirected her vigor towards external conflicts. Whether it was her eldest grandson being beaten up for debts or her exchanges with various women, she consistently found herself at a disadvantage. Gradually, Zhang Zuohua began to realize that fear no longer resided in others' hearts. She herself was not as formidable as she once believed. It was only when Bai Fukuo pointed it out that she comprehended the truth. She had no support left, having offended her own kin. Yet, it must be said that Zhang Zuohua was not one to easily admit defeat. She continually sought excuses, convinced that the issue lay not in her capabilities but in her execution. To reclaim her position of dominance and instill fear in others, she engaged in relentless battles each day. The rest of the Bai family faced their challenges as well. Bai Cixi and Bai Fubo found their tasks increasingly arduous. Yet they had no choice but to comply with the assignments allocated by the squad leader. Lu Xiaoyi's life took a turn for the better, sometimes disappearing from the fields, yet still earning her share of points. Conversely, Bai Hai's situation worsened. Zhang Bin, unwilling to confront him directly, incited other children to attack instead, knowing full well that excuses were necessary. Otherwise, these children would be reprimanded upon returning home. The constant fear of retribution left Bai Hai too terrified to venture outdoors to play. Bai Yang, however, enjoyed a rather comfortable existence, well-fed and well-rested, his physique gaining strength and height. As autumn approached and school commenced, Bai Hai entered the second grade, while Bai Yang was of age to start school as well. When he expressed his desire to attend, he was met with harsh insults. Clearly, the prospect of compulsory education was a far-off dream. Bai Yang contemplated escaping the Bai household, yet in these times, many children went missing, some maimed or left mute to beg on the streets, all victims of unscrupulous gangs. For the sake of his safety, he resolved to endure within the confines of his family. In this era, brawls were commonplace. While children had it somewhat better, once they reached middle school, the situation became far more dire. Without love at home, and lacking wealth or influence, they were often bullied both at school and in society. In his past life, he had suffered bullying even as an adult, both from outsiders and family, which was a far greater torment. This lifetime, he vowed never to be victimized again. Bai Yang reflected on the necessity of maintaining good health. Being well-fed was no issue, and he engaged in sufficient physical activity. However, he lacked targeted training. Strength and speed were essential for combat. He resolved to run more. In his previous life, he had yearned to run swiftly, and regular practice would suffice. As for building strength, he recalled fitness videos he had watched before, and he could certainly create some rudimentary workout routines. Learning martial arts would be ideal. A few years of training would easily equip him to handle ordinary foes. He had heard whispers about a few elderly gentlemen at the county park who possessed genuine skills, reputed to be of a military caliber. The prospect of training was enticing. With a goal set, leisurely days became a thing of the past. The county was 20 miles away, and he had no choice but to walk. Bai Yang spent 2 days preparing, stocking up on provisions sufficient for several days. He also gathered extra pig fodder, all stored away, to catch the morning exercise crowd at the park. He rose around 3 in the morning and set off for the county. Though it was merely a small county town, it was still a city, a stark contrast to the village. Everyone appeared clean and presentable, their clothes free of patches, and every person wore shoes. Bicycles, breakfast stalls, and restaurants are ubiquitous. There are several supply and marketing cooperatives, along with distilleries and fertilizer factories. The number of people here exceeds that of the village. At dawn, a bustling crowd fills the streets. Yang, a country boy, stands out among the throng. Dark, thin, and petite, he walks barefoot, his clothes patched, and some areas torn without having been mended. Most notably, his head is wrapped in a filthy bandage. Many disdainful glances are cast his way. Some, with better upbringing, furrow their brows or wear blank expressions. Yang has grown accustomed to such looks, having encountered them frequently in his past life. As he passes a breakfast stall, he gazes at the steaming buns, golden youtiao, white tofu pudding, oil-soaked shui jian bao, and the fragrant santang. Unable to resist, he lingers for a moment, his stomach growling and saliva swallowed several times. Where did this wild child come from? Go away and don't hinder the guests. Chapter 9. Entering the city facing scorn and disdain. In a past life perhaps I would have endured it, but in this lifetime, I cannot. Even without phlegm, I let out a slight cough, spat forcefully onto the ground, and then dashed away. Upon arriving at the park, I found it sparsely populated. Despite being in the city, leisurely individuals were few and far between. 2 elderly ladies were practicing their vocal exercises nearby. As I ventured further in, I spotted an elderly man, standing upright, demonstrating martial arts moves, which I could not comprehend. My feet were swollen, so I sat by the water pool to soak them while watching the old man's movements. After a while, 2 more elderly men arrived. One was practicing Tai Chi swordplay, which I recognized from its slower pace. The other, much sturdier, approached a tree and began to shoulder bump it. It was truly peculiar. How could one be so reckless as to bump into a tree? The first old man's techniques were impressive and quite intimidating to observe. I fixated on his movements, occasionally mimicking his gestures. After some time, I noticed something odd. The first old man approached the tree-bumping man for guidance. Could it be that the tree-bumping man was the true master? Although I was not well versed in martial arts, I understood human nature. Even the Tai Chi practitioner earnestly went over to listen and learn from him. I realized then that I had made the right choice to focus on the tree-bumping elder. I shifted my attention solely to his every action. His movements lacked the elegance of the first old man. They were simple, akin to a child playfully boxing. However, each punch he threw was delivered with considerable force and remarkable speed, the sound of slicing air audible as he struck. I observed intently, mimicking his actions in tandem. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed, and it was past 8 o'clock. The 3 old men began to depart in succession. I found a tree and decided to try bumping it myself. The moment I collided, a sharp pain shot through me, causing me to yelp. Upon inspection, my shoulder was red and had scraped skin where the bone protruded. This old fellow was not to be underestimated. I resolved to learn from him in the future. After practicing the movements I had just observed a few more times and feeling confident I had memorized them, I strolled leisurely out of the park. In the morning, the streets had been bustling, but now they were considerably less crowded. It seemed that people were either at work or school. In this era, idlers were truly scarce, or perhaps they simply did not venture out in the sweltering heat. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I needed to make money. Even though I was still a child, money held immense value. It could purchase shoes and clothing and allow me to indulge in delicious breakfast treats without feeling like an outcast in the city. I wandered about, seeking opportunities for profit, yet after a lengthy exploration, I found nothing. The era had not yet embraced free trade. I pondered what kind of money was easy to earn: weddings, funerals, or perhaps illness. Yes, hospitals. Tiny crabs were excellent sources of calcium, and given how frail people had become, it was easy to see how they might suffer fractures. It was a viable plan. The hills behind the village were also home to many scorpions and snakes, which could be of medicinal value. The 2 largest hospitals in the county were the People's Hospital and the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. I decided to visit the latter first. Upon arriving at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, I approached the service desk to inquire. "Hello, miss, I would like to ask if your hospital accepts scorpions and snakes?" The medical staff, civil servants as they were, bore a stern demeanor. Although the young lady was quite pleasant to behold, her attitude was lacking, especially upon seeing my appearance. "Who are you calling, miss? Don't speak nonsense. This is a hospital, a place for healing. Hurry and leave." Feeling defeated, I made my way to the pharmacy, where the middle-aged woman in charge had an even worse attitude. It was disheartening that my inquiries were met with such resistance. I decided to head to the inpatient department to seek out those with broken limbs. I peered into each ward, my objective clear, until finally spotting an elderly woman with her leg wrapped in bandages and secured with a splint. "Grandma, would you like some tiny crabs? They are excellent calcium supplements and can aid in your recovery." The old lady and her son, who was looking after her, exchanged glances filled with skepticism. Which family do you belong to, young man? Where are your parents? What are you doing here? Grandma, I came here with my parents. A relative of ours has a severe fracture, and I brought some tiny crabs to help with recovery. They're about the size of mung beans, just recently born. And they're the best supplement when eaten raw. Is that true? The elderly woman responded, her age weighing heavily on her experience. In all my years, I've never heard of such a thing. Of course it's true. Why not ask the doctor? The son, being dutiful, replied, Mom, I'll go ask the doctor right now. A short while later, the son returned, a smile lighting up his face. Mom, the doctor said it's true. Eating 10 a day is better than any supplement. I was elated. I had only heard whispers of this in my previous life, and now it seemed to be true. Young man, do you have any right now? I'm sorry, Uncle, I don't have any at the moment, but I can bring some tomorrow. All right, bring them tomorrow, starting with 100. By the way, how much do your tiny crabs cost? Uncle, they are 10 cents each. And if you buy 100, I'll give you a 20% discount. So expensive. Are those little creatures truly worth that much? Uncle, they are actually cheaper than medicine. Remember, all medicine has its side effects, but the tiny crabs are harmless. The old man's demeanor shifted considerably, going from a furrowed brow to referring to me as young man, and finally, little fellow. All right, you can bring them tomorrow. Start with 50. And let us apply the discount as well. Okay, Uncle. At the discounted price of $4, I'll bring them tomorrow. I had scoured every room, managing to secure 2 orders for a total of 100 crabs, while the rest had dismissed me as a fraud. 100 crabs for $8 would buy quite a few things. The hour was late, and I needed to hurry back to catch crabs. Scorpions and snakes could wait for another day. I rummaged through a trash heap for a few empty bottles, but accidentally stepped on some broken glass, which fortunately did not pierce deeply, only drawing a bit of blood. I wiped it with dirt to stop the bleeding. I must earn enough money to buy myself a pair of shoes. It was impossible to expect my family to provide them. Typically, I had to make do with the hand-me-downs from Bai. With autumn approaching, where would I find old shoes for myself? I limped back up the mountain behind the village, flipping over a few stones by the stream until I had collected enough crabs, preparing for the next day by gathering a few hundred more. The tiny crabs were living creatures and could not be stored in space. Thus, I placed them all into the empty bottles and tied them together with string. Clinking as I limped down the mountain, I concealed the bottles in a haystack before entering the village. I then headed to the village clinic to tend to my foot, which was becoming increasingly painful and required disinfection. Fortunately, I had 50 cents on me, which I discovered in Bai's backpack last time. I donated a dime to the health clinic. The doctor advised him to run less and wear a pair of shoes. While this was well-intentioned, it was also somewhat superfluous. Who wouldn't wear shoes if they had them? In recent days, Bai Yang has faced less scolding at home, as his grandmother, Zhang Zuohua, has directed her attention towards outsiders. The following day, Bai Yang rose early at 3 in the morning to retrieve a small bottle from the haystack, which he had used to catch a little crab. Remarkably, the crab had survived the night, demonstrating the resilience of such small lives. Bai Yang, too, found that his foot injury had begun to heal overnight, making walking less painful. However, due to his lingering discomfort, he walked slowly to the park today. There, he encountered 3 elderly men engaged in their exercises. One of the men, who had bumped into a tree, couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Bai Yang. Having seen him yesterday by chance, encountering him again today sparked a sense of intrigue. Chapter 10. The first fortune, however, an elderly man would not delve deeply into why a child was staring at him. It was only after finishing his practice that he glanced at Bai Yang a couple more times. Today, the old man's new techniques for crashing into trees were not many. Most were from yesterday. Taking advantage of his vivid memory, Bai Yang began to practice. Once he mastered the movements, he made his way to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Upon arriving, Bai Yang poured out 50 small crabs for the elderly lady. She and her son looked at the 50 crabs, which barely filled half a bottle, and couldn't help but feel envy as they saw that he had several full bottles. They wished for him to give them 10 more, but Bai Yang did not comply. Business is business, and personal favors are personal favors. He had yet to reach the point of giving gifts to strangers. Naturally, he did not want to offend them, as they could potentially become repeat customers. Uncle, Grandma, these are not all caught by me alone. I had over a dozen friends helping, and we spent the whole day catching them. It was quite laborious, and everyone will get only a small share. My feet are all scraped up from walking into the city. This is truly hard-earned money. Though Bai Yang's feet were indeed dirty and he had a cut, he walked with some difficulty. After hearing that more than 10 people worked for an entire day, their jealousy subsided, and they willingly paid. Receiving the money made Bai Yong feel a surge of excitement. Earning money for the first time in his new life was no small feat. It was equivalent to several days' wages of a laborer. He proceeded to deliver to the second patient, with the situation and reactions being quite similar, and he repeated his words. He was not afraid of being scolded as he revisited the same patients who had dismissed him yesterday, who would turn down money. After offering a free sample, despite the initial unfriendly demeanor, the word of a free trial piqued some interest, and indeed, some had consulted their doctors. He successfully completed 4 more transactions, selling 120 crabs. Exiting the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he found himself richer by 17.6 yuan. It was a substantial sum. With a large portion of crabs still remaining, he ventured to the People's Hospital. There were even more fracture patients there than at the previous hospital, indicating that surgeries for fractures were predominantly performed by Western medicine. He sold out all remaining crabs and even received orders for 2 more to be delivered the next day. In total, he sold around 550 crabs and had 44 yuan in hand. This was indeed a significant fortune, equivalent to more than a month's salary of a worker in the city. He thought of purchasing shoes and clothes, both necessities. The shoes would allow him to walk faster, while the clothes would help him blend into the city and facilitate communication with others. Upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, he was immediately met with the loud reprimands of a young female clerk. "Who is this little beggar? Hurry up and get out. This is not a place for you." The clerk's demeanor reflected the overpowering arrogance of that era, and Bai Yong had anticipated her unwelcoming attitude, but he was taken aback by her vehement reaction. "You are the beggar, and your entire family is too. I am here to purchase goods. I am a consumer. Is it your intention to look down on me? Where is your superior? I will report you. You discriminate against the peasant class. You discriminate against the flowers of our motherland." Although Bai Yong appeared young and innocent, he held a wad of cash, brandishing it while pointing and scolding her. "Go ahead and report, you little wild child. Who knows where you got that money? If you don't leave," a middle-aged woman quickly approached. Noticing that despite Bai Yong's rustic appearance, he spoke with conviction and held a significant amount of money. She was merely a sales clerk, not the police, and had no interest in the origins of his money. After all, he could be the son of a wealthy family. She didn't want to get involved in potential trouble. Hong, say less. If it goes to the higher-ups, you will be in trouble." The elder woman, having some experience, recognized that if Bai Yong truly wanted to escalate matters, he could, for his money was honestly earned. Although speculation and profiteering were frowned upon, he was a child. If they investigated, what could they do to him? Policies would soon liberalize, and nobody cared about such matters anymore. The middle-aged clerk acted as a mediator, and Bai Yong was unwilling to press the issue further. He decided to buy a pair of shoes and some clothing. "All right, come over here." The prices at the cooperative were standardized. They wouldn't charge more or less. Bai Yong purchased a pair of liberation shoes in the smallest size, which still felt a size too large, but he would make do. In that era, children's shoes were typically handmade with thick soles. Only wealthy children wore sneakers, which could buy 2 pairs of liberation shoes. Bai Yong's ingrained frugality from his past life prevented him from splurging. He found clothes that fit, though he still opted for a size larger. He also bought a backpack, paper, pens, a water bottle, sugar, salt, and matches. In total, he spent 11 yuan, with the bulk of the expense being for the shoes and clothing. It was quite a sight to see a child spending money so freely. The young female clerk was stunned. That amount was equivalent to her half-month's salary. Dressed in his new shoes and clothes, Bai Yong, though still dark-skinned, blended into the city, and no one looked at him askance anymore. By noon, hunger struck, and he entered a noodle shop, ordering a bowl of lamb-pulled noodles. The serving of lamb was generous, and with a dash of chili oil and vinegar, it was simply delicious. It was the first proper meal he had since his rebirth, and he cleaned his bowl, even drinking the broth until he felt stuffed. The bill came to 20 cents, an absolute bargain. Bai Yong pondered whether he had overpriced the crabs he sold, but then realized that those who could afford hospitalization were either professionals or wealthy individuals. Earning money from the affluent was not exorbitant. With his new shoes, he felt invigorated, walking swiftly and even occasionally running a short distance. Returning to the mountains, he continued to catch small crabs, but this time he only managed to catch around 300. They had enough to last for a few days. He then turned to turning over stones in the dry land, hoping to catch some scorpions to inquire at the traditional medicine shop, as such valuable medicinal materials could fetch a good price. After flipping over a dozen stones, he finally uncovered a scorpion. Catching a scorpion requires skill. One must avoid direct contact due to its venom, which is unbearable for most. Using chopsticks proved to be the most effective method. The scorpion, poised with its pincers raised and stinger ready, stood in a defensive position, prepared to strike. Bai Yang chuckled, skillfully pinching it with the chopsticks and slowly placing it into an empty bottle. To prevent it from escaping, he fashioned a wad of grass to seal the bottle's mouth, ensuring it could breathe yet remain contained. After an entire afternoon of searching, he had caught only 30 or 40 scorpions. He was unsure of their current market value, but remembered they were not cheap and hoped to make another profit. Before heading home, he carefully concealed the bottle in a haystack, removed his new clothes and shoes, and strolled home with a sense of confidence. His primary task at home was to gather a basket of pigweed each day. Upon returning home, a meal awaits, and one is permitted only a taste. Excess consumption invites reprimand. The act of eating vegetables is met with a rap on the hand at the mere motion of chopsticks. As for what one wears or consumes outside, such matters are of no concern. It is preferable to perish from hunger beyond the confines of home. Bai Yang harbors no expectations for this household, a sentiment born of past experiences. The journey to and from the county seat spans 40 li, compounded by the search for scorpions in the mountains, resulting in a daily trek of no less than 50 li. Such exertion is undoubtedly excessive for a 7-year-old child. At night, slumber is deep and undisturbed, while his younger sister, Bai San, tosses and turns in her sleep, unaware of her own movements. Rising at dawn, he finds the bandage on his head inexplicably fallen away. The wound, stitched with 7 threads, has formed a scab, and while it itches, the pain has subsided. In a couple of days, he shall return to have the stitches removed. Although it is early autumn, the heat persists, rendering his head unpleasantly odorous, his hair having been shaved for the stitches. Washing is straightforward, yet he must buy a bar of soap, for the foul scent upon his head proves resistant to cleansing. Bai Yang arrives at the park, where the elderly man, who had previously collided with a tree, is the first to appear. Upon seeing Bai Yang, the man pauses in surprise before beckoning him over. Chapter 11. Martial Arts. Bai Yang, undeterred by shyness, approached with a warm smile. "Hello, Grandpa." The elderly man returned the smile, pleasantly surprised to encounter such a courteous and generous child. It was curious, however, that this morning, the wild child who had come yesterday dressed in tattered clothing and barefoot now appeared in new attire, complete with fresh shoes, and the bandage around his head had vanished. It turned out he had received stitches. "What happened to your head?" "So many stitches." "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa. I was being mischievous while swimming. I jumped into the pond head first and bumped into a large rock at the bottom, which resulted in my injury." "Haha, you are quite the optimist. You have been coming to the park to watch us train. What is your purpose?" "Grandpa, I am intrigued by martial arts, but I have no one around me to teach me. I came to observe and, surprisingly, found you all. You appear formidable, and I couldn't resist wanting to learn, though I was apprehensive about being too forward, so I watched from a distance. How rare it is for someone so young to have such an interest. Would you like to learn from me?" "Yes, I would love to." "Thank you, Grandpa. Let me make it clear, training in martial arts is arduous, and you must not shy away from difficulties. Rest assured, Grandpa, I believe I can endure." "Very well, my surname is Fong, and my given name is Jing. From now on, address me as Grandpa Fong." "Okay, Grandpa Fong. My name is Bai Yang, and I am 7 years old. Your name?" The old man hesitated to articulate his thoughts, perhaps knowing but finding it difficult to express. "It was given by my parents, and I have no choice in the matter. Shall we begin?" Bai Yang was pleasantly surprised and elated. Grandpa Fong was indeed a kind person, or perhaps he was simply generous towards him, readily offering to teach. Through Grandpa Fong's explanations, Bai Yang learned that he was practicing a modified version of Ba Ji Quan, which combined elements from Hebei's Ba Ji Quan with southern styles of martial arts. He explained that Ba Ji Quan is characterized by its fierce and explosive nature, focusing on close combat and short strikes. The fundamental skills involve generating power and maintaining a stable stance. Upon commencing his training, Bai Yang discovered the emphasis on the horse stance, referred to as Er Yi Zhuang in Ba Ji Quan. After a morning of practice, he learned the intricacies involved, such as keeping his feet parallel and slightly wider than shoulder width, ensuring his knees did not extend beyond his toes, and maintaining a relaxed shoulder and dropped elbows while tucking his chin. In summary, Bai Yang did not retain all the details, but he mastered the stance. The standard position proved to be quite exhausting. Within minutes, he was drenched in sweat, and after a couple more, his body began to tremble. After enduring for another 2 minutes, he ultimately lost his balance and fell. Not bad, not bad. Grandpa Fong appeared quite satisfied. The other 2 elderly men joined in to offer praise. For the first time, Bai Yong felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. Was he perhaps a martial arts prodigy? In truth, it was not entirely so. His mindset and experiences from a previous life contributed to an extraordinary capacity for endurance, far beyond what a typical child could achieve. As the clock struck 8, the 3 elderly men prepared to return home. Bai Yong took out a small container filled with crabs and distributed some to each of the 3 men, claiming it was an excellent source of calcium. The 3 elders, intrigued, observed as Bai Yong popped one into his mouth and followed suit, nodding in gratitude. Bai Yong quietly noted the surnames of the other 2 men. The one practicing Tai Chi was surnamed Li, and the one with the impressive movements was surnamed Pei. Grandpa Pei practiced Jun Ti Quan. After leaving the park, Bai Yong compared prices at 2 pharmacies. The first was unremarkable, with an unkind proprietor who shooed him away upon entry. The second, run by a benevolent old Chinese medicine doctor, had a bustling business, treated Bai Yong kindly, and offered fair prices. 1 pound of scorpions cost 40 yuan, and the scorpions he caught weighed less than half a pound, selling for 17 yuan. After inquiring about various herbs, the old doctor kindly took the time to explain the different types, including various plants, snakes, snake skins, and earthworms. The prices were tempting, and while gathering them was not overly difficult, amassing a significant quantity in a short period posed a challenge. In straightforward terms, relying solely on catching them for survival was feasible, but becoming wealthy was unlikely. Indeed, at the village market, many residents living in the mountains brought their produce to sell, eliminating the need for personal gathering. Today happened to be market day, where one could find an abundance of wild game, such as wild chickens, wild ducks, and wild boar meat, though no medicinal herbs. Sir, how much do you sell this wild game for? Wild boar meat is 2 yuan per pound, and wild chickens and wild ducks are about 2 pounds each, 2 yuan apiece. The vendor assumed Bai Yong was another child selling wild game and had deliberately quoted a higher price. Sir, I genuinely intend to buy. Please give me a fair price. If it's reasonable, I may purchase everything. With that, Bai Yong revealed 2 large bills. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a little tycoon. The vendor had misjudged him. The normal price for wild boar meat was 1 yuan 50 per pound, while wild chickens and ducks were 1 yuan 50 each. Given the heat of the day and that it's already afternoon, you haven't made any sales. So how about 1 yuan 20 per pound for the wild boar? And the same for the wild chickens and ducks? If that works for you, I'll take them all. All of them. Even though it's a small wild boar, it weighs over 20 pounds. Are you sure? Absolutely. All right, as you say, 25 pounds of wild boar meat, 5 wild chickens, and 3 wild ducks, totaling 39 yuan and 60 cents. Bai Yong handed over 40 yuan, taking the entire basket with him. The vendor was taken aback by the little boy's straightforwardness and the amount of money he had produced. It was indeed as the boy had said. If the meat was not sold today, it would have to be salted to preserve it, or else it would spoil, and salted meat was also difficult to sell. Are you from the mountains? Yes, I am from Qinjiago, a small village with only a few dozen households. We don't have much land. Primarily, we grow fruit trees on the mountain. When there are no fruits, we gather wild produce. Sir, I regularly collect scorpions, venomous snakes, snake skins, and wasp nests. We have plenty of those in the mountains. If you genuinely need a steady supply at a fair price, I can mobilize the villagers to gather them and deliver them to you. Scorpions for 10 cents each, snakes. Bai Yong quoted various prices, stating scorpions were 40 yuan per pound, equating to 4 cents each, which seemed rather steep. Without a bit of cunning, how could one profit? The earnings derive from information gaps and distance disparities. The journey from the deep mountains to the market spans dozens of miles, and from the market to the county city is another 20. They lack the time to fuss over it, given that lodging and food in the city are exorbitantly priced. Without the information and distance disparities, villagers who catch dozens of scorpions daily would earn mere pennies. If that were the case, the mountain folk would have already become wealthy. All right, splendid. Which family do you belong to? I will send a batch over the day after tomorrow. Uncle Chun, please deliver it directly to Grandpa Lu, the bicycle repairman. If I'm not around, just give it to him, and he will pay you. All right. Finding a discreet spot, Bai Yong stored the wild game in his space. It was quite heavy. I ventured once more to the village's modest supply cooperative to procure 2 bottles of liquor and 2 packets of cigarettes, expending a mere 1 yuan. I approached Lu Deye's bicycle repair stall only after ensuring no one was present. Lu Deye, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Oh, young lad, why have you brought cigarettes and liquor? Where did you acquire the funds? Lu Deye, rest assured, this money is my own earnings. Simply accept it without worry. I cannot accept this. It is far too valuable. Lu Deye, please, allow me to explain. You seem to be quite the entrepreneur. Are you suggesting I take a commission of 1 yuan from your 10? Chapter 12, A Fixed Path to Wealth. Of course, Lu Deye, but you must keep this a secret and not disclose it to others. Initially, I shall provide you with 5 yuan as capital, and tomorrow I will bring you additional funds. Rest assured, Lu Deye, I am known for my stubbornness and discretion. I shall accept your tobacco and liquor. As for the 10 yuan fee, we shall consider it waived, merely assisting with the collection. For I dare not accept such substantial benefits. After bidding farewell to Lu Deye, Bai Yang proceeded to purchase a scale and a kitchen knife, ensuring he was well equipped for selling meat. With 50 yuan in hand, only a little over 2 yuan remained. However, Bai Yang was unperturbed. He believed that these wild delicacies could easily fetch double their price in the county town. Ordinary workers might not afford them, but retirees or officials would certainly not lack for lavish meats, and these rare wild offerings were highly sought after for gifts and banquets. Early the next morning, Bai Yang engaged in martial arts practice with 3 elderly men for over 2 hours. Before parting, he gifted each of the 3 a pound of wild boar meat. They initially declined, but Bai Yang fabricated a story about having an abundance from relatives, leading them to graciously accept. After leaving the park, he made a beeline for the state-run restaurant. Hey, young lad, what brings you here? The waitress at the state-run restaurant, a formal employee, was not in the best of moods upon seeing a rural child. Hello, auntie, I have some wild delicacies. Do you accept them here? The child, burdened with a large basket, bore a weight nearly equal to his own. Upon seeing the valuable goods and noticing Bai Yang's strength, her demeanor softened somewhat. Wait at the entrance. I will summon the head chef. Shortly after, a robust middle-aged chef appeared, who promptly began inspecting the contents of Bai Yang's basket. After a thorough examination, he nodded in approval. Although there were occasional sellers of wild delicacies, such occurrences were rare outside of winter when the meat could be preserved. In this region, with its dense population, the chances of finding wild game were slim. Young lad, how much do you seek for these wild delicacies? Sir, the wild boar meat is 2 yuan 50 per pound, and the wild chickens and ducks are 3 yuan each. That seems rather expensive. Premium pork is only 1 yuan 20. Sir, you are aware of the difficulty in procuring wild game these days. I carried these fresh goods overnight, and we usually consume what we catch in our mountain valley. It is not worth the effort to bring them out, as they spoil easily. Indeed, they are quite fresh. I shall not haggle. Please take them to the kitchen. Certainly. Despite the arduous task of carrying the basket, it was all a means to earn money. Upon settling the account, Bai Yang received 79 yuan. The chef was astonished as he counted the money. Realizing that a mere 7- or 8-year-old child had the audacity to engage in such a significant business. Young lad, take care of this money. Do not lose it, for it is not trivial. My surname is Su. Bring more wild delicacies next time. Understood, sir. I will ensure to deliver them. Bai Yang did not rush home. Instead, he strolled through 2 hospitals, where the same individuals with fractures were present. Without prior reservations, 2 new fracture patients were reluctant to purchase small crabs. It seemed that the quick profits from crabs were unreliable, and he resolved to focus on being a middleman, which allowed for lucrative returns. Upon returning to the village, he entrusted Lu Deye with 50 yuan, the earnings from herbs and wild delicacies. Lu Deye was taken aback. 50 yuan was a significant sum in the countryside, and it astonished him that such a young child possessed so much money and placed such trust in him. This realization elevated Bai Yang in Lu Deye's esteem, evoking a sense of being valued. With no concerns over food or clothing, and a reliable means of earning, the only remaining task was to study, as self-learning often led to drowsiness. In the afternoon, Bai Yang stealthily entered the primary school, peering through the windows to absorb knowledge. Many village children who had not attended school accompanied their older siblings to play, and while older children attended class, the younger ones frolicked on the playground, some even peeking through the windows to catch a glimpse. Thus, the days unfolded in a predictable rhythm. Rising at dawn, he would jog to the county park, practice martial arts with the 3 elderly men, and disperse around 8 o'clock to sell herbs or wild delicacies. After enjoying lunch in the county town, he would return and audit classes at school in the afternoon. The passage of time felt subjective. For Bai Yong, the days comprised 70% joy and 30% hardship, and the half-year sped by swiftly. With a nutritious diet, daily running, and martial arts practice, he grew taller than Bai Hai and gained considerable muscle. Most importantly, in these 6 months, he earned a staggering 1,300 yuan, from which Lu Yi profited over 100 yuan. Although he did not seek such benefits, Bai Yong insisted on sharing. Lu Yi, a lifelong bachelor, treated Bai Yong like a beloved grandson, ensuring he was well-fed and cared for, and Bai Yong reciprocated by never visiting empty-handed. 1,300 yuan could build a house in the countryside. It represented 3 to 4 years' wages for an urban worker. During this half-year, Bai Hai and the children who had bullied Bai Yong faced his retaliation, swiftly reducing them to tears. They frequently complained to Zhang Cuihua, who, of course, did not spare Bai Yong from punishment in return. Throughout this period, the Bai family endured considerable hardship, with the exception of Bai Yong and Lu Xiaoyi. This mother and daughter, despite consuming the least at home, appeared to thrive, their countenance more radiant and their bodies more robust. Grandfather Bai Shi and father Bai Fu Gui grew increasingly emaciated, returning home each day too exhausted to utter a word. Helplessly, they felt powerless to resist, having offended the team leader, and were relegated to performing the most arduous and disagreeable tasks. Bai Hai, who had once been a confident and outgoing boy, now became exceedingly withdrawn, unable to lift his head, let alone make eye contact with classmates. Zhang Cuihua bore continuous marks of injury on her face, with old scars yet to heal and new scratches added, enduring the relentless trials of village life, though her fighting spirit remained strong. Finally, on one particular day, the family shifted their approach. "Mother, father, I have heard that the neighboring city has begun distributing land to households." Bai Fu Gui remarked, smacking his lips. "Indeed, I have heard that we will soon follow suit. Life should improve thereafter." "Mother, I mean to mend relations with uncle's family, especially with cousin Zhang Jinshui. It matters not if we toil collectively and share the burden. If land distribution occurs in the future, we must ensure we are not allocated the worst plots." Does he dare to do so? Child's mother, this is not mere idle talk. Fu Gui is right. We have been struggling for half a year, and if we truly receive the poorest land, what shall we do? Biang, while sipping his thin porridge, was taken aback by the realization that this pair of elders had finally gained insight. Their information was surprisingly astute. The distribution of land to households was indeed commendable, allowing for free trade. The era of vouchers would soon fade away, ushering in an age of convenience and transactions. The implementation of compulsory education was still in its infancy, yet these were all favorable policies. The forthcoming years were pivotal, a splendid opportunity for personal growth and wealth accumulation. "So, what do you propose, dear elders?" Zhang Cuihua had already discerned this, yet her stubborn temperament prevented her from ever bowing her head, even to her closest kin. Previously, Zhang Jinshui had returned the money he owed, intending to bring along 2 bottles of wine to soften the conversation. After all, blood is thicker than water. Dear mother, you are undeniably part of the Zhang family. How could they possibly remain angry with you? What right do they have to reclaim the money? It was that rascal Zhang Bin who had taken it in the first place. They are in the wrong. And to bring wine. Chapter 13. The days of hardship resurface. Mother, why can't you turn around? If each person has 2 mu of land, our family would not possess less than 10 mu. Good land or bad. With 2 harvests each year, everything can be produced. If we yield a little, how much more can we earn each year? Furthermore, isn't that also a form of backing? Over the past 6 months, our family has fallen out with Zhang Jinshui, and the suffering we have endured has been no less. Mother, father is right. Ever since we quarreled with the maternal family, I have been bullied at school every day. If we yield a little, Zhang Bin can protect me in the future. Zhang Cuihua dotes on Bai Hai, her eldest grandson, and even he has advised her. How could she not listen? Bai Yong felt uneasy. While they enjoyed good days, he found himself in hardship. He realized that blocking their path was futile. He needed to devise other means. That evening, the Bai family visited the Zhang family and returned joyfully, clearly reconciled. Zhang Jinshui warned Zhang Cuihua to refrain from causing trouble lately, as their enemies had increased, which could complicate the land division. If anyone were to hold Zhang Cuihua accountable, it would be troublesome during the land division, and Zhang Jinshui, as the team leader, would not be able to shield her. Although the family had suffered financial loss, They could not act arrogantly. Patience would yield benefits. With some free time, Zhang Cuihua began to find fault with Bai Yang. In winter, when there was no pig fodder to cut, she assigned various chores to him. Mild reprimands were followed by harsh beatings, and she even inquired at the brick factory if they needed help. Upon learning it was an underage child, they rudely declined. After a day away from home, the beatings became even worse. He never anticipated that the situation would change so swiftly. In recent days, Bai Yang had been too afraid to return home, hiding in a cave on the back mountain, where it was more comfortable than at home, warm in winter and cool in summer. He sensed that returning home this time would either result in a broken leg or a severely punished backside. It was not that his family was worried about his safety. Rather, they were upset that he had not helped with the family chores these past few days. He contemplated renting a room in the county, but without a household registration and being merely a child, who would rent to him? Who could stand up to Zhang Cuihua? His uncle Zhang Jinshui and the team leader Zhang Qingji were the obstacles. When he was 12 or 13, laboring in the brick factory, he heard that trouble had arisen at home. It was discovered that his mother, Lu Xiaoyi, was having an affair with Zhang Jinshui, causing chaos between the Bai and Zhang families. After that, his mother, Lu Xiaoyi, was subjected to domestic violence daily, living in a state that was neither human nor ghost. Unexpectedly, half a year later, she had turned the tables, backed by a few unscrupulous men. Besides Zhang Cuihua, no one else could contend with her, and at home, she had become a formidable presence. It was likely that at this moment, she had already become entangled with Zhang Jinshui. To verify this, Bai Yang skipped school for 3 afternoons, specifically watching his mother, Lu Xiaoyi. His persistence bore fruit. He finally uncovered some clues. The tasks assigned to Lu Xiaoyi were all solitary, and every afternoon at 3 o'clock, she was dispatched to deliver items to the brigade office, where she would be gone for at least 2 hours. One day, Bai Yang stealthily followed her. To his surprise, she did not go to the brigade office, but rather to the tool room behind it. Except during harvest season, that room remained locked and unused. When Lu Xiaoyi arrived at the door, she looked around to ensure no one was watching before quickly entering and locking the wooden door behind her. Bai Yang crept closer and pressed against the window to eavesdrop. "Oh dear, your hands are so cold. Warm them up before touching me. Oh, don't take everything off. It's too chilly." He heard his mother's voice. "Light the stove. It's not cold anywhere. You eat first, and after that, we'll get down to business. Let me have a little fun first," came the voice of Zhang Qingji, the brigade leader. To his astonishment, they were involved so early. He had previously thought his mother had no choice but to seek refuge due to domestic violence, yet they were already entwined. The sounds emanating from the room indicated a rather intimate affair. It was no wonder her complexion had improved, enjoying extra meals daily. Suddenly, the room was filled with hurried, heavy breathing. Now was the moment. Bai Yang knocked forcefully on the door. Mother, I saw you in there. What are you doing inside?" Inside. There was a flurry of rapid rustling noises, followed by hushed, irritated exchanges. "How did that little brat come here? Why were you so careless? Didn't I tell you to watch out?" "I had no idea. I was clearly watching and saw no one following." Bai Yang knocked again. "Mother, I heard your voice, and I also heard Brigade Leader Zhang's voice. What are you two doing? Are you sneaking food and causing a ruckus?" "Xiaoyang, don't talk nonsense. Mommy will open the door right away." As she spoke, the door creaked open, and Lu Xiaoyi immediately tried to pull Bai Yang inside. He hastily stepped back, fearing he might be silenced. In moments of desperation, people could do anything, especially Zhang Qingji. If this matter were exposed, he would never be able to remain brigade leader. "Xiaoyang, come inside. I want to go in. I'll speak from here. You stubborn child. Come in and talk. I'll be straightforward. I can keep today's affair to myself, but I have 2 conditions. First, I want to go to school. Second, I want to move out. Just help me find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. I don't want to be beaten and scolded by Zhang Cuihua every day." "Xiaoyang, your mother is struggling to survive. How can I promise you these things?" "I'm speaking for Brigade Leader Zhang to hear. He can do it. If he cannot, I will shout loudly until Grandma and Father come." Cornered, Zhang Qingji, hiding inside, had no choice but to respond. "Bai Yang, are you sure you can keep this secret?" "Rest assured, Brigade Leader Zhang. As long as you comply, I will take it to my grave." "All right, Bai Yang, Uncle Zhang agrees. You can go back now. Words are not enough. You need to write down an agreement." "You little brat. Uncle Zhang doesn't he have paper and pen? How can I write an agreement?" Bai Yang produced paper and pen, tossing them into the room. "I have some. Write as I say, or I'll start shouting." Don't shout, Keep it down. All right. Hereby, I, Zhang Qingji, on the date of January XX, 1981, in the tool room with Liu Xiaoyi, was discovered by her son Bai Yang. This is an agreement to fulfill Bai Yang's conditions within 10 days, and there shall be no reversal. Zhang Qingji, as the brigade leader, was well aware of the implications. He had no choice but to comply, writing as instructed and tossing the paper out of the room. Bai Yang swiftly picked it up and ran away. It was settled. Brigade Leader Zhang's power was not comparable to that of Team Leader Zhang. He awaited Brigade Leader Zhang to take action. Returning to the cave on the back mountain, he found a refuge free from domestic violence. On the third day, as Bai Yang stepped into the school gate, he was caught by Zhang Qingji. Don't be afraid, it's good news. Zhang Qingji hastily clarified, bringing an end to Bai Yang's struggles. In a few days, the land will be allocated to households. I visited your home yesterday with Zhang Jinshui, and everything has been arranged. The Bai family will no longer trouble you, and there will be no issues with your education. I will cover your tuition fees. Your residence will be at the village's livestock yard, which has both a courtyard and a house, currently unoccupied. You may rest assured there will be no disturbances. Thank you, Captain Zhang, for your remarkable efficiency. Bai Yang, from now on, you may call me Uncle Zhang. By the way, could you return that document to Uncle Zhang? Chapter 14. Wrongfully accused Uncle Zhang. I do not wish to attend school for merely one semester only to find myself without a place next term. Additionally, I have no desire to be forced out of that humble dwelling and courtyard meant for cattle. Do you understand my meaning, Uncle Zhang? I comprehend. I comprehend. Thus, you must keep it safe and not lose it. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang. Very well, let us proceed to the Bai residence. I shall clarify matters with them to ease your mind. Upon returning to the Bai household, the gaze of Granny Zhang Zihua was lethal. Without the presence of Captain Zhang, it seemed that Bai Yang would surely face dire consequences. I remarked, Zhang Zihua, what manner of gaze is that? If your family no longer desires Bai Yang, I am more than willing to send him away, and your share of land will diminish considerably. Think wisely. There is no Qingji. That little wildling has been gallivanting outside for days and has not returned home, which vexes me. Even in anger, one must not strike a child. I made it clear, from now on, Bai Yang shall live independently. If his household benefits from his registration, they must not dare to mistreat him again. Should they do so, he will be sent to an orphanage, and the land he occupies will be reclaimed. Do not worry, Qingji. That will not happen. Zhang Suihua quickly smiled in reassurance. Bai Yang, gather whatever belongings you have. I will take you to the cattle and horse yard, where you shall reside from now on. There is nothing at home aside from clothing, which I am already wearing in this frigid weather. Very well, let us go at once. The cattle and horse yard had nothing, not even fodder, for years. The cattle and horses had been cared for in turns by various families. The place had been empty for quite some time, with one of the 2 sheds collapsed and one of the 3 earthen houses leaking. Make do with it. After all, it has doors and a courtyard, offering shelter from the wind and rain. Bai Yang, technically, this house cannot be used privately. But I have found a pretext. The brigade has appointed you to oversee the cattle and horse yard. Just do as you please. You may rest assured about your living arrangements. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Furthermore, with winter break approaching, after the spring festival, you shall attend school. I have already spoken with the principal, and the tuition has been paid in advance, which amounts to 2 yuan per semester. Thank you once more, Uncle Zhang. Do not mention it. Bai Yang, now, I must take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me. Understood. Bai Yang felt an immense joy. He would no longer be burdened with menial tasks, nor would he have to toil in the brick kiln, and he would be free from the abuse of the family. His life trajectory would transform entirely. Bai Yang found satisfaction in this new abode, located outside the village, beside the fields, where it was serene. He could cook meat or fish without worrying about the enticing aromas attracting stray dogs. Indeed, he must acquire a dog to guard the home. That afternoon, instead of sneaking into school, Bai Yang busied himself organizing his new home. Although dilapidated, this humble dwelling brimmed with freedom and hope. He went to procure supplies and retrieved some discarded tires from old Liu. Upon returning home, he began to clean, and though the walls were earthen, they were solidly packed. Bai Yang cleaned until not a speck of dust remained. The rickety bed, table, and stool were resecured with nails and scrubbed clean. He filled a sack with straw and laid it on the bed, then topped it with a new mattress, fresh sheets, and a new pillow, along with a genuine quilt that was soft and warm. The drafty door was repaired, and the gaps were sealed with old tires to ensure it was entirely windproof. The stove was rebuilt with clay, and an iron pot was set above it. By the end of the afternoon, he had completed all the tasks and, in the biting cold, was drenched in sweat. He lay down on the soft, warm bed to rest, nearly succumbing to slumber. At that moment, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Granny Zhang Tsuehua, his father by Fugui, his grandfather by Cixi, and his elder brother by Hai rushed into the room, while his mother Lu Xiaoyi and younger sister by San trailed behind them. Before Bai Yang could react, Zhang Kuo's claws were upon him, hitting and berating him. "You little wildling, daring to steal money from the house. I shall declare that you are the thief. You old hag, stay away. I did not steal any money." Bai Yang's resistance proved futile. Despite having trained for half a year, he was still a child, no match for the adults, especially in such numbers. "You little wildling, still denying it? If you did not steal, how did you acquire money to buy these things? The bedding, the pots and pans, are they not all new? I shall beat you to death." Zhang Tsuehua was merely seeking an outlet for her rage. After years of raising this child, she saw him as a potential source of income in a couple of years. Now that he was living independently, it would appear that her efforts had not been in vain. No, she must find a way to bring him back home. He was at the age where he could contribute labor to the Bai family, and she could not afford to let go of this little wildling easily. Today, she had merely sought a pretext. She did not believe a child could survive alone. To her surprise, this little wildling possessed so many new belongings. She grew increasingly furious. From whence had he acquired such wealth? Or was it a gift from someone? Did he perhaps have even more money on him? Regardless, as long as he had it, she was determined to extract more from him. It was best if he earned it himself, bringing profits back home to the Bai family. No one could be so generous as to provide a wildling with such funds. Bai Yang's face was marred with scratches, blood trickling down. Seizing the opportunity, he fled. His 6 months of running had proven useful, and he quickly reached Zhang Qingji's home. The Bai family pursued him closely. "What is the meaning of this? What are you doing? You just said at noon, and now you have beaten the child like this. Do you care for the Bai family's reputation?" Zhang Qingji's intimidation still held some weight. "Qingji, no. Captain Zhang, you must judge wisely. Today, my family lost 100 yuan, and it is confirmed that this little wildling stole it. Yet he continues to deny it and dares to run away. You old fool, slandering me. When have I ever stolen your money? I have not returned home for days. Today, I came back without even entering the house. Moreover, do you have 100 yuan? It was you who stole it. If it was not you, how do you explain the new pots, pans, bedding, and quilt? I shall beat you to death, lest you grow up to become a scourge." Captain Zhang was taken aback. A set of belongings could cost quite a sum. It would be inappropriate to claim ownership, especially considering the risk of this child revealing the truth about his relationship with Lu Xiaoyi. "Stop. How can you say this is your grandson? If you beat him to death, you will pay with your life. Speak calmly and ascertain the truth." Bai Yang's face burned from the scratches, and he feared that no explanation would suffice. Even if he clarified matters, the path to wealth would be revealed, and others would soon take advantage. "Speak, little wildling, where did you acquire this money? Surely you have not spent 100 yuan yet. Hand over the remainder, or in front of Captain Zhang, I shall beat you to death." "I earned it myself. I did not steal any money." "You earned it yourself? A child barely capable of wiping himself has amassed such wealth. Hurry and take out the remaining money. Why should it concern you how I earned it? As long as it is not stolen from you, what does it matter? Are you unaware of the wealth of the Bai family? Is it sufficient for sustenance? Is it enough for your expenditures? Stealing a mere 100 from you? Your entire family is not worth even 100. You, an illegitimate child, refuse to admit your wrongdoing. Even if you earned it, do you not bear the surname Bai? Being a Bai means you are part of the Bai family. Thus, even if it was your earnings, it ultimately belongs to the Bai family and must be surrendered. Chapter 15. To return without a favor is to wrong oneself. It was I who stole it. Bring forth your evidence. Furthermore, which regulation dictates that the younger generation must surrender their earnings? If you have the courage, then strike me down today. Should you take my life, your entire family shall pay the price. If you fail to kill me, I shall ensure your demise when I grow stronger. As for you, old wretch, may you choke on your water, be unable to relieve yourself, and die in your sleep, tormented by phantoms. Zhang Duizhang's household was thrown into chaos today. Zhang Tsuehua and the Bai family pursued Bai Yang relentlessly, while he fled, hurling curses. In desperation, Bai Yang unleashed a torrent of foul language, a product of years of being scorned and immersed in such a toxic atmosphere. Enough. Everyone, cease this madness. Zhang Qingji's thunderous voice commanded attention. If your family desires the extra 2 acres, then eliminate Bai Yang. Should you succeed in that, expect to be taken away tonight to pay with your lives. The Bai family, momentarily intimidated, muttered their discontent under their breath, cursing Bai Yang. If you wish to end him, do it now. If not, be gone. The Bai family cast venomous glares at Bai Yang before retreating, as the onlookers dispersed. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I shall return home now. Bai Yang, are you alright? I'm fine. I'll just apply some medicine at the clinic. By the way, did you actually steal Zhang Cuihua's money? Of course not. They are framing me. I earn my money honestly. Very well. Take care of yourself. Bai Yang went to the clinic to disinfect the wounds on his face and purchased some oil to soothe his bruises. Upon returning home, he found the door kicked in, pots, pans, bedding, and blankets stolen, and the makeshift stove collapsed. The furniture lay in disarray, resembling a scene of devastation. His anger reached a boiling point. He had underestimated the Bai family and their shamelessness. After a moment of reflection, Bai Yang began to reassess the situation. With a family as unscrupulous as the Bis, how could they possibly let go of a labor force ready to be utilized? A single laborer was far more enticing than 2 acres of land. They desired everything. Although he had moved out, they would always keep him in their sights, making future days increasingly difficult. Engaging in deceit and underhanded tactics? Who wouldn't he? He had planned to wait until he grew up to seek revenge, but it seemed he would need to expedite his plans. With no bedding and facing the damp chill of the night, Bai Yang kindled a fire, contemplating through the night. As dawn broke, despite feeling exhausted and sore, Bai Yang persisted in running into the city. The limits of human endurance appeared akin to an onion, with layers upon layers to peel away. Today, he felt he had surpassed yet another threshold. After 20 minutes, warmth surged through his body, invigorating him, and all traces of fatigue vanished. He indulged in a delightful breakfast, casting aside any lingering negativity. Upon reaching the park, he was the first to arrive. Retrieving the gifts he had prepared for the upcoming spring festival, the 3 elderly gentlemen who had been mentoring him arrived shortly after. Bai Yang, what happened to your face? Who scratched you? They inquired with genuine concern, having grown fond of his maturity over the past 6 months. It's nothing, esteemed grandfathers. I had a disagreement with an old woman, and it will heal in a couple of days. By the way, this is my spring festival gift for you. As the holiday approaches, I wanted to ensure I saw you before any potential rain or snow. The usual tokens Bai Yang presented were accepted without hesitation, but this time, the 3 men were taken aback. Each received 5 pounds of wild boar meat, 2 wild chickens, 2 wild ducks, and 2 large carp. This was certainly an impressive offering for a first visit to a prospective father-in-law. What was this young man's true background? What were his intentions? Did he somehow know their secrets? Old Man Fong exclaimed, "Young Bai Yang, what are you doing? Do you realize how valuable these gifts are? If you continue like this, I will be genuinely upset. Quickly, take them back home." The other 2 elders echoed his sentiment. Esteemed grandfathers, please listen. I am aware of your genuine skills, which you have imparted to me without reservation. I am profoundly grateful for this. As for the gifts, I have the means to provide such offerings. Many of my relatives reside in the mountains, and I have assisted in selling plenty of wild goods, earning a bit of money. This is merely a fraction of what I can offer. When I earn more next year, I shall bring even greater tokens of respect. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Chef Su Deliang at the state-run restaurant. I visit him every few days to deliver wild delicacies. With that, Bai Yang produced several large bills to show the 3 men. You rascal! I never expected you to be such a skilled entrepreneur. Then I shall gladly accept these gifts. The other 2 elders laughed heartily, accepting them with ease. After dispersing from the park, Bai Yang did not rush home. It was evident that the makeshift dwelling at the livestock farm would not be tranquil in the coming days. To return without a favor is indeed an affront. It was time to unleash his plans. Zhang Cuihua, brace yourself for what is to come. Bai Yang commenced a frenzied procurement at the supply and marketing cooperative, acquiring not only for himself, but also to present gifts to Zhang Cuihua. After a hearty lunch, he sought a sunny spot to take a nap, as he had not slept the previous night and needed to replenish his energy for the evening's endeavors. Upon waking in the evening, he fashioned a scarecrow from branches and straw, draping it in red cloth. He purchased hair from a barber shop to adorn the head, attaching a white cloth and painting facial features with blood-red lips and tongue, securing everything firmly. From a distance, it resembled a person, and in the dark of night, it would appear even more lifelike. Bai Yang concealed himself within the scarecrow's frame, transforming into a spectral figure draped in white, with long hair and red clothing. He would surely instill fear. But why undertake such a task? Zhang Zuihua was utterly shameless, an unstoppable force without any apparent weaknesses. The only vulnerability lay in her superstitions, a common affliction among the elderly of this era. It was said that Bai Hai's mother was driven to her death by Zhang Zuihua, appearing fearsome in her wedding attire, hair disheveled. To ensure that the Bai family could not find peace, Bai Yang devised a dual approach, determined to leave no room for respite. At this time, the latrines were situated outside the courtyard. That night, Bai Yang stealthily positioned himself outside Zhang Jinshui's home, waiting for Zhang Jinshui's wife to emerge for her nightly visit. Estimating that she would be preoccupied, he tossed a small stone wrapped in paper towards her, then swiftly retreated. Zhang Jinshui's wife was so startled that she nearly stumbled. The family enjoys favorable circumstances, possessing a flashlight which they wield to illuminate their surroundings. Upon discerning the absence of danger, they swiftly resolve the situation. Yet a sense of curiosity compels them to pick up a note for examination. Bai Yang has not ventured far, remaining attuned to the sounds around him. Zhang Jinshui's wife hastily returns home, and after a considerable passage of time, the Zhang household remains eerily quiet. Displaying a commendable level of composure, she refrains from causing a commotion, adhering to the expectation that to catch a thief one must seize the stolen goods, and to expose infidelity one must capture both parties involved, a truly astute woman. In the dead of night, Bai Yang, adorned in a red robe resembling a scarecrow, stealthily approaches the windows of Bai's residence, preparing to commence his performance. Chapter 16. Every day, Bai Yang listened to the vocal exercises in the park, which proved to be beneficial, as he unconsciously absorbed a great deal. A sudden, ferocious knocking on the window confirmed that Bai Hai had turned over. He was undoubtedly awake. "Wu, Xiao Hai, I am your mother. My death is so unjust. You must avenge me." In this era of rural life, there was no light pollution. When the moon shone, one could discern shapes from afar. Bai Hai's piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the winter night. "Xiao Hai, I am your mother. Do not be afraid. My death is so unjust. You must avenge me." Bai Yang did not rush to flee. Instead, he allowed his elder brother, Bai Hai, to see him clearly, causing the frightened Bai Hai to cry out loudly before he slowly drifted away. He tiptoed, carefully closed the courtyard door, and then quickly hid nearby, listening intently. The Bai family was in chaos. The oil lamps and candles were lit, while Bai Hai wailed like a banshee, and the family shouted loudly, as if to bolster their courage. Such a commotion also startled the neighbors. Tonight's spectacle had been sufficient. Bai Yang returned to the mud house at the cattle and horse farm. Indeed, his predictions were accurate. The lock on the farm's door had been smashed again, indicating that the Bai family had paid another visit, yet they had found nothing. It was a wasted trip, and he felt a pang for the newly purchased lock. Finding a wooden stick, he propped the door shut, took out his bedding, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next day, the entire village was abuzz with rumors. "Have you heard? The Bai family is haunted. Bai Fugue's eldest daughter-in-law has returned as a ghost, seeking revenge through her son." "Bai Hai, how could that be? Surely, the child was merely having nightmares." Yet, the accounts were detailed. When Bai Hai's mother passed away, he was but a few months old and knew nothing. He claimed he had seen her last night. Long hair, a pale face, dressed in red, and blood was flowing from her mouth. Wasn't that just as she had appeared at the time of her death? Crucially, she kept muttering about her unjust death and demanded revenge from Xiao Hai. "Is this true? Do not scare me. My husband is at the brick kiln, and at night, it's just me and the children. You have made me fearful of sleeping at night. What would I gain from deceiving you?" The neighbors of the Bai family said so, and as soon as there was any noise, they rushed over. The child recounted the events in fragments, so terrified that he lost control of himself. My heavens, what will the Bai family do? What else can they do? Having not slept all night, they rushed at dawn to fetch a shaman from the neighboring village. What did the shaman say? I do not know. Her voice was soft, and they did not allow anyone inside. Neighbors climbed over the wall to watch. She drew talismans everywhere, stuck them up, and burned a considerable amount of paper. It seemed that she performed some rituals for the child and departed with quite a bit of money. Oh my, this is too frightening. I must take my children back to my mother's home. Being close to the Bai family is truly unfortunate. At this moment, within the Bai household, Zhang Zuohua's complexion was waxen, devoid of any color, and her body trembled. She repeatedly questioned Bai Hai, "Did you know about your biological mother before?" He genuinely did not know, let alone the circumstances of her death. Yet, the child's description matched that of the past. Having lived for decades, having emerged from the old society, she firmly believed in the superstitions of that era. A bloodied ghost in red was indeed a fierce spirit. How could she not be terrified? Even though the shaman had performed rituals, she remained afraid. She knew exactly how her daughter-in-law had died, pressured to drink poison and take her own life. Lu Xiaoyi had returned to her mother's home with her daughter, Bai San. Though she had no parents, she still had an elder brother living at the easternmost edge of the village. Although it was the same village, there was a considerable distance, making it impossible to stay in her own home. Zhang Zuihua felt trapped. She could not remain with her in-laws. Yet her own family would not take her in. She was considered the greatest misfortune. Who would dare to harbor her? The village was also aware of this situation and took it seriously. They informed the Bai family that, after liberation, there could be no ghosts, attempting to reassure them, and promised to arrange for the militia to patrol at night. Though the militia consisted of young men, they were still afraid. A few gathered near the Bai family to build a bonfire for warmth and to bolster their courage. By 10 o'clock, they hurried home. Who would dare to keep watch all night? Exhausted and frightened, they cared little for the well-being of the Bai family, merely attending to the matter at hand. On this day, Bai Yang experienced a sense of ease. Upon arriving at the park in the morning, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the three elderly men had brought gifts for him, as a gesture of reciprocity. Grandpa Pei gifted him 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, the latter being a special reserve, and urged him to take them home to his family. Grandpa Li presented him with 2 exquisite boxes of pastries, which were rare delicacies in this era. Grandpa Fong was even more generous, bestowing upon him a brand new Shanghai watch, which was worth over 100 yuan, enough to impress a young bride, and yet he chose to give it to Bai Yang. The 3 elderly men would not give him a chance to refuse. During their training session, they insisted on him accepting the gifts, threatening playful consequences if he did not comply. Thus, he reluctantly accepted them. Bai Yang had always cherished watches, and from today onward, he would cultivate a sense of time. Previously, he had relied on the sun and stars, but on cloudy and rainy days, he was at a loss. After the park gathering, Bai Yang did not return home, but instead circled around to the back of the state-run restaurant. Yesterday, he had scattered some rat poison there, hoping to eliminate a few rodents. Near the garbage pile, he astonishingly discovered 7 large rats, all lifeless, with blood frothing from their mouths. They were impressively plump. It was clear they had feasted at the state-run restaurant. Unlike the thin and small rural rats, this bait would undoubtedly prove effective. Upon returning to the village, he inquired about the latest news, finding it even better than expected, as he had underestimated Zhang Zuohua's superstitious beliefs. There was no activity at Zhang Jinshui's home, indicating that his wife had yet to uncover any incriminating evidence. He visited the market and purchased a medium-sized dog. A smaller one would be ineffective for guarding, while a larger one would take too long to bond. A medium-sized dog would bark at the slightest noise, serving primarily as an alarm. In this era, dogs were scarce. People struggled to feed themselves, let alone keep dogs. Wild dogs were even rarer, having long been hunted and consumed by the famished. It is often said that dogs eat excrement. However, this needs clarification. In this land, plagued by incessant warfare and domestication, with humans often starving, what could dogs possibly eat? If there were fish and meat, would one still consume cornbread? As a loyal companion to humanity, steadfast and unwavering, dogs guard homes and offer affectionate loyalty. They do not consume refuse, and when faced with danger, they are the first to defend, even against formidable beasts, risking their lives in protection. Yet, despite their sacrifices, humans often belittle and discriminate against them. The dog Bai Yang purchased was a standard Chinese rural breed, with a coat of grayish-yellow short fur and a gaze that was simply endearing. Upon bringing it to the cattle and horse farm, Bai Yang prepared a lavish meal for the little gray dog. Since Xiao Hui parted ways with the pacifier, he had not tasted such exquisite food. Initially, he remained indifferent towards Bai Yang, merely acknowledging him as the new master. After indulging in a hearty meal, he wagged his tail and licked Bai Yang's shoes, seemingly unable to part ways with him for a lifetime. In the afternoon, Bai Yang tidied up the house, repairing the damaged areas. For the time being, it appeared that no one would disturb this sanctuary again. He also prepared a warm nest for the dog in the stable. This time, Bai Yang had learned to be astute, reclaiming valuable items after use. Undeterred by the prospect of the Bai family returning to raid. As dusk fell, Bai Yong nestled into bed early. Awakening in the middle of the night, he glanced at the clock. It was almost 2 o'clock, the perfect moment. As he stepped outside, Xiao Hui, alerted by the noise, came running, displaying remarkable obedience and agility. He locked Xiao Hui in the yard, and then stealthily made his way towards the Bai family. Chapter 17. Bai Yong stealthily climbed onto the wall to peek inside. The Bai family appeared to be greatly frightened, such a miserly household, and yet every room was lit with candles. The courtyard gate, which had previously been broken and unable to lock, was now repaired, securely bolted, and further reinforced with a stick. Through the window, Bai Fugue was seen dozing at the head of the bed, clutching a long stick, evidently keeping vigil. Quietly slipping into the courtyard, Bai Yong tore down the yellow paper talismans, retrieved a large rat, placed it on the windowsill, and then quietly climbed out over the courtyard wall. He took out the straw man, a piao, raised it above the wall, exposing its upper half, and began his performance. Xiao Hai, my son, your mother died unjustly. It was the Bai family that forced her to her end. You must avenge your mother. A flurry of hurried chair and stool sounds erupted from within, followed by Bai Fugue's hushed calls. Father, father, mother, mother, quickly, quickly, rise, there's movement. Terrified, Bai Fugue stumbled towards the main room, unable to resist glancing back. That glance proved disastrous. With long hair, a pale face, and dressed in red, he let out a shriek and fainted. Inside, Bai Cixi and Zhang Zuohua rushed out, but saw nothing except their son collapsed on the ground. The elderly couple trembled, glancing around in confusion, wielding a flashlight borrowed or purchased from somewhere, shining it about. Bai Yong then began to mimic the sound of a rat. Squeak, squeak. It sounded as pitiful as a dying rat. Zhang Zuohua was so frightened she screamed, help! Is anyone there? After her cries, Bai Yong quietly departed, hiding at a distance to watch the commotion. Zhang Zuohua's desperate screams echoed far and wide, instantly alarming several households. Bold young men came one after another, along with village officials and militia. Soon, the Bai courtyard was bustling with people, and Bai Fugue was revived after having his acupressure point pinched. Upon awakening, he wept and recounted the events, while Bai Cixi added that upon hearing his son's cries, he had rushed out, but had seen nothing apart from the rat's pitiful squeals. A few brave souls, armed with flashlights, began searching inside the house and outside the courtyard. Though they had no idea what they were looking for. Aunt Suehua, didn't your family have a shaman paste yellow talismans today? Where are they? A young man, having circled around, curiously asked Zhang Zuohua, who sat pale and on the verge of fainting. Da Qiang, what nonsense are you spouting? There's a large rat on the windowsill. What are you afraid of, The crowd was similarly startled, their flashlights converging on the large rat. In truth, they had never seen a rat of such size in the village. The crucial detail was that it was dead, with red and white froth at its mouth, clearly poisoned. Everyone couldn't help but recall that Bai Fugue's eldest daughter-in-law had taken poison to end her life, also with red and white froth. Zhang Zuohua couldn't resist peeking, and upon seeing it, fainted directly. The crowd trembled in fear. Suddenly, Zhang Jinshui spoke up, his voice trembling. Quick, take the Bai family to the brigade. Everyone needs to leave here. Bai Yong hadn't anticipated that Zhang Kuo would faint. The effect exceeded expectations, rendering the remaining rats unnecessary. It was already past 3 in the morning, and rather than return to sleep, he set off at a brisk pace towards the county park. Thus, tranquility prevailed for a few days. The Bai family did not return home, and the brigade arranged for them to squeeze into a vacant room. Zhang Zuohua exhibited no fever or cold symptoms, yet seemed as if afflicted by a grave illness, trembling incessantly, utterly weak, and eating and drinking very little. Many speculated she would not survive the year. Bai Fugue and Bai Hai soon recovered, but the family remained deeply fearful of the dark, needing to light 2 candles to sleep at night. Bai Cixi, though wan, possessed an inner strength, caring for the others. The neighbors of the Bai family also took refuge with relatives, as that area seemed akin to a forbidden zone, which everyone avoided. One day, the police station arrived, accompanied by a shaman from the neighboring village, this time not appearing enigmatic, but rather handcuffed and downcast. The village held a meeting, declaring that a piao was entirely a figment of imagination, asserting that the Bai family had offended someone, resulting in retaliation against them, urging everyone not to believe in superstitions. They even had the shaman perform some deceptive tricks, subsequently exposing each one. It was only then that the fears shrouding the villagers began to dissipate. Nevertheless, the Bai family remained too frightened to return home, regardless of the police or village officials' reassurances, all of which proved ineffective. Ultimately, it was suggested by an unknown village official that there was an ancient temple on the back mountain, existing for many years. Although much of it had been dismantled during the Cultural Revolution, a few rooms still remained habitable, a place deemed sacred, free from a piao. Upon hearing this, the Bai family was relieved, allowing others to assist in retrieving their valuable possessions from home, and they all moved to the dilapidated temple. Lu Xiaoyi, upon learning of their relocation to the desolate mountain temple, resolutely chose not to go, preferring any hardship over the eerie and supernatural. She continued residing at her family home, and given the current state of the Bai family, had no desire to pressure Lu Xiaoyi to join them. However, life at her family home was far from easy. Only her elder brother remained, who was intellectually challenged and a lifelong bachelor. He could manage some work, but it was merely enough for his own sustenance. Their home was dilapidated and impoverished. And with Lu Xiaoyi and Bai San barely able to afford rice porridge daily, they could only resort to boiling sweet potato slices. Though sweet potatoes were high yield, they were not suitable for frequent consumption, as they could cause severe stomach acid. After so many years of hardship, countless individuals had succumbed to stomach ailments at a young age from a diet of sweet potatoes. Days passed, and the entire village convened a meeting to discuss the allocation of land to households in Zhongsong Brigade. Everyone rejoiced, even before the new year, with each person happier than during the festive season. They had land now. Good days were on the horizon. However, the process was fraught with twists and turns, marked by constant bickering and disputes. It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequality. Everyone desires the best, wishes for more. With many people and little wealth, it is inevitable that troublemakers would emerge. As the saying goes, who desires to be a troublemaker when they can eat their fill and dress warmly? Is it not delightful to enjoy life? The land allocation was determined by drawing lots, yet there remained room for manipulation. Those with good relations with village leaders received favorable land. It was only through the authority of officials and militia that the disturbances were quelled. Once the land was distributed, there was a renewed vigor among the villagers. Even without the busyness of farming in winter, they visited their plots daily. As several more days passed, and the spring festival approached, schools closed for vacation. During this time, another sensational event unfolded in the village. Zhang Jinshui was caught having an affair with his cousin's wife, Lu Xiaoyi. The uproar caused by Zhang Jinshui's wife turned the Zhang household into a chaotic scene. Consequently, Zhang Jinshui's position as a team leader was revoked. In this day and age, the notion of divorce seems almost non-existent. Even if it does occur, it is primarily among urban dwellers, as rural communities seldom entertain such a concept. Why is this so? Firstly, divorce is considered inauspicious, and a divorced woman returning to her parental home is viewed as a source of shame. Secondly, rural women find it exceedingly challenging to survive post-divorce within their marital homes. They have sustenance and shelter, but where would they go if they leave? Their parental homes lack property and land, and relying on others for sustenance is not a feasible option. In a society that emphasizes filial piety and the continuation of family lineage, it is inconceivable for a daughter to return home after a divorce. Thirdly, societal structures have yet to fully liberalize. Opportunities for work and sustenance are not readily available everywhere. A woman venturing out might easily fall victim to trafficking or be confined by solitary men. Zhang Jinshui's wife and Lu Xiaoyi, though adversaries, confront identical predicaments. They can only be regarded as subjects of ridicule and gossip, yet life must continue. Consequently, the Bai family and the Zhang family once again severed their ties. Chapter 18. New Year's Eve. Due to this matter, Lu Xiaoyi was forcibly brought back home by Bai Fuqi. The ancient, dilapidated temple served as their abode. Fortunately, Zhang Cuihua had been like a lost soul, stripped of her fighting spirit. Aside from the occasional beatings and scoldings from Bai Fuqi, Lu Xiaoyi suffered little punishment. Bai Fuqi's weakness and cowardice meant that even his infidelities were met with only mild rebukes, lacking any real severity. Zhang Cuihua now seemed to be in a state of despair. This gave Lu Xiaoyi a glimmer of hope and a firm resolution. From that moment on, Lu Xiaoyi completely let go. She retaliated against Bai Fuqi's abuse. After a few encounters, she had him under her thumb. With other men backing her up, Bai Fuchi dared not utter a word of protest. She felt as if she had discovered a new dawn. Why not? Losing her body in exchange for delicious food, money to spend, and a sense of support, all while avoiding bullying. Did that bring shame? She herself felt embarrassed. Yet, in the face of survival and a better life, did those feelings truly matter? Perhaps to many, they were significant. But for Lu Xiaoyi, they held little importance. If she could marry such a feeble and incompetent man as Bai Fuchi and bear his children, why couldn't she pursue other admirable men? She was not lacking in qualifications. She was slender and attractive. Lu Xiaoyi gradually transformed from a passive, weak woman into a figure reminiscent of Zhang Zuohua. Lu Xiaoyi loathed Zhang Zuohua, both despising and fearing her, yet she found herself slowly morphing into a similar character. Lu Xiaoyi resented her past weakness and regretted not awakening sooner. The feeling of being the head of the household, controlling resources, and commanding others was simply exhilarating. The key was not having to endure grievances. When emotions flared, she could lash out at this person or that, relishing the fear and flattery of others. Some individuals became the embodiment of their own disdain, but Lu Xiaoyi merely scolded herself for her prior foolishness. Of course, that is a tale for another time, a glimpse into Lu Xiaoyi's life 6 months hence. For now, she was still striving to change. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the Spring Festival. The date was February 4th, 1981, also known as New Year's Eve. Bai Yang, rarely awake early, instead woke naturally, indulging in a hearty meal with his dog. He hung up the couplets handwritten by Grandpa Fong, instantly infusing the old house with festive cheer. The village market was bustling, packed with people. It had been years since such vibrancy graced the place after the policy changes. Chickens, fish, meat, and eggs, previously unseen, were now plentiful. An array of fried snacks and desserts filled the stalls. Vendors sold clothing and shoes, while the livestock market was also brimming with people eager to sell their animals after a year of care in exchange for New Year goods and to provide a little pocket money for their children. Storytellers, long absent, made a return, with children crowding the front and adults watching from the back, their expressions synchronizing with the storyteller's animated performance. There were also acrobats showcasing genuine skill, twisting steel around their necks and swallowing steel balls the size of eggs. The most delightful sight was the emergence of food stalls. Xiaolong Bao, Shui Jian Bao, Youqiao, Ma Tuan, Doufu Nao, Hula Tang, and Xiaobing were all available, along with a medley of pickled vegetables. A group of elderly men and middle-aged gentlemen sat early in the morning, relishing 2 bowls of white liquor alongside steaming breakfast. A truly fragrant affair. Bai Yang too felt tempted. Although not hungry, he indulged a little, craving some liquor, but being a child, he could not procure any. On his way, he bought 2 baskets of buns for Lu Dage, knowing that the crowds were plentiful and bicycles abounded, with shoemakers and mechanics busy with their work. Bai Yang set down the buns, instructing Lu Dage to join him for dinner later, before heading out to shop. He collected various scarce mountain goods and wild delicacies, purchasing everything he could find, knowing that such abundance was rare and that he could profit after the new year. It was only by afternoon that Bai Yang returned home, and from a distance, he heard barking. Rushing to the door, he was surprised to see his sister, Bai San, standing there with a plate of dumplings. Bai Yang, no, ergo, Mom asked me to bring you dumplings. A flood of mixed emotions surged within him, perhaps for the first time in this new life. No, he had never felt this in his past life either. He silently admonished himself that this was merely an illusion. Bai Yang stood stunned, unsure of how to respond. Ergo, Bai San called out in confusion. Bai Yang snapped back to reality, retrieving his keys to unlock the gate. Come in, he called out to Xiao Hui, who ceased barking. Ergo, once he go inside, I'll just give you the dumplings and head back. Mom wants me home early. As soon as Bai Yang accepted the dumplings, Bai San dashed away. This sister, who had tormented him in his past life, now addressed him as Ergo, and their mother still remembered him, sending dumplings. New Year's Eve carried emotional weight, family and reunion, experiences he had not felt in either life. Believing his heart to be encased in concrete. Yet today, his heart trembled with unexpected stirrings. Deceptions and illusions, all false. Yes, they wanted to deceive him into returning to servitude. With this mental fortitude, he felt somewhat at ease, placing the dumplings on the table. He began preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Today was not to be spent alone, as he had Lu Dage to share it with. He prepared an array of delicious dishes. Even though the gathering was small and didn't resemble a typical celebration, The food could not be lacking. As dusk descended, Liu Dage finally finished his tasks and arrived, bringing a bottle of wine, a roast chicken, and 2 pounds of meat. Liu Dage, why are you still carrying things? Come inside and sit. The last dish will be ready shortly. Old Liu limped into the house, initially curious about how a child could cook, but his jaw dropped in astonishment upon seeing the table laden with food. Little Bai Yong, you've truly surprised this old man. I thought you were merely skilled in making money, but it seems you can cook as well, and it's all hearty fare. Bai Yong served the fish onto a plate and brought it to the table. What do you think, Liu Dage? Are these dishes acceptable? Indeed, they are quite good. Chicken, fish, meat, and eggs, along with shrimp and crab, and such exquisite pastries. Oh, and greens too. Liu Dage sat down. I'll wash my hands and join you. Bai Yong locked the courtyard and house doors, producing the liquor and cigarettes gifted by Grandpa Pei. Is this Moutai? What brand is this cigarette? I've never seen it before. Liu Dage, today we indulge. Let us savor some fine things. No. These are far too precious. My palate cannot handle it. Quickly, put them away. That cigarette looks expensive. You should store it away. Biang did not allow Liu Dage any opportunity to refuse. Both the tobacco and liquor were unsealed. In his past life, Biang had a fondness for these indulgences, yet he had only ever heard of such delights, never having had the chance to behold or savor them. Liu Dage, we are not lacking in funds at present, as the year draws to a close. We ought to treat ourselves, wouldn't you agree? Ah, you rascal, what a waste. A life as humble as mine doesn't deserve such luxuries. Biang felt a pang of sorrow. It was indeed a tragic affair when one resigned to a fate deemed unworthy. Liu Dage, please do not think that way. Life does not distinguish between the rich and the poor. These treasures are meant for enjoyment. In the future, let us earn more and indulge in finer things. Now let us eat. Have a bit to fill our stomachs, and then I shall join you for a couple of drinks. Ha, you little rascal. Wait a moment. Do not touch the chopsticks just yet. What is it? Chapter 19, The Return of the God of War. As the new year approached, reverence for the ancestors and deities was paramount. Bai Yong found himself indifferent to the lineage he hailed from, whether it bore the surname Bai or another, a matter that might have occupied his thoughts in a past life, yet now seemed inconsequential, even repulsive. Despite his aversion, he did not oppose Liu Dage's customs. Liu Dage served a bowl of rice, adorned with various dishes, and placed an incense offering amidst the white grains, paying homage. An elderly man, a child, and a dog feasted joyously amidst the cacophony of firecrackers. Bai Yong had overestimated his own capabilities. Merely a sip from the wine cup sent him into a fit of coughing, the drink bitter and fiery, devoid of any pleasure. It became clear to him that although his mind was that of an adult, his body remained that of a child. Liu Dage's hearty laughter rang out at Bai Yang's reaction. Unyielding, Bai Yong attempted again, but his body instinctively rejected the experience. With the enjoyment of tobacco and alcohol absent, he felt a tinge of regret, realizing this was not a commendable habit, detrimental to both health and finances. He vented his dissatisfaction by devouring the vegetables, occasionally offering morsels of meat to Xiao Hui, his dog. The plate of cold dumplings caught Liu Dage's attention. Bai Yong, can you still make dumplings? He inquired. Bai Yong evaded a direct answer, suggesting instead, Liu Dage, once we finish eating, let us make dumplings. Certainly, dumplings are a must for the new year. Tonight, we shall vigil, and after midnight, we will boil the dumplings and feast before resting. Liu Dage proved to be quite the conversationalist, his words flowing freely after a bottle of wine, recounting tales of childhood, youth, women, parents, war, and suffering. Bai Yong was an attentive listener. In a time devoid of entertainment, the educated could indulge in literature, the affluent in television, while ordinary folk relied on the oral tradition of storytelling, both theirs and others. Liu Dage's life had been rife with hardship, a treasure trove of narratives. After absorbing Liu Dage's fragmented tales, Bai Yong became increasingly convinced that being overly accommodating could lead to a lifetime of suffering. The spring festival soon passed, and life resumed its course. Bai Yong enrolled in school, accompanied by Zhang Qingji, who had made a special effort to take him. Bai Yong made an audacious request to attend only half a day. When Zhang Qingji and the principal questioned him, he explained that he needed to work for his meals, yet assured them he would not neglect his studies. Captain Zhang had ascended to the position of village secretary after the land was distributed. The former secretary's status remained unclear, while the production team leaders had been replaced by a village head and group leaders. Zhang Qingji advocated on Bai Yang's behalf, and the principal, seeking to maintain decorum, acquiesced. Thus, Bai Yang continued to rise before dawn each day, running to the park to learn martial arts from 3 elderly men. After their session, he would deliver any game or medicinal herbs he had gathered, returning to school if there was nothing to deliver, practicing until noon before attending classes. Perhaps due to the simplicity of the primary school curriculum or a prior familiarity with the material, Bai Yang consistently ranked first, despite only attending half-day classes. When he expressed a desire to skip a grade, his teacher was astonished. Retention was common, particularly for those failing, and many children aged 13 or 14 were still in 2nd or 3rd grade. The notion of advancing a grade was unheard of. Upon further inquiry, the teacher discovered that Bai Yang had completed 3rd grade, making him the sole student in the township to skip from 3rd to 5th grade. Upon entering the classroom, Bai Hai was taken aback. How had this illegitimate brother advanced to 5th grade? Was he not supposed to be in 4th grade? Though curiosity and resentment bubbled within him, he maintained composure. Bai Yang towered over him by half a head, strong and swift, and those in their early teens still in elementary school dared not bully him. They could only observe from a distance. The past few years had brought significant changes to the Bai family, with Lu Xiaoyi assuming full control. However, she was cautious not to overstep, particularly regarding Zhang Chuehua and Bai Hai. After a severe illness, Zhang Chuehua had fallen into a deep despondency, her former vigor extinguished. She devoted her days to prayer and incense, neglecting household affairs and disregarding everyone but Bai Hai. Why did Lu Xiaoyi refrain from being too harsh on Bai Hai? Because Zhang Chuehua still sheltered him, instilling a sense of trepidation in Lu Xiaoyi towards her mother-in-law. She feared rekindling the old warrior's spirit, uncertain if she could match her formidable predecessor, who had battled for decades, even as she silently wished for her demise. Contrary to her wishes, Zhang Chuehua gradually improved, her newfound faith seemingly transforming her. Perhaps it was the power of belief that altered her temperament. She no longer sought conflict or kept score. As long as her eldest grandson Bai Hai was untouched, she would remain unperturbed. Time passed serenely, and the Bai family enjoyed a period of stability. Bai Yang experienced years of tranquility, which could be described as joyful. However, this idyllic existence was not to last. Both Bai Hai and Bai Yang were about to graduate from elementary school, transitioning to middle school. While Lu Xiaoyi managed to sidestep conflicts with her mother-in-law, Zhang Chuehua shared her sentiments. Yet, discord would soon present itself. Bai San's primary education cost 3 yuan and 50 cents per semester, while Bai Hai's middle school fees amounted to 12. Lu Xiaoyi, wielding control over the household finances, spent liberally on sustenance and shelter, neglecting to save. The clandestine funds from outside sources were too tempting for her to part with. Lu Xiaoyi suggested that Bai Hai forego middle school at 13. He was no longer a child and could contribute to farm work or labor for wages. Grandfather Bai Si Shi and father Bai Fu Gui had no objections, as neither had attended school and believed education to be futile. An earlier exit could alleviate the burden of labor. However, Bai Hai harbored grand ambitions and was unwilling to concede. He performed well academically, though not on par with Bai Yang. He aspired to attend university and ascend to a position of authority and wealth. Bai Hai's tears flowed profusely as he sought the counsel of his grandmother, Zhang Chuehua. Upon hearing his plea, Zhang Chuehua transformed from a benevolent figure to a fearsome one, her gentle gaze contorting into a menacing glare, her face etched with deep lines as she morphed from a Buddha into a demon. That day, chaos erupted within the dilapidated temple, with shouts and scuffles echoing incessantly. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyi was defeated, fleeing the crumbling sanctuary with her daughter Bai San. The god of war, Zhang Chuehua, had returned. While Lu Xiaoyi had honed her verbal prowess to match Zhang Chuehua, she lacked the experience. Observing Lu Xiaoyi's newfound strength, Zhang Chuehua deftly rallied her husband, son, and grandson to her cause. No matter how ineffectual the men might be, once part of her ranks, they would no longer pose a threat to her dominance. A few years ago, the new marriage law was enacted, accompanied by the implementation of family planning. Although Lu Xiaoyi faced defeat, she remained undaunted, having long contemplated divorce. After parting ways, she would be unrestrained and lacking for nothing. What need was there to endure misery? Lu Xiaoyi returned to the ancestral home with Bai San, stirring the curiosity of the neighbors. Zhang Chuehua, along with her husband and son, pursued them, hurling insults that further astonished the villagers. In recent years, life had improved for many, and the number of intangible cultural heritage programs had significantly dwindled. rendering such occurrences increasingly rare. The cacophony of wails and curses emanating from the Bai family's doorstep soon attracted a throng of onlookers. As the crowd grew, Lu Xiaoyi's demeanor became noticeably constrained. Her greetings and expressions of concern, though sincere, could not rival the adeptness of Zhang Zuihua, whose volume and tone were far superior. Lu Xiaoyi, after all, was still young and had not performed on a stage with a large audience. In contrast, Zhang Zuihua thrived. Chapter 20 Confrontation with the Bai family. As the crowd swelled, her excitement intensified. The greater the number of onlookers, the more extraordinary her performance became. Years of accumulated radiance from her spiritual practice were cast aside. Chanting sutras only fortified Zhang Zuihua's character, allowing her to deliver her performance with unwavering grace and composure. Even during the climactic moments, her heart remained steady and her face unflushed. The expressions of the women, including Aunt Wang, darkened as they sensed Zhang Zuihua's formidable strength and progress. They realized they were no longer in the same league. While a novice might fail to recognize the prowess of a master, a seasoned expert could undoubtedly discern the subtle differences. As the martial arts say, that one step might remain unattainable for a lifetime, requiring immense talent and fortune. To the eyes of the experts, Zhang Zuihua had become a paragon of excellence. Lu Xiaoyi was no fool. After years of refinement, she had also become adept, though she lacked experience in performing before an audience. Observing Zhang Zuihua, she dared only to clap and scold from outside the door, too fearful to enter, knowing well the specter of Bai Hai's mother haunted her. She paid no heed to Zhang Zuihua. After inspecting the seldom used water well, which surprisingly still yielded cool underground water, she took a few refreshing sips, washed her face, and retreated indoors to find a fan and a stool, sitting comfortably as if she too were an audience member. The tactic Lu Xiaoyi employed was one that Zhang Zuihua had yet to master. Contemplating entering the courtyard to confront her, she hesitated, ultimately refraining from taking that step. Bai Cixi, Bai Fugui, and Bai Hai also dared not cross the threshold. This commotion eventually drew the attention of the village secretary, Zhang Qingji. Naturally, Zhang Qingji favored Lu Xiaoyi, offering two suggestions. One was divorce, allowing Lu Xiaoyi to claim half of the family assets and land. The other was to separate the households, with Zhang Zuihua and her husband living independently, while Bai Fugui and Lu Xiaoyi would manage their own household with their child. Such significant matters required the consent of the male head of the household. Regarding divorce, Bai Fugui was adamantly opposed. Despite knowing Lu Xiaoyi's indiscretions, she was an attractive woman. And given his circumstances, finding another wife, especially one as beautiful, was out of the question. As for separation, Bai Fugui was amenable, recognizing that his mother was aware of the hardships endured in the marriage. With Lu Xiaoyi, he had sufficient food and warmth, and even shared the bed. Ultimately, he hesitantly leaned toward the second option. Bai Cixi, indifferent to the matter, had little time left and was unconcerned. However, Zhang Zuihua had strong opinions. Witnessing her husband and son in such a pitiful state extinguished any remnants of her spiritual calm, prompting her to chastise them both. Fortunately, Zhang Qingji intervened swiftly, or else they would have borne the scars of another violent encounter. I refuse to agree to anything, absolutely nothing. Separation is out of the question, and divorce even more so. You think you can claim half of our assets and land? That is utterly impossible, unless I am dead. If you wish to divorce, you must compensate us. After all these years of living off us, you owe us. Zhang Qingji was furious. Madame Zhang, you are being utterly unreasonable. We live in a society governed by law. Your son is willing to separate, and adults are free to do so. Furthermore, marriage law exists, which is legally binding. How can you demand compensation? I care nothing for your laws. I am the head of this family. Providing for them, they must obey me. Unless you kill me, I will not be silenced. The two were at an impasse. One was reasonable, the other unreasonable. Zhang Qingji could not force them to divorce or separate, leaving him exasperated and retreating from the scene. Zhang Zuihua, too intimidated to enter the courtyard, felt her frustration simmering, knowing it could not end without resolution. Why shouldn't Xiao Hai go to school? He must attend. He will go to university, become a distinguished official, and outshine all of you blind fools. I will spare no expense. If there are no funds, you will work to earn them. If you cannot bring in money, do not expect to eat or sleep. My grandson will attend school. No one will have it easy if he does not. Suddenly, Zhang Zuihua recalled something and turned to her son. Is that wild child Bai Yang still living at the cattle farm? Yes, mother. Then let us go find that wild child. He bears the Bai surname and is part of our family. It is high time he returned to earn for us, laboring at the mine or the kiln to support Xiao Hai's education. Bai Hai could hardly have anticipated that after 4 years of silence, the battle-hardened Zhang Zuo would return with an even fiercer demeanor and audacity. Fortunately, there was Xiao Hui guarding the door. No, now it was De Hui tall, strong, and fearsome. Many were intimidated by Bai Yang's large dog, fearing it might attack. Zhang Zuehua and her entourage hesitated to enter. Bai Yang, you wild child, hurry and put that dog down. How dare you let it threaten your grandmother? Who is your grandmother? Even the dog refuses to acknowledge you. You little wild child, born into our family, raised by us, you belong to us in life and death. Return with us now. You've grown tall. Start working at the kiln tomorrow, and your wages will support your elder brother's education. Once he attends university and becomes an official, you will share in the glory. Have you lost your wits? Since I do not recognize your family, I will never do so even in death. Return? To earn money for Bai Hai's education? What a fanciful thought. If he attends university, what will I do? Does he have better grades than I do? Get lost. If you don't leave, I will unleash the dog on you. You little wild child, like your mother, may you meet a miserable end. You are not human. You will descend to the 18th level of hell, tormented by dogs and donkeys. I am counting down 3. What are you all standing around for? Beat this wild child to death. Kill that dog. Despite the insults, Bai Yang found himself at a loss against Zhang Zuo's barrage. However, he was not afraid of a fight. After 4 years of martial arts training in Baji Quan, military boxing, and Tai Chi, he had mastered them all. Now standing at a height of 1.50 meters, he possessed enough strength and speed, rendering ordinary opponents no match for him. Whispering a few words to De Hui, both he and the dog charged forward. Bai Cixi, Bai Fugui, and Bai Hai, armed with sticks and initially hesitant, steeled themselves as Bai Yang and the dog lunged at them, swinging their weapons fiercely. With a shake of his shoulder, Bai Yang shattered the stick aimed at him, countering swiftly with a punch. In mere moments, the 3 men lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Meanwhile, De Hui, behind Zhang Zuehua, clung tenaciously to a leg, refusing to let go. Zhang Zuehua, caught in a frenzy, was so rattled that she could no longer muster the words to curse. Bai Yang assessed the situation and, with a single whistle, Da Hui obediently returned. Zhang Zuehua collapsed onto the ground, joining the chorus of lamentations. Should you dare to provoke me again, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. I am but a child. The consequences of your demise would bear no weight upon my conscience. A few years in confinement for a handful of worthless lives is a small price to pay. With that, Bai Yang forcefully slammed the gate shut and secured it with a lock. The onlookers among the neighbors were left in awe, intimidated by Bai Yang's formidable presence. With bare hands, he had swiftly subdued 3 men, breaking a stick without a care. The ferocity of the dog was equally alarming. A single strike to the neck could easily prove fatal. His readiness to fight without restraint, leaving the 3 men on the ground in anguish, was no act. Furthermore, Bai Yang's fierce demeanor suggested he was indeed capable of causing lethal harm, making him a figure not to be trifled with. Before long, the village had arrived, accompanied by the neighborhood watch, which was essentially the former militia, albeit under a new name, tasked with maintaining order in the village. This time, Zhang Zuehua sought to reason. Zhang Xingji summoned the neighborhood watch to apprehend that little wildling Bai Yang at once. He has turned against his own kin, attacking his father, grandfather, and brother with lethal intent. He has broken the law. Have him executed immediately. And that large dog of his, which poses a threat to life, should be put down as well. The villain, it seems, was quick to accuse. Bai Yang, having heard the commotion, opened the door. Zhang Xingji furrowed his brow. Bai Yang, what is happening? Chapter 21. Poisoning. Bai Yang recounted the events with impartiality, merely narrating the sequence of occurrences. Zhang Xingji inquired further among the audience, and, upon discovering the truth, erupted in indignation. Madam Zhang, you consider yourself my elder, yet how can the Zhang family harbor someone so unreasonable and shameless? You come wielding sticks, seeking to harm Bai Yang and his dog, and when a few of you cannot overpower a mere child, you turn the tables. Zhang Xingji, how do you presume to lead? Is it merely to protect this illegitimate child? Is this child a product of your liaison with Liu Xiaoyi? Ah, I knew it. Silence. Dare you spread such slander? Arrest them all and confine them. If you do not learn your lesson, you will truly believe yourselves to be above the law. Several members of the Joint Defense Team apprehended the 4 individuals and transported them to an empty room within the brigade, locking them away irrespective of their cries and curses. In this era, the Joint Defense Team possessed law enforcement authority. Those who violated laws or failed to pay fines for exceeding family planning quotas could expect a harsh reprimand. In winter, they would be doused with water and subjected to the cold winds. In summer, they would be bound under the scorching sun. Though there were elderly and children among them, the Joint Defense Team showed some mercy, merely sealing the doors and windows. In such sweltering heat, they would have to endure, while constant observation ensured their survival. 3 days later, the 4, having exhausted their cries and no longer daring to curse, ultimately signed a guarantee letter and pressed their fingerprints before being released. No sooner had they been freed than they received distressing news. They were no longer permitted to reside in the dilapidated temple on the hill. They were either to return to their ancestral home or find alternatives. The 4 were left utterly demoralized, too intimidated to protest further. The 3 elderly men were relatively unperturbed, lacking superstitions. However, Zhang Zuohua found herself in a predicament, unable to return home as her family had already descended into chaos. Zhang Qingji's strategy was astute, forcing a division of the household, thus enabling the allocation of land for a new residence. Zhang Zuohua exhibited remarkable resilience, refusing to submit, and sought out an uninhabited property, albeit one that had collapsed. Fortunately, it had a surrounding wall, and being summer, she erected a shelter and laid down straw to make do. The belongings and provisions from the temple were also relocated, providing a wall to deter theft. A roof against rain, water, a cooking stove, and a toilet. Basic living conditions were assured, and yielding was out of the question. Although she could not make a fuss, she remained resolute against both separation and divorce. The narrative shifts back to Bai Yang. Over these years, he maintained a disciplined lifestyle, practicing martial arts each morning before heading to the traditional medicine shop and the state-run restaurant, returning to the village primary school by noon. Much had changed during this time. Firstly, Bai Yang himself had grown to a height of 1 meter and 50 centimeters, considered tall among his peers, boasting long legs and a muscular physique. His facial features bore a resemblance to an adult, half inheriting from Liu Shaoyi, and the other half remaining a mystery. Overall, he was quite handsome, albeit rather dark-skinned and neglectful of his appearance, sporting short hair and a prominent scar. While his clothing bore no patches, he was perpetually marked by the scent of sweat, not due to negligence, but from excessive physical activity. The martial arts skills imparted by the 3 elderly gentlemen had largely been acquired. Bai Yang had learned all they could teach him. However, in recent years, Li Grandpa had seldom visited the park, being over 80 and less agile, while Fong Grandpa also reduced his attendance due to age-related decline. On the other hand, Pei Grandpa, being younger and in good health, was a key reason for Bai Yang's continued visits. Bai Yang had visited the homes of the 3 elders, bringing gifts during holidays and sharing meals, forming a standard friendship across generations. After the summer vacation, Bai Yang would enter junior high, and time would become scarce for practicing martial arts in the city park, much to the elders' regret, yet they understood the circumstances. Nevertheless, Bai Yang promised to visit them when possible, ensuring that if he could not practice at the park, he would come to their homes instead. Over these years, Bai Yang had earned a considerable sum. Likely only Liu Dage could guess the extent, as Liu Dage earned 1,500 yuan from Bai Yang, indicating that Bai Yang had at least 15,000. In reality, Bai Yang had amassed a total of 21,000, with over 6,000 acquired from wild goods at the market. Bypassing Liu Dage's involvement and not originating from Chenjiago, Bai Yang had firmly established himself as a well-off individual. In rural areas, this amount could build 10 houses, while in the city, it could purchase 4 houses with courtyards. Although money depreciates, a fact unknown to many in this era, Bai Yang was aware. Thus, he did not let his wealth stagnate, but rather invested in 3 houses with courtyards in the county, registered under Liu Dage's name. The remaining 6,000 served as liquid assets, ensuring he was prepared for any unforeseen business opportunities. Of course, Liu Dage took the initiative to draft a will for Bai Yang. Unbeknownst to Bai Yang, Liu Dage secretly prepared another will, designating all his assets to Bai Yang after a century. Liu Dage had no choice. Bai Yang treated him with extraordinary kindness. As a disabled elderly bachelor without children, he had anticipated a lonely demise. But Bai Yang's presence transformed his life. No biological son or grandson could match Bai Yang's devotion. Bai Yang did not voice this, Yet Lu Dage was certain that in 100 years, Bai Yong would ensure he received a proper farewell. They were not to be blamed for their early preparations. In this era, reaching 40 often prompted thoughts of mortality. Given the harsh living conditions, suffering and early death surrounded them from birth to death. However, as conditions improved, lifespans extended, and mentalities gradually evolved. This era was one filled with hope, a time when dreams began to take shape. It was akin to the dawn of the sun, with hardships dissipating like morning mist. These words were penned for the laboring masses, not for those who sought their own demise. For instance, Zhang Zuohua, who contributed nothing yet engaged in schemes, indulging in sloth while plotting the downfall of others. Lo and behold, Zhang Zuohua devised yet another cunning plan. She contacted an old lover from her youth, proposing a property exchange. The old paramour, perhaps coerced by Zhang Zuohua or enticed by the 2 additional rooms in the Bai family's house, ultimately consented. With the homeowner agreeing to the exchange, Lu Xiaoyi, as the wife, had no grounds to linger in the Bai family's ancestral home, as it no longer belonged to them. Staying put would mean sharing a space with Zhang Zuohua's former lover. The attractive young woman, accompanied by her daughter, would be quite pleased with the arrangement. Lu Xiaoyi, being the beautiful young woman she was, found this prospect unappealing, and sharing a residence with Zhang Zuohua was even less desirable. Thus, she had no choice but to return to her family home with her foolish brother. Zhang Zuohua's maneuver was indeed brilliant. The tables had turned, providing her with a place to live while Lu Xiaoyi and her daughter remained away, thus not consuming resources from the family. Their household registration remained under the Bai family, and the land still belonged to them. Zhang Qingji found himself powerless, only able to covertly assist Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi remains indifferent, residing comfortably at her maternal home, occasionally spending the night away. Her days are spent meandering aimlessly. Yet she never returns home empty-handed, whether it be delectable treats or money. Her life is undeniably leisurely and carefree. One day, Bai Yong returned home to discover an anomaly, an extra mantu in the doghouse. Fortunately, Dehui had been trained well. He would not consume anything that was not provided by himself or Lu Diyi. Bai Yong picked up the mantu and detected a strong odor of pesticide. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Zhang Zuohua's family. Unable to confront him directly, they resorted to underhanded tactics. If the dog were to perish, would they not also poison the water tank below? Could this old wretch truly be capable of such a deed? Bai Yong was aware of Zhang Zuohua's audacious maneuver of changing residences and could not help but admire her cunning. Reporting the poisoning of the dog to the authorities would yield no results. What about the perpetrator? The mantu bore the scent of dichlorvos, so he retrieved the substance and poured half a bottle into the water tank, subsequently resorting to forceful destruction of the door lock. If they dared to poison Dehe, why would they hesitate to simultaneously eliminate a human? Chapter 22. The incident with Old Man Fong. Before long, Bai Yong arrived with Zhang Qingji and the joint defense team, pointing at the steam buns and the water tank, claiming that someone had poisoned him, with suspicions directed towards Zhang Zuohua's family. This situation had escalated beyond a mere public safety issue. It was a premeditated murder case. Soon, personnel from the police station arrived, equipped with testing materials. After a simple test with litmus paper, it was confirmed that the substance was indeed DDVP. Numerous villagers were interviewed, and some had indeed seen Zhang Zuohua and Bai Cixi passing through the area. The police station and the joint defense team swiftly proceeded to Zhang Zuohua's residence, where they apprehended the entire family without room for denial. The following day, the family was released, except for Bai Cixi. Bai Yong was summoned to the brigade, where he was informed that his grandfather, Bai Cixi, was responsible for the act. Due to his advanced age, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison according to the law. Through casual conversations with the police and Zhang Qingji, further details emerged. Initially, the family vehemently denied any involvement, but upon hearing that Bai Cixi would not face a death sentence and would only serve 3 years, he became unexpectedly cheerful, confessing after 2 meals that the entire scheme was his idea. Although he only admitted to intending to poison a dog, denying any involvement in breaking locks or poisoning the water tank. The police were puzzled about why Bai Cixi seemed content with imprisonment. Zhang Qingji clarified their confusion, explaining that Bai Cixi, having toiled all his life, was exhausted from working at home, often going hungry and enduring hardship, and he likely considered prison food superior to his own, where he could eat his fill without having to work and without anyone bothering him. Both the police and Bai Yong suddenly understood. The police reassured Bai Yong that they had issued a stern warning to the family, promising severe punishment for any future transgressions. Bai Yong had initially contemplated further intimidation tactics, but was surprised by how simply the matter had been resolved. He felt a twinge of guilt regarding Bai Xixi's 3-year sentence. Recognizing that it was not his doing, and that his grandfather was indeed a diligent and self-sacrificing person who had only sought a good wife, yet had endured a lifetime of suffering, bringing misfortune upon his descendants. After analyzing the situation, Bai Yong came to feel that he was performing a good deed by liberating Bai Cixi from his burdens for 3 years. The next day, Bai Yong arrived early at the park, waiting for a considerable time without sight of Old Man Fong or Old Man Pei, which struck him as unusual, prompting him to hurry to Old Man Fong's residence. To his dismay, the small building was sealed. Something was amiss. Old Man Fong must have encountered trouble. He swiftly made his way to Old Man Pei's home. Not far from there, he found Old Lady Pei at home, while Old Man Pei was out, reportedly on an urgent errand. Just as Bai Yong was about to inquire at Old Man Li's house, Old Man Pei returned with Old Man Fong and 2 little girls. Old Man Fong, usually upright, appeared hunched over, his eyes bloodshot. Upon seeing Bai Yong, the 2 elderly men forced a stiff smile and gestured for him to enter. It turned out that Old Man Pei had gone to the police station to fetch Old Man Fong. Being a solitary elderly man, Old Man Fong had once held a high-ranking position in the military, though Bai Yong felt embarrassed to ask about the specifics of his rank. His spouse had passed away years prior, and he had only one daughter, who had married into a large city. Recently, her in-laws had encountered problems, leading the entire family to flee overseas, leaving behind the children due to the dangerous circumstances and uncertain situation. Thus, they entrusted them to Old Man Fong. As a former leader, Old Man Fong was aware of the law yet chose to remain silent, resulting in the cancellation of all his retirement benefits and the confiscation of his assets. However, due to his age and the presence of some subordinates in crucial positions, he was spared imprisonment. Bai Yong observed the 2 little girls, who turned out to be twins, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old. Resembling porcelain dolls with their fair skin and lovely features, plump little faces, grape-like large eyes, and cherry-like small mouths. It was truly heart-wrenching to leave such precious children with an elderly man. The situation was fortunate yet unfortunate, as it had inadvertently caused their father to be implicated. Old Man Fong, please stay with me for the time being. It may be a bit cramped, but there is still room. I will find you a better place to rent shortly. I had intended to buy you a house, but you know my financial limitations. Old Man Pei felt guilty about imposing on them, stating that if it weren't for the 2 little girls, he could manage on his own. Bai Yong suddenly interjected, Grandfather Pei, Grandfather Fong, I have vacant houses in the city. There's no need to trouble yourselves with renting. The conditions may not be ideal, but would you like me to show you? Concerned about inflation, Bai Yong had recently purchased 3 houses, all of which remained unoccupied. One near an elementary school, another near a middle school, and one in the city center. Although the 2 elderly men were weighed down by sorrow, they were taken aback by Bai Yang's words. They were aware of his rural background and had checked all his records years prior, but they were astonished to learn that he owned empty houses in the city. They recognized that Bai Yong was capable of earning money but had not anticipated he could accumulate such wealth, nor that he had the foresight to buy property in advance, which made them look at him with newfound respect. Bai Yong, do you not live in your own houses? Old Man Fong inquired. Rest assured, I purchased 3 houses, all vacant. Furthermore, I have long since severed ties with my family and have been living independently. The 2 men were aware of Bai Yong's family situation but were unaware of the extent of his estrangement, and they were astonished to learn that he owned 3 properties. How did you manage to acquire 3 houses? Did you purchase them yourself? Of course, I have earned quite a bit in recent years. I feared that money would lose its value, so I invested in real estate. The 2 men expressed their astonishment. They had never expected such a young individual to possess such substantial assets, particularly with such remarkable foresight. You are too kind, but shall we go see the houses now? All right, I shall not stand on ceremony. I will remember this kindness, Old Man Fong. With the twins in tow, Bai Yong first led them to the property near the elementary school. In truth, all 3 properties were quite similar, 3 tile-roofed houses with a courtyard. 2 small rooms flanking the courtyard, one serving as a kitchen and the other as a bathing area. Old Man Fong and the twins, having been accustomed to better living conditions, found the modest dwelling somewhat challenging to adjust to, yet they expressed their gratitude with cheerful words, deciding this would suffice. The elderly man, wise from years of experience, recognized Bai Yang's goodwill and understood his intentions upon passing the elementary school. The furniture was present, but bedding, pots, and pans were lacking. Bai Yang went out to procure supplies while the two elderly men tidied up the house. By noon, the place was organized neatly, and the rice, flour, and cooking oil Bai Yang had purchased would last them for half a year. To Bai Yang's surprise, Old Man Fong took the initiative to prepare a meal, which excited Old Man Pei like a child, urging him to cook more. Once they sat down to eat, Bai Yang discovered that Old Man Fong was quite skilled. Not only had he held a high position in government, but his culinary skills were equally impressive. Old Pei was solely engrossed in his meal, neglecting even to raise a toast to Old Fong. Only after satiating his hunger did Old Pei begin to flatter. Old leader, it has been decades since I last savored your culinary skills. I am utterly enraptured. Today, I have truly indulged. Upon finishing his statement, he even let out a burp. How exaggerated. It has only been a decade at most. Absolutely not, he retorted. I recall it distinctly. The last time was during your award ceremony. Bai Yang, I assure you, there are no more than 10 individuals who have had the privilege of enjoying meals prepared by the old leader. Bai Yang continued to eat, too preoccupied to respond. This was the highest form of respect. The dishes were merely a selection of simple home-cooked fare: pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, braised fish, boiled old tofu, stir-fried asparagus, egg yolk baby cabbage, and a delightful squid soup with chives and eggs. Bai Yang found himself utterly captivated by the squid soup poured over rice, a taste he had never encountered in his previous life. Chapter 23. Junior High. As the gloom dissipated, Fong Laotu regained much of his previous vitality. Bai Yang, along with Lao Pei, frequently visited, driven by a desire to please his two beloved granddaughters. Despite his aversion to cooking, he found himself preparing meals daily. I urge you, my old leader, to pass on your culinary skills. Even the finest chefs cannot rival your talent. Hoarding such mastery is a disservice. At his age, flattering words still flowed easily. To which Fong Laotu chuckled. All right, I shall heed your advice. Bai Yang felt that Lao Pei's praise was not exaggerated. The food was indeed delectable, perhaps because he had never tasted anything of such quality before. Before departing, Bai Yang left 1,000 yuan with Fong Laotu, who insisted on accepting only 100. Grandfather Fong, please accept it without reservation. I am a standard 10,000 yuan household with a stable income. This is but a trifling sum. Your kindness to me cannot be measured in money. Bai Yang spoke sincerely, and Fong Laotu, moved, willingly shared his martial arts knowledge, imparting his wisdom generously to Bai Yang and the other two elderly men. This skill, while not intended for bullying, ensured that he would never again be oppressed. Having suffered indignities in his past life, he cherished the strength to stand tall. The significance of martial arts was immense, and 1,000 yuan was truly a small price to pay. Bai Yang was resolute in his commitment to support Fong Laotu in the future. Grandfather Fong, do not hesitate to spend. I will provide for you regularly. Should you run short, feel free to ask me in advance. Rest assured, my fortunes will only grow. Tears of gratitude glistened in Fong Laotu's eyes after many years. Grandfather, be cautious. This young man may be attempting to bribe you, warned a clever little girl, her large eyes fixated on Bai Yang, her innocent voice endearing. Laughter erupted among the group. With the arrival of two granddaughters, Fong Laotu seldom visited the park for martial arts practice, preferring to take his granddaughters for leisurely strolls. Whenever Bai Yang had the time, he would visit, offering help and enjoying meals in return. Soon, the summer vacation passed, and Bai Yang embarked on his junior high journey. He was placed in Class 2, among 9 classes in total, filled with students from over a dozen villages in the town. Class 1 was reputed to be affluent, influential, and academically accomplished, while Class 2 comprised diligent students from average families, and so forth. Bai Yang, of average height, settled in the middle of the classroom. Shortly after taking his seat, he was summoned to the office. The homeroom teacher escorted him to the office of the grade leader. Upon entering, Bai Yang sensed trouble. Zhang Zihua and Bai Hai were already present, alongside a middle-aged man in his 40s with a grim expression, glaring at Bai Yang as soon as he entered. Director Hao, this is Bai Yang, the homeroom teacher asserted, attempting to curry favor with the middle-aged man. Bai Yang, your grandmother and elder brother are here. Explain why you stole your brother's tuition fees. Director Hao demanded angrily. Bai Yang felt a wave of resentment at the accusation. Stole tuition fees? When did I ever steal tuition fees? Impudence. Your grandmother and elder brother have come to confront you. and you still dare to quibble. Understanding the situation, Bai Yang realized that the deceitful Zhang Zuihua was at play again. He knew he must remain calm despite Director Hao's displeasure. I do not comprehend your accusations. While she may be my grandmother in name, I have not lived with them for many years. I earn my own tuition fees. In name? You earned it yourself? A mere child like you? Director Hao scoffed. Even if your grades are commendable, lacking character renders you worthless. One must always remember their roots. Filial piety is paramount. Otherwise, you are less than human. Bai Yang felt anger well up within him at Director Hao's words. Turning to Zhang Zuihua and Bai Hai, he noticed their smirking expressions. Director Hao, on what basis do you label me worthless upon our first meeting? What gives you the right to judge my character with just a glance? Because your grandmother and elder brother say so. Individuals like you, regardless of academic achievements, are unwelcome at our school. You will return home to farm, where filial piety and character are irrelevant. Zhang Zuihua beamed with delight, whispering praises to Director Hao. Bai Yang found the situation absurd. Excuse me, Director Hao. So just because this elderly woman claims something, you declare me unfilial, lacking in character, a thief, and proceed to expel me? That is your grandmother, not a random elderly woman. Based on this alone, how can you claim to be filial? Director Hao, would you not hear my explanation first and determine the truth before passing judgment? There is no need. At my age, I am capable of judgment. Besides, as a disobedient child, how can I trust you? Ah, what a splendid teacher you are. I initially doubted the remarks I overheard about you, but now I'm convinced. Who? What did they say? They remarked that you are obstinate, foolish, and arbitrary, failing to verify facts and believing hearsay. In short, you are a mindless fool. You are insolent. I am merely relaying what I heard. If you believe everything Zhang Zuihua says, then I must also believe what others say about you. According to your logic, you teacher Shun, this student belongs to your class. Expel him immediately. At that moment, an elderly man entered the room. What is going on here, making such a racket? Director Hao's demeanor shifted instantly to one of forced cheerfulness. Principal Bao, I was provoked by this student. His grandmother and elder brother came to the school, claiming they only had a few yuan for his brother's tuition. He, dissatisfied with not being allowed to attend, stole the money and disrespected his grandmother. I pondered that a child exhibiting such ingratitude and poor habits is unfit for our school. He even mocked me as being foolish. Principal Bao, initially furrowing his brows, now glared at Bai Yang after hearing the explanation. Director Hao, I entered your office unaware of the situation and was met with scorn, followed by expulsion. As the party involved, you denied me the chance to speak, destroying my future. Is this not childish? Moreover, you slander me as foolish based on mere hearsay. As a director, should you not verify before judging? Are you competent in your role? Principal Bao, look at this child. Not only is he lacking in character, but he is also glib. Bai Yang seized the opportunity, not allowing the principal to become furious. Principal Bao, I trust you are not one to act arbitrarily without discerning right from wrong. With Bai Yang's inquiry, Principal Bao's anger dissipated, replaced by calm interest as he regarded Bai Yang. Director Hao has denied you the chance to explain. I shall grant you that opportunity. Speak. Thank you, Principal Bao. I believe it is essential to revisit the events from the beginning and allow those at fault to speak. I must express my own perspective, as the current situation is unjust. Principal Bao couldn't help but cast a discerning glance at Bai Yang, pondering to himself that this individual hardly resembled a mere child. His thoughts and actions surpassed even those of this seasoned principal. Very well, your suggestion holds merit. Let us commence with your grandmother. Zhang Zuihua found herself at a loss, adept at throwing tantrums and employing underhanded tactics, yet lacking in reasoned discourse. With Bai Yang absent, she felt emboldened to speak freely, as even Director Hao could be easily misled. However, with Bai Yang present, the truth could easily be unveiled, and should inquiries arise back in the village, she would be caught in a web of deceit. As Director Hao pressed her to reiterate her previous statements, she realized there was no alternative but to maintain her facade. Principal Bao, our family is in a pitiful state. We are impoverished, with 3 grandsons unable to afford education. Ultimately, we decided that the eldest, Bai Hai, should pursue his studies, while the younger one would forego education to work in the kiln, earning money to support the household and enabling his elder brother to attend university. Once his brother achieves success, he might extend a helping hand to him. Chapter 24. You impertinent wretch. However, this little wretch had pilfered his elder brother's tuition fees and subsequently presented them to the school to attend classes, thereby rendering his brother unable to pursue his education. My purpose today is to assert that the tuition belongs to his brother. I shall take this little wretch back and prevent him from attending school." Upon hearing this, Principal Bao frowned at the little wretch, yet refrained from reacting harshly. Instead, turning to Bai Yang, who is next, the dialogue between Director Hao and myself follows. For the sake of fairness, I propose that Teacher Shun, as an observer, recounts the events. "Very well, Teacher Shin, please proceed." Teacher Shun, a woman in her late 20s, appeared somewhat reserved in the presence of the two leaders, yet remained impartial as she summarized the exchange between Director Hao and Bai Yang. Upon hearing Director Hao being referred to as a fool, Principal Bao could not help but smirk slightly, thinking to himself how cunning Bai Yang truly was. After listening attentively, Principal Bao turned his gaze towards Bai Yang. "It is your turn." Bai Yang did not rush to speak. Instead, he lowered his head, revealing a long scar on his forehead, still visible from the stitches. "When I was 7, my biological mother nearly beat me to death with a stick, compelled by my grandmother. Otherwise, they would have harmed both me and my mother. Thus, my mother struck me, but fortunately, I survived. You insolent wretch, when did I ever wish to kill you? I merely wanted your mother to break your legs, so you would never dare to run away again." As Bai Yang spoke, Zhang Cuihua could no longer contain herself and erupted in a cacophony of insults, a stark contrast to her earlier facade of victimhood. Silence. When Bai Yang was speaking, you refrained from interrupting him. Now, when he speaks, do not interject, or else your grandson Bai Hai shall find himself unable to attend school. Principal Bao's voice, though not raised, bore an undeniable authority, causing Zhang Cuihua to fall silent immediately. Bai Yang glanced at the principal, who nodded in encouragement, and continued, "7 stitches adorned my forehead, rendering me unconscious for an entire night. Upon regaining consciousness the next day, I was forced to cut pigweed, otherwise there would be no food. My daily sustenance consisted of merely half a bowl of rice porridge, and each day was filled with either scolding or beatings. After enduring for half a year, I could no longer bear it. If I did not change my circumstances, I would surely perish. I sought out the brigade leader, who provided me with a place to reside. From that moment on, I moved out of the Bai household, severing all ties with them, earning my own living and funding my education independently. On the day I moved out, all the money I had saved to purchase pots, bowls, and bedding was snatched away by them, who accused me of stealing 100 yuan from the family, nearly beating me to death in the process. I fled to the brigade leader's home to escape their wrath. Divine justice prevailed. For the Bai family was haunted. The ghost was my elder brother Bai Hai's biological mother. Villagers claimed that her spirit lamented her unjust death, insisting that Zhang Cuihua was responsible, and demanded vengeance from Bai Hai. Subsequently, my grandmother, Zhang Cuihua, was so terrified that she could not return home and sought refuge in the temple on the back mountain. I lived in peace for several years, only to find that the old woman returned not long ago. My grandfather, father, and elder brother Bai Hai armed themselves with sticks, coming to beat and scold me, insisting that I work in the kiln to support Bai Hai's education, or else they would kill me. They assaulted me with their sticks, but fortunately, I had a dog to guard me, and after years of labor, I had developed some strength, so I did not suffer unduly. Zhang Cuihua faced misfortune, bitten by the dog. She harbored a grudge against me and, taking advantage of my absence, attempted to poison my dog with tainted buns and even poison my water jar, intending to kill me as well. You insolent wretch, you fiendish spawn. Zhang Cuihua had held her tongue long enough, but could no longer restrain herself, only to be interrupted by Principal Bao's thunderous command. Be silent. If you do not wish to resolve the matter, you may leave. Bai Yang exhaled deeply and continued. These events transpired only a few days ago. I was fortunate to escape. Otherwise, both I and my dog would now lie buried. Subsequently, I reported the incident, and the police came to investigate, confirming that it was indeed the Bai family who had perpetrated the acts against me. My grandfather, Bai Cixi, was sentenced to 3 years. You may verify my account with the villagers or inquire at the police station. Director Hao's expression was one of complexity. He recognized his own hasty judgment. If Bai Yang's claims were true, would Principal Bao not take action against him? He loathed Zhang Cuihua with a passion. As a young woman and a new mother, Teacher Shin looked upon Bai Yang with eyes full of compassion. Principal Bao, initially sensing something extraordinary about Bai Yang, was now convinced of the boy's remarkable resilience. And what of your mother? When Bai Yang heard the principal pose this question, He sighed inwardly at the man's meticulousness. I share no connection with my mother. However, I have heard that she was pursued by my grandmother back to the ancestral home, living alone with my younger sister. Later, my grandmother exchanged the old house for another. And like me, my mother feared her, ultimately left homeless and forced to return to her family. The village secretary suggested divorce or separation. But my grandmother refused, clinging to the land and food that rightfully belonged to my mother, sister, and me. Shut your vile mouth. You wretched spawn, I shall end your life. Zhang Zuohua could no longer contain herself, her true nature exposed, and she lunged at him. Present-day Bai Yang was no longer intimidated by brute force. He deftly evaded her grasp. Teacher Shun and Director Hao quickly intervened to restrain Zhang Zuohua. Principal Bao, now truly enraged by Zhang Zuohua's antics, had initially harbored doubts about Bai Yang, but after witnessing Zhang Zuohua's behavior, he was convinced of the truth. This is a school, not your home. Continue this ruckus, and I shall report you for disturbing the peace, at which point the police will be summoned. Principal Bao, I am wronged. The little wretch's claims are entirely false. I am the one speaking the truth. He is merely fabricating lies. How could a child possibly earn a living and support himself? It is impossible for a child to earn enough money for education. He lies. He stole my money. Very well, you each have your own narratives. I shall consult with your village leaders to ascertain the situation. Whether theft occurred will be determined by evidence. I will also seek verification from the police. If theft is confirmed, he will bear legal responsibility. If there was no theft, you will face consequences for slander. Principal Bao's approach was orderly, fair, and just. He instructed Director how to go to the village to summon the village leaders to the police station. An hour later, at the police station, all parties were present, and inquiries began one by one. While the matter of money remained ambiguous, there was no evidence to support the accusation that Bai Yang had stolen. Thus, it became evident that Zhang Zuohua had slandered him. Additional testimonies corroborated Bai Yang's account, further illuminating Zhang Zuohua's character. The final verdict was that Zhang Zuohua, having only recently been released, was once again found guilty of disturbing public order and falsely accusing her grandson, resulting in a 2-day detention as punishment. As for Bai Hai, he would not be able to attend school until the tuition was duly paid. Bai Yang returned to class alongside Teacher Shen. Director Hao, having acted rashly and created turmoil for the school, was deemed unfit to remain as the grade director and was reassigned to manage logistics. 2 days later, Bai Hai arrived at school with his tuition fees, the source of which remains a mystery. Half of the students at Luzhong reside on campus due to the considerable distance. For instance, Bai Yang must travel 15 li from his village to the school. And with the early classes and evening study sessions, bicycles are a luxury unattainable for most children of this era. They rely solely on their legs. Despite the distance, Bai Yang opted not to board at the school, as morning martial arts practice would be hindered, yet the long-distance running to and from school served as an excellent means of physical training. Additionally, Bai Yang preferred the spaciousness of his home, with its expansive courtyard, over the cramped quarters of a dormitory shared with a group of children. Chapter 25. The comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. The middle school years represent a pivotal stage in one's growth, serving as a critical transition from childhood to adult cognition. It is during this formative period that one establishes their worldview, becoming increasingly aware of beauty and ugliness, and begins to experience the nascent feelings of love, familial bonds, and friendship. Adolescence is characterized by sensitivity and innocence, amplifying all emotions. As a result, both joy and sorrow are intensely felt, marking a time of impulsivity and suppression. For these young minds, it is a process of reawakening to the world around them. Some exhibit impulsive behavior, indulging in playfulness, culinary delights, and pursuits of affection, while others grapple with feelings of inferiority, arrogance, and a quiet determination to alter their fates through hard work. This age is a tug-of-war between childlike innocence and the harshness of reality. The rate of physical growth is rapid, and their minds are constantly absorbing new knowledge and insights. However, these revelations can be harsh, as they long for maturity, yet yearn to retain their simplicity and childlike wonder. This complex contradiction is inescapable, leading to rebellion that is often not intentional, but rather a response to their circumstances. Some manage to endure, while others cannot. This period is also one of boundless imagination, where the foundational style and aspirations for a lifetime are often shaped by these infinite dreams. Although Bai Yong has lived two lives, his previous existence was muddled, solely focused on labor, leaving him unaware of these nuances. Now, in this second chance, although his mindset is already set, he still experiences the transformations of his body and a burgeoning understanding of emotions. Love, kinship, friendship, these are all foreign concepts to him. Living within this community, it is impossible not to be influenced. Even his once unyielding heart is gradually corroded. This era is marked by significant societal change, transitioning from tradition to modernity, often manifesting in extreme behaviors. After prolonged suppression, the resultant release can be explosive. On one side, there is the conservative nature of the elderly. On the other, the unrestrained openness of the youth. Schools, too, are deeply affected by these dynamics. Attributes such as being handsome, cool, tough, engaging in fights, fantasizing about love, and competing fiercely, along with financial status and family background, have become the criteria for judging the worth of young individuals. Bai Yong, with his mature mindset, remains indifferent to such superficial concerns. Investing time and energy into these matters is, in his view, a futile endeavor. While physical appearances may vary, most individuals are relatively similar. Even the most striking beauty can become tiresome over time. Bai Yong firmly believes that true charisma emanates from one's abilities, with outward appearance being a mere accessory. As a student, the measure of one's capabilities lies in academic performance, financial status, family background, physical prowess, and future potential. Bai Yong possesses everything except a notable family background. He is financially secure, physically capable, emotionally stable, and academically accomplished, leading his peers to believe he is destined for greatness. Bai Yong has not squandered the past 3 years, achieving a comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. In terms of morality, he does not aspire to be a people-pleaser, yet he has certainly not descended into malevolence. Academically, he has consistently excelled, with the exception of English, which may be attributed to the ingrained nature of his previous existence, making it difficult to embrace new languages. Physically, he takes immense pride in his height of 1.82 meters, standing out among his peers. Appearing lean yet muscular, with the only flaw being his darker complexion, a result of sun exposure rather than genetics. He maintains a rigorous running regimen, exercising daily, regardless of the season. His martial arts training has not waned either. He regularly seeks out Master Fong and Master Pei on weekends, and practices for half an hour each morning in the courtyard. While Bai Yong has yet to fully test his strength, he is confident that he could easily handle 10 challengers. The 3 elderly mentors often remind him that no matter how skilled one becomes, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat. Thus, he has diligently practiced with various weapons, mastering different forms and techniques. Despite his prowess, Bai Yong remains humble, never using his skills to intimidate others, and few are aware of his extensive training. In terms of aesthetics, his appreciation is undeniable. Having immersed himself in study over the years, even in his previous life, he avidly consumed visual media. Many precocious female classmates have written him notes, which he has tactfully disregarded, finding it difficult to engage in such interactions, as they remain minors. Surprisingly, in this life, he has become the object of affection for many girls, a stark contrast to his previous existence where he was widely disliked. Regarding labor, he has continuously engaged in business endeavors to earn money, even purchasing a bicycle to facilitate deliveries in the city during early mornings and late evenings. However, his earnings over the past 3 years have dwindled significantly, as the market economy has opened up, leading many to enter the business realm and resulting in a proliferation of restaurants. The influence of state-owned establishments has diminished, and while Western medicine has gained prominence, traditional Chinese medicine has seen a decline, resulting in a scarcity of medicinal materials. The once lucrative trade in these areas has lost its appeal. Despite earning less, he remains financially stable, owning 3 properties and possessing a surplus of 20,000 yuan. Bai Yong understands the importance of education at this stage, particularly as high school presents more challenges, necessitating that he maintain his current financial status without the time to expand his ventures. 3 years have swiftly passed. After taking graduation photos and completing examinations, the students eagerly await their results, enjoying leisure time together. Bai Yong does not intentionally distance himself from his classmates. Rather, his mature mindset makes it challenging for him to form deep friendships, perceiving them as a group of children. Yet, in the eyes of his peers, he is regarded as an idol, mature, composed, handsome, academically successful, financially secure, and formidable in physical confrontations. His aloofness is misconstrued as arrogance, while some criticize him for being pretentious. Many admire him greatly. Baiyang estimates that he would have no trouble gaining admission to the best county high school. Over the past 3 years, he has risen early and returned home late, remaining largely oblivious to the happenings in his village, with old Liu, aside from his drunken ramblings, rarely discussing village matters with Baiyang. During a rare 2-day break, he indulges in leisure activities, visiting the riverbank and the back mountain, swimming and barbecuing, reveling in the joy of life. As summer vacation approaches, Baiyang contemplates seeking new avenues for income. However, he struggles to conceive any ideas. The next day, he rides his bicycle around the county town, discovering a newly constructed shopping mall. Could this be the once thriving clothing market from his previous life? Indeed, it is called Zhongwu Mall, which has flourished for 30 years, bustling with crowds and offering affordable, high-quality clothing. The mall is expansive, comparable to large shopping centers in modern times, and while still in the process of establishing itself, a few stores are already under renovation. Baiyang heads to the sales office. A middle-aged gentleman and a beautiful young lady were furrowing their brows as they examined some documents. "Excuse me, may I inquire whether this shop is for lease or for sale?" The lovely young lady's eyes brightened upon seeing the tall gentleman, and her frown instantly vanished. "We have both options available for sale and for rent. What are the prices? Please, have a seat, and I will explain." The middle-aged man, noticing the youth appeared to be a country lad, continued to peruse the documents since Xiao Xie was attending to him. "Young man, how should I address you?" "My surname is Bai." "Hello, Xiao Bai. You may call me Xiao Xie or Sister Feng." Baiyang observed that the other person was in their early 20s, slightly older than himself. "All right, Sister Feng. Our shop occupies an area of 40 square meters. Of course, if you require a larger space, we can combine units. The purchase price is 100 yuan per square meter, while the rental cost is 400 yuan per year for 1 unit. Baiyang calculated in his mind that his residential property, which included a yard, was approximately 200 square meters and cost him 5,000 yuan, equating to 25 yuan per square meter. Given the current market inflation, it was likely around 40 yuan per square meter now. This shop's price had more than doubled, making it rather exorbitant. With 20,000 yuan on hand, he could potentially acquire 5 shops and then collect rent. Chapter 26. Purchasing a commercial property and obtaining a household registration, it is unfeasible. The return on investment is too slow. Perhaps I should buy 3 properties and then head south to wholesale clothing? The profits from clothing in this era are remarkably high, and most people here procure their goods from the city where prices soar. Few are willing to make the long journey. Each person can carry at most 2 large bags, which hardly justifies the time and transportation costs, not to mention the risk of losing capital to pickpockets on trains or buses. I, however, have a space that can accommodate a substantial inventory, ensuring the lowest prices and guaranteeing no financial loss. Furthermore, my aesthetic sensibility from a past life gives me a significant edge over other merchants. Yes, this is the plan. Xiao Fengjie, I wish to make a purchase, but the price seems a bit steep. Could we negotiate a discount? Upon hearing that Baiyang was interested, Xie Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled even brighter. Our shopping center has just been completed, and we are offering discounts. A 5 reduction for 1 property, and a 10 discount for the purchase of 2 or more. Additionally, those who buy properties for their own business will be exempt from sanitation and management fees for 2 years. Xiao Fengjie, could you possibly provide a larger discount? If the price is right, I would consider purchasing 3 properties. The middle-aged man and Xie Xiaofeng, upon learning of the intention to buy 3 properties, regarded Baiyang as a veritable god of wealth. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of regret for not having attended to Baiyang first, realizing that this would have been a remarkable achievement and could have yielded bonuses. Xiao Bai, please wait here for a moment while I consult with my supervisor. Xie Xiaofeng said, rising to leave. Xiao Fengjie, I appreciate your efforts. If the price is reasonable, I can finalize the deal today, Baiyang stated, discreetly slipping 10 yuan into Xie Xiaofeng's hand while the middle-aged man was distracted. Xie Xiaofeng, taken aback by the gesture, hesitated to refuse, fearing that a more conspicuous rejection would alert the middle-aged man. She hurriedly exited, planning to return the money later when she could speak with Baiyang privately. While 10 yuan is not insignificant, it is trivial in the context of purchasing commercial property. Once she accepted it, she felt obligated to assist him. A few minutes later, Xie Xiaofeng returned with a stout gentleman, who entered with a broad smile and extended his hand to Baiyang. Xiao Bai, this is our manager Xie. It was Bai Yang's first experience of shaking hands in a professional context, yet he did not falter. "Hello, Xiao Bai. Xiao Xie has spoken highly of you, mentioning that you are her friend. Rest assured, as a friend of Xiao Xie, you will receive a discount of 15, the absolute lowest price." "Thank you very much, Manager Xie. I will select 3 properties," Bai Yang replied. "Excellent. Truly a promising young man. Xiao Xie, please assist Xiao Bai in choosing the properties and completing the necessary paperwork." Bai Yang was pleasantly surprised that Xie Xiaofeng had brought the manager with her. In these times, a manager holds a status akin to a modern-day CEO. The discount of 5 percentage points made the 10 yuan seem worthwhile. "Thank you once again, Manager Xie." "Not at all. You and Xiao Xie proceed with the paperwork. I have other matters to attend to," he replied. Xie Xiaofeng's fair complexion flushed slightly, which puzzled Bai Yang, though he did not dwell on it. With a site plan in hand, Xie Xiaofeng led Bai Yang on a tour, detailing the layout of various sections. A significant portion of the spaces remained unoccupied, assuring ample good locations. Bai Yang selected 2 adjacent properties in the clothing section and another in the footwear and accessories area. However, when it came time to pay and finalize the paperwork, both Bai Yang and Xie Xiaofeng were taken aback. Without an identity card or household registration was impossible. Xie Xiaofeng was astonished to realize that Bai Yang was only 15 years old. What family has a child of 15 who appears so mature? How unusual. Unfortunately, Bai Yang's darker complexion made him appear older than his years. There were no restrictions against minors purchasing property. However, registration required verification of identity through a household registration or identity card. "Xiaofengjie, I will pay the deposit for now. I will return in a few days with my household registration to complete the registration," Bai Yang proposed. Xie Xiaofeng, still reeling from her tumultuous emotions, confirmed her initial attraction to Bai Yang upon first sight. Could it be love at first sight? She had assumed he was of a similar age, only to discover he was still a minor. A deposit? Good. The total for the 3 properties is 200. Please provide me with a deposit of 300. Bai Yang pulled out a stack of cash and counted out 300 yuan. After bidding farewell to Xie Xiaofeng, he hurried back to the village. The household registration must be resolved, as it is necessary not only for purchasing commercial property, but also for enrolling in high school. His household registration remained with the Bai family, and requesting it would likely be futile. Instead, he would seek out Zhang Qingji, the village secretary, to assist in the reissuance. Upon arriving at Zhang Qingji's home, he learned that the village secretary had been promoted the previous year and was now working in the town government. Bai Yang chided himself for being so oblivious. Over the past 3 years, he had paid little attention to village affairs and had no idea how his mother or the Bai family was faring. He pedaled quickly to the town government. Fortunately, Zhang Qingji was present, now holding the title of director, though Bai Yang could not recall the specifics of his responsibilities. "Uncle Zhang, congratulations. I have only just learned of your promotion." With that, Bai Yang presented a pack of cigarettes. "Bai Yang, it has been so long. You are far too kind. You have your own challenges. I cannot accept this gift. Please take it back," Zhang Qingji replied. "Uncle Zhang, you must accept it. I am here to ask for your assistance. If you refuse, I would feel quite embarrassed seeking your help," Bai Yang insisted. "What is it? Feel free to speak," Zhang Qingji encouraged. "After the summer vacation, I need to enroll in high school, which requires a household registration. I doubt my grandmother, Zhang Suihua, will be able to provide it. Could you possibly help me facilitate a reissue? It would greatly ease my future endeavors." "Certainly, no problem. However, Bai Yang, so many years have passed. What about that note?" Zhang Qingji hesitated. Bai Yang understood his implication and produced the note that Zhang Qingji had written years ago, handing it over. Zhang Qingji accepted it with glee, aware of its significance. If it were to leak, his current position would be in jeopardy. After verifying its authenticity, he lit a cigarette and incinerated the note. "Come, Bai Yang, I will take you to the police station to reissue your registration." Upon arriving at the police station, Zhang Qingji approached a superior, offering 2 packs of cigarettes and briefly explaining the situation. The process was completed swiftly. During this era, household registrations were handwritten, with the most crucial aspect being the official stamp. Bai Yang now held a pristine red booklet containing the details of all members of the Bai family, including himself. As evening fell, the 2 rode back to the village side by side, engaging in casual conversation. "Bai Yang, do you still wish to attend high school? Have your exam results not yet been released?" Zhang Qingji inquired. "I have estimated my scores, and I believe they should suffice for high school admission," Bai Yang replied. "By the way, I have 3 daughters. Which one do you think is the most beautiful? Zhang Qingji asked. Bai Yang was taken aback. What does this mean? Zhang Qingji has 3 daughters and no sons, and it seems unlikely that he will have any more children. The 3 sisters are strikingly beautiful, often referred to as the 3 golden flowers of the village, attracting the envy of many young men. The eldest, Zhang Jingguan, is 19 years old. The second, Zhang Xiuwen, is 17. The youngest, Zhang Suwen, is 15 and shares a class with Bai Yang in elementary school. Despite their beauty, Bai Yang holds no affection for them. In fact, he harbors a deep disdain, as the 3 sisters had bullied him in a past life. In contemporary terms, they are regarded as the pampered daughters of the village, mingling with the children of the kiln factory owner and several affluent and influential families, forming a clique that indulges in idleness. Although this group is comprised of many young women, their power is formidable, and they are not to be trifled with, often taking pleasure in tormenting others. The 3 sisters, as the village's golden flowers, are undeniably beautiful. Uncle Zhang, why do you inquire about this? Chapter 27, The Son-in-Law? Uncle Zhang has been quite candid with you. He has taken a liking to you and wishes for you to become his daughter's husband. What? Are you suggesting that I become a live-in son-in-law? Bai Yang, we live in a new era. Being a live-in son-in-law is no longer a disgraceful notion. Your ties to the Bai family are not particularly strong, and Uncle believes it would make no difference to you. I have 3 daughters for you to choose from, any one of whom would be a suitable match. You are of the right age now. Having graduated from middle school is sufficient. There is no need to continue your studies. It is best to settle down now, get married, and start a family once you come of age. Stop, Uncle Zhang. I am still quite young, and I truly wish to pursue my education. Can we not discuss this matter at a later time? Bai Yang, you must understand, my family has considerable assets, and I can still work for several more years. Once I retire, you could take over my position. There is no guarantee you will be admitted to high school or university. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Taking over my role is far more advantageous. Uncle, you may not be aware of my academic performance, which is quite commendable. With any luck, I will certainly gain admission to university. Moreover, the state encourages late marriage and childbearing. Let us postpone this discussion. Bai Yang found it difficult to outright refuse, especially since Uncle had just rendered him significant assistance. Very well, do come over to my home to play and spend time with your 3 sisters. Bai Yang sighed inwardly. Although Zhang Qingji was an official, he still harbored traditional views, insisting on continuing the family lineage. Bai Yang chuckled to himself, pondering the awkwardness of being invited to become a live-in son-in-law to someone whose mother had had an affair with Zhang Qingji. In truth, Zhang Qingji and his wife had been observing Bai Yang for years. Zhang Qingji had surmised that many things in the Bai household were indeed orchestrated by Bai Yang. Having lived independently from a young age and managed to support himself while achieving excellent grades, he was both clever and resourceful, never at a loss. His kindness towards outsiders, like old Lu, indicated he was also a dutiful child. As he grew older, Bai Yang would have opportunities, and his daughters would find suitable partners. Moreover, Bai Yang was a child born out of wedlock, unacknowledged by the Bai family, and his biological father had abandoned him. Considering all these factors, there was perhaps no one more suitable than Bai Yang to assume the role of a live-in son-in-law. That evening, Bai Yang did not return home, but instead went to old Lu's house for a meal. During dinner, he inquired about the happenings in the village. What he learned was shocking. Zhang Jinshui had become the village head a year prior and had reconciled with Zhang Zuo. The relationship between their families was now closer than ever. Bai Yang's mother, Lu Xiaoyi, had taken Bai San back home since Zhang Jinshui's appointment, and she had also mended ties with Zhang Zuehua. Their relationship had transformed to resemble that of a mother and daughter, so close that they could quarrel without hesitation. No woman in the village could rival this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo. Additionally, grandfather Bai Cixi had been released and surprisingly remained quite vigorous. Both grandfather Bai Cixi and father Bai Fugue were employed at the brick factory in town and seldom returned home. Bai Yang was perplexed as to how the 3 individuals had reconciled. Old Lu was also unaware, only noting that Zhang Zuo had become exceedingly arrogant, while Zhang Jinshui and Lu Xiaoyi were both quite obedient to her. Suddenly, a chill ran down Bai Yang's spine, and a strong sense of crisis surged through him. Zhang Jinshui and Lu Xiaoyi were heeding Zhang Zuo's words. Who did Zhang Kuo despise the most? Him, Bai Yang. The village head, Zhang Jinshui, could easily manipulate the affairs of the village. Lu Xiaoyi, his biological mother, the the one closest to him by blood, could influence his future. Having refrained from any direct confrontation for so long, could they truly be afraid to provoke him? It was unlikely. Zhang Zuohua was not the type to shy away from a challenge, nor would she let him off lightly. The only plausible explanation was that they were biding their time, scheming to ensure he would never rise again. This overwhelming sense of danger kept Bai Yang awake, his mind racing. Checking the time, it was past 9. He slipped on his shoes and stealthily made his way to the Bai family home. Most houses in the village had extinguished their lights, yet the Bai household remained illuminated. Now that the village had been electrified, many families had acquired black and white televisions. Bai Yang crouched by the wall and listened. He could hear voices inside, though the words were indistinct. Assessing the height of the wall, which was 2 meters, he knew he could easily scale it without making a sound. Climbing over the wall with the utmost caution, he finally positioned himself by the window, shrouded in darkness, and began to eavesdrop. Mother, since Bai Yang has become so financially successful, we should not make things difficult for him. Let us negotiate with him and ask for monthly payments. Xiaoyi, you are mistaken. Hasn't Aunt Suehua made things clear? That boy is quite unruly. How could he willingly part with his money? He must be tamed decisively, or he will remain uncontrollable. Jin Shui is right. Didn't he just mention that Zhang Qingji's family has taken a liking to that wild child? They want him to be a live-in son-in-law. We can sell that wild child to Zhang Qingji and make a handsome profit. Bai Yang was taken aback. They were indeed conspiring against him. Xiaoyi, we must approach Zhang Qingji tomorrow and negotiate for more money. Once we finalize the deal, we shall implement our other plans in tandem, ensuring that this wild child is utterly subdued, preventing him from ever rising again. Their multiple plans? In the sweltering summer heat, Bai Yang felt a chill of sweat break out on his skin. Zhang Zuehua was truly insidious and shameless. Suddenly, Zhang Jinshui and Lu Xiaoyi exited the main room, prompting Bai Yang to quickly hide in the shadows. The two entered the newly added side room and locked the door. Moments later, muffled gasps could be heard from within. How outrageous. Zhang Jinshui was engaging in such acts with Lu Xiaoyi right beneath Zhang Zuehua's nose. Was this something a normal person would do? Bai Yang quietly scaled the wall once more. On his way back, he pondered his predicament. Apart from the possibility of becoming Zhang Qingji's live-in son-in-law, what other options did he have? After considerable contemplation from Zhang Zuohua's perspective, he was at a loss. It was truly overwhelming. What to do? This matter was surely known only to the three of them, and extracting information from their lips seemed impossible. Wait, a sudden flash of insight struck Bai Yang. There was indeed one more person who might know. Their younger sister, Bai San, who lived under the same roof and would undoubtedly overhear something. Bai San could be persuaded to divulge information. Early the next morning, Bai Yang kept a watchful eye on the path to the fields, anticipating that Bai San would indeed be sent to cut pigweed. His prediction was correct. Shortly thereafter, Bai San appeared with a basket on her back. Now a young woman, she resembled Lu Xiaoyi in features and height, though she was quite thin, indicating she had endured hardships. In the desolate wilderness, with no one else around, Bai Yang approached, startling Bai San. Her initial fear dissipated once she recognized him. Ergo, she stammered. Are you going to cut pigweed? Indeed. Ever since you departed from home, the burdens of menial tasks such as gathering pigweed have fallen entirely upon my shoulders. Bai San lamented, nearly brought to tears by his grievances. With 2 elder brothers. The eldest is indulged to the heavens, doing nothing at all, enjoying the finest of food, clothing, and comforts, while the second brother has ventured away from home and never returns. All the household chores have been thrust upon him, and these past few years have been fraught with hardships, lacking proper nourishment and warmth, frequently subjected to scolding and punishment. How could one not feel aggrieved? He harbors a deep resentment towards this family and his 2 brothers. Xiao-san, which grade are you currently in? Chapter 28. Bai San's plea last year. After finishing primary school, Bai San ceased her studies. Bai Yang merely inquired casually, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, but inadvertently deepened it. He took Bai San's basket and said, "Come, I will accompany you to gather pigweed, and we can converse along the way." In their previous life, this sister would offload her chores onto him and snatch away food, having learned mischief from their grandmother and mother. She would scold and even strike herself. Over the past few years, Bai Yang had escaped from that torment, but he was dismayed to discover that Bai San had become entangled in it as well. Many of Bai Yang's tribulations had been transferred to Bai San. "Second brother, can you help me escape from the Bai family?" Bai San implored. Grandmother has been searching for a marriage match for me over the past 2 years, and she only seeks out unscrupulous individuals, those who offer a high price. I heard she is trying to marry me off to a man just released from prison, who is already 30 years old. They simply wish to sell me." As Bison spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Bai Yong sighed. Although he felt pity, memories of her every action in their past life lingered, leaving him unsettled. "Allow me a moment to think. By the way, Xiao-san, do you know how Zhang Cuihua and the others plan to deal with me?" Bison ceased her weeping and looked earnestly at Bai Yong. "I know they are planning to act against you soon. If you wish to know more, you must first help me escape the Bai family." Bai Yong was taken aback. "How can I help you?" Bai San gazed intently at him, having intended to seek out her second brother these past few days, but was surprised that he approached her first and with a request. "Second brother, I was thinking of pretending to fall into the river and then vanish, living under an assumed identity for a few years. Xiao-san, if you do that, how will you survive those years? Are you expecting me to support you?" Bai Yong questioned. "Second brother, you are wealthy enough to afford a bicycle. Could you help me find a place to live in the county town? It would be best if you could also find me a job. Once I come of age and separate my household registration, they will no longer have any hold over me, and I can step out with dignity. Rest assured, even if you cannot find me work, I will repay you for the money spent over these years once I grow up," Bai San said passionately. Grasping Bai Yang's hand, tears flowing freely. "Second brother, I beg you." Bai Yang felt somewhat uncomfortable, but did not withdraw his hand. His sister, Bai San, so young yet so cunning, was indeed pitiful, but Bai Yang truly wished to have no further entanglements with her. "Xiao-san, though I earn some money, it is only enough for my own expenses. Supporting you will be difficult." Bai San suddenly withdrew her hand and wiped away her tears. "Second brother, trust me, grandmother has several tricks up her sleeve. This time, you surely cannot outmaneuver them. Your future will be even more miserable than mine. Your bicycle and money belong to them as well." Bai Yang's lips twitched. His sister was no longer a child, possessing both ambition and courage. He sighed inwardly, realizing that none of the Bai family were simple individuals. "Xiao-san, how about this? I will exchange money for information." "That will not do. I am just a little girl. Even if I have money, I cannot survive alone for years." Bai Yang pondered for a moment. "Very well, I agree to your request. Thank you, second brother. They have devised a new plan, and I will investigate further today. Please help me find a place to stay, and once I am settled, I will share all the plans with you." Bai Yang could not help but view this sister with renewed respect. She was honest enough, having overheard that Zhang Cuihua and the others indeed had a new scheme. "Very well, let me know as soon as you have news. I will head to the county town to search for a house." "All right, second brother, thank you," Bai San exclaimed, embracing Bai Yang tightly. Finally, she would be free from suffering, finally avoiding a marriage to a villain. Bai Yang was unaccustomed to Bai San's affection, yet he could sense that her excitement, though somewhat exaggerated, was genuine. It was no wonder that Bai San fared well in her previous life. Despite the dubious means, she possessed a remarkable talent for navigating relationships. Riding his bicycle to the county town, Bai Yang considered renting a house independently. Time was of the essence. There were no real estate agents in those days, only the need to inquire door to door. He first checked on his own property near the first middle school. Although he would visit regularly, the house had been vacant for a long time and required several repairs. After a simple cleaning, it was habitable, and he intended for Bai San to stay there temporarily until he could find her a proper place. Next, he set out to complete the paperwork for his shop. At this hour, the Chongwu shopping mall was bustling, and Bai Yang rode over to finalize the shop's registration. Xie Xiaofeng seemed to have had a restless night, casting a complex gaze upon Bai Yang. Soon, the paperwork was completed, and Bai Yang received the keys to 3 shops. Xie Xiaofeng discreetly slipped 10 yuan into Bai Yang's hand. "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept this money. I appreciate the sentiment, though you may treat me to a meal sometime." Bai Yang felt awkward about the exchange. After all, she was a young girl, and seeing her take the initiative to invite him to dinner was unexpected. "Sister Xiaofeng, I plan to do some simple renovations and install a signboard. Do you know anyone who could help with that?" "Yes, we have people in our company who handle that. They procure materials collectively, so they are inexpensive and the workers are skilled." Shortly after, Xie Xiaofeng introduced a renovation worker, who arrived covered in paint and dust, exuding professionalism. Bai Yang showed the worker around the shop and outlined his requirements. The worker quoted a price. Unsure of its fairness, Bai Yang found a total of 100 yuan, which he deemed acceptable. He handed over the keys and a deposit, instructing the worker to commence work the next day. The worker readily agreed, assuring completion within 7 days. The shopping mall would open in half a month, so there was ample time. After leaving, Yang proceeded to purchase some supplies. The house beside the first middle school was devoid of furniture aside from a few basics, so he prepared essential items for San, as he too would need to stay there once school began. It was prudent to stock up all at once. By the time he returned to the village, night had fallen. Just as he was about to unlock the door, a figure suddenly darted out from behind a tree. "Second brother, you have finally returned." It was his sister San. "Come inside and speak," he said. Once inside, San eagerly inquired, "Have you found a place to stay?" "I have secured a location." "Thank you, second brother. Have you found me a job?" San's urgency made Yang uncomfortable, and he replied curtly, "No. It is challenging for adults to find work in the city. How could a minor like you have any luck?" San appeared dejected. "Do not worry. As long as your information is genuine, you will not starve." She noticed Yang's displeasure. "Second brother, if the news is not worth mentioning, do not hesitate to let me starve or drive me away." "When do they plan to take action?" "In a few days. Once your Zhongkao results are out and you receive the notification from Yizhong, they will proceed." "How do they know I will be admitted to Yizhong?" Hai mentioned it, stating that your grades are excellent and you will surely gain admission." "Understood. I have already secured a house. When will you be ready on your end?" "I have been prepared for quite some time. The sooner, the better." "Very well, let us do it now. It is dark and no one is around, making it a perfect opportunity to take you to the county town." The two first arrived at the riverside, where San placed the basket, sickle, and his usual shoes and clothing by the riverbank, creating the illusion of a jump into the river. Barefoot and donned in the long dress stolen from Lu Xiaoyi, San pedaled towards the county town on Yang's bicycle. Chapter 29. The Ruthless family. Upon arriving at Yang's residence, San cheerfully examined the surroundings. "Xiao-san, are you at ease now? Please share the details of Zhang Tsuehua's plan," she urged. "Ergo, I haven't eaten yet," Yang replied, somewhat speechless, recognizing how adept his sister was at manipulating situations, despite his own hunger for missing dinner. He moved to another room, and, while San was distracted, took out the supplies he had procured. "Xiao-san, come over and grab the bedding to set up the bed. I will prepare dinner," he instructed. San hurried over, and upon seeing the array of goods scattered about, her eyes sparkled with delight. With new bedding and sealed bags of rice, flour, and oil, her anxieties dissipated, marking the commencement of a fresh chapter in their lives. All right. After San had tidied up the bedding and organized the items, Yang had finished cooking. They each enjoyed a generous bowl of egg noodles. Both were famished, devouring their meals with remarkable speed. Almost brought to tears, San marveled at the sumptuous bowl of noodles accompanied by 2 eggs and plenty of oil, a feast she had only experienced during festivities. She eagerly washed the dishes before returning to Yang. "Ergo, let me tell you about Grandma and their plans." Yang sat up straight, focusing intently on his sister's eyes to discern the truth. "Go ahead. Ergo, do you know about Zhang the butcher from the southern end of the village?" She began. "Yes, he picked up a young and foolish wife a few years back. I heard she is quite pretty," he replied. "Indeed, Zhang the butcher is a gambler, often lacking funds, and frequently trades his foolish wife for money," she explained. "But how does his foolish wife exchange for money?" "Many lonely old men seek out his wife, paying a sum each time," San clarified. "I see, but what does this have to do with Zhang's plans?" San continued. "On the day you receive your acceptance letter to Yizhong, Zhang Jinshui will be slaughtering pigs and will invite Zhang the butcher and his foolish wife to join. At that moment, Zhang Jinshui will feign goodwill towards you, the future college student, and invite you to dine. Then he will drug you, leading to an encounter with Zhang the butcher's foolish wife. Following this, Zhang the butcher will claim you assaulted her, breaking your legs and castrating you, ultimately stealing all your possessions. They have calculated that your belongings are worth at least 200 yuan, which is why Zhang the butcher is willing to take the risk. Zhang Jinshui, now the village chief, will reclaim the cattle and horse yard, leaving you homeless. Coupled with your lack of funds, he will force you back to the Bai family, using the guise of family care to bring you back. Thus, you will never escape the Bai family's grasp, living your life as their servant. Grandma even mentioned that once you are castrated, you, as an illegitimate child, will be unable to carry on the family line. Furthermore, she has contacted the kiln factory's manager, whose son seems to have a grudge against you. Once your leg heals, you will be sent there, with your wages going directly to Grandma, ensuring that you will have no good days ahead, and with your elder brother and father watching over you. escape will be impossible. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang felt a chill run down his spine on this sweltering day. How cruel. It was truly malicious. Had he not been forewarned, he would have been utterly defenseless. Moreover, he would be rendered useless, incapable of achieving anything in life. A crippled and castrated man. What aspirations could he possibly hold? At that moment, a surge of vengeance coursed through Bai Yang. Initially, he thought he could merely foil their plans, but now his rage boiled over, igniting a desire to eliminate them. No, that was not enough. He wanted them to suffer a fate worse than death. After a brief pause, he regained his composure. Why act on the day of the acceptance letter? Big Brother Bai Hai's grades are lackluster, and he can only hope to attend a local high school. He is unwilling to accept this and plans to impersonate you to enroll at Yizhong, Bai San explained. What an audacious scheme by Bai Hai. What else? She continued. That day, Zhang Jinshui was chatting at Zhang Qingji's house and learned that they wished for you to become a live-in son-in-law, hoping to exploit you for more money. Mother and grandma visited Zhang Qingji's home today, assuring them you would agree to be the son-in-law, effectively selling you to the Zhang family for a bride price of 1,000 yuan, of which they have already collected 300. Bai Yang felt a surge of confusion. Does Zhang Qingji truly comply with their wishes? What is more, if I am crippled and castrated, would they still desire me? Your injury and castration will not concern the Bai family. It will be the butcher's doing, and he will be in the right. Regardless, the engagement is set. Whether you want it or not, they will demand another 700 yuan to reclaim you, with the initial 300 non-refundable. They speculate that Zhang Qingji would likely refuse, thereby sending you straight to the kiln factory, condemned to earn money for the Bai family for life. The more Bai Yang contemplated, the colder his spine felt. He would be rendered useless. Seeking revenge, while handing over the Yizhong acceptance letter to Bai Hai, effectively binding himself to a life of servitude, all while allowing the Zhang family to pocket 300 yuan. Had he not been forewarned, he would have found himself retracing the path of his past life, worse off than before. Zhang Cuihua and her accomplices were truly cunning, reaping all the benefits while remaining untouched. Who devised this scheme? The idea for Bai Hai to impersonate him was concocted by Bai Hai himself. The plan to cripple and castrate him was Grandma's doing, and the deception regarding Zhang Qingji was a joint effort by Grandma and Zhang Jinshui. How did Zhang Jinshui reconcile with Zhang Cuihua? How did Lu Shaoyi mend ties with Zhang Cuihua? When Zhang Jinshui served as village chief, he subdued Grandma, who then softened her stance, reconciling and agreeing to many of Zhang Jinshui's terms. Among them that mother would return home, with Grandma forbidden from beating or scolding her. The family would also be ensured proper provisions, without hindering the relationship between mother and Zhang Jinshui. I understand now. It's getting late. You should wash up and rest. Tomorrow, I will buy you some clothes and shoes. Try to stay indoors as much as possible. Here, take this 5 yuan. Use it as you need. I will periodically supply food and drink for the family, so you need not worry about expenses. Thank you. Ergo, I am so grateful. Bai San's information was indeed invaluable. Bai Yang spent a sleepless night, realizing that while evading these plots was straightforward, devising a counter-strategy was far more complex. Lacking resources and combat experience, he struggled to conceive the most satisfying form of revenge. By morning, clarity dawned upon him. He could learn. He rushed to the bookstore, purchasing several books on strategy, including the 36 Stratagems, Geguzi, and the Art of War. He also bought clothes and shoes for Bai San and brought along some breakfast. Upon returning home, he delved into his studies. As the night deepened, I finished reading everything, not because I read quickly, but because I had previously encountered much of it in various history books and television dramas. It felt as though my mind was brimming with knowledge. Yet it seemed rather inconsequential. Suddenly, I recalled the book's assertion that specific matters require specific analyses. Mere imitation is insufficient. Bai Yang began to take up pen and paper, diligently documenting the names of individuals and the tasks they were to undertake, while also outlining his own strengths and weaknesses. It resembled a puzzle-solving exercise, akin to a riddle game. After laboring over drafts throughout the night, he finally produced a satisfactory version by dawn. He then incinerated all the papers and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening at noon, Bai San sat quietly, engrossed in San Shi Lu Ji. Elder brother, you are awake. I shall heat some food for you, he said. Bai San's culinary skills were straightforward, characterized by a touch of salt and proper cooking. Bai Yang had a modest meal before venturing outside. He arrived at Dechun Zhuang in the town, near the kiln factory director's residence, pretending to rest while engaging in casual conversation. Under the influence of good tobacco, he extracted a considerable amount of gossip and misdeeds concerning the kiln factory director's household. Upon returning to the village, he first stopped by Uncle Lu's home to share a meal. "Bayong, your family is in trouble," he was informed. Chapter 30. Entering the game. What happened, Uncle Lu? Your sister Baisan has vanished. Her clothes were discovered by the river, and many speculate that she may be gone for good. Your mother and grandmother are nearly driven to madness, wailing and lamenting. It seems your sister was betrothed, and the other party has come to request the return of the deposit. Your grandmother refuses to return it, and that family, ruthless as they are, has vandalized your grandmother's home, believing it's a lost cause. Bayong remained silent, continuing to eat his meal. Upon returning home, he began to compile the misdeeds of the kiln factory manager. With his left hand, he deliberately wrote in an ugly script, "Dear respected leader, I am a villager from Dechen Zhuang, and I wish to report the Chen family, led by Chen Dai, the kiln factory manager in Beigo town. Their family has committed numerous heinous acts." Bayong detailed the malevolence of the Chen family, particularly emphasizing the presence of mentally challenged and disabled laborers in the kiln. He named names, asserting that this was not mere hearsay, as he had spent considerable time at the factory in his previous life and remembered those individuals well. To be safe, he made 3 copies, one for the county, one for the city, and one for the local television station, sealing them in envelopes and affixing stamps, ready to be mailed the following day. Soon, the day arrived to check scores and collect notification slips. Students were abuzz with excitement, anxious about the pivotal moment in their lives. However, upon receiving their scores, some wept, others laughed, and some remained indifferent. The most exhilarated were those who had been accepted into vocational schools. In these times, students from families lacking resources but excelling in academics often found themselves in such institutions. Admissions signified becoming a reserve cadre of the state, with jobs, residency, and housing awaiting them. Tuition was waived, and each month, a small stipend was provided. For junior high students, especially those from rural backgrounds, vocational school was the most appealing option. High school was only a consideration for those with stubborn ambitions or particularly affluent families. Bayong observed his score, which exceeded that of Yizhong by a notable margin, and felt reassured knowing that no one had supplanted his score. Shortly after arriving home, someone knocked on the door. "Bayong, are you home?" "Who is it?" "It's your Uncle Jin Shui." "Uncle Jin Shui, please come in." "No, I heard you did quite well on your exams." "How did it go?" "Not too bad, sufficient to get into Yizhong." "Very good, very good. I knew you would achieve great things. We have slaughtered a pig at home today. Come eat some meat with me." "Is it too late for me to curry favor with you?" Bayong sighed inwardly, recognizing the reason behind Zhang Jin Shui's rise to village head. His emotional intelligence was undeniable. "Uncle Jin Shui, I've already eaten." "It's not about eating now. The pig was just killed, and it will take some time. You are still growing and will digest quickly. Come on, let us go now. We can have some fun first." Zhang Jin Shui would not take no for an answer, pulling Bayong along. "Wait for me. Uncle Jin Shui, I need to lock the door." Bayong did not lock the door. Instead, he went inside to retrieve a box of unopened malted milk powder. "You child, why are you bringing something when visiting your uncle? Quick, put it down." Though his words were formal, he made no effort to stop Bayong. Upon arriving at Zhang Jin Shui's home, the atmosphere was lively. To Bayang's surprise, Zhang Qingji was also present, accompanied by his eldest daughter, Zhang Jingwen. When Zhang Jingwen saw Bayong, her gaze was intense, causing him to shy away, feeling overwhelmed by her eagerness. Zhang Jingwen was not unattractive. On the contrary, she was quite beautiful. As a rural girl, she was accustomed to hard labor and physical activity, and her family ensured she received ample nourishment. She was a spirited young woman, unrestrained, and both families had earnestly discussed her future with Bayong, already favoring him. Now, seeing him, she regarded him as a piece of meat almost within her grasp. Interpreting Bayang's expression as that of a bashful young man, her interest grew more fervent. Eager to finalize their engagement before her 2 younger sisters took notice, Bayong exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Qingji, only to discover that Baihai was also there, standing with his hands behind his back, feigning interest in watching Zhang the butcher slaughter the pig, while his gaze frequently darted toward Zhang Jingwen. Despite her being a bold girl, Baihai felt a twinge of apprehension, yet he couldn't help but steal glances at her stunning figure. In the kitchen, Aunt Zhang was busy cooking, while Zhang Jin Shui's son, Zhang Bin, was tending to the stove. Brother Bin, let me handle the stove. You go help with the pig. Bai Yang, you're the guest. How can I let you do that? Just relax. Brother Bin, I can manage. I've noticed that your cooking isn't very palatable. I'll handle the stove and learn from Aunt Zhang. You're an adult now. Don't steal a child's job. Haha, you big fellow calling yourself a child? Very well. Aunt Zhang welcomed Bai Yang's offer to tend the stove, often glancing over to admire him. Zhang Jingwen wanted to stay close to Bai Yang, but not wanting to soil her new dress, she refrained from entering the kitchen, seizing the opportunity each time Aunt Zhang entered or exited. Bai Yang discreetly added the previously prepared aphrodisiac for the pigs to most of the dishes, ensuring a sufficient dosage. At dinner time, everyone settled at the table, yet Bai Yang remained oblivious to how Zhang Jinshui had drugged his food. However, he felt no concern, as he possessed a spatial ability to store whatever he consumed in an instant. Where's the soda? I forgot. I'll go get it now. Soda was a novelty. For those who didn't drink alcohol, soda was a delightful alternative. Aunt Zhang brought out the soda, and Zhang Jinshui effortlessly opened a bottle, passing it to Bai Yang. Bai Hai and Zhang Jing when sodas fizzed with a pop. Since there are no extra cups, you'll have to drink the soda directly. Bai Yang realized that the drug was in the soda prepared for him. The table at Zhang Jinshui's home was small, filled to the brim with his family, the butcher and his wife, Zhang Qingji and his eldest daughter, Bai Hai, and Bai Yang, all crammed together, but thankfully the dishes were plentiful. Zhang Jingwen insisted on sitting next to Bai Yang. Given the already tight space, she naturally pressed against him, occasionally serving him food. Bai Hai felt uncomfortable. He too was fond of attractive women, especially those related to Bai Yang. He firmly believed that everything Bai Yang possessed should belong to him. If he lacked something, then Bai Yang should not have it either. At that moment, Zhang Jinshui inquired of Bai Hai, Xiao Hai, how many points did you score on your high school entrance exam? Out of a total of 650, I scored 610. Everyone turned their attention to Bai Hai. He struggled to suppress his pride, tilting his head slightly. Bai Yang was taken aback. Was that not his own score? The school had posted the scores for the entire year, and he was among the top 10 with a score of 610. I took a moment to examine Bai Hai's score, which stood at 440, merely sufficient for a high school in a rural township. It requires a substantial sum to gain admission to the prestigious Shenzhou. In a previous life, he also secured his place there through monetary means. Remarkable indeed. I just inquired about Bai Yang, who has also surpassed the admission threshold for Yizhong. I did not anticipate that both young scions of the Bai family would excel to such an extent. They are bound to achieve great success in the future. Bai Yang refrained from unveiling Bai Hai's secret, likely awaiting the moment tonight, when he can present his own report card, masquerading as himself. It appears that Bai San truly did not deceive him. All plans aligned precisely with what Bai San had foretold. Amidst the praise from the crowd, Bai Hai and Bai Yang raised their glasses, reveling in a lively atmosphere. Chapter 31. Entering the game Part 2. Halfway through the meal, Bai Yang feigned discomfort and leaned over the table. Observing this, Bai Hai smirked with a hint of malice. Zhang Jinshui and Zhang Tufu exchanged glances and nodded silently. Bai Yang, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Jinshui inquired with genuine concern. I believe the aroma of our baijiu has overwhelmed him. Perhaps we should assist him back to rest, suggested Zhang Tufu to his simple-minded wife. His simple-minded wife, possessing some beauty yet lacking intelligence, had been indulging in food while others drank, now fully satiated. Oh, she exclaimed, rising to help Bai Yang. I shall accompany you. Bai Yang is quite large, and it would be laborious for one person to assist him. Zhang Jingwen also stood to offer her help. Zhang Jinshui and Zhang Tufu exchanged another glance, sensing trouble brewing. Sister Jingwen, I've noticed you hardly ate. I will assist you in escorting Bai Yang. We can resume our meal upon our return, Zhang Bin interjected, also standing to join. Zhang Jingwen saw this as an opportunity to send Zhang Tufu's simple-minded wife away and cultivate a bond with Bai Yang. How vexing Bai Hai was, interrupting her plans. Despite the sumptuous spread before them, they had not dined well, and the opportunity for a grand feast was rare. They resolved to eat their fill and stealthily slip away later that night. The four of them assisted Bai Yang back home. Seizing the moment to retrieve the keys, Bai Hai rummaged through Bai Yang's belongings, only to find no notification letter. After placing him on the bed, Zhang Jingwen busied herself with fetching water and moistening a towel to care for Bai Yang. The effects of the alcohol had already begun to take hold of the other four. Suddenly, Bai Yang awoke, clutching his stomach. Oh, my stomach hurts. I feel dizzy. Hurry, Take me to the clinic. Although Bai Hai was also feeling the effects, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Bai Yang's notification letter, which was crucial for his future. Quickly, we must take Bai Yang to the clinic. Despite feeling hot all over, Zhang Jingwen remained rational. Sister Jingwen, you can ride Bai Yang's bicycle to take him first. We will follow shortly. Bai Hai, feeling foggy, could no longer think of letting Bai Yang and Zhang Tofu's simple-minded wife be alone together. He aimed to divert Bai Yang and Zhang Jingwen, allowing him to search for the coveted notification letter. Zhang Jingwen, preoccupied with coaxing Bai Yang to eat and offering him food, consumed little herself, and the alcohol's effects were mild, enabling her to successfully ride the bicycle with Bai Yang out the door. As Bai Hai stepped outside, he began to rummage around frantically, growing increasingly anxious. A strange noise emerged from behind him. Turning around, he saw Zhang Tufu's simple-minded wife and Zhang Bin, both succumbing to the effects of the alcohol. Bai Hai soon felt the effects as well and lost consciousness in an instant. At Zhang Jinshui's home, the others grew anxious as Bai Hai and the others had not returned. They instructed Zhang Qingji to wait at home while Zhang Jinshui and Zhang Tufu went to check on them. Both men, feeling fuzzy-headed, assumed the cause was the Baijiu. In their haste, they jogged over, determined to retrieve Bai Hai, Zhang Jingwen, and Zhang Bin, ensuring Bai Yang was left alone with Zhang Tufu's simple-minded wife. The combination of alcohol and running accelerated the effects. With a singular focus, they finally arrived at Bai Yang's home, and upon witnessing the scene inside, even their last vestiges of self-control vanished as they succumbed to unconsciousness. At the dining table, only Zhang Qingji and Zhang Jinshui's wife remained, chatting amiably as they waited for the others to return. As time passed and the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, both lost consciousness. Bai Yang had intended to control Zhang Tufu's simple-minded wife, to confiscate all the household items, preventing any looting of the Bai and Zhang families, thereby eliminating any chance of blame. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qingji had also arrived, accompanied by Zhang Jingwen. The greatest disruption was Zhang Jingwen's persistent presence, thoroughly derailing his plans. Nevertheless, the situation had not spiraled out of control. As Bai Yang observed Zhang Tufu's simple-minded wife and Zhang Bin becoming unwell, he hastily concocted an excuse to leave, taking Zhang Jingwen away from this chaotic scene. But what to do with Zhang Jingwen? Sister Jingwen, hold on a moment. I need to use the restroom. Not far from the door, Bai Yang feigned needing to dismount the bicycle, darting into a nearby thicket. With no other option, he sought a secluded spot to subdue Zhang Jingwen, preparing for the situation with Zhang Tufu's simple-minded wife, intending to use it on Zhang Jingwen instead. Moments later, Zhang Jingwen followed him in, the sun sinking low, casting shadows over the silent thicket. Bai Yang, where are you? Zhang Jingwen called out anxiously. Sister Jingwen, I'm over here, Bai Yang replied, leaning against a tree. Without regard for what he was doing, she rushed into his arms. Meanwhile, at the Bai household, following Bai San's disappearance, suspected to have drowned, Bai Si and Bai Fugue returned home. The absence of Bai San caused only a brief sorrow for Lu Xiaoyi, as she mourned the loss of her own flesh and blood. Zhang Zihua and the Bai father and son were more concerned about the lost money. They had been on the verge of securing a marriage alliance, only for it to vanish. From their perspective, after years of nurturing, they were about to reap a good price, and with a deposit already received, the sudden disappearance left them furious. As shameless individuals, they would never consider refunding. They would rather risk their home being destroyed. The Bai family remained awake late into the night, not due to Bai San's disappearance, but out of anxious anticipation. By now, they expected chaos to have erupted at Bai Yang's end, yet the village was eerily quiet. Mother, could something have gone wrong? Close your mouth. Let us go take a look, but keep it down. We must not be discovered. The group approached Bai Yang's house cautiously, finding the yard wide open along with the front door. Strange. Why is there no barking from the dog? Could it be that the door was left open and the dog ran away? Unbeknownst to them, Bai Yang had long since sent the dog to Lu Deye's home, and from that day forth, he had no intention of residing at the cattle and horse farm. Zhang Zuihua and the others stealthily entered the room and turned on the light. The members of the Bai family gasped in shock. And Lu Xiaoyi could not help but scream. Confused, they wondered what had transpired. They each succumbed to unconsciousness. Quickly, see what has happened to them. Bai Si, being the eldest and a man of experience, approached cautiously. They are not dead, they have merely fainted. But where is that little wild child? What? You useless fools. The wild child is missing, Yet you all lie here like dead pigs. Zhang Cuihua, enraged, raised her voice. Thankful that the location was secluded and no one could hear her. Fugaway, hurry and lock the doors. We must not let anyone discover this. Find a way to wake them all up. Bai Yang's plans were disrupted by Zhang Jingguan, who interrupted his intention to be alone with Zhang Tufu's simple-minded wife. He had meant to control her, induce vomiting, and then gradually hydrate her until she recovered. He intended to return to Zhang Jinshui's home, creating a commotion when the effects of the alcohol hit, drawing the attention of neighbors, and ensuring Zhang Jinshui's family would face humiliation. Chapter 32. Playing the game, adding fuel to the fire. Reporting to the police station again will surely lead to imprisonment. Consequently, Zhang Jinshui could never serve as the village chief again. Zhang the butcher would sacrifice his foolish wife without reaping any benefits, and they would undoubtedly seek revenge on Zhang Cuihua later. Furthermore, regarding the marriage of Zhang Qingji's family, I shall not consent. The three families would collectively trouble the Bai family, questioning how they remain unscathed while enjoying all the advantages. Ironically, they did not savor the lamb and instead found themselves in a predicament. Although the rhythm of the plan was disrupted, Bai Yang still managed the situation adeptly. He restrained the deranged Zhang Jingguan, inducing her to vomit, followed by a frenzied intake of water, and then more vomiting, until Zhang Jingwen's body cooled and she fell into a stupor. Upon returning home, he found several others also in a deep slumber. Bai Yang suddenly conceived a new plan to involve the Bai family members. Venturing outside, he lurked by the roadside. Around 11 o'clock, the Bai family finally arrived. Once they entered the courtyard, Bai Yang dashed towards the village. In the stillness of the night, only the cicadas and toads could be heard. Bai Yang raised his voice, mimicking a woman's tone, shouting as he ran. Help! Someone has died at Bai Yang's cattle farm. The commotion was so loud that many lights in the village flickered on. Villagers adored a spectacle. The more considerable the incident, the greater the attraction. After shouting for half the village, Bai Yang stealthily slipped back into the thicket, lying beside Zhang Jingwen, closing his eyes to feign unconsciousness. Bai Fugawei was about to lock the courtyard gate and return to awaken the others when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps and curiously peered out. It was a shocking sight, a throng of people rushing towards him. Bai Fugawei hastily secured the door. This group included the newly appointed village secretary, along with several party members and neighborhood watchmen. Their enthusiasm was palpable. They were vying for a third-class merit, and those who lagged behind might miss out. Everyone noticed someone peeking out and swiftly locking the door, feeling suspicious and concluding they must be criminals. The two leading figures simultaneously kicked the door, which crashed open, and Bai Fugawei was pinned beneath it. Some individuals lifted the door to see who was underneath, while others dashed inside the house. The Bai family, taken aback by the sudden influx, turned pale and huddled against the wall. Seeing the commotion, the intruders assumed everyone was dead, their expressions shifting drastically. Someone shouted to restrain the Bai family, suspecting them to be the murderers. Prejudgments ran rampant. They all believed the individuals inside were lifeless. Quick, someone go to the brigade and call the police. After a while, amidst the frantic explanations from the Bai family, a brave soul checked for signs of life, leading to the misunderstanding being resolved. The entire room erupted with astonishment as those hidden in the back jumped up to see. Although they were not deceased, it was a sight they would never forget. At that moment, Village Secretary Yang Suang spoke, instructing that a few individuals should keep the Bai family under control while the rest should exit and wait for the police. Yang Suang had long harbored disdain for Zhang Jinshui, who had ascended to the village chief through connections, disregarding him as secretary. This time, he would have the last laugh. Soon, two jeeps sped onto the scene. A dozen police officers squeezed through the crowd and entered the house. A life was at stake. Despite the late hour, it warranted serious attention. Yang Suang explained the situation, and the officers relaxed, especially the leading chief, who feared for his position should it be a real homicide. What a farce, this is child's play. Do you realize this is a false alarm? My apologies, Chief Hu. We made assumptions. What should we do now? The situation appears quite grave. All right, apart from the Bai family, you all may leave. Explain to the villagers to disperse. Yang Suang exerted considerable effort convincing the villagers to return home. The officers, wearing their caps, and the Bai family, with their criminal records, were terrified by the commotion, having never encountered such a scenario before. Several officers took the Bai family to the brigade headquarters, separating them for questioning, employing intimidation tactics. A few officers splashed cold water to rouse them from their deep slumber. After several attempts, they finally stirred. Upon awakening, Zhang Jinshui and his companions were met with several armed officers, their faces ashen as they realized their predicament. Zhang Jinshui and his associates were also taken to the brigade for individual custody and interrogation. An hour later, Chief Hu grasped the situation. Everyone had conspired against Bai Yang. But where was the main character, Bai Yang? Bai Hai recalled that Bai Yang had a stomachache, and Zhang Jinwen had taken him to the clinic. Secretary Yang went to investigate the clinic, but there was no sign of them. Following the trail, they eventually discovered a fallen bicycle at the edge of the thicket. Entering the thicket, they found a ground littered with vomit, along with the unconscious Zhang Jinwen and Bai Yang. They were soon awakened by cold water and taken away. Chief Hu then proceeded to Zhang Jinshui's residence. Although he had a decent rapport with Zhang Qingji, he still needed to wake him up and take him away. It would be a sleepless night indeed. By dawn, the events had been clarified, yet confusion lingered. According to the testimonies of Zhang the Butcher and the Bai family, the masterminds Zhang Zuohua and Zhang Jinshui were implicated as the instigators, with Zhang Jinshui as the executor. Along with Zhang the Butcher and his wife, and Bai Hai, who conspired against Bai Yang to obtain his notification letter, break his legs, and then castrate him. They intended to sell him as a laborer to the brick factory and deceive Zhang Qingji for the bride price. However, the details did not align. The drugging was executed by Zhang Jinshui, who claimed to have poisoned Bai Yang's soda rather than the food. Yet, it was evident that the dish had been tainted, with all who dined being poisoned. Who was responsible for the food poisoning? Besides confirming the poisoning in Bai Yang's soda, no one admitted to the food contamination. Outsiders had not entered. Everyone was a victim. It was yet another perplexing case. Nevertheless, Zhang Jinshui had brought this upon himself. Although he was also a victim, he was the planner and executor, undoubtedly the mastermind and instigator, warranting serious repercussions. With evidence against him, he would be judged accordingly, and any further revelations could lead to additional charges. It was confirmed on-site that Bai Yang, Zhang Qingji, Zhang Jingwen, Zhang Bin, and Zhang Ani were victims and would be released to return home. The foolish wife of Zhang the Butcher was taken to the hospital for intelligence and psychological testing. The Bai family and Zhang the Butcher were transported to the police station for further investigation. Days later, Bai Yang received news. Zhang Tufu was sentenced to 5 years for deceiving a mentally disabled woman, organizing prostitution, and committing fraud, alongside a fine. Zhang Jinshui received a 3-year sentence for orchestrating and executing fraud, administering poison, and exploiting a mentally disabled woman for deceitful purposes. Zhang Zuohua was sentenced to 2 years on charges similar to those of Zhang Jinshui, albeit without the execution aspect, and due to her advanced age. Bai Hai by Sushi and Liu Xiao-yi, who were aware of the situation but did not report it, did not partake in the planning or execution. Being of differing ages, they were administratively detained for 3 days before being released. Concurrently, following a report, the county government initiated an investigation into the kiln factory manager's household in Beigo town. Most allegations lacked evidence, yet the existence of illegal labor was undeniable. Ultimately, kiln factory manager Chen De was sentenced to 1 year. The factory changed ownership, and he was fined. Chapter 33. Journey to Guangzhou. Following the incident, Bai Yang relocated to the county town, relinquishing the residence at the cattle and horse farm back to the village. In recent days, he had traversed the county, visiting nearly all the clothing stores, where the trendiest items were flared trousers, which Bai Yang found rather unappealing. He then ventured to the largest clothing market in the city, where he finally discerned the merchandise he intended to sell, denim jeans. The price for locally made straight-leg jeans was 35 yuan, while imported brands were 50. Upon inquiring about the prices, Bai Yang was taken aback. Such sums represented an entire month's wages for an ordinary worker. Who would be willing to make such a purchase? As he continued to walk, Bai Yang noticed something amiss. 1 in every 5 individuals was clad in denim jeans. In this era, people tended to be slender, and their well-proportioned figures accentuated the elongation of their legs and the uplift of their posteriors, rendering them alluring and enticing. Furthermore, with metallic buckled belts, fashionable hats, and silk scarves adorning their hair, they stood out vibrantly in the crowd. This, indeed, epitomized the essence of fashion. With such trends in play, even expensive items found willing buyers. Bai Yang resolved to open 2 adjacent stores, one selling domestic denim and the other offering imported jeans, along with an accessory shop featuring hats, scarves, and belts. During this time, Guangzhou was the epicenter of the clothing industry. However, there were no direct trains to Guangzhou, and those that did exist were slow. Bai Yang first took a train to the provincial capital and then continued his journey to Guangzhou. After 2 days and nights on the train, despite his youth and vigor, he felt utterly exhausted. His posterior had lost all sensation from prolonged sitting, and his calves and feet had swollen considerably. Bai Yang was aware that the train was rife with pickpockets, but he was taken aback by the sheer number. He had his own space, and his tall stature, complemented by years of martial arts training, instilled in him a sense of confidence. Yet, in the crowded train, he discovered that several of his pockets had been slashed. Reflecting on the chaos, he could not recall who had committed the act. He knew well that the train station was the most disorderly place, teeming with all manner of unsavory characters. Thus, he opted for a discreet approach, seeking budget accommodation, where even the presence of young women and unlicensed taxis did not deter him, nor did he react to the foul-mouthed drivers. Drawing upon his past experiences, he understood the necessity of walking a considerable distance before hailing a cab. After a few hundred meters, the crowd thinned significantly, and he encountered a petite elderly woman distributing flyers, incessantly chanting about a new store opening. As Bai Yang passed by without accepting a flyer, the woman shoved one directly into his hand. He decided to accept it, thinking that extra paper could serve practical purposes. To his dismay, she insisted on payment, claiming it was 100 yuan for the flyer, which supposedly featured a blessed fortune god. Accepting it meant he owed her money. Bai Yang, though still young, was tall and robust, and he spoke firmly, frightening the old woman with a simple command to leave. She retorted that once he accepted the flyer, he was obligated to pay. Just then, 3 young ruffians emerged from behind, brandishing sharp daggers. They cursed at him, demanding payment for the flyer. Despite his martial prowess, he understood that even the most skilled fighter could not contend against 3 armed assailants. Bai Yang fled, but soon realized he had run into a dead end. It appeared that his intention to remain inconspicuous had failed. The 3 thugs closed in, their expressions menacing, revealing their history of wrongdoing. One of them taunted him, eager to draw blood. Bai Yang, wishing to avoid confrontation, found himself cornered, yet despite being unarmed, the surrounding space offered numerous makeshift weapons. He harbored a deep disdain for such ruffians. Stemming from experiences of abuse and humiliation in his previous life, which had left an indelible mark on his psyche. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Bai Yang produced a large cleaver, shocking the thugs. He ordered them to drop their weapons and money, warning that failure to comply would lead to dire consequences. Sensing the imminent threat posed by the 3 thugs, he felt no moral burden in confronting genuine criminals. With a devilish grin, he noticed the spiteful elderly woman had also arrived, prompting him to act quickly. With cries of pain and the sound of daggers clattering to the ground, the 4 men were caught off guard, their right hands severed and falling to the earth as they writhed in agony. Bai Yang, having swiftly escaped, strolled away nonchalantly like a mere passerby, a smirk curling his lips at the distant sounds of their moans. After walking several hundred more meters, he arrived in an older part of the city, bustling with locals and eateries. The weather was sweltering, and he yearned for some respite. A dessert shop selling cold treats caught his eye, so he decided to enter. The establishment offered a variety of icy desserts, along with dishes like rice rolls, soup noodles, and stir-fried noodles. This was his first visit to Guangzhou in 2 lifetimes, and he was eager to indulge. The icy desserts were indeed refreshing and filling. Bai Yang relished 3 bowls of different icy concoctions, along with a serving of stir-fried rice noodles. He felt at ease. When settling the bill, he inquired with the shop owner. Through her transition from gentleness to impatience in Cantonese, Bai Yang finally grasped that the Sheikh clothing wholesale market offered competitive prices, attracting most buyers, while the Wanjia clothing wholesale market catered to a mid-range clientele. Such was the difference in a big city, where cars filled the streets. Even the taxis were small red sedans. After hailing a cab, he headed straight for Wanjia Clothing City. The place was bustling, a testament to its status at the forefront of fashion, with shoppers and vendors showcasing the latest styles of the era. "Excuse me, how much for these jeans?" Bai Yang inquired. The shopkeeper, noticing his northern accent and observing the tall, dark youth, assessed him with a lukewarm demeanor. "Are you looking to buy a single piece or wholesale?" "Wholesale," he replied. 25 yuan each for wholesale. Bai Yang recognized the brand, having seen it priced at 50 yuan in Pengcheng, and deemed it acceptable, anticipating further negotiation. "Could you offer a more reasonable price for a bulk order?" he asked. "How many do you intend to purchase?" A minimum of 100 pairs. 100 pairs isn't too many. The price would be 24 yuan each. Alright, I'll take a look around first. After perusing the entire market, he gained a solid understanding of the prices and styles. After spending the afternoon wandering, he found a nearby inn to rest, and after a simple dinner, he retired early, utterly fatigued from the 2-day journey and the day's explorations. In the dead of night, I was roused by the urgent sound of knocking. Who is it? A delicate voice, tinged with a feigned sweetness, responded, "Handsome, would you like some services?" Baiyang knew exactly what this entailed. He quickly retreated, urging, "Please leave me be, do not disturb my slumber. Come on, take a look, I assure you will be satisfied. Get lost. If you do not leave, I shall call the police." With a disdainful retort, the voice lost its softness and barked back, "Curse you, you old lecher, only skilled in your sordid trade." Before departing, the voice did not forget to hurl one last insult. Disturbed from my peaceful sleep, I found it impossible to rest soundly, drifting in and out of slumber. Unfortunately, the soundproofing was woefully inadequate, as the rooms around me echoed with the insincere cries akin to a slaughterhouse. Baiyang vowed that in the future, he would not skimp on accommodations, ensuring to seek out more reputable lodgings. Chapter 34. Return from procurement at the break of dawn, Baiyang took a taxi to Sheikh Garment City. The bustling crowd was a testament to the hard-working individuals, many burdened with bulging snakeskin bags, while others maneuvered small carts laden with several similar bags, all filled with garments. After a morning of leisurely exploration, Baiyang had gained a clear understanding of the market. The denim jeans from Sheikh, positioned in the mid to low-end range, retailed at 12 yuan each, though with negotiation, he believed he could acquire them for around 10 yuan. Meanwhile, the mid to high-end offerings from Wanjia were priced between 20 to 25 yuan per piece. With over 10,000 yuan in hand, he calculated that an investment of 1,000 yuan in hats, accessories, and belts would sufficiently stock his inventory. The bulk of his purchases would be the mid to low-end denim jeans, totaling 700 pieces for 7,000 yuan, while he decided to procure a smaller quantity of 100 high-end jeans due to their higher cost. After a day and a half of relentless bargaining, he found that only a few hundred yuan remained from his initial sum. Engaging in business truly demanded both physical and mental prowess, yet his childhood training in running helped him endure the demands of the day. 3 days later, Baiyang returned to the county town. The 3 storefronts had been impeccably renovated, awaiting only the final touches of naming and signage. As he strolled through the shopping center, he noted that most shops were nearing completion, eager to be ready for the grand opening. However, the task of naming his stores proved daunting. He observed a plethora of names revolving around flowers and trends. Having dined on bland fare in Guangzhou, he found himself yearning for the culinary delights of old Master Fong. Without delay, he headed straight to Fong's residence. "Grandpa Fong, I have come to partake in your meal." "Baiyang, it has been so many days since your last visit. Please, take a seat. I shall prepare a dish for you." "Black brother, why have you taken so long to return? I missed you dearly." "Hello, Black brother." The twin sisters, Yu Xiaolan and Yu Xiaowan, now vibrant 9-year-olds, had shed their baby fat, revealing their blossoming beauty. Xiaowan, I have brought you some delightful treats." "Black brother, you are deceiving us. It is merely porridge, is it not? Do give it a taste." "Wow, it is chilled and remarkably sweet, absolutely delicious." "Thank you, Black brother." One sister devoured her portion enthusiastically while the other indulged with polite restraint. "Hey, Black brother, what is this dark liquid? You must not drink that. It is for Grandpa Fong, a herbal tea. Why can't I taste it? Let me try it for Grandpa." "Ah, spit it out, spit it out. It is terribly bitter." "Black brother, do you wish to poison Grandpa?" Laughter ensued as Yu Xiaowan displayed her maturity by helping with the meal after finishing her porridge, leaving Yu Xiaolan incessantly questioning Baiyang. "Black brother, what score did you achieve in the high school entrance examination? Did you gain admission to Yizhong? Are you moving in with us?" Baiyang felt slightly overwhelmed. Although the girls were undeniably charming, their chatter was incessant. After Fong prepared the meal, he sampled the chilled porridge and herbal tea. "These are marvelous delights, particularly this herbal tea. Did you travel to Guangzhou? It is still cold." Baiyang inwardly chastised himself for forgetting about the space-related details. The long journey made it improbable that the tea remained chilled. "I cannot deceive Grandpa Fong. I borrowed an icebox from a state-run diner to keep it cool before bringing it here." Baiyang spun a tale effortlessly. "Grandpa, why do you take medicine when you are not ill? That concoction is quite bitter, is it not poison? This is not poison. Even in good health, it can be consumed for its heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, serving as a tonic. Following a sumptuous dinner, Bai Yang presented 2 fashionable headscarves and a genuine leather belt, to which the grandfather and granddaughter expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Bai Yang, have the scores been released? Yes, Grandpa Fong. I scored 610 points and have been accepted into Yizhong. Then you should stay here. It would be convenient for me to prepare meals for you. No, Grandpa Fong. The house near Yizhong is closer to the school and has already been tidied up, so I will reside there. By the way, Grandpa Fong, I am planning to open 2 clothing stores. Could you help me think of names? I have only attended a few years of private school. What culture do I possess? But if you wish to discuss business dealings, I can certainly share my thoughts. Black brother, I am cultured. Your first store shall be named Xiaolan Apparel, and the second shall be Xiaowan Apparel. Grandpa Fong affectionately patted Yu Xiaolan's head. Xiaolan, do not be silly. Your brother is engaged in serious business. I am not being silly. Consider how memorable and catchy those names are. They are endearing. Those trendy names may sound grand, but are rather cliched. Bai Yang sat up straight, the chatter of the little girl now seeming quite astute. Xiaolan is right. I plan to open a denim shop and a store for belts and accessories. Xiaolan, which store do you think your name would suit? I have seen denim. Most are blue. My name fits well with that. Hats and accessories would suit Xiaolan's name perfectly. Excellent. I shall use your names for the stores, if you agree. Of course, but you must frequently bring me delicious treats. I am willing to. I desire nothing. By the time he returned home, night had fallen, and Bai San was absent, having left his bicycle behind. Upon entering, Bai Yang glanced around and confirmed that Bai San had not moved out, likely off enjoying himself. Just as he was about to lock the door, Bai San returned, wobbling on his bicycle. Second brother, you have finally returned. Bai Yang barely recognized him. His frail figure was clad in revealing attire that left little to the imagination, his face painted with a pale layer of makeup contrasting with his bare skin, and his lips were crimson, reminiscent of someone who had just indulged in sweets. During my absence, this little sister has learned to ride a bicycle and has taken to makeup as well. It is no surprise that I scarcely recognized her at first glance. Where have you been? Second brother, I found myself a job. The apprenticeship offers no salary but provides meals, and after a month, I will earn 30 yuan. Where? What are you doing? North of the city. At a wedding dress shop, learning makeup. Bai Yang chose not to pursue the matter further. Securing employment was a positive development, alleviating him of additional burdens. In his past life, this sister was also a restless spirit, so let her stir as she pleased, as long as it did not disrupt herself. Second brother, did you gain admission to Yizhong? I did. That is splendid. Second brother, Yizhong is right next door. Could I borrow your bicycle in the future? My commute to work in the north is a bit far. Bai Yang was well aware that their family was self-serving and shameless. She was not genuinely excited about his academic success, but was rather fixated on borrowing his bicycle. The county town was not vast. Walking to the North District took merely 10 minutes, revealing her vanity. You may go over there to rent an apartment. I shall cover the expenses. As for me, I am on a short-term lease and will either return to campus or rent a smaller place. Bai San's expression instantly soured. Very well. The following day, Bai Yang arrived at the clothing market bright and early. He summoned the owner of the renovation team, relayed the name of the shop, and the signage was soon completed. All that remained was to arrange the merchandise and hire a few attendants. Xiao Bai, a sweet voice resonated. Chapter 35, Grand Opening Xiao Fengjia. Where have you been these past few days? It has been ages since we last saw each other. I went out of town to procure goods. Here is your shop's license. The shop name is still blank. You can fill it in by hand once you have decided. Thank you. By the way, do you know any reliable salespeople? I would like to hire a few. Let me think. I do have someone in mind. My cousin, 24 years old, a junior high school graduate. She was married but has no children and has been idle for some time. She is quite attractive but rather carefree, earning the nickname tomboy. Carefree individuals are suitable for business. Here, the basic salary is 30 yuan, with a commission of 1 yuan for every 100 yuan in sales. Wow, you offer such a high salary? I will go find her at noon and bring her over for a chat in the afternoon. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Fengjia. Enough with the pleasantries. Remember to treat me to a meal when you have time. Bai Yang felt a bit embarrassed. Was there really such urgency? Besides, she looked so refined and appealing, not at all like a glutton. Certainly, I will once I finish my busy days. Bai Yang wrote several job advertisements and posted them on utility poles at various intersections. To his surprise, upon returning to the shop, applicants were already lining up for interviews. That day, Bai Yang interviewed over 30 candidates. Indeed, there were many people in need of work. Including Xiao Fengjia's cousin, he selected 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, all handsome and beautiful. The salary offered was a base pay of 30 yuan and a commission of 1 of sales. The 3 were ecstatic to hear this. Selling 100 yuan in a day would yield 60 yuan a month, which was more than the salary of a high-ranking official. However, Bai Yang's requirements made several of them anxious. If they did not keep an eye on their designated areas and lost items, they would incur a penalty of 5 of the sale price, deducted from their wages, which would increase incrementally. The first 100 yuan lost would incur a deduction of 5 yuan. The second 100 yuan would incur 10 yuan, and so forth. The loss settlement period was set at 10 days. A month was too long, as the salespeople might end up losing money, and a day was too short, for if Bai Yang was not in the shop and there were no cameras, they might collude to avoid paying wages while profiting from theft. It was not a matter of distrust, but simply a precaution. Each pair of employees would oversee 1 shop, balanced by gender, ensuring both male and female customers would be greeted by visually appealing staff. Xiao Fengjia's cousin, Wen Feng, was undoubtedly a beauty, standing at 1.7 meters with perfectly proportioned long legs, a curvaceous figure, a slender waist, and a graceful neck. She possessed the quintessential model physique. However, when Wen Feng spoke or acted, her straightforwardness revealed her tomboy nature, which was endearing. Her attire and demeanor indicated she hailed from a wealthy and cultured background. Yet, behind her carefree gaze lay a hint of sorrow, a nuance only someone like Bai Yang, with his extensive life experiences, could perceive. The 6 employees, along with Bai Yang, meticulously cleaned the 3 shops. By the time they finished, it was quite late, and Bai Yang treated the 6 to a grand feast. They even began calculating wages that very day, making the 6 exceedingly pleased with their generous employer. The following morning, the 6 arrived early to arrange the merchandise and purchased some fresh flowers and plants. Xiao Fengjia, under the guise of visiting her cousin, frequently came by, her attention entirely fixated on Bai Yang, and stayed to assist with the setup during lunch and dinner. After 2 days of hard work from the group, Bai Yang's 3 stores were finally ready. The prominent signs read, Shaolon Denim Exclusive Elite Store, Shaolon Denim Exclusive Luxury Store, and Shaolon Accessory Store. Each entrance displayed large signs stating, transparent pricing, no bargaining, lowest prices in the province. Upon entering, 2 large potted plants greeted customers warmly. Further inside, there was a small bar counter designated for packaging and checkout. The shop featured an orderly display of various denim jeans, each rack clearly marked with prices. Bai Yang had set the prices to be 5 yuan cheaper than those in the city. Imported jeans were priced at 45 yuan each, while domestic ones were 30 yuan. Continuing deeper into the store, there were 3 fitting rooms, each equipped with a full-length mirror. Another room, lacking a mirror, served as the storage area, occupying 10 square meters. Bai Yang provided each employee with 2 sets of uniforms. The pants were the best jeans in the store, paired with white sneakers purchased from an outside vendor and white t-shirts from a nearby shop, with belts and accessories included. Xiao Fengjia received a set as well. When the 7 donned their uniforms, Bai Yang was utterly captivated. The men appeared dashing and radiant, while the women exuded youthful vibrancy. Particularly, Wen Feng looked as if her outfit had been tailored specifically for her. The t-shirt tucked halfway into her jeans accentuated her figure mesmerizingly. They were all thrilled, especially knowing the retail price for the 2 outfits was around 150 yuan. Their boss was not only handsome but also generous, such a sum represented 3 to 5 months' wages for an ordinary worker, yet he distributed it so freely to his employees. Initially hesitant, Xiao Fengjia found herself unwilling to remove the attire after trying it on. She had worn flared pants before, but none compared to the tailored fit of the jeans, which enhanced her curves and elongated her legs. Bai Yang then convened a meeting with the group. 1 person must remain at the front to guard the entrance and manage the checkout, while monitoring incoming and outgoing patrons to thwart any theft. 1 person would remain inside to assist customers and keep an eye on the merchandise to prevent loss. The rest were free to choose and try on items, settling their selections at the front. Customers should always be greeted with a smile and served courteously. They must not emulate the old-fashioned ways of the supply and marketing cooperatives. We earn our customers' money, and thus must provide them with a good attitude. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, all 3 stores would rotate shifts. There would be no preferential treatment regarding earnings, granting everyone equal opportunity. The next day marked the grand opening of the marketplace, and Bai Yang's 3 shops were thoroughly organized, eagerly awaiting customers. Once again, it was late, and Bai Yang treated everyone to another meal, this time at a higher-end state-run restaurant, inviting Xiao Fengjie along as well. During the meal, Xiao Fengjie could not help but praise Bai Yang. "Xiao Bai, I have visited all the shops, and yours is the only one that stands out as the best, not just in the marketplace, but across the entire county. Your business model is unparalleled. Aside from the supply and marketing cooperatives, others do not display prices openly, gauging customers instead. Your transparent pricing, along with the fitting rooms and large mirrors." Bai Yang received numerous compliments during this meal and nearly floated with pride. Yet, these were not merely his thoughts. They were insights gleaned from living a previous life. He genuinely looked forward to the grand opening the next day. On July 20th, at precisely 9:09 a.m., the grand opening of Zhongwu Shopping Mall commenced with a resounding declaration from the leadership. Firecrackers erupted, and the sound of gongs filled the air. In the presence of such a vast shopping complex, curiosity enveloped the crowd, and many were eager to partake in the festivities. The throngs of people were reminiscent of a bustling temple fair. As anticipated by Bai Yang, the most crowded venue was the accessories shop, brimming with an array of small, vibrant, and novel items, all affordably priced. The 2 denim stores also attracted a significant crowd, although purchases were limited. Many patrons were encountering jeans for the first time, drawn in to try them on and expressing their delight. Yet the prices deterred most. Those with discerning taste did not find the prices exorbitant, for they had ventured to larger cities and were aware of market rates. Here, the offerings were evidently much cheaper, prompting several to make immediate purchases after trying on. Bai Yang took on a supportive role, ensuring that the employees were well-fed and hydrated. By the end of the day, the 6 staff members were utterly exhausted, aside from brief bathroom breaks. They scarcely had a moment to sit, their voices hoarse from the day's exertions. Nevertheless, despite their fatigue, their eyes sparkled with excitement, as they likely anticipated the day's sales figures. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the commission earned would equate to several days' wages. CS Xiaofeng occasionally dropped by, busily assisting with the hectic pace of the day. Indeed, the clothing was well worth the effort. Chapter 36. Thriving Business and Final Settlement. In the jewelry store, the revenue amounted to 530, with 5 items lost, valued at 30. The ordinary denim store generated a revenue of 220, with 2 pairs of trousers lost, worth 60. The boutique denim store achieved a revenue of 630, losing 1 pair of trousers valued at 45. The total revenue reached 380, with losses amounting to 135. Bai Yang calculated that the cost was approximately half, yielding a net profit of the other half. Although exhausted, the group gathered to discuss areas for improvement. The 6 employees felt a mix of frustration and determination. The lowest commission earned today was merely 5.3, and the losses had halved their commissions. They lamented why they could not simply keep an eye on the merchandise without needing to engage customers in conversation to persuade them to buy. From tomorrow, they resolved to focus on guarding the goods and providing excellent service. Given the flourishing business, there was no need to solicit purchases from others. One employee suggested, "Boss, may I bring my sister tomorrow to help? She has nothing to do at home, and I assure you, she won't require a salary. She'll just help keep an eye out for thieves." The young man felt somewhat awkward after proposing this. Bai Yang smiled and replied, "How can one work without compensation? Consider her a temporary employee. I'll provide lunch, and she'll earn 50 cents a day, paid daily." The young man's embarrassment quickly transformed into joy. With an extra pair of eyes, the losses would surely decrease, and his commission would surpass his sister's wages, allowing him to supplement her later. "Wonderful, boss, you're generous." Another employee chimed in, "I'd like to bring someone too. My cousin." They decided that each employee could bring 1 person, provided they were neither too old nor too young, with equal treatment and service expectations to be conveyed. The group rejoiced. Despite their fatigue, they contemplated strategies to minimize losses and maximize commissions before sleep. For an entire week, they maintained this revenue, but as the second week commenced, customer numbers began to dwindle. With the assistance of 6 regular employees and 6 temporary workers, losses were minimal. With 2 days registering no losses at all, the employees were elated. Their commissions for the week amounted to 20 to 30, with salary increases allowing them to earn in a week what others might earn in a month. However, their envy was directed towards Bai Yang, whose 3 stores amassed a total revenue of 16,000. Even considering costs, he netted 6,000. A mere adolescent, he earned 6,000 in a week. The staff and Xie Xiaofeng gazed at Bai Yang with admiration. Bai Yang calculated that the total value of all goods was 10,000, with a potential selling price of 28,500. With current stock at less than half, following this trend, it would not last 10 days. He needed to procure goods urgently. A trip to Guangzhou would take 5 to 6 days, necessitating the selection of a store manager to fill his position in his absence. In recent days, Bai Yang observed that customers referred to Wenfeng as boss or madam more than they did him, and indeed, Wenfeng seemed well suited for business, exhibiting exceptional management skills in overseeing both merchandise and staff. Furthermore, he was well liked by both employees and customers. In the evening, after counting the inventory, they convened a meeting. A rather attractive female employee was appointed to take over Wenfeng's position, promoting Wenfeng to store manager. Henceforth, inventory checks and settlements would be conducted by Wenfeng, who would periodically consult with Bai Yang for reconciliations. Naturally, Wenfeng would receive a commission of 5,000ths of the total sales. Wenfeng was more than pleased. What had previously yielded a few coins had now doubled, bringing in 10 a day, 3 days' worth of her father's monthly salary. Although the work would be more demanding, with responsibilities across 3 stores, counting inventory, reconciling accounts, and resolving issues, Bai Yang shadowed Wenfeng for 2 more days, observing her efficiency, which surpassed his own, and he felt completely reassured. With 20,000 in cash, he set off once more to Guangzhou. Was it tiring? Indeed. Should one rest? Only a fool would rest. Earning 10,000 in 10 days was worth a year of toil from dawn till dusk. Who could turn away from such wealth? 6 days later, Bai Yang returned with 20,000 worth of goods. Boss, you're finally back. You must be exhausted from the journey. Wenfeng greeted him with a cheerful jog, her demeanor no longer resembling that of a tomboy, but rather one concerned for others. Fortunately, I made it back to the store, he replied. Where are the goods? The 3 stores are running low. Numerous customers are requesting to return tomorrow. If you don't come back soon, I want to know how to explain it. I've hired a vehicle. It will arrive tonight. In truth, in these times, with long distances to travel and the prevalence of highway robberies, one had to be cautious. However, the young employees trusted their boss completely. This week, customer traffic had decreased by half, and the temporary workers had stopped coming. Nevertheless, the store still generated over 1,000 in revenue daily, with 0 losses. In the evening, after closing, Wenfeng remained behind to reconcile the sales from the past 6 days with Bai Yang. The figures matched. They had recorded over 7,000, with almost no inventory left. Bai Yang then handed over the purchase order to Wenfeng, devoid of prices, only quantities. They estimated that this shipment would suffice for a month's sales. As night fell, the two shared a simple meal together. To Bai Yang's surprise, Wenfeng requested a ride home. Indeed, they had unknowingly worked late, and with few streetlights, it was prudent. Wenfeng lived nearby and walked to work. Bai Yang rode his bicycle, with Wenfeng seated behind him. As darkness enveloped them, he navigated the uneven roads with caution. Thankfully, the distance was short. Instead of returning home, Bai Yang went to the store to organize the goods he had brought back. Upon arriving home, he collapsed into bed. The past few days had been exhausting. He had been unable to secure sleeper tickets, making the round trip to Guangzhou in 4 days a rushed affair. He slept soundly until midday the next day. Bai Yang did not go to the store, as he felt assured with Wenfeng in charge. He rode his bike to visit Lao Tu, coincidentally arriving at mealtime. Black brother, where have you disappeared to these past few days? I've been busy running the store and made another trip to Guangzhou for supplies. Didn't you just restock? Going again? There's no choice. The stock is insufficient to meet demand, so I must make a few more trips. Black brother, Grandpa took us shopping at the mall. You really used my and my sister's names. It made us so happy. How is the store you opened? Indeed, it is remarkable that a store like yours exists only in a grand city, making you a rarity in smaller towns. By the way, the dishes served today are all prepared by my sister. Do taste them, and let us see whose culinary skills are superior, grandfather's or my sister's. Haha, splendid. This time, I have brought delightful treats from Guangzhou for you all. With that, Bai Yang produced white-cut chicken, Cantonese roasted meats, and lychees, much to the delight of the 3 elders. Once again, it was a splendid gastronomic experience. I must say, Yu Xiaowan's culinary skills are impressive and nearly rival those of old Fong, which prompted a few compliments. This girl, Xiaowan, becomes bashful when praised, bowing her head, while old Fong could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 37. Salary distribution. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Bai Yang prepared to take a stroll around the village, longing to reunite with old Lu, whom he had not seen for quite some time. To his surprise, upon hearing of his plans, the twin sisters clung to him, insisting on accompanying him. Of course, it was Xiao Lan who was most eager, while Xiao Wan maintained a degree of decorum. Upon learning that Bai Yang was merely indulging in leisure, old Feng also consented to their little excursion. A high school student cycling with two elementary school girls, with Xiao Lan seated in front and Xiao Wan behind, drew curious gazes from the villagers, who had seldom encountered such charming young ladies. The two girls, unfamiliar with rural life, gazed around in wonder at everything. Bai Yang led them to the riverbank to fish for crayfish, to the back mountain to gather pine cones, and to catch small crabs. Upon reaching old Lu's home, the sisters amused themselves by walking the dogs and teasing the chickens. Bai Yang's gift for old Lu was straightforward, a pair of red Shuangxi filter-tip cigarettes. The delicacies he had brought were lost on him, overshadowed by the allure of tobacco and alcohol. Xiao Wan, ever considerate and sensible, prepared dinner for old Lu. After their meal, the sisters reluctantly returned to the county town, their hearts still lingering on the rural landscape. Upon arriving home, they found the door ajar, revealing Bai San, who was in the company of a young man, seemingly around 20 years old. The young man, of average appearance and stature, carried himself with an air of arrogance, as if looking down on everyone. With a cigarette clenched between his lips and a camera hanging around his neck, he stood beside Bai San, who mirrored his pride. A glance exchanged between them seemed to convey disdain for Bai Yang's humble bicycle, as if to say, "Who cares about your old bike? My friend has a camera." Bai Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "Brother, you're back," Bai San greeted. "Yes, brother, I found a place to live. I'm moving out tonight, just waiting for you to hand over the rent." "How much?" 50 yuan for the year." Bai Yang offered no resistance, pulling out the 50 and handing it to Bai San. "Brother, could you give me a bit more? Just for the first year's rent, I'll ask you again next year. Just give me 200 directly, and it will save you from needing to ask me later." Bai San was being rather unscrupulous. Renting a place hardly required such a sum. The current market rate was merely 30 yuan annually. However, having promised to support her for these years, Bai Yang acquiesced, considering the surplus as living expenses, even if it fell short. "All right, then draft a receipt for me. I'll give you 200, and we'll be done with it, to avoid you coming back once it's spent." "Sure." Without further ado, Bai San hurriedly penned a note, signed it, and used her lipstick-stained finger to leave a thumbprint. After bidding farewell to the two pretentious figures, Bai Yang couldn't help but laugh and sigh. The following day, he replaced 2 locks, determined to prevent Bai San from covertly duplicating keys, even if he were to retrieve the originals. Although there were few valuables in the house, he was unwilling to grant Bai San any advantage, nor any of the Bai family, for that matter. The wounds from past grievances were too profound for him to gamble on familial bonds. He firmly believed in the wisdom of his ancestors, that one's nature is hard to change. Bai Yang did not head to the shop, but instead meandered through the bustling market and lively streets of the county town. While many donned fashionable attire, few wore denim jeans. Only an occasional pair caught the eye, yet those who wore them attracted significant attention. Bai Yang realized that a vast market awaited. He could not afford to passively wait for customers to discover him. He needed to advertise, especially with over a month of summer vacation remaining, to exponentially grow his wealth. In the afternoon, he returned to the shop, having changed into a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt, and took Wenfeng to the photography studio. The duo, dressed in matching outfits and boasting enviable physiques, drew numerous curious glances as they traversed the street. Wenfeng, typically the more tomboyish of the two, felt a tinge of bashfulness under the scrutiny. Upon entering the photography studio, they were warmly welcomed. Indeed, the two possessed model-like figures. They posed for several individual shots, as well as a few together. With the backing of financial resources, the studio quickly processed their photos. The resulting images, though in black and white, were strikingly impressive. Armed with their photographs, they hurried to the printing factory. In a short time, a simple layout was produced, featuring their joint photo with the title, Xiao Lan Denim Specialty Store, Your Presence is Welcomed, followed by the store's address. After dropping Wenfeng back at the shop, Bai Yang instructed him to call in the temporary workers for the following day. The next day, when Bai Yang arrived to collect the advertising flyers, he was taken aback. The paper was thin and coarse, and the printing was rudimentary. rendering the clothing details and facial features nearly indistinguishable. Despite paying 200 yuan for 2,000 copies, the quality was disheartening. The staff, showing impatience, explained that such a price warranted such quality, and for better results, one must venture to larger cities where colored prints were available. Baiyang was left with no choice. Upon returning to the shop, he distributed 200 flyers to each of the 6 temporary workers, equipping them with glue and assigning them the task of plastering the flyers throughout the county. Over the next few days, he cycled through various towns and villages. On the 3rd day of their campaign, a noticeable uptick in customers began to emerge. By the 7th day, the flyers were thoroughly disseminated, and the daily revenue finally surpassed 2,000, with foot traffic steadily increasing. By the 10th day, the earnings exceeded 3,000, sustained for several consecutive days. On the streets, it became increasingly common to spot individuals in denim jeans. While they remained a rare sight among dozens, that singular figure became an object of admiration, a symbol of wealth and trendiness. The sales figures continued to climb. There remained an ample number of individuals who valued beauty, and many possessed the means to indulge in it. With inventory dwindling to less than a quarter, Baiyang gathered his total assets of 45,000 yuan and set off once more for Guangzhou. This time, he returned within 5 days, fortunate to arrive just in time, as the stock was nearly depleted. In that brief period, sales had reached an impressive 16,000. Baiyang calculated that the second batch of goods would yield approximately 60,000. If the newly acquired third batch sold out, it would total around 130,000. The profits were exhilarating. By mid-August, it was time for salary distribution. Anticipation ran high among the staff. Wenfeng worked tirelessly through the night to prepare the payroll. In these times, individual proprietors did not delay payment. That evening, excitement filled the air as everyone eagerly awaited their wages, having anticipated at least 200 yuan each. Baiyang glanced at the payroll. Astonishingly, after just 1 month of operation, the revenue had reached 89,000. The temporary workers were paid daily, which was accounted for in the regular expenses. The basic salary for the 7 formal employees amounted to 210 yuan, with commissions totaling 2,225. The fines were minimal and could be disregarded. The commission for Wenfeng was 556, and when added to the base salary, each employee's earnings exceeded 300 yuan. This was equivalent to more than half a year's salary for a civil servant. Wenfeng's earnings were even more remarkable, reaching 586, comparable to a leader's annual salary. The shop assistants were exhilarated, bouncing with joy and shouting loudly, while several from less fortunate backgrounds were overcome with emotion and wept openly. The young men, filled with excitement, embraced Baiyang, and the eager Wenfeng was ready to seize the opportunity. Chapter 38. High School Baiyang instructed Wenfeng to reward the temporary workers with 20 yuan the following day, and in addition, provide them with a set of uniforms. From then on, the temporary workers would receive a daily wage of 1 yuan. As they were currently in a busy period, there would be no gatherings or breaks for the time being. They would endure a bit longer, and once sales stabilized, they could arrange for rest days and celebrate together. Naturally, everyone had no objections. The speed at which they were earning money was exhilarating, and they wished they could operate around the clock. 10 days later, sales gradually diminished to just over 3,000 yuan per day. Baiyang, armed with cash totaling 55,000 yuan, set off for Guangzhou once more. This time, he stored all the goods in his space, not rushing to place them in the warehouse, which still had 85,000 yuan worth of inventory. With the 55,000 yuan worth of goods on hand, their potential value amounted to 155,000 yuan. Altogether, this represented a total of 240,000 yuan. This stock, barring any unforeseen circumstances, could last for 3 months. Baiyang was not concerned about denim going out of style. In his previous life, denim remained timeless. Despite the emergence of various new materials and styles, jeans continued to be an indispensable mainstream choice. This venture had the potential to thrive alongside the rise of e-commerce. Baiyang couldn't help but reflect on how, in just one summer, he had transformed 20,000 yuan into 240,000. In his past life, even in his later years, he had never possessed more than 10,000 yuan. The day after Baiyang returned marked the beginning of the school enrollment period. What a whirlwind of a summer it had been, so fulfilling. For the next few years, financial worries would be a thing of the past. He also no longer had to fret about family disturbances. His formidable grandmother was incarcerated, with 2 years remaining before her release. At present, posed little challenge. It felt somewhat bullying to deal with the child. He would wait until he grew up and understood pain before addressing matters slowly. His father, by Fugue, and grandfather, by Cixi, were both indifferent, content with their basic needs and disinterested in anything beyond that, hence could be easily disregarded. As for Bai San, he could squander his youth. They would see how his character developed as he matured, given their blood ties. His mother, Lu Xiaoyi, was a self-absorbed rural woman, lost in her own beauty and consumed by romantic fantasies, living for herself. Despite her numerous relationships, she remained fixated on that wretched Jiqing until her death. Bai Yang felt no inclination to engage with his selfish and dim-witted mother. He wished for them to grow stronger. The more they gained, the more painful their losses would be. Having scarcely rested, he was awakened by the alarm the following morning. He had to rise. Today marked the first day of his high school journey. Having never attended middle school in his previous life, he could hardly suppress his anticipation for high school. Bai Yang deliberately dressed himself rather plainly, yet his tall stature was hard to overlook. With a resolute expression and indifferent gaze, he exuded an abundance of masculine charm. High school girls, at the blossoming age of youth, were at their most hopeful and vibrant. Bai Yang was like a powerful magnet, embodying the ideal image of the tall, handsome boy they all admired. Those who managed to enroll at Yizhong were all exceptional individuals, each possessing a degree of pride, especially those from affluent and influential families who looked down upon others. As Bai Yang stepped through the school gates, he felt the exhilarating energy of youth. It seemed that these 3 years of high school would be anything but dull. On the notice board, he found his class, Class 6, among a total of 8 classes comprising over 400 students. The first day was dedicated to familiarizing oneself with the classrooms and teachers, followed by cleaning duties. The Chinese teacher, Zhou Wenbin, was the class supervisor, a refined middle-aged man. The mathematics teacher, Wang Jigang, was a slender middle-aged man whose eyes seemed incapable of shifting. The English teacher, Yang Lihua, in her early 30s, was a woman of great poise. Along with teachers of physical education, art, music, and a total of 11 educators, each possessed a unique flair. After a morning of introductions between teachers and students, the day concluded. The day students returned home early, while the boarding students started organizing their dormitories. At noon, Bai Yang went to have a meal with Old Man Fong and playfully bantered with Yu Xiaolan for a while. In the afternoon, he returned to the village, where Old Man Lu, upon seeing fine tobacco and liquor, seemed to regain some youthful vigor. During their conversation, Bai Yang learned that his mother, Lu Xiaoyi, had run away, her whereabouts unknown for a month. Bai Hai, having not scored enough points, spent an additional 300 yuan to enroll at Sanzhong, the source of which remained a mystery. Bai Yang couldn't shake the ominous feeling that this money might be a dowry from Zhang Qingji, intending for him to marry into their family. To his surprise, the next morning, as he arrived at the school gate, Zhang Qingji's eldest daughter, Zhang Jingwen, clung tightly to Bai Yang's arm. "You ungrateful soul, we've finally found you. Where have you been? Our family has been searching for you for 2 months." In that moment, Zhang Jingwen resembled a scorned woman capturing a heartless man, clinging to Bai Yang and weeping incessantly. At the school entrance, which was bustling with students, many stopped to watch, whispering to one another, while some bold boys cheered and whistled. "Jingwen, what are you doing?" Bai Yang asked. "What am I doing? Of course, I'm taking you home. Our families have arranged this, and your family has already accepted the dowry. Come home with me. Forget about school." Bai Yang struggled to detach himself, swiftly carrying Zhang Jingwen to a secluded spot. "Jingwen, are you speaking nonsense? I have no knowledge of any engagement with you. Your grandmother and mother negotiated with us, and they accepted 300 yuan on the spot. Jingwen, you're mistaken. I moved out long ago and severed ties with the Bai family. They could not possibly decide for me, especially without my knowledge of any engagement. I don't care. You bear the Bai surname, so you must obey your parents. Stop, Jingwen. The last time you were poisoned, I endured the discomfort to help you vomit it out. You should be grateful, not harbor resentment. I don't care. Our families are engaged, and there is no way you're continuing with school unless you kill me first." The back and forth persisted, and Bai Yang could not resort to violence. This determined girl clung to him with surprising strength, showing no signs of fatigue. As the time drew near, he realized he would be late for the first day of classes. Just then, a petite girl approached, her wide eyes curiously observing the two of them. "Little sister, are you from Yizhong?" "I am from Yizhong, and let me make it clear, I am not a little sister," the girl retorted, standing tall with defiance. "Wonderful. Could you please ask for a leave of absence from Class 6 for me? I promise a generous reward. Just say I have an urgent matter and will arrive late. What kind of reward are we talking about? At least a 5 yuan gift. It is tolerable. The hour is approaching, and I shall take my leave while you continue. Zhang Jingwen, witnessing the effortless beauty of a passing girl, felt an even deeper pang of discomfort, clutching tighter. Sister Jingwen, you two have graduated from middle school. You are somewhat educated. We must engage in reasoned discourse. What nonsense about being educated? If we are to discuss reason, you must accompany me home. Unable to extricate himself or find common ground, Bai Yong once again lifted Zhang Jingwen and hastened towards the nearest police station. Upon arrival, Zhang Jingwen remained steadfast in her grip. They exchanged words, one after another. The police officers were bewildered. Some had come to report incidents, while others were present to confess. Yet, what was the situation here? Was this striking young lady coerced into marriage by a tall stranger? Both the girl and the young man presented valid points. What to do now? Chapter 39. The dark version of Chen Shimi and the elevated version of Shimin Qing officer. Could you please contact the government office of Beigo Town and ask for Director Zhang Qingji? He is the father of Zhang Jingwen and can clarify everything upon his arrival. Zhang Jingwen, drenched in sweat, gripped tightly, her knuckles turning white. Sister Jingwen, you've held on long enough. Why not let go? Rest assured, we are at the police station. And I will not flee. We shall wait for Uncle Zhang. Half an hour later, Zhang Qingji arrived. As a leader, albeit a minor one, he adeptly performed the necessary formalities, shaking hands and offering cigarettes to the officers. Without letting Bai Yong explain, he admonished Zhang Jingwen briefly before lamenting to the police. The more Bai Yong listened, the more he felt something was amiss. This was the rhythm of a son-in-law being scolded. He had long distanced himself from the Bai family, severing ties, and he dared not mention it. Instead, he spoke only of his father and grandfather, both of whom were keen on the union, asserting that the young couple shared mutual affection and had been childhood sweethearts. The police officers regarded Bai Yong with increasingly disapproving eyes, perceiving him as disloyal and unfilial, a scoundrel who had abandoned his responsibilities. Uncle Zhang, stop. Why don't you mention that I have lived independently since childhood, severing ties with the Bai family? You were the one who found me a place to stay. Oh, child, do not speak like that. Listen to the police. Can your uncle and the officers truly harm you? Uncle, you. All right, since both families are agreeable and you two have grown fond of each other, do not commit the folly of abandonment. A man must uphold integrity. Even if he succeeds academically, if his character is lacking, he will not go far. Young man, reconsider this matter. If necessary, consider an engagement. It will not hinder your studies. Marrying and starting a family after graduation is not too late, so do not disappoint both families and the young lady. Bai Yong felt a surge of frustration. What absurdity was this? In a past life, a beautiful bride would have been a blessing, yet this life was different. His aspirations lay elsewhere. If they wished to label him, he would wear a grander title and see if they could bear it. Officer, you are correct. However, I must clarify that I am 3 years older than Sister Jingwen, and we did not play together as children. We have hardly met more than 5 times. Moreover, the Bai family regarded me as an illegitimate child, nearly leading to my demise in my youth. It was my grandmother who compelled my mother to strike me, resulting in this long scar on my head, stitched several times. Had I not escaped the Bai family, I would have suffered greatly. At that time, I sought Uncle Zhang's help, who was the village secretary and a good man, finding me a place to live independently while warning the Bai family to cease their bullying. I am immensely grateful to Uncle Zhang. Officer, I am not a scoundrel nor a person of poor character. On the contrary, I am ambitious and idealistic. In such harsh conditions, I earn my own living. Not only do I support myself, but I also strive academically, consistently achieving top grades. At the age of 7, I began working to support myself while diligently studying. Can the average child accomplish this? Why endure such hardship for education? It is to serve my country and become a valuable contributor. To acquire knowledge and give back to society. The state advocates for late marriage and childbearing. Why? It is due to an overabundance of population and a scarcity of resources. If I were to return home to farm at my age and later marry and have children, would that not contravene national policy and burden my country further? I cannot do this, even with Uncle Zhang as kindness. As a cadre, I trust that Uncle Zhang does not support such actions. I believe you all expect me to heed the nation's call and be a selfless contributor. Zhang Qingji and the officers exchanged awkward glances, the weight of his words hanging heavily. Returning to marry would be against regulations and contrary to national policy. However, Not marrying left Zhang Qingji feeling disheartened, having spent money with no return, and losing a potential son-in-law. Was this boy merely a middle school graduate? Was he not simply a bit more academically inclined? Why did he possess such depth of thought? Indeed, this was knowledge gleaned from Bai Yang's middle school political studies, and he had improvised in a moment of urgency, unexpectedly with good effect. Zhang Jingwen stood there, bewildered, waiting for the outcome. Director Zhang, perhaps you should take your daughter home. Matters of marriage should be based on mutual consent and cannot be imposed upon the parties involved. We must respond to the call for late marriage and childbearing. Since they are from the same village, they can take their time. They are still young. A few years of acquaintance will solidify their emotional foundation. Zhang Qingji, though lacking in depth of thought, found himself compelled to comply with the weighty expectations, lest he lose his position as director. Jingwen, let us return home. Father, what about Baiyang? Baiyang still has school. No. I want to take Baiyang back with me. Do not be foolish. Listen. Did you not hear the officer? You are both young. Take a few more years. When Baiyang is older, no one will stand in the way of your marriage. After a combination of coaxing and scaring, Zhang Jingwen reluctantly followed her father. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance and said, Baiyang, come back to the village during the holidays. I will also come to find you at school. Baiyang exhaled deeply. After expressing his gratitude to the officers, he hurried towards the school. Unbeknownst to him, within a mere 2 hours, his story had spread rapidly throughout the school, branding him as a scoundrel, a betrayer, and a heartless man, with many suggesting that the girl must be pregnant given her exaggerated condition. At that moment, Baiyang was perceived by his classmates as a dark version of Chen Shimi and an elevated version of Ximenqing. Upon arriving at school, he found his classroom empty, proceeding to the office where he offered a lengthy explanation to his homeroom teacher. The teacher then took Baiyang to the playground, where the entire grade was engaged in military drills, all eyes fixated on the dark version of Chen Shimi. Despite having lived 2 lives, he could not shake off the unsettling feeling. Upon joining the class lineup, Baiyang felt a bit more at ease. As expected, he stood at the back, following the formation and practicing the march. The instructor, a current serviceman, was strict in his demands, and Baiyang endured 2 lashes from a belt before mastering the march. Late arrivals could not catch up on practice, and it was inappropriate to provide individualized instruction. Being excluded from the group was not an option, yet remaining included meant enduring a form of coercive education aimed at conformity. In terms of physical aptitude, Baiyang exhibited talent. The years of martial arts training had not been in vain. Although the beginning of autumn has arrived, the heat remains intense, with the sun blazing overhead. Children in rural areas fare slightly better, having acclimatized to the sun's harsh embrace, while urban children find it unbearable. Unaccustomed to such trials, their skin turns a vivid red, some even experiencing peeling, not to mention enduring a full day of rigorous training, as if they have survived a cataclysm. After 7 days, everyone has acquired a deep tan. Not only have they gained a darker complexion, but they have also embarked on an initial journey into military physical training, engaging in activities such as long-distance running, grenade throwing, and marksmanship. Shooting is particularly favored by all students, including the girls, and it involves the use of real firearms. In this lifetime, they have had the rare opportunity to handle genuine weapons and fire 5 live rounds. Of course, these experiences took place at a military training ground in the suburbs. The final lesson included a visit to a prison, allowing everyone a glimpse into another facet of reality. Chapter 40. The young woman sprays water on her face as a warning to her classmates to study hard and avoid breaking the law. Otherwise, life in prison would be like this: endless labor during the day, eating cornbread with rotten cabbage, lacking any nutritional value, and crowded into a dim and stuffy room with dozens of others. The deterrent effect is quite significant. This was also Baiyang's first visit, and he was profoundly shocked, reminiscent of the dark coal mines and black brick kilns of a past life. Such a life is truly unbearable for the average person. Baiyang searched high and low for Zhang Jinshui, Zhang the butcher, and Zhang Zuohua, but regrettably found none of them. On the weekend, Baiyang visited the clothing store, where everyone gathered around. Boss, you finally showed up. You disappeared for a week. Boss, you look even darker. The one who missed Baiyang the most was Wenfeng. Over the past week, the sales volume had been overwhelming, and she felt anxious about securing the stock in the store, fearing it might be lost, and it seemed inappropriate to keep it in her own account. Previously, when Baiyang went to restock, he had to force himself, as he did not want to carry a large sum of money daily. When they reconciled accounts alone, The grievances and fears that Wenfeng had been suppressing surfaced, even intensifying slightly as she expressed them to Bai Yang. He had not considered this aspect. Comforting an older sister was surprisingly effective, causing Wenfeng to blush and stop throwing small tantrums. Then you can take me to your house later. I will come to your place every night to settle the accounts. Sister Wen, I will have evening self-study sessions every day, and I won't return home until almost 10 o'clock. You might as well save it up and settle it with me once a week. That's not feasible. Even after closing and counting the inventory, it will be past 9. I can wait for you a bit. Besides, if any unexpected situations arise, I can report to you for discussions. Indeed, there were matters at hand. Several clothing stores in the city had heard about Bai Yang's low prices and sent representatives to inquire about where he sourced his goods, even wanting to raise the prices in his store. Sister One, don't mind them. We are in the county, and they are in the city, separated by over 100 miles. It doesn't affect them. They merely want to penetrate the county market. They cannot enter as long as we are here. Understood, boss. This week, the sales volume surprisingly reached 25,000. Wenfeng analyzed that the season was about to change. After all, jeans are thicker and more durable, leading to an increase in buyers. Bai Yang took Wenfeng to his home to get acquainted and handed her a key, not wanting her to wait outside at night. He advised Wenfeng to manage it herself. If there was something, she could come over at night. And if she preferred not to, she could keep it in her own account and transfer it to Bai Yang periodically. Unbeknownst to Bai Yang, Wenfeng insisted on coming over every night, even cooking a simple meal and waiting for him to return from his evening studies so they could share a late-night snack, after which he would ride her back. Gradually, they became familiar with each other and understood one another. As for Bai Yang, everyone was aware of his situation. Wenfeng had been married but had automatically divorced. Why automatically? Her husband had an affair with several young women in the factory, which Wenfeng discovered, leading to a scandal. The young women claimed they were coerced, relying on their father's positions to intimidate and lure. Charges of indecent behavior are severe, and in recent years, the crackdown had intensified. Her husband's rival took advantage of the situation, resulting in a harsh sentence. And her father-in-law was also dismissed from his position. The couple had no children. With her father-in-law's downfall, Wenfeng's job was naturally at risk. She had no choice but to return to her family home. Remarry? Her ex-husband's scandal had repercussions, leading to her father-in-law's dismissal. Despite her beauty, no one dared to pursue her. She was deemed unlucky. The county was small, and once inquired, everyone knew. There were indeed bold bachelors in the village who did not mind. However, Wenfeng was unwilling. Thus, she remained single just 2 years after her marriage. Did Wenfeng regret it? She was uncertain. In hindsight, she would certainly have acted differently, turning a blind eye at least. At the very least, she wouldn't have to return to her family home and face disdain from her sister-in-law. She would have a job in her own space. But there are no remedies for regret. Fortunately, Bai Yang was her savior now, providing her with work and enabling her to earn a substantial income, allowing her to rent a place independently. Wenfeng even contemplated saving for 2 years to buy a small apartment. This hope was instilled by Bai Yang, which made her take her work seriously, particularly regarding Bai Yang. She prepared dinner for him after work and awaited their meal together. Did these actions count? If Bai Yang were of age, she would even be willing to contribute more. After learning about Wenfeng's background, Bai Yang felt a sense of sympathy. She was indeed a person of misfortune. Did she do anything wrong? Absolutely not. She was a victim, yet she faced the harshness of life and the scorn of others. It is no wonder that Xie Xiaofeng introduced Wenfeng as a divorced woman, concealing this story. As work and marriage differ and sometimes require concealment or foreshadowing, Bai Yang intended to offer his vacant apartment to Wenfeng, but she declined, stating it was unsafe to live alone and that she was now contributing to her family's living expenses, no longer facing cold shoulders from her sister-in-law. High school studies are demanding, especially in the first year, where there is no division between arts and sciences, and all 8 core subjects require diligent study. The teachers are relentless in assigning homework. Classes begin at 6:40 a.m. with morning reading, followed by 4 classes in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, with an additional 3 evening self-study sessions. Fortunately, there are breaks for physical exercises and eye care exercises. Otherwise, Bai Yang would have surely developed myopia. Martial arts and running have been Bai Yang's habits for many years. Abandoning them is not an option, so he rises earlier, at 5 o'clock. To run for half an hour, practice martial arts for another half hour, and then wash up and have breakfast before heading to school. Thankfully, Sundays allow for some extra sleep. Otherwise, high school students truly cannot cope. Yang had never attended high school and was unaware of its intense nature. However, certain students enjoy privileges. Skipping morning readings and evening self-study sessions, and homework is a distant thought. In class, if they are unwilling to listen, they simply sleep, and the teachers do not intervene. In Yang's class, there are two such individuals. He overheard one was the child of a high-ranking official, while the other came from a wealthy family. How they gained admission to the school remains a mystery to their classmates. Everyone tacitly accepted the situation. There was no sense of inequity. Those who could enter the top school were no fools. They all recognized the existence of privilege. One noon at the cafeteria, Yang was devouring his meal, eager to finish and catch a nap in the classroom. Suddenly, a girl with a lunchbox sat across from him, her large eyes curiously observing Yang. When he looked up, he was momentarily taken aback. She was stunningly beautiful, exquisitely so, with eyes that seemed to speak, and he found her vaguely familiar. Upon encountering Yang's rather comical appearance, the young girl could not suppress a fit of laughter, her cheeks puffed in mirth. "What about the gift you owe me?" Yang suddenly recalled that on the very first day of military training, he had been entangled by Zhang Jingguan, who had implored him to seek this girl's assistance in securing a leave of absence. Just as he attempted to articulate his thoughts, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the food in his mouth, causing him to choke and inadvertently spray the girl with bits of his meal. The girl stood frozen for a moment, before frantically scrambling to wipe the remnants of food from her face and clothes. I sincerely apologize. I am terribly sorry. I got too carried away," Yang stammered, hastily using his large hands to assist in cleaning the mess from her visage. The girl, despite her surprise, maintained her composure, stifling any exclamations of shock. Once the mess was cleared, both were momentarily taken aback. That large hand had ventured beyond mere cleaning, brushing against her hair and cheek, prompting Yang to quickly retract his hand. Chapter 41. A 7-year sentence. The girl appeared to realize something amiss, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Humph, you scoundrel, this is not over between us." With that, she swiftly departed, carrying her lunchbox. Yang felt utterly perplexed. What was this all about? Nevertheless, he found her truly endearing. Even her angry retorts possessed a certain melodic charm. In the bustling cafeteria, their commotion drew attention, especially given their status as prominent figures. He, the infamous Chen Shimi, and she, one of the school's beauties. This not only garnered curious glances, but also sparked hushed whispers among the students. Yang contemplated inquiring among his classmates about the girl's identity to offer an apology. However, he felt out of place. His peers seemed to distance themselves from him, particularly his deskmate, a tall girl nearing 1.8 meters, who regarded him as if his presence might bring her misfortune, as if sitting beside him was a source of shame. Unbeknownst to him, his reputation had already spread far and wide, especially among the girls, who viewed him as a hybrid of Chen Shimi and Shi Minqing. Some even debated among themselves whether he was more akin to Chen Shimi or Shi Minqing, leading to the rapid disintegration of their superficial friendships. That evening, shortly after leaving the school gates, a group of 5 or 6 ruffians blocked Yang's path, with the bolder ones observing from a distance while the timid ones scurried away. "Are you Yang?" one of them demanded. Yang was taken aback. He prided himself on being low-key and had not provoked anyone. Observing his calm demeanor, the group perceived him as a naive giant unaware of the gravity of his situation. "I am. Who are you?" he replied. "I'm Zhao Xiaobo. Do you know why we're blocking your path?" "I do not." Zhao Xiaobo, incensed that Yang remained unfazed despite revealing his name, grew even angrier. "You can inquire about who the top dog is at Yizhong. I heard you've been bothering my girlfriend. You think you're worthy of her?" "Apologies, I'm not familiar with who the top dog at Yizhong is. I rarely speak to anyone at school and truly don't understand how I might have provoked your girlfriend. How can you pretend to be so oblivious? Didn't you splatter Miao Xiaomiao with food?" Realization dawned on Yang. The girl had vented her frustrations by summoning her boyfriend to confront him. Yet, he had not acted with malice. "I apologize, but please inform your girlfriend that it was unintentional." "Is an apology sufficient? My girlfriend is not someone your filthy hands can touch." Although Yang felt remorse for the girl, he did not believe he deserved such humiliation, and he frowned. "Speak more politely. What do you want? How about you lose a finger? Then I'll let you off the hook today." With that, Zhao Xiaobo tossed a dagger onto the ground. Yang couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "And if I refuse? Then I will sever your right hand." Upon finishing his threat, all 6 of them drew their weapons. Some wielded iron pipes, others knives, and still others daggers. Do you understand this is against the law? There has been a crackdown in the past 2 years. Laughter erupted from the group of thugs. This fool truly doesn't know you, huh? Against the law? In Zhongwu County, I am the law. I will count to 3. If you do not cut off your finger, I will take your right hand. 3, 2. Before Zhao Xiaobo could utter 1, Bai Yang sprang into action, now holding a short stick. Amid the dim light, he maneuvered fluidly between the 6 assailants. Cries of pain echoed as they fell to the ground, nursing dislocated limbs and incapacitated from combat. Bai Yang endured a hit to his shoulder, and his shirt was slashed by a dagger, though fortunately, he escaped serious injury. The one wielding the stick, along with Zhao Xiaobo who had the dagger, exhibited some skill. It seemed they had some training. However, they were no match for Bai Yang. He refrained from inflicting fatal harm, harboring a sense of guilt towards the girl, but now, his affection for her had evaporated entirely. Additionally, he was wary of the group's potential connections. They appeared to have backing, and being excessively harsh could jeopardize his education, certainly not worth the risk. Like in middle school, inflicting a bit of pain would suffice to deter further harassment. After a couple of encounters, no one would dare provoke him again. He hadn't anticipated facing such difficulties in high school. Indeed, a new environment necessitated the re-establishment of his reputation. Bai Yang dismissed the incident. In this era, even small-time delinquents adhered to a code of loyalty. Those who confided in parents or authorities were deemed cowards. One must shoulder their burdens alone. If one could not win a fight, they should accept defeat and return to challenge again. Reporting was for the weak. After a few minutes of delay, he returned home to find his mother, Wenfeng, unusually anxious, visibly relieved upon his arrival. The following day, during class, several police officers arrived, unceremoniously handcuffing Bai Yang and taking him away. Even as the teacher inquired, they ignored her, insisting that Bai Yang had deliberately harmed someone and had to be interrogated. The teacher, left with no choice, sought out the principal, pedaling furiously after the police car's departure. This incident quickly became the talk of the school during breaks. That Chin Shimmy finally got his comeuppance. He dared to intentionally harm someone and was taken away in handcuffs. There's no way he'll ever return to school or continue his antics. Upon encountering the police, Bai Yang sensed trouble brewing but felt powerless to change the situation. It seemed Zhao Xiaobo was indeed formidable. To his astonishment, he faced severe interrogation. The officers disregarded his truthful accounts, instead employing leading questions that required simple yes or no responses. Each time he refused to answer, he received a slap or was struck on the hands with a rubber baton. Fortunately, at this juncture, his homeroom teacher, Zhou Wenbin, and Principal Chang Mingyu arrived. Previously, when Bai Yang had explained his absence, he had shared details about his home situation, garnering sympathy from his teacher. Principal Chang Mingyu, a reasonable man, had received a brief overview from Zhou Wenbin during their journey. The principal commanded a certain authority. The police had to yield to his presence. Bai Yang recounted the events from the previous night. Upon hearing the situation, the principal recognized Zhao Xiaobo's notorious reputation. Everyone was aware of it. As a principal, he found himself in a difficult position. Zhao Xiaobo's father was the head of the police department, wielding significant influence and a higher rank than himself. Nonetheless, it did not hinder the principal's pursuit of justice. After all, both parties were students, and the school held the right to intervene. Bai Yang was spared further torture and was not coerced into false confessions. Zhao Xiaobo and his gang claimed that Bai Yang had initiated the conflict and had been the first to attack, completely denying any threats or intentions to discipline him regarding his girlfriend. Bai Yang maintained that Zhao Xiaobo was retaliating on behalf of his girlfriend, Miao Xiaomiao, demanding he sever a finger or face the loss of a hand. Both sides stood firm in their narratives. As for witnesses, Teacher Zhou returned to the school to inquire, but no student dared to step forward to testify. Ultimately, the case would hinge on the nature of the injuries sustained. The 6 individuals suffered from dislocations and torn ligaments, their injuries quite severe. Bai Yang was acutely aware of the gravity of his actions. They were fabricating evidence of their injuries. After a day of turmoil, the eventual outcome was that Bai Yang, having just turned 14, was subject to sentencing for inflicting serious harm on multiple individuals, potentially facing several years of imprisonment. Filled with indignation and helplessness, Bai Yang lamented that he should have taken more drastic measures the previous night. Both Principal Chang and Teacher Zhou shook their heads in dismay. As the principal was about to depart, Bai Yang called out to him, "Principal Chang, I kindly ask you to visit XX Road, XX Alley, XX number, and explain my situation to the landlord. Thank you." Upon realizing that Bai Yang had connections, the principal and teacher Zhou wasted no time and hurried away, understanding that if they delayed, this exceptionally gifted child could face dire consequences. Within half an hour, Old Man Fong and Old Man Pei rushed over in haste. The young officer, seeing the two elderly men seeking Bai Yang, grew impatient and was about to dismiss them. Old Man Pei erupted in anger, demanding that their director, Zhao Hailong, come immediately, threatening that if he did not arrive within 10 minutes, he would break his legs. Chapter 42. The abilities of Old Pei. The young police officer, upon witnessing the situation, dared not delay further and hurried to make an announcement. Director Zhao was currently enjoying a drink with the captain in the cafeteria, expressing gratitude to the captain for standing up for his son while handling matters fairly. Suddenly, Zhao Director, Principal Chang, and Teacher Zhou arrived with two elderly gentlemen, one of whom urgently insisted that he must come over immediately, warning that if he took more than 10 minutes, he would, "What? Speak quickly. He would break your legs." Director Zhao, momentarily taken aback while holding his cup, pondered whether this troublesome youth had connections with someone he could not afford to offend. After all, he was merely a wild child from the countryside, a product of parents who had abandoned him. With a hint of caution, he set his drink down and swiftly made his way to the office hall. From a distance, he spotted the two elderly gentlemen, and an immediate sense of panic enveloped him. Old Pei was a former leader from the army, having nurtured countless elites, while Old Fong was a figure of great influence, someone he could not afford to offend even though his children had fallen from grace. With a forced composure, Zhao Hailong approached them. "Old leaders, what brings you here? What brings us here? Is this how you conduct yourself now that you hold the position of director? Is this truly who you are?" Old Pei fumed, pointing his finger at Zhao Hailong's forehead. "Please, do not be angry, old leader. Allow me to clarify the situation. Let us head to the office, have some water, and discuss this calmly. Water my foot. The case of Bai Yang must be handled justly." Zhao Hailong felt a sense of dread. How could this impoverished youth have connections to such powerful figures? "Please calm down, old leader. I will inquire about the situation right away." Old Pei, without hesitation, pulled out a baton from Zhao Hailong's waist and struck him on the leg. "Stop pretending. If you keep acting, it won't end with just a beating." The crowd gasped in shock. Who was this old man? This was a county director, and he was striking and scolding without hesitation. Old leader, I was wrong. I will personally handle this matter." Zhao Hailong was genuinely frightened. Even though these two elders were retired, they could easily ruin him with a simple phone call. All his years of effort could be rendered futile, leading him back to farming or, worse, imprisonment. With a limp, Director Zhao made his way to the interrogation room, personally unlocking Bai Yang's handcuffs and shackles. "Weren't you supposed to handle this fairly? Are you just letting him go?" "Old leader, I saw my subordinates being excessive. It was merely a school fight. How could they be handcuffed?" "A school fight? I heard they were facing several years of sentencing." "Old leader, please don't believe that. How could they impose a sentence on the first day? They are still under investigation. I never expected them to act so improperly, handcuffing students and using intimidation tactics." Bai Yang nodded toward the two elders, offering a bitter smile. It was not that he was reserved, but rather that the past half hour had been excruciating, rendering him speechless. The pain was unbearable, akin to having needles piercing his fingers, books being smashed against his chest, and rubber rods striking his joints. There was no visible blood or external injury, only internal anguish and pain. Bai Yang, however, remained resilient, not uttering a single cry. Even the police officers conducting the interrogation began to fear him, having never encountered someone so unyielding. They genuinely worried about retaliation. Feigning an inquiry into the incident, Zhao Hailong listened and then pretended to be furious. "What are you young people doing? This is sheer nonsense. A scuffle among students should be handled by the school, not by arresting and interrogating them. Are you treating discipline like a joke? You three are suspended immediately and must face serious repercussions after the investigation." The three young officers felt wronged but dared not argue. "Principal Chang, look at the trouble this has caused. In the future, let the school handle student disputes, all right? We will intervene only if it escalates." Principal Chang's lips twitched, but he remained silent, thinking Zhao Hailong was truly shameless. "Old leader, this is all a misunderstanding, and my subordinates acted ineptly. I will ensure strict discipline." "What do you think? If any of the soldiers I train were to act inappropriately, I would personally handle it. So I hope you are genuinely unaware of this situation. Take care. Bai Yang, can you walk?" Old Fong approached Bai Yang, supporting him with concern. "Thank you, Grandpa Fong. Thank you, Grandpa Pei. Thank you, Principal Chong. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Bai Yang managed to express his gratitude as he regained some composure. No longer having to grit his teeth against the pain, he stood unsteadily, his joints having taken a beating. Old Pei's simmering anger reignited. You lot are quite something. Employing such dirty tactics is truly impressive. Bring these 3 individuals in. How dare they use torture? Before Old Pei's fury could escalate, Zhao Hailong shouted loudly, "Stop!" Old Pei stepped forward to support Bai Yang, asking, "Do you need to go to the hospital?" "Thank you, Grandpa Pei. But it's unnecessary. I can endure." Bai Yang understood that in this era, without CT scans or similar technology, internal injuries could not be detected, or else they would not have dared to employ such methods. Zhao Hailong continued to apologize profusely, promising a thorough investigation and a rectification of discipline. The 2 elders, feeling sympathy for Bai Yang, finally relented and took him home, with Zhao Hailong personally driving them. Bai Yang was astonished by Old Pei's influence, realizing that a mere county director could be so easily reprimanded. Had he known, he would have displayed a more formidable front, ensuring no one dared to bully him. Principal Chong and Teacher Zhou were equally amazed, pondering whether the seemingly pitiful youth was merely masking a cunning demeanor. An hour later, Bai Yang regained his ability to move, and the 2 elders understood that after a night's rest, he would recover significantly. It was late, and the 2 elders prepared to return home. Bai Yang contemplated making himself some food, having gone hungry all day. However, the pain still lingered, and he decided to endure the hunger. Soon after, when Feng arrived, surprised to see the lights on and overjoyed to find Bai Yang. "Boss, why are you back so early? Did you skip evening classes?" "Yes, I had some matters to attend to and did not go to class." "Have you eaten dinner?" Bai Yang's stomach responded with a loud growl, echoing his hunger. Seeing Bai Yang's pained expression, Wen Feng could not suppress a laugh. "Wait, I will make you something to eat." Before long, 2 bowls of steaming tomato and egg noodles were served. Bai Yang's hands trembled as he attempted to grasp the chopsticks, finding it a struggle to eat. It was then that Wen Feng noticed something was amiss with Bai Yang. "Boss, you're injured?" "Yes. It's nothing. Nothing. Look at your fingernails. They're all marked. What happened? And your knuckles are so swollen. Open your mouth. I will feed you." After finishing his words, Wen Feng, with a swift motion, began to feed Bai Yang strands of noodles, unceremoniously stuffing them into his mouth. Being fed by someone marked a first for Bai Yang, as it did for Wen Feng in the role of a feeder. Their bodies were so close that their eyes frequently met, an inexplicable sensation blossoming between the 2. Once Bai Yang had his fill, Wen Feng turned his attention to the remnants of noodles in his own bowl. "Last night, a few unruly classmates attempted to bully me, but I ended up injuring them instead," Bai Yang recounted as Wen Feng continued to eat, detailing the entire incident. Although not typically loquacious, Bai Yang felt a profound trust in Wen Feng and did not wish to conceal his thoughts from someone who genuinely cared for him. Chapter 43. The Wrong Miao Xiao Miao. Wen Feng's expressions fluctuated between concern, anger, and ultimately joy as he listened intently, refraining from interruption until Bai Yang had finished articulating his thoughts. "I never expected you to be so formidable, defeating 6 opponents single-handedly. Who are Grandpa Pei and Grandpa Fong? They are truly impressive. You must express your gratitude to them, for they are indeed your benefactors. I'm not entirely sure of their background. Perhaps they can be considered my mentors. They have imparted a great deal of knowledge to me over the years, and this time, they have been incredibly helpful." As Wen Feng finished washing the dishes and returned indoors, he stated, "Wen Jie, I cannot escort you home today. I am still unable to ride my bicycle, and walking is somewhat strenuous." "Yes, I understand. I will not be returning tonight. You have a spare room, don't you? I see that bedding is already prepared." "Wen Jie, you mean?" "Exactly. I shall stay here tonight to care for you, my injured friend. Won't your parents be worried?" "Not at all. They are always asleep by the time I return home, so they won't even notice my absence." That night, Wen Feng assumed the role of a dutiful spouse, tending to Bai Yang by washing his face, feet, and body, while also assessing his injuries, applying Honghua oil to all his joints. Both of them slept soundly, as if they had found in each other a confidant. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had quietly transformed. They were no longer merely employer and employee, nor siblings or friends. What they truly were remained uncertain. The following day, Bai Yang was significantly improved, able to move with ease. Although the shop typically opened at 9 a.m., Wen Feng awoke even earlier than Bai Yang and prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him. Upon entering the classroom, Bai Yang astonished his classmates. Wasn't he taken away in handcuffs yesterday? How is he back? Yet, no one dared to inquire. Bai Yang's tale had become legendary. Not only did he face off against Chen Shimi and Shimin Qing, but he also triumphed over 6 opponents, leaving them incapacitated. The leader of these 6 was a notorious bully, whose father was the chief of police, making him untouchable within the school, even by teachers and the principal. Yet Bai Yang returned to class unscathed, leaving everyone baffled. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Wenbin, seemed oblivious to the events and continued with the lesson as usual. The school administration was at a loss on how to proceed, for both parties involved were not to be trifled with. In the altercation, Bai Yang had gained the upper hand, complicating matters further. He had suffered at the hands of the police, who coerced him brutally. The school could not intervene, as they lacked the authority to do so. It was up to Bai Yang to navigate his own path back. During lunch in the cafeteria, the delicate girl once again sat across from Bai Yang. Her large eyes were filled not only with indignation but also sorrow, her lips pouting in a manner that could hang a coat. "You owe me an apology," she declared. Bai Yang, though still irritated with the girl, managed to temper his emotions. "Apologize? For what? Of course. I assisted you, yet you failed to provide the promised reward and instead showered me with food." Bai Yang set down his chopsticks and regarded her seriously, impressed by her performance. "Did your boyfriend not avenge you? Was that not sufficient?" Instantly, the girl's indignation dissipated as she stared at Bai Yang, bewildered. "My boyfriend? Avenge me?" Bai Yang maintained a stoic expression, refusing to respond, watching her continue her charade. The girl, confused, retorted, "I don't have a boyfriend." "You scoundrel, don't fabricate lies to shirk your responsibilities. First, you embarrass me, and now you lie. You are utterly unreasonable." "Me? Lying?" Bai Yang chuckled in disbelief at her audacity. He retrieved a set of the most expensive hairpins from his bag. "Look at these. I had already prepared a token of gratitude. But what about you? Just because I accidentally splattered food on you, you sought out your boyfriend to confront me, threatening to sever my fingers or even my right hand. Was that not true?" The girl seemed to suddenly recall something. "You were the one who got into a fight the other night, and you were the one taken to the police station yesterday? Continue your pretense," Bai Yang urged, unfazed. "Stop pretending. I don't have a boyfriend, and I have nothing to do with that." "Nothing to do with it? Aren't you Miao Xiaomiao? Is your boyfriend not Zhao Xiaobo?" "I am Miao Xiaomiao, but he is not my boyfriend. I would never seek him to harm you." Miao Xiaomiao was on the verge of tears, her distress appearing genuine. Bai Yang recalled a saying, "The more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception." He stuffed the hairpins into his pocket. "I only believe in facts. I nearly did not return to school. I almost ended up in jail, all thanks to you. While I cannot confront you, do not underestimate anyone. If you destroy me, as long as I survive, I will seek 100-fold retribution." With that, Bai Yang decisively departed with his lunchbox. Miao Xiaomiao remained frozen in place, unsure if she was frightened by his harsh words or simply feeling wronged. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Miao Xiaomiao felt deeply aggrieved. Zhao Xiaobo had pursued her, writing love letters and giving gifts, all of which she had rejected. She had no interest in him, yet he had gone so far as to claim her as his girlfriend and harm an innocent classmate. His behavior was utterly shameless and brazen. Upon returning home that evening, the little princess was clearly in distress, refusing to eat dinner and retreating to her room to lie on her bed. Miao Weiqiang and his wife cherished their only daughter. While not indulged, she was certainly treasured, especially by her mother, who had always guided and educated her. From a young age, Miao Xiaomiao had been sensible, academically successful, and notably beautiful and charming. "Weiqiang, what is wrong with Xiaomiao? Did you scold her?" "Of course not. I'm only concerned for her. Do you think something has happened to our daughter? Let us ask her." After a few minutes of coaxing, the moody Miao Xiaomiao finally burst into tears, embracing her mother as she recounted the events. "Zhao Xiaobo is such an arrogant individual, daring to set his sights on our precious daughter, even going so far as to harm her classmate. This is truly intolerable. Weiqiang, you must take action." "I understand. I will verify the situation immediately." Miao Weiqiang called Zhao Hailong and subsequently the principal of the high school. Later, he returned to Miao Xiaomiao's room. "Xiaomiao, do not worry. I have handled everything. Zhao Xiaobo will not dare to harass you again, and they will apologize tomorrow." Zhao Xiaobo had not anticipated such a disastrous turn of events. He thought it was merely a routine reprimand of a classmate. Instead, he ended up dislocating his shoulder, and after being reprimanded by his father, he was warned not to provoke that big guy again. How could he heed such warnings? He was in his rebellious phase and would not accept defeat. After all, his father was the chief of police in the county. Who could intimidate him? Chapter 44. Ming Chen Shime, also known as Shiminking. Those two old men are none other than former leaders who have long since retired and lost their power. My father is rather antiquated. It is a new era, yet he still insists on respecting teachers and elders. Just wait, you black rascal. If I cannot defeat you, there are certainly others who can. If I cannot take action myself, surely I can find someone to do it for me. Lying in bed, I was contemplating how to win over Miao Xiaomiao, considering a softer approach first. But if she continues to be disrespectful, I would have to resort to a more forceful method. To my surprise, my father received a phone call, and when he entered the room, he unleashed a brutal beating upon me with his belt, fiercer than before, even smashing my expensive video camera and color television. Amidst the scolding and beating, Zhao Xiaobo realized he had provoked Miao Xiaomiao, claiming she was his girlfriend. Was it really for this? Dad, if you keep hitting me, I might just die. I wish to beat you to death, you troublemaker. You are always causing me distress. At that moment, Zhao Xiaobo's mother rushed in, clinging tightly to Zhao Dad. Hailong, what on earth is happening? He is your own son. You beat him yesterday and again today. Are you trying to kill him? Ask this little rascal what trouble he has brought upon me. All right, I will ask. Let us stop now, or I might truly end up killing him. Dad, is it really necessary to beat me so severely just for pursuing Miao Xiaomiao? Liking her isn't a crime. You may not be breaking the law, but why do you keep declaring Miao Xiaomiao as your girlfriend? And you even stood up for her, threatening to break Bai Yong's fingers. Was that your doing? Dad, that's not a big deal. Previously, you protected me during more severe incidents. Why are you so cowardly this time? Cowardly? I will beat you to death. Old Zhao, what is actually going on? Xiaobo has a point. With a wife and child like this, I must be cursed for 8 lifetimes. Do you even know who Bai Yong's backer is? My former leader. And that old man Fong is his superior. You are courting disaster. And Miao Xiaomiao, do you think she is just an ordinary girl? Her father is Miao Weiqiang, who just scolded me over the phone. Do you want me to be dismissed and live a hard life? Old Zhao, are you talking about Secretary Miao Weiqiang? Who else could it be? Zhao Xiaobo was taken aback, the daughter of the county party secretary. And he had actually intended to pursue her. Fortunately, he had not made a grave mistake. However, he felt incredibly bold, undoubtedly a child of destiny. Since he liked her and her father was so formidable, he was determined to win her over, believing it would only make him stronger in the future. You, my son, will publicly apologize at school tomorrow. From now on, behave yourself. If there is a next time, our family will face dire consequences. And I will truly beat you to death. Do you hear me? Yes, I understand. The next day during the morning exercises, there was no exercise routine. Over 10,000 students were bewildered. At that moment, Principal Chang Mingyu took the stage with a microphone. Students, we are holding an emergency school-wide assembly today. Principal Chang went on for 10 minutes discussing school discipline, prohibiting fighting and dating, and encouraging students to treat each other kindly. He then mentioned a recent incident where senior students bullied freshmen, which had even attracted the police's attention, resulting in serious penalties for 6 students, with expulsion as a consequence for any further offenses. Subsequently, Zhao Xiaobo and 5 other students took the stage, reading from their written apologies. I am Zhao Xiaobo from Class 3 of senior year. I made a mistake by claiming Miao Xiaomiao as my girlfriend, and I should not have confronted Bai Yong on her behalf. I sincerely apologize to the 2 freshmen. I am sorry. School is a place for learning, not for dating or fighting. I assure you that in the future. Bai Yong observed Zhao Xiaobo on stage, bruised and battered. He did not inflict those injuries. He had merely dislocated his leg. Had Zhao Xiaobo's father, Zhao Hailong, been responsible? Bai Yong found it odd that teacher Zhou had spoken to him privately the previous day, and this matter had quietly passed. Yet today it was being publicly criticized and an apology was being demanded. Could it be because of Miao Xiaomiao? If she was indeed involved, it would be a significant issue. Was she more formidable than the 2 old men, Fong and Pei? However, he felt he had wronged Miao Xiaomiao. It seemed she was not to blame. His attitude yesterday had been somewhat poor, even intimidating her. Perhaps he should seek another opportunity to apologize. Bai Yong, influenced by his past life, tended to procrastinate or avoid confrontation. He never considered taking the initiative to apologize. Yet Miao Xiaomiao was proactive. Her good upbringing instilled in her the necessity to resolve issues and grievances promptly, never allowing herself to be distressed and absolutely never procrastinating. Back at the cafeteria, At the same table and time as before, Miao Xiaomiao sat opposite Bai Yang with a serious expression. You owe me an apology. Bai Yang almost choked again, hurriedly covering his mouth. Miao Xiaomiao, startled, also shielded her face with her hand. Eating should be simpler than this. Why do you keep choking? Bai Yang felt awkward, swallowing his food before softly saying, I'm sorry. That lacked sincerity. The two were already the focus of attention, with classmates stealing glances as they ate. Bai Yang straightened, set down his chopsticks, and looked at Miao Xiaomiao earnestly. I apologize. Miao Xiaomiao tilted her head, avoiding his gaze. Still not enough. Under the scrutiny of their peers, Bai Yang felt uneasy, yet Miao Xiaomiao appeared unaffected, prompting a sudden thought. He stood up straight, pulled a set of hairpins from his pocket, bowed slightly, and presented the hairpins with both hands. I sincerely apologize, Miao Xiaomiao. I wronged you. Miao Xiaomiao stood up joyfully, accepting the hairpins and examining them, her previous displeasure entirely forgotten. That's more like it. I forgive you. However, this gift is a token of your gratitude towards me. You still owe me an apology gift. Bai Yang was at a loss for words. This girl was rather insatiable. I'm not in a hurry for the apology gift. You can buy it for me when you have money later. This clever girl was indeed a handful. All right. At that moment, Miao Xiaomiao was devoid of any displeasure, her expression akin to that of a proud rooster. Seeing you so obedient, I shall reward you with half a fish. As she spoke, Miao Xiaomiao opened her lunchbox and placed half a fish into Bai Yang's box. In public, dear lady, you are feeding a dark-skinned man? Bai Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, he was dark-skinned, or his face would have turned crimson from embarrassment. Eat up, Chen Shimi, for this is the best fish in the world, steamed by my mother. Bai Yang's face grew darker. You have mistaken me for someone else. My name is not Chen Shimi. Huh. They all refer to you as Chen Shimi. I thought, pardon me, what is your name? I am Bai Yang. Who informed you that I am called Chen Shimi? The girls in my class. How peculiar. They claim your name is Chen Shimi, and you go by the moniker Ximenqing. They often discuss you. Bai Yang's face turned darker. You are unaware of who Chen Shimi and Ximenqing are? I am aware, for my esteemed mother often imparts wisdom, teaching me that individuals cannot be strictly categorized as wholly good or evil. Thus, I believe those two historical figures are not entirely malevolent. Otherwise, they would not have garnered the affection of so many women. Chapter 45. Discontent. Miao Xiaomiao's thoughts were intriguingly novel, evoking a sense of reason. Was she merely innocent or profoundly enlightened? I heard you single-handedly took on 6 opponents without a scratch. Are you, perhaps, a concealed martial arts master? That is an exaggeration. I have merely learned some body conditioning techniques, and they were rather inexperienced. Would you be willing to teach me sometime? From that point on, Miao Xiaomiao and Bai Yang became not only dining companions, but also confidants, with Miao Xiaomiao being the talkative one and Bai Yang the consummate listener. Bai Yang mused that Yu Xiaolan and Miao Xiaomiao, one a young girl and the other a beauty, were both quite chatty, though their chatter was not unappealing. Their actions incited displeasure among many. The girls were puzzled as to why such a wonderful girl would associate with someone of such poor character as Bai Yang. Did Miao Xiaomiao, like Pan Jinlian, revel in superficiality and hedonism? The boys were even more resentful. With her delicate demeanor and striking figure, she was the object of many a dream. So how could she possibly be drawn to a man with a tarnished reputation? Are all beautiful women so shallow? The most troubled was Zhao Xiaobo. Although he was not lacking in admirers, he held a particular affection for Miao Xiaomiao, at least for the time being. Would introspection be of any use? Would his parents' fervent admonitions make a difference? Certainly not. Having been spoiled since childhood, he believed the best belonged to him, and his parents were merely overly cautious. He resolved to be persistent, to display sincerity, convinced that he could win her over. Sincerity, he thought, could be expressed simply. A blood letter. With a pen dipped in his own blood, he painstakingly wrote out those borrowed love poems, compelling his younger brothers to fold 1,000 origami cranes, which he intended to place in a beautiful glass jar. Little did he know that the love letter, never even glancing at it, along with the 1,000 cranes, was discarded as trash. Zhao Xiaobo could not provoke Miao Xiaomiao, but he could direct all his resentment towards Bai Yang. One day, as Bai Yang opened his door, he discovered a dead dog hanging from the doorframe, its appearance quite gruesome, with its front paws severed. If he were a 15-year-old, he would have been terrified. However, within Bai Yang resided the spirit of a man far older. Bai Yang rode his bicycle to report the incident, and the police arrived swiftly, inquiring if he had any enemies. When Bai Yang mentioned Zhao Xiaobo, The officers were momentarily taken aback, but proceeded with their usual protocol, taking the dead dog with them. The following day, another creature, a long worm, was found hanging at his door. Bai Yang chose not to report this time, instead deciding to reclaim his space and prepare snake soup that night. On the third day, a large rat appeared. The ongoing threats were nauseating, disrupting his sleep. Bai Yang understood that he must retaliate, otherwise, this would never cease. He was aware that after the initial intimidation, further tactics would inevitably follow. If they wished to play dirty, then let the games begin. That night, Bai Yang stayed awake, locking the door and scaling the courtyard wall, lurking in the darkness not far away. After 2 hours of waiting, two figures approached, one carrying a snakeskin bag. They stealthily made their way to the front door, extracting an object from the bag and hanging it from the beam before producing a dagger and repeatedly slashing at it. They exchanged low, sinister laughter before departing with the snakeskin bag. Bai Yang discreetly followed them. Exiting the alley, they lit cigarettes and whistled, swaggering confidently, 2 of the 6 from before. Soon, they arrived at a billiards hall. Although it was past 11, the place was still bustling. Bai Yang observed the back window. It was illuminated inside but dark outside, making it convenient for surveillance. The duo entered the billiards hall and approached 2 tables. "Boss, it's done," one of them declared. Laughter erupted among the group, including 2 or 3 girls. Indeed, Zhao Xiaobo was the mastermind. "What are we doing tomorrow?" they inquired. "How should I know? You all think of something that's most disgusting. If it were up to me, let us get some golden liquid from the latrine and splash it on his door." "Wow, that's revolting, haha. Not bad. That's a good idea. You go tomorrow night." "No way. I was just joking. I can't do that. If you go, there's a reward. If you don't come to me anymore." "All right, boss, what's the reward?" Zhao Xiaobo glanced at a nearby girl, gesturing with his lips. "All right, thanks, boss. Let us go get a late-night snack. I need to get home afterward. My family has been strict lately." Bai Yang continued to shadow them, noting how these ruffians lived so freely, indulging in food, drink, and companionship. After some revelry, the 6 men and 3 women ventured to a residential area, a typical courtyard with 3 tile-roofed rooms. They boisterously engaged in banter and laughter, accompanied by the sounds of women's mirth. After some time, Zhao Xiaobo stepped out to head home, while the others remained in their revelry. Bai Yang followed Zhao Xiaobo as he traversed through the family compound, relieved that no one was watching. He had gleaned the location of Zhao Xiaobo's home and the movements of his companions. Sprinting home, he arrived just past 1 in the morning. No wonder these ruffians skipped their early classes and slept during lectures, staying out so late. It was astonishing they were not sleep-deprived. The next afternoon, while listening to Miao Xiaomiao's incessant chatter, Bai Yang contemplated how to deal with these brutes. To confront them, he needed to understand their ways, and to understand them, he would have to follow them. It seemed that restful nights were no longer in his immediate future. "Bai Yang, you must eat. My mother made delicious taro pork. It's absolutely delightful. I've heard that the juice from the taro, when dried, becomes itching powder. Isn't that fascinating?" Suddenly, an idea struck Bai Yang. Itching powder could be an excellent means of revenge. "That sounds wonderful," he replied. "The taro pork your mother made is truly exquisite." "Is that so? You haven't even tasted it yet." "Well, yes, it's great." "Really? You're praising it without trying it. How phony." The drying of taro juice would take days, and Bai Yang could hardly wait. But he had an even more effective solution, the scraps of asbestos tiles. That night, Bai Yang waited in the shadows. Soon, he spotted a figure covering their mouth and nose, running with a bucket in hand. The disdainful expression confirmed it. This was indeed the golden liquid. Bai Yang drew back his slingshot and aimed at the person's foot. The individual lost their balance and fell, their head plunging directly into the bucket, emerging covered in the repugnant substance. Ugh, ugh. The person went wild, shouting and frantically trying to wipe it off, then hastily retreating. Even at a distance, Bai Yang could smell the foul stench. It was no wonder the person was in a frenzy. Bai Yang trailed behind them. The individual rushed into a courtyard, turning on the faucet to wash off the filth. In the room, the boisterous Zhao Xiaobo, upon hearing a commotion, dashed out, first catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor, and then witnessing the disheveled figure of Xiangren. The sight was enough to induce a wave of nausea among the onlookers. "What the hell? Why didn't you jump into the river after falling into the latrine? Why return here to disgust us? Get lost, get lost." While retching, Xiangren attempted to wash himself off, disregarding any hierarchical considerations. After a period of chaotic shouting and commotion, the courtyard finally fell silent. You didn't manage to repulse that wretched person, yet you've succeeded in revolting us. Did you fall into the latrine? Ugh. No, ugh. Stumbled, ugh. Hurry up and leave, you incompetent fool. Kicked out of the door, Xiangren fled in a state of disarray. We decided to head to the billiard hall, as the stench was unbearable. The group followed Zhao Xiaobo away, while Bai Yang chose not to follow, opting instead to scale the wall and re-enter the room. Chapter 46. The cellar. The scene was a chaotic disarray. 3 rooms each contained a large bed, accompanied by iron rods and machetes at the headboards. The inhabitants appeared to be rough around the edges, and the unkempt environment was utterly unexpected. Bai Yang cautiously retrieved fragments of asbestos tiles and sprinkled them over their bedding, ensuring nothing was spared, especially not their undergarments. He then exited the courtyard, resuming his surveillance at the billiards hall. The group remained true to their word, going wherever they claimed they would, while Bai Yang maintained his position by the window. That useless fool vexed me to no end. He didn't disgust Bai Yang, but rather repulsed me. Boss, that kid has always been unreliable. In my opinion, we've had enough of this petty annoyance. Let us go big and cripple that Bai Yang, one of the men suggested. But how? Boss, we cannot match Bai Yang's strength, but there are those who can. The old hag from the east side of the city, along with her subordinates, have trained since childhood. Without weapons, who could stand against them? You've finally come to your senses. Yes, this trivial squabbling is meaningless. We must take decisive action. Regardless of the faction, they all fall under my father's protection. Let the old hag deal with Bai Yang first. If they fail, I'll seek out others. In this county, there's no shortage of ruthless individuals who would dare disrespect me as the young master. Boss, you are wise. It would be too lenient to merely cripple Bai Yang. Let the old hag do the damage first, and then we can have the Jiu Dao gang turn him into pulp. How dare he compete with me for women? He doesn't know his own mortality. Zhao Xiaobo became increasingly exhilarated by his thoughts, growing impatient as he tossed aside his cue. You all continue playing. I'm heading home. Bai Yang followed closely behind, surprised to find Zhao Xiaobo's parents were not at home, even at nearly 11 o'clock. Zhao Xiaobo stealthily entered the study and removed a painting from the wall, revealing a safe behind it. After a brief struggle, the safe clicked open, revealing cash and a notebook. Zhao Xiaobo eagerly rifled through the pages before dialing a number. Hello, is this the old hag? How dare you insult me? Do you know who I am? I am the son of Zhao Hailong. It's wise of you to recognize my status. No need for apologies. Just help me take care of someone. Break all 4 of his limbs. Bai Yang from class 6, year 1 of the high school. Yes, regardless of the outcome. Do not mention my name. After flipping through the notebook once more, he dialed another number. Hello, I am not Zhao Ju. I am Zhao Ju's son, Zhao Xiaobo. Are you with the Jiu Dao gang? Good. I'll be direct. Someone has offended me, and I cannot take matters into my own hands. Have the old hag break his limbs first, and once he is almost healed, you can finish him off, ideally turning him into pig feed. Yes. Bai Yang from class 6, year 1 of the high school. Regardless of the outcome, do not mention my name. Upon ending the call, Zhao Xiaobo hurriedly locked the safe and replaced the painting. He exited with a jaunty tune, swaggering down the street. Bai Yang prepared to follow, but then paused. How could a director's safe contain contact information for 2 notorious gang leaders? Was Zhao Hailong truly a protector? The safe surely held many secrets. Once Zhao Xiaobo had distanced himself, Bai Yang climbed through the window into the study. Unaware of the code, he wasted no time in raiding the contents. He secured the safe within his spatial pocket. Just as he crawled out the window, the sound of a door unlocking echoed. Bai Yang quickly concealed himself in the shadows of a corner. Damn it, it's late, and they're not home. They'll end up dead outside eventually. Zhao Hailong's voice rang out. Once Zhao Hailong entered the room, Bai Yang quietly crept over the wall, poised to escape. Bastard! Zhao Hailong's furious voice erupted, followed by the sounds of items being thrown. He quickly grabbed a bag and exited, leaving the door unlocked. What was happening? Had he discovered the missing safe and become enraged? Bai Yang decided to follow. Zhao Hailong had been driven home by a driver. Now he could only proceed on foot. Bai Yang carefully trailed behind, aware that Zhao Ju would have formidable counter-surveillance skills. Zhao Hailong was indeed cautious, moving quickly while frequently glancing around. He even made rapid returns before turning in another direction. This level of counter-surveillance was extraordinary. This was not the direction of the police station, so where was he headed with such caution? 20 minutes later, they arrived at an inconspicuous courtyard at the urban-rural fringe. Zhao Hailong circled back several times before unlocking the courtyard gate and quickly relocking it. After a moment, he opened the door again, locking it behind him. Hearing the sound of the door locking, Bai Yong approached, crouching to peer inside. The light was on in the west room, and the curtains were drawn, revealing a silhouette moving about. After a moment, the commotion ceased, and the light was extinguished. Zhao Hailong emerged, appearing more relaxed. He calmly locked the door and walked at a normal pace in another direction. Bai Yong continued to follow until they returned home, where the sounds of an argument erupted. Where have you been? Not home at midnight. Dead. I was just playing mahjong with Xiao Yin and the others. Where else could I have been? You'd better have been playing mahjong. What's wrong, Lao Zhao? Why are you so irritable today? I'm the director of the Public Security Bureau. The safe at home has been stolen. Don't you think I have reason to be angry? This place doesn't feel like a home. There's not a single person who cares. What? How can that be? Isn't all our money in there? Now you're worried? Hurry and call the police. I am the police. Besides, how can I report it? Where did all that money come from? Bai Yong did not linger, but made his way to the small courtyard at the urban-rural junction. The windows were locked, the railings secure, and the doors bolted. Bai Yong took out a hammer from his spatial pocket. With a swift strike, he broke the lock. Upon switching on the light, he found a simple residential home, filled with dust from neglect. He proceeded to the west room, where he found a wardrobe, a stool, and a wooden bed. Following the footprints, he approached the bed, which was devoid of anything but bedding. Something fell off. He recalled a dragging noise. Bai Yong moved the bed aside, revealing several broken wooden planks beneath. These planks were devoid of dust, indicating they had been recently disturbed. Lifting the planks, he discovered a hidden cellar. Holding a flashlight, he descended cautiously. Once he surveyed the surroundings, Bai Yong gasped in shock. The cellar was as large as half a room, crammed with items. Stacks of gold bars of various sizes, dozens of antiques, a large bundle of cash wrapped in oil paper, and 2 handguns alongside a rifle, with a large box of ammunition. Beside the pistol lay 2 substantial notebooks. Upon flipping them open, it became apparent that they were ledgers detailing various crimes, dubious dealings, the innocence of certain parties, and the items exchanged. The 2 hefty volumes were entirely devoted to such entries. Bai Yong discerned that he could not linger in this place. He promptly retracted all items into his spatial compartment and restored the bed to its original state. He meticulously searched every corner of the room once more to ensure nothing was overlooked. Subsequently, he used the bed linens to erase all traces of shoe prints from the floor. Upon returning home, it was already 1 a.m. Although weary, Bai Yong felt no inclination to sleep. The magnitude of his discoveries was too great. He could not possibly rest without first sorting through it all. A sum of 560,000 yuan in cash, 70 pieces of gold bullion, 50 larger gold bars, 42 antiques, 2 handguns, 1 rifle, and 2,000 rounds of ammunition for both the handguns and the rifle awaited his attention. Chapter 47. The Old Bitch's Assistants Jin Tiao and Antiques. Bai Yong understood their value, yet he lacked a concrete grasp of their worth. However, he was well aware of cash, 560,000. Enough to purchase over 100 houses. Zhao Hailong was indeed greedy. Bai Yong pondered anxiously about what to do with these items. Moreover, Zhao Xiaobo's old bitch would likely come looking for him soon. How was he to resolve that? And then there was the Jiao Dao gang, notorious from the last severe crackdown on organized crime, a formidable organization that had committed numerous atrocities. Should he report them, and then eliminate them altogether? Lost in thought, Bai Yong succumbed to sleep. He had been severely sleep-deprived these past few days, and with his mind scattered, he felt an unusual sense of confusion. This could jeopardize his chances of attending university. Zhao Xiaobo's troublesome situation needed swift resolution. After evening study, Bai Yong anxiously awaited the arrival of the old bitch, but she did not appear. Upon returning home, he found Wenfeng had prepared dinner, impeccably on time. As he stepped through the door, the meal was served. Bai Yong, are you troubled? After becoming familiar, Bai Yong no longer permitted Wenfeng to address him as boss. What's wrong, Wenjia? You look so dispirited. You nearly fell asleep while eating. Oh, I haven't slept well these past 2 nights. It's been a restless time. Nonsense. It's autumn, not the season for cats to be in heat. After dinner, Bai Yong rode his bicycle to escort Wenfeng home. Just after turning a corner, a large foot suddenly kicked out, causing both Bai Yong and Wenfeng to tumble. Bai Yong rolled to the side, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Here they came. The group burst into laughter. Yet they did not pursue further. Bai Yong helped Wenfeng up, who had scraped her arm. Oh, this girl is quite lovely. You must wonder whether to accept or refuse this situation. Dog-go, just take her. She is exquisite. You've had your fun, and the brothers could use some relief. You make a fair point. Let us first break this little brat's legs. 7 individuals, all muscular, with prominent temples, and 3 of them sporting cauliflower ears, surrounded them. The one called Dog-go was larger and bore a somewhat feminine appearance, small nose, petite mouth, and little eyes, but spoke and moved with great masculinity. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Who we are is not important. What matters is you, Baiyang. I've heard you're quite the fighter. Will you face us 7 alone, or shall we take you on as a group? Ha. Baiyang was eager to test his skills honed over the years, which ordinary people could not fathom. He might as well practice against seasoned fighters. Besides, if he couldn't win, he could always draw a weapon. Wenjie, stay back. Wow, this kid is truly brave. He looks quite intimidating. Enough chatter, you bunch of sissies. Damn, this little brat is seeking death. Let us all go at him. Indeed, experienced fighters differed greatly, especially Dog-go, whose defense and offense were formidable, resulting in several hits from the others. Baiyang swiftly evaded, creating distance from Dog-go and targeting the weaker opponents first to avoid losing ground. Outnumbered, Ba Ji Quan thrived in such situations and favored close combat. Each movement was both offensive and defensive. A short punch landed on Xiao Qi's chest, sending him collapsing to the ground, followed by a quick elbow strike to Xiao Lu's ribs, instantly incapacitating him in pain. At that moment, a heavy punch came flying in. The chin was the weakest point. Baiyang inwardly cursed and knew it would surely knock him out, especially a heavy blow. He suddenly shook his shoulders, executing a Taizhan KO to counter the punch. The wrist of the assailant bent at a 90-degree angle. Tighten up, everyone back off and grab your weapons. Dog-go hastily shouted, pulling out a spring knife. 3 out of the 7 lay on the ground, wailing in agony. The remaining 4 brandished daggers, fanning out in 4 directions to encircle him. They were indeed quite experienced. A dagger was not a fist. A mere touch would draw blood. Baiyang did not overestimate himself. He pretended to draw a machete from behind. Damn, this kid hid such a large blade. Kid, what is your story? How do you know Ba Ji Quan and military boxing? What? Are you afraid? Afraid of your mother? Come at me together. When blades were drawn, it was a life or death situation. Baiyang would not hold back. 1/severed Xiao C's right hand. Then he quickly evaded, or else he would have taken several hits. Spinning around, Xiao San's fingers and dagger fell to the ground. Dog-go followed, his dagger swiftly slicing towards Baiyang's throat. Baiyang's machete, however, pierced Dog-go's abdomen. Seeing he was the last one left, Xiao Air turned to flee. Baiyang grasped Dog-go's right hand to prevent another strike, twisted the machete, and suddenly yanked it free, hurling it toward Xiao Air. One strike pierced through his thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground. Who are you? Why are you so formidable? Baiyang ignored the dying Dog-go, feeling the blood on his neck. It was merely a surface wound. He had narrowly escaped death. He dragged the injured individuals together. Wenjie, you should head back. I still need to deal with these people. Throughout the ordeal, when Feng had been terrified, and at the sound of Baiyang's voice, she snapped back to reality. Should I call the police? No need. Wenjie, just go back. As when Feng departed, Baiyang fixed his gaze on the remaining individuals. Who are you? Why did you want to kill me? Little brother, spare me. We are from the Chengdong old bitch gang. Quickly take me to the hospital. I have plenty of money to offer you. Still no answer to why you wanted to kill me. Zhao Hailong. He is the biggest protection umbrella. No, he is the largest force. His son wants to break your limbs. How much money do you have? 50,000. Brother, spare me, and I will deliver it to your door tomorrow. Baiyang had taken the opportunity during the day to peruse Zhao Hailong's notes. The old bitch gang had been involved in many homicides, all of which had been buried under the operations of Director Zhao, becoming cold cases. Taking advantage of the darkness of night, with few passers-by and dim streetlights, Baiyang dealt mercilessly with them, delivering several fatal blows. They did not even have the chance to cry out before they ceased to breathe, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Baiyang retrieved a shovel from his storage and quickly covered the blood with dry earth. Within minutes, the road appeared merely dirty, with no signs of the earlier violence. Concerned for Wenfeng, he rode his bicycle swiftly to catch up, just as she was about to enter the courtyard. Baiyang, are you all right? I'm fine. Wenjie, do not speak of tonight's events. All right, what about them? I'll let them all go. Good. Wenjie, I'm sorry for frightening you. Get some rest. Okay. Bai Yang did not return home, but instead headed to Zhao Hailong's residence in the urban-rural fringe. Upon listening, he found the premises deserted, the doors still malfunctioning. It appeared that Director Zhao had not arrived today, and one could only speculate about his reaction upon discovering the robbery. Bai Yang made his way to the cellar, disposing of the lifeless bodies of several individuals, ensuring to restore the scene to its original state and erasing any traces left behind. Upon returning home, it was already the late hours of the night. Despite the chill, Bai Yang took a cold shower, washing away the scent of blood from his garments. Many individuals experience nausea and psychological barriers after committing their first act of murder. As he showered, Bai Yang pondered why he was unaffected. Had the torment of his past life fortified his spirit to such an extent? He soon succumbed to sleep. Fortunately, the following day was Sunday, and there were no classes, allowing Bai Yang to indulge in a much-needed rest until nearly noon. Unwavering, he visited the old man Fong for a meal. "Hey, why did you arrive so late? What happened to your eyes?" "Oh, just some studying," he replied. "But your grades are quite good, aren't they? Why the struggle?" "Recently, I've been having difficulty keeping up with new material, especially in English, which requires rote memorization. My mind feels inadequate." Chapter 48. Thank you for helping me rediscover myself. You are rather foolish. English is not merely about rote memorization. I implore you, my sister and I can teach you. You two are just elementary school students. Do not jest. How dare you underestimate us? Bai Yang was taken aback. Shaolan's spoken English was truly impressive, even more melodious than that of their English teacher, with words he did not even comprehend. "What do you mean? Are you trying to fool me?" Shaolan, who was nearby, stifled a giggle and replied, "It means you dare to look down upon us." Grandpa Fong, witnessing Bai Yang's embarrassment, burst into laughter. "Bai Yang, these two little ones genuinely possess talent. They learned to speak while abroad." Bai Yang was overjoyed. Shaolan, please tutor your elder brother when you have the time." "Of course, no problem. However, you must bring us some delicious food." "Deal. Shall we start this afternoon?" "I can't this afternoon. I need to buy a camera. My sister and I want to go too." "Bai Yang, why do you need to buy a camera? It can be quite expensive." Grandpa Fong, who was munching on his meal, looked at Bai Yang with great interest. "I simply like it. I want to learn, and I wish to capture the beautiful sights I see." "Does Grandpa Fong know about cameras?" Bai Yang lied. He wanted to photograph Zhao Hailong's two notebooks, develop the pictures, and send them out. He would never dare to send the originals. In case they were intercepted or if the higher-ups favored Director Zhao, the evidence could be destroyed, leaving him without proof. "Of course, Grandpa, you are quite skilled in photography. Aside from your culinary skills, that is your third expertise. Why haven't you been using your camera lately? Our home has been sealed, and all valuable items have been confiscated." Grandpa Fong replied with an awkward smile. "What model of camera do you have?" "Nikon released a new FM2 model a couple of years ago. It currently offers the best value." "Grandpa, please teach me later." "Sure, don't forget to buy some film and a few meters of black cloth." After their meal, Bai Yang took the two sisters shopping. In the county town, there was only one large electronics mall. The camera Grandpa Fong mentioned was priced at 2,100 yuan. This small gadget was worth half a house. It seemed unreasonable. Nevertheless, Bai Yang purchased two, as the accessories were comparatively inexpensive. Upon seeing Bai Yang return with two cameras, Grandpa Fong immediately understood the significance, and his old eyes turned slightly red. This was his passion, akin to others who smoke, drink, or fish. He had been forced to abstain for a long time, and now he was rekindling his interest, unable to put them down. The entire afternoon was spent with the three children and Grandpa Fong learning photography and developing photos. Naturally, they took turns being the models, capturing numerous images, both individually and as a group. Bai Yang did not stay for dinner. He wanted to visit the clothing store, having not been there for quite some time. The staff were busy with inventory when they noticed Bai Yang's arrival and quickly stood up. Their expressions were genuine, delighted to see their boss. "Continue with your work. I merely came to check on you. By the way, do you have any plans for later? If not, let us gather for dinner tonight." "We certainly do not." At that moment, one of the staff dashed out and soon returned, leaving Bai Yang somewhat puzzled by the commotion. Upon seeing who it was, he immediately understood. Xie Xiaofeng's eyes glistened with moisture upon seeing Bai Yang. "Xiao Bai, it's been so long." Bai Yang was well aware of her feelings, yet he was still underage, and, even if he had such thoughts, he could not acknowledge them. "Hello, Xiaofeng, do you have plans tonight? If not, join us for dinner." Xie Xiaofeng excitedly nodded. When Feng could see his cousin's feelings, but sighed internally. Knowing that their uncle would never approve, Bai Yang was too young, and by the time he grew up, his cousin would already be a young lady. Their uncle and aunt were quite opinionated, and his cousin was obediently compliant. Recently, their aunt had been arranging blind dates for her with the sons of officials. It was likely she would marry next year, just as he had years ago. That evening, they gathered at a newly opened hot pot restaurant, which had a pleasant atmosphere and was a novel experience for them. The spicy hot pot paired with refreshing beer created a delightful contrast of ice and fire that enchanted everyone, except for Bai Yang, who did not drink much. Everyone enjoyed the meal and drank heartily. At 10 o'clock, the waiter came to urge them to leave, and they finally dispersed. Bai Yang, Wenfeng, and Xie Xiaofeng walked together. After dropping Wenfeng off at home, they took Xie Xiaofeng home as well. At her doorstep, Xie Xiaofeng hesitated before entering. "Xiaofeng, may I have a hug?" Bai Yang hesitated, but Xie Xiaofeng had already leaped into his arms, her small head resting against his chest as she quietly sobbed. "Xiaofeng, you know, Bai Yang, from the first moment I saw you, I liked you, but you are too young. I cannot wait. However, I am still happy to have encountered someone I admire. That alone is the greatest fortune." After saying this, Xie Xiaofeng wrapped her arms around Bai Yang's neck, her soft lips brushing against him. After a moment, she pushed him away and ran toward her home. Bai Yang stood there, stunned, contemplating love and affection, such unfamiliar concepts he had just experienced. The innocence of his first kiss faded away. The soft, warm sensation of her lips was truly delightful. Suddenly, Bai Yang realized that he was no longer a sorrowful person. He was a youthful body, a vibrant life, capable of experiencing and possessing those beautiful yet elusive things. "Thank you, Xiaofeng, for your enlightenment. I am grateful for your role in helping me rediscover myself." Unfortunately, Xie Xiaofeng could not hear him. The perspective shifts to Zhao Xiaobo. "What the hell is going on? Someone tell me." Zhao Xiaobo scratched his body vigorously while cursing in frustration. "I don't know, boss. Perhaps our environment is too filthy and has lice. Can lice make every part of the body itch? Moreover, several of us are itchy. Besides, we have bathed twice, yet the itching persists. It must be an illness." Little did they know, the fragments of asbestos tiles contained tiny transparent glass fibers that would irritate the skin further, making it difficult to wash off. "Boss, do you think we have that illness?" "Which illness? Just say it." "AIDS." Everyone shuddered, their itching momentarily forgotten, their faces turning pale. As the younger brother observed the crowd, he noticed their faces were filled with dread, prompting him to hastily offer an explanation. I have heard about that illness, characterized by red spots all over the body. Are we not experiencing the same symptoms now?" He continued. "It is said that this disease has two modes of transmission, one through blood and the other through, well, you know." The onlookers turned pale, exchanging anxious glances, with the greatest attention directed towards the three young women present. "It is not me, I assure you," the younger sister exclaimed in a flurry of panic. "Nor am I, for I merely have a slight inflammation. And neither am I. This concern does not solely afflict women." The men exchanged wary looks, each scrutinizing the other. Zhao Xiaobo's complexion turned an ashen hue. This illness was a rare and formidable affliction, more terrifying than cancer itself. Who among us will take the initiative to confess? Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 49. Zhao Xiaobo's homicide. Who is truly innocent? None are without blemish. Everyone bears a hint of malodorous guilt and inflammation, their hearts burdened by trepidation. Very well, if none shall step forward, then we shall investigate each one individually. All present are marked with crimson dots, yet it is only the inflamed girl who is in utter disarray, reeking of foulness. Upon witnessing this, despair envelopes the onlookers, their resentment reaching a boiling point. Most notably, Zhao Xiaobo, who, in the bloom of youth, finds his promising future shattered. "You vile creature, how dare you betray us?" "Brother Bo, I am wronged. This is merely inflammation, and it is connected to you. Enough. Strike her." The other two girls, terrified, cower to the side, while a few ruffians unleash their fury upon the inflamed girl. Zhao Xiaobo, unable to contain his fury, seizes a metal rod and strikes with abandon. They cease only when exhaustion overtakes them. The inflamed girl lies unconscious. "Boss, we haven't killed her, have we? Death would be fitting. She has caused me immeasurable grief. Even 10 lives would not suffice." Though Zhao Xiaobo boasts bravado, he has never taken a life and is gripped by fear. "Quickly, take her to the hospital. We cannot afford this misfortune." "Boss, we lack funds." Zhao Xiaobo rummages through his pockets, attempting to count out bills, but his trembling hands betray his anxiety, and he throws the entire wad onto the ground. His mind is consumed by the dread of a terminal illness. The itchiness is unbearable, leaving him incapable of rational thought. Upon returning home, he reclines in the bathtub, dousing himself in cold water until he feels slightly better. Unfortunately, by the time the inflamed girl arrives at the hospital, she is already deceased. The doctor promptly contacts the authorities, and aside from the two girls, the rest scatter in fear, even neglecting to inform Zhao Xiaobo. This is a significant case. It is impossible to conceal, especially since the arriving officers are unaware that the perpetrator is the son of Director Zhao. Even if they were aware, they would not dare to act unlawfully. The deceased girl hails from a notable family. Her father, a notorious figure in the Northern District, may not be the kingpin, but he is no minor player. Upon learning of this incident, he is incensed, fully aware of his daughter's associations. After interrogating one of the girls, he learns the entire sequence of events. Although he knows he cannot confront Director Zhao, he is determined that his daughter's life should not have been sacrificed in vain. He gathers his family and the body of his daughter and proceeds to block the entrance of the county government, demanding justice. While Director Zhao indulges in revelry, the lack of mobile phones in that era means his subordinates dare not inquire about his whereabouts. It is only when all involved are apprehended and implicate Zhao Xiaobo that the gravity of the situation dawns on them, prompting a frantic search for Zhao, who is currently engaged in a lavish feast. Director Zhao, don't you see I am occupied with friends? Are you blind? Director Zhao, there has been a grave incident. Startled, Zhao Hailong sets down his glass. After a hushed whisper from the informant, he rises abruptly, abandoning his drink and companions. As he strides out, he commands, "You return and suppress this case. Halt all interrogations and processes until I return to determine the course of action. If I am not back, no one is to touch this case." Zhao Hailong expels his driver from the vehicle and speeds home. Upon arrival, he is infuriated to find his son, Zhao Xiaobo, scratching himself in the bath. He swiftly retrieves his police belt and unleashes a flurry of strikes. "Father, what are you doing? I shall beat you senseless." Eventually exhausted, his anger begins to subside. "Get dressed and come with me immediately." Zhao Xiaobo, battered and tormented by itchiness, lacks the strength to resist. Surprisingly, the pain brings relief, if only slightly. "Move it. If you don't hurry, you'll bring ruin upon us both." Zhao Xiaobo, sensing the urgency, hastily dons his clothes and follows his father outside. The jeep races away. An hour later, when Zhao Hailong returns to the police station, he is met by a throng of people, including the parents of the girls involved, who rush to greet him. "Director Zhao, my son is innocent. He is a friend of your son." The chaos is overwhelming, yet Zhao Hailong pushes through the crowd, instructing his subordinates to contain the situation. "Director Zhao, you are finally back. The chief secretary is waiting for you in the conference room." As he approaches his office, a subordinate's sudden remark sends a chill down Zhao Hailong's spine. "He is here? What is the situation?" The deceased girl belongs to a family of ruffians, and they have brought her body to block the entrance of the municipal government. "What are you doing? Hurry and apprehend them. There are too many people. It's not advisable to act aggressively, as it may incite a riot. Coordinate with the armed police. Arrest only the ringleaders. We must clear the county government entrance swiftly. Anyone who resists must also be taken in." Zhao Hailong composes himself before entering. Ordinarily, the chief secretary would hold a lower rank, yet he represents the county party secretary, and, undoubtedly, news of Zhao Hailong's son being the mastermind has reached the secretary's ears. He has come to observe how Zhao handles the situation. If mishandled, Zhao could easily find himself dismissed. "Ah, Chief Secretary Liu, what brings you here? A rare visit indeed. Spare me the pleasantries. I have been waiting for you for half an hour. The secretary has been awaiting my report." Chief Secretary Liu, clearly impatient, ignores Zhao Hailong's offer of a cigarette. Yes, it is my fault for entertaining guests from out of town. Who could have anticipated an emergency? Rest assured, I have dispatched personnel to coordinate with the armed police for a swift resolution. Indeed, no one could predict an emergency. It appears the police station cannot function without you, Director Zhao. Even in dire situations, operations must be paused, correct? That is not the case. We have contingency plans. This misunderstanding is due to my subordinates' incompetence. Let us hope so. What are your plans, Director Zhao? I have heard your son is involved. Fear not. I have also heard the rumors. That is why I rushed back. Regardless of who it is, even my own father, Mistakes must be dealt with according to the law. There will be no tolerance for transgressions. Zhao Hailong, having earned his position through merit, calls an emergency meeting to organize the response meticulously. To avoid suspicion, he delegates all responsibilities to his deputy, opting not to involve himself while ensuring Secretary Lu's personnel supervise the proceedings. Though Zhao Hailong's actions are beyond reproach, there are still those who can exert pressure upon him. After Secretary Miao receives the report from the secretary, he is on the verge of an outburst, recognizing Zhao Hailong's cunning. He promptly contacts Zhao Hailong, demanding his suspension until the case is resolved and his position reinstated. Zhao Hailong found himself in a position where he had no choice but to acquiesce, a gesture that was already quite generous. Otherwise, the disciplinary committee might send someone to investigate anew. Although he was confident that nothing would be uncovered, it did not preclude the possibility of others scheming against him, a tactic he had employed himself on numerous occasions. Before long, his subordinate uncovered the details of the case. The young girl had concealed her illness, leading to suspicions among several individuals that it might be AIDS. In their ignorance, they all feared they had contracted the disease, which drove them to a state of irrationality. The most impetuous of them, a young man, seized a steel pipe and began to smash things in a fit of rage. It was only upon regaining his senses that he realized the folly of his actions. They then rushed the girl to the hospital, but it was too late. Chapter 50. The Old Bitch. Upon returning home, Director Zhao made several phone calls to finally put his mind at ease. Although his home safe had been robbed and the items hidden in the cellar were beyond the reach of others, the real concern lay in the accidental death caused by his son and his friend. Even if his son were apprehended, he would not face severe consequences and would likely be released swiftly. Moreover, a prior agreement had been arranged over the phone, allowing a powerless young man to take the blame, thereby assuming all responsibility for the crime. Given that the deceased girl was not a virtuous character and had potential connections to contagions, it was anticipated that the young man would be released in a couple of years, with compensation promised to his family. The Public Security Bureau quickly took action on the case, treating it with utmost seriousness due to its connection to AIDS. A few individuals underwent examinations, which revealed only mild allergic skin conditions, leading to a collective sigh of relief. The primary perpetrator, having caused a death, received the maximum penalty of 7 years, while 5 accomplices each received a year's sentence. Zhao Xiaobo remained at large, to be dealt with separately upon capture. The primary and secondary culprits, 6 in total, were mandated to compensate the victim's family a sum of 30,000 yuan. In that era, 30,000 yuan was a considerable amount. It was a time when the bride price for a daughter was merely 1,800 yuan, and human traffickers sold individuals for a few thousand. Given that the parents were lazy and unscrupulous, their consent was hardly surprising. Zhao Hailong voluntarily requested the disciplinary committee to investigate him, while simultaneously arranging for his son to surrender the next day. True to his word, Zhao Xiaobo turned himself in the following day, presenting a train ticket as proof of his intended trip to the city for an AIDS checkup, insisting he was unaware of subsequent events and was not attempting to flee. He also generously offered an additional 3,000 yuan in compensation to the victim's family, expressing sincerity in his confession. In consideration of these factors, the court decided to suspend his sentence for 1 year, allowing him to remain outside without serving time, provided he committed no further infractions during that period, at which point his record would be expunged. Director Zhao's strategy of retreating to advance was quite effective. The disciplinary committee indeed conducted an investigation, uncovering no financial discrepancies within the household, as the compensation had been covered by his daughter-in-law's family. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Hailong regained his former position. Zhao Xiaobo and several others were expelled from school, much to the relief of both teachers and students, paving the way for a more peaceful existence. Deprived of his subordinates and companions, Zhao Xiaobo also faced restrictions on his movements, which was a considerable hardship. Accustomed to a life of freedom, being under soft house arrest, and losing the prestige of being revered by others was more unbearable than imprisonment. However, he had no choice but to comply. Further trouble could lead to incarceration. Suddenly, he thought of Bai Yang, wondering if he had been harmed by the old bitch and his crew. He called to confirm. What? You don't know? Your son and his men are missing? You need to check immediately and call me back. An hour later, the old bitch returned the call. Hello? What? That wild child is fine. What are you all doing? Get it sorted out. After hanging up, Zhao Xiaobo could not help but curse. The old bitch, a supposed martial arts expert, had failed to accomplish anything while losing several of his own men. What a waste. The school publicized the events involving Zhao Xiaobo and his associates, causing a stir among the student body. Those ruffians had been too arrogant and were finally facing retribution. Bai Yang, unaware of his own contribution to the chaos, mistakenly believed that Zhao Xiaobo and his gang had gone too far. Had he known of his own role in the events, he would have been even more pleased. Nevertheless, Bai Yang remained vigilant, aware that the matter with the old bitch had been resolved, but the Nine Knives gang still posed a threat. Zhao Hailong and Zhao Xiaobo had to be eliminated, otherwise he could not expect to live peacefully. Bai Yang took numerous photographs of Zhao Hailong's notebook, capturing hundreds of images, each one a piece of incriminating evidence. And he documented the incriminating items as well. With hundreds of photographs, he had a substantial stack, barely fitting into a large envelope. With his left hand, he penned a report. He awaited the weekend to travel to the city and the provincial capital to submit it. Mailing it made him uneasy. What if it were intercepted? That night, upon arriving home, Bai Yang found his door ajar and the lights on inside. This was strange. He had been warned days earlier not to come by at night, and the profits from the clothing store were directly deposited into her account, so she had not visited in days. Who was in his home? Unfazed, he entered. Inside were over a dozen robust young men wielding steel pipes and machetes. Seated among them was a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Gogu. Without considering his physique, one might mistake him for a woman. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Yang instinctively prepared to flee, but the door was blocked by several individuals. "Are you Bai Yang?" they inquired. He remained silent. "Who are you?" They call me the old bitch." "I'm sorry, I don't know you. What do you want from me? Are you here to rob me?" "Humph, your shabby little house isn't worth robbing. I'm not one to engage in such lowly acts. I ask you, have you seen my son and his men?" "I'm sorry, I don't know you or your son. They didn't come looking for you a few days ago?" "No." The old bitch exuded an imposing presence, commanding respect far beyond that of mere youth, and with a calm demeanor stated, "Don't refuse to drink the wine I offer and force me to serve you a punitive drink. Speak honestly, or I will break your limbs, and then we will leave. Otherwise, you shan't see the dawn." "I genuinely don't know. I'm just a poor student, law-abiding and not in conflict with anyone. I'm curious why you're looking for me. Surely there has been a mix-up with someone sharing my name?" "Fine, I've heard you're quite skilled. As per the rules of our forebears, since we are all part of this world, we must observe proper etiquette upon our first meeting, one-on-one. If you can defeat us, you will be spared this time, and we can settle our scores next time. If you cannot, then you must accept our punishment. Is it absolutely necessary to fight? Couldn't I be innocent?" "It is necessary." "Very well." The old bitch rose and stepped into the yard, followed swiftly by his men, who locked the gate behind them. With no alternative, Bai Yang followed them outside. "You, the third one, step up first." At the old bitch's command, the third man stepped forward, locking eyes with Bai Yang. Judging by his appearance, he was a classic fighter, and his cold gaze suggested he had likely killed before. Bai Yang assumed a defensive stance. As he extended his hand, the opponent rushed in with a right hook, while his left hand dropped to prepare for a kick. Bai Yang reacted swiftly, but he did not exert his full strength, merely seeking to gauge the martial exchange. The previous 7 opponents had been rather inept, and he thought this one might provide a worthy challenge. Just as Bai Yang anticipated, the first 2 moves were feints, and the third was the real attack. A normal person would instinctively duck or bend to evade it, but that would leave them vulnerable to the knee strike, which could incapacitate anyone, regardless of whether it struck the head or body. Bai Yang is no ordinary martial artist, and the 3 elderly gentlemen are far from typical as well, particularly the venerable Fong Lao. It is rather improbable that the offspring they nurture would be anything less than exceptional. With a swift sidestep and a couple of delicate footfalls, Bai Yang effortlessly evades the onslaught. The onlookers are momentarily taken aback, especially the old matron. Lao San, feeling a surge of anger, is incensed that his tried-and-true combination of attacks has been so effortlessly sidestepped. He unleashes his full might, executing a barrage of lethal strikes. While Bai Yang appears to be struggling in defense, he is, in fact, not exerting his utmost strength. Instead, he is keenly observing his opponent's techniques and patterns. After a minute of engagement, the same moves have been repeated twice, indicating a lack of innovation. The style resembles a fusion of Xingxing and Muay Thai. At the instant Lao San's back foot touches down, unsteady in his stance, Bai Yang delivers a long punch, piercing through the guard of his opponent's hands, striking directly at the solar plexus. Upon impact, A sudden force reverberates through the connection. With a muffled thud, Lao San is sent reeling backward, struggling to rise once more, finding it quite taxing. Chapter 51. Is life not like this? Bai Yang did not exert his full strength, fearing he might seriously injure his opponent. What a splendid display of Ba Ji Quan. I did not expect you to possess such formidable skills at such a young age. The old dog barked loudly, offering both praise and guidance to his subordinates. Second, it's your turn. The second man, short and lean, was muscular, yet Bai Yang did not dare to underestimate him. For the aura he projected was more intimidating than that of the third man. This second opponent was remarkably swift and agile, practicing the shape-based praying mantis fist, which was both precise and ruthless, targeting the most vulnerable spots. Bai Yang utilized his blocking techniques, thankful that his striking areas had been tempered by the great trees. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled. After 2 minutes, Bai Yang discerned the opponent's patterns and endured several hits, gritting his teeth in pain. The second man indeed possessed some strength. The battle was quite engaging, as such quickness was a rarity. When the opponent leapt again, Bai Yang executed a sweeping kick, which the second man misjudged as a slow opening and charged forward aggressively. Bai Yang countered with a side shoulder bump, meeting the oncoming praying mantis thrust. The sharpness of the fingers could not withstand the might of the Ba Ji Quan shoulder strike. With a muffled grunt, the opponent's fingers and wrist were dislocated, leading to his defeat. The old dog clenched his back teeth. He had no doubt he could handle the second and third men, but he lacked confidence in overcoming Bai Yang. The stakes were too high. Should he be defeated, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and his subordinates would no longer respect him. After deliberation, he chose not to engage, for power was now more valuable than face. You may have won today, young one. I shall spare you tonight, but you must tell me the truth about where my son and his 6 subordinates have gone. Bai Yang felt an urge to laugh. However, he knew it would be unwise to provoke them, as they might retaliate with knives in this confined space. Though he was confident he could survive, he would likely sustain serious injuries. I truly do not know about your son or his subordinates. I am merely a student, studying martial arts, and have no connection to you. He inquired, what are the capabilities of your son and his 6 subordinates? Do they possess any weapons? They are capable. They always carry weapons when they go out. As martial artists, we know that even the most skilled fighters fear a kitchen knife. You know that I have no weapons on me or at home. How could I possibly defeat 7 men with my bare hands? The old dog shook his head resolutely. Moreover, I believe the disappearance of one person could be an accident, but for 7 to vanish without a trace is implausible. I am but a student. Do I possess such strength? The old dog shook his head once more. Though I am young, I understand 2 things. One is revenge, and the other is profit. I can confirm that I have never encountered you before. There is no animosity or interest between us. Having established that he lacked the capability to make 7 men disappear simultaneously, and having no enmity or financial ties, how could he possibly be involved with them? The old dog nodded slightly. Let us leave. Wait a moment. Can you tell me why you sought me out? I cannot. I would only reveal that if you were to perish. After everyone had departed, Bai Yang locked the door and pondered how to deal with the old dog and the Jiu Dao gang. Using a gun was not an option, as he was unfamiliar with firearms. With knives, their numbers were overwhelming, and he would certainly be exposed. He decided to lay low. After reporting them, this gang would surely be apprehended, and he would be safe then. Gathering a few articles of clothing, he left and ensured no one was following him before checking into a hotel. The next day, he arrived at school and directly applied to reside on campus. Who would dare block people from entering the school? Who would be so audacious? Collective living is a form of refinement, learning and working together. If you are unwilling, you may maintain your distance. However, living together necessitates mutual adjustment. Even the smallest group exhibits a hierarchy, including within families. When the mother is strong, the family is ruled. The most severe consequence lies in emotions. Have you ever heard the saying, as long as mother smiles, the family is joyous? When the father is strong, chaos ensues, domestic violence, infidelity, children protecting their mothers, divorce, or enduring an unhappy marriage. Some say, is life not like this? Yes, most people are unaware of the reason for their existence. Those so-called familial bonds, friendships, and love may be either innate or imposed upon us. Perhaps this is a product of civilization developed over millennia. Even within families, tolerance and compromise are essential. How much more so among strangers? Bai Yang had lived in collective dormitories before, but those were inhabited by exploited individuals. lacking any energy to do more than work. In school dormitories, there are certainly leaders and those who are led. Some become leaders through brute force, others through family connections, and still others through monetary influence. Yet, those who are led are invariably quite ordinary. In this lifetime, why resign oneself to being merely average? The path of mediocrity may be a fine tune, suitable for emotional release and spurring you to combat complacency, but it should not dictate your fate. Moreover, while some traverse mountains and seas, you have yet to overcome the mountains within your own heart. How can you empathize with their struggles? Bai Yang's arrival disrupted the equilibrium of the dormitory. This small pond would need to undergo a new process of adaptation. As Bai Yang lay down, he heard the boy on the bottom bunk sobbing. Why was it a boy? He was small in stature, wearing oversized glasses. From their casual conversations, Bai Yang learned that the boy from the bottom bunk had come from a distant village, located several dozen kilometers from the county town. A trip home took half a year, or perhaps villagers would come into the city to bring money and supplies. Rural children can also be spoiled, lacking in independence. The superiority they once felt in academics vanished, as most of their peers were top students. Without the guidance of parents and teachers, they lost their support, becoming timid, anxious, and sensitive. A loud word from others could shatter their composure. The dormitory leader reveled in manipulating the emotions of others. The quieter the weeping, the more he savored it. The others feigned indifference, pretending nothing had occurred, a skill in itself. Bai Yang initially wished to refrain from involvement, but the sobbing was unbearable, preventing him from sleeping. What is your name? The crying ceased, and in the presence of the tall Bai Yang, the boy could only respond obediently. My name is Wang Hui. What troubles you? Why are you crying? I miss my home, and I do not want to go to school. Though you may be small in stature, you are indeed a 15-year-old young man now. It is time to learn independence. Your family worries about you. After years of diligent study, is it not your goal to gain admission to a university and make a name for yourself? Embrace growth and cultivate resilience, for you are destined to become the pillar of your household. Thank you. Drafted? What time is it? Why so much idle chatter? Hurry and go to sleep. A voice bellowed from a distance. Wang instantly stifled his breath, afraid to exhale audibly. Bai Yang remained silent, simply leaping from his bed and striding toward the source of the sound. Was it you making that racket? Yes, it is I, your grandfather. Before he could finish, Bai Yang's powerful hand seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. He was carried out of the dormitory and unceremoniously tossed outside like a small chick, followed by the sound of the dormitory door locking. A profound silence enveloped the room. Bai Yang had exerted just the right amount of force. This individual would be unable to speak loudly for several days. Terrified by Bai Yang's fierce grip, he found himself gasping for breath, unable to escape, as if he were teetering on the brink of death. As he crashed heavily to the ground, he finally recalled who Bai Yang was. Chapter 52. Director Zhao's Descent into Madness. He is the notorious Chen Shimi, the ruthless figure who left 6 senior bullies incapacitated. Afraid to return to the dormitory and too intimidated to report to the dormitory supervisor for fear of retaliation, he witnessed the bullies being taken away in handcuffs yet returning unscathed. The bullies dared not retaliate further, even offering a self-criticism at the assembly. How could he have been so blind as not to recognize the other party? Was his suffering in vain? He had even scolded them moments ago. Would he be the one to end up battered? Filled with trepidation, he sought refuge at a fellow villager's dormitory, cramming into a corner for the night. After a sleepless night, he hurried to Bai Yang the next morning, head bowed in sincere apology. Bai Yang merely waved him off, feeling as if granted a reprieve. He quickly dashed away to request a room change from the dormitory supervisor. You need not fear me. I am a kind-hearted individual, he assured the residents, who merely smiled politely, too fearful to respond. The diminutive Wang whispered, "Thank you." Bai Yang understood the sentiment and offered a faint smile in return. This group usually kept a low profile, speaking softly and acting cautiously to avoid attracting trouble. Yet, when asleep, they emitted all sorts of noises. Some snored loudly. Others passed gas, and there were those who shouted in their dreams. The most unbearable was their foot odor, seemingly oblivious to the need for cleanliness. I am Bai Yang from class 6 of the first year. From now on, we shall be roommates. As I mentioned, I am a friendly and easygoing person. Additionally, with so many of us sharing this space, I hope everyone can be mindful of hygiene. Please refrain from spitting and ensure your feet and socks are washed regularly. A clean environment is essential for everyone's comfort. To his surprise, the group responded in unison, albeit quietly. Saturday nights were free from evening study sessions, and as soon as classes ended, Bai Yang rushed to the train station. Arriving in the city after 8 o'clock, he did not hasten to find a hotel, but instead went to a newsstand, which was about to close. "Sir, please don't close just yet. I'd like 10 postage stamps, 10 large envelopes. And do you have any newspapers focused on political and legal matters?" "Yes, we have the Jinfarai Bayo." "Sir, I heard there was a change in the mayor and the secretary of the municipal party committee." "Yes, the mayor has changed. It is now XXX. "Right. What was the name of the new secretary again?" "This is on the tip of my tongue." "The secretary is called XXX. Yes. The day and night passed, with a round trip to the city and provincial capital. Several large envelopes were dispatched. The scene shifts to Zhao Hailong, Director Zhao. Upon discovering his cellar, he was driven to madness. All his money and treasures had vanished, replaced by several corpses he recognized. Zhao Hailong stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend how the son of that old dog and his subordinates could end up dead in his cellar. Where had his valuables gone? Although the loss of his treasures pained him, his greatest concern lay with the 2 notebooks. If they were discovered, his fate would be sealed. What to do? Flee. But without funds, how could he escape? Moreover, fleeing would mean forfeiting a lifetime of effort and gains. As Zhao Hailong's mind raced, clarity emerged. Could it be that the adversaries were from the old dog-esque gang? Had they followed him here to eliminate witnesses and seize his gains? They were members of a criminal organization, unwilling to report him? Yes, that must be it. Zhao Hailong excelled at wielding the power at his disposal. The deceased had only been gone for a few days. The cellar's low temperature meant they had not yet decomposed. He hoped they had not left the county. First, he needed a pretext. Regardless of who it was, anyone within the county could be unearthed. Under the cover of night, Zhao Hailong selected one of his subordinates' corpses, wrapped it in cloth, and disposed of it beneath a bridge. He returned home, waiting for the next day's unexpected incident to unfold. Early the following morning, the phone at Zhao Hailong's residence rang. After answering, Director Zhao feigned urgency as he cycled to the bridge. A group was already investigating, taking photographs. After half an hour of toil, they returned to the police station, where the families of the deceased and the old dog-esque associates had also arrived. "Officer, how did my son die?" "Preliminary assessment indicates a knife wound. Specifics will require an autopsy." "Officer, the deceased had several companions who have yet to be accounted for. Can you disclose the identity of the perpetrator and the location?" This inquiry came from the old dog-esque associate, who had come specifically to gather information. "It was just discovered and is currently under investigation. The perpetrator cannot be confirmed at this time." Director Zhao convened an emergency meeting. A homicide case involving 6 missing individuals was extremely grave and required the mobilization of all personnel. They must search every household to uncover the truth. As some were involved in organized crime, they would begin by scouring the criminal territory for clues. If manpower was insufficient, they would borrow resources and ensure the case was resolved as swiftly as possible. Director Zhao personally led 2 teams to the old dog-esque territory. Finding the old dog was difficult for the police, but Director Zhao was well known, having made regular contributions and being well acquainted with all of the old dog-esque enterprises. "Director Zhao, what brings you here in person?" Ignoring the inquiry, Director Zhao commanded, "Search thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. Identify any property, weapons, or anything suspicious." The old dog appeared pale, for this was his stronghold, and Director Zhao's actions were concerning. "Come with me," Director Zhao instructed. Once they were out of earshot, he paused. "What were your son and his 6 subordinates up to?" "Director, I truly don't know. They've been missing for several days. I just received news of one of their deaths today." "Just those 7? No others or allies from rival gangs?" "No. They left as a group of 7 and have yet to return." "Where were they headed? What were they doing?" "They had a few matters to attend to that day. Trouble at the dance hall. A girl ran away from the bathhouse, and they were also discussing land with the Jiodao gang." "The Jiodao gang?" "Not certain, but they are the only ones with such power. However, I sent someone to inquire, and they adamantly denied it." "Have there been any unusual activities from the Jiodao gang lately?" "Since your mediation, contact has been minimal, and we have maintained distance. I truly don't know of any anomalies." "By the way, Director, there's one more thing. Your son instructed us to break the limbs of a student, and that day, the 7 boys accompanied us." "Did Zhao Xiaobo request you to do this?" "Yes." "Did it happen?" "Who was it?" "The boy is named Bai Yang. There was no incident. I checked, and he knows nothing of the 7. This matter must not occur again. If my son has any issues, you must consult me first. Do not acquiesce to his demands so readily. He is a troublemaker. Understood. Director, please don't let them search. Otherwise, my side enough with the excuses. This is standard procedure. The only way to eliminate suspicion is to act accordingly. However, there is nothing to debate. How could one refrain from searching? Human lives hold far greater significance than the possessions and notebooks of Director Zhao. Director Zhao had the area thoroughly searched, uncovering a considerable amount of items. Zhao Hailong hurried over, surveying the scattered belongings. There lay a heap of cold weapons, tens of thousands in cash, a few gold bars, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. Yet the specific items sought by Director Zhao remained absent. The weapons were deemed illegal, and the source of the funds was unclear. Thus, they were confiscated. The individuals involved were to report to the Bureau for documentation, and only upon proving compliance could they reclaim their belongings. Director Zhao, we have a passion for martial arts. All of this is for training purposes, and the assets have legitimate origins. If that is the case, present the evidence. We will verify each item at the Bureau, came the response. With that, Director Zhao led the group to once again venture into the territory of the Jiudao gang. Chapter 53. A solemn meeting. Director Zhao is convinced that it is the work of the Jiudao gang, and he must act swiftly to apprehend them. Upon arrival at the location, he finds only a few underlings present, while the leader, Jiuba Dao, is nowhere to be found. Zhao feels a sense of foreboding and discreetly retreats with his belongings. The operation to detain everyone is underway. They must search thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, and interrogate each individual, ensuring they relay any information to him promptly. The Jiudao gang wields considerable influence, initially establishing their power through brute force, capitalizing on the distillery's refuse business, and subsequently securing supply channels from several major factories. Their operations are too petty for others to take notice. The strongholds of the Jiudao gang have been thoroughly searched. Similar to the situation with the Lamu Go, they possess only cold weapons and some monetary assets. Zhao's missing items remain undiscovered. The Jiudao gang has informants within the police station. Although they regularly offer tributes to Zhao, there exists an underlying sense of unease, particularly after several members of the Lamu Go mysteriously vanished. Early this morning, another informant reported that 9 individuals, cash in hand, have gone into hiding, a necessary precaution given Zhao's ruthless reputation. To reopen past cases would not merely be a financial issue. It could lead to dire consequences. This citywide hunt is set to continue for several days. Numerous crimes, including theft and robbery, are being investigated, yet Zhao has yet to uncover the information he seeks. Just as he is about to issue a wanted notice for members of the Jiudao gang, their leader reaches out to Zhao directly, swearing that they had no involvement with the Lamu Go and subtly indicating that their tributes are meticulously recorded. The Jiudao gang is struggling to survive, and he warns Zhao to reconsider his position. Despite the audacity of this threat, both gangs' underlings have corroborated their alibis, leaving no evidence of wrongdoing. These two factions have, in essence, become his cash cows. Neither the Jiudao gang nor the Lamu Go is responsible for the recent turmoil. Who could it be? A rival within the political arena? It is plausible. The newly appointed county secretary is in the process of assembling his own team, positioning himself against Zhao and the mayor, who are part of the local faction. The political landscape is rife with tension, as the county secretary and Zhao belong to opposing camps. Could it be that the county secretary dispatched someone to orchestrate these events? Unthinkable. Zhao Hailong would never dare to commit murder and frame someone else. Would the newly arrived county secretary have the audacity to do so? If he did, who would he send? The armed police? That seems improbable. If so, his audacity would be extraordinary. Could the secretary, like Zhao, manipulate the gangs to do his bidding? Recently, no new gangs have emerged. Director Zhao continues to be on edge, tirelessly conducting searches himself. The perspective shifts to Zhao Xiaobo. He calls Lamu Go, who informs him that Bai Yang is confined to campus and has no opportunity to leave. Moreover, Zhao's directive requires his consent. Angered, Zhao Xiaobo hangs up, cursing their incompetence. He then contacts the Jiudao gang. Having just cleared their names and reclaimed their belongings, the Jiudao gang, fearing Zhao Dajuan's wrath, cannot refuse his request. However, they must devise a way to lure Bai Yang out of school. A sudden idea strikes Zhao Dajuan. The Jiudao gang should capture Bai Yang's girlfriend and use her as leverage to coerce him into compliance. He specifically instructs that they must not harm her, as he has feelings for her and intends to be present at the scene. Miao Xiaomiao has always been low-key and independent. Even her teachers are unaware of her father's high-ranking position. She walks to and from school alone. After evening study, just as she turns a corner, two individuals swiftly seize her and shove her into a van, leaving her no chance to cry for help. Bai Yang, having just returned to his dormitory, is informed by a classmate that someone is waiting for him at the entrance. Upon arriving, he finds a thug waiting. "You're looking for me?" "Yes, come with me now, or your girlfriend 1T survived the night." "You're mistaken. I don't have a girlfriend." "Who are you, and why should I go with you?" "ISNT Miao Xiaomiao your girlfriend? If she ISNT, we'll keep her for ourselves." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Yang understands that this is a trap designed to prevent him from escaping or alerting the authorities. "She is not my girlfriend. Besides, how do you know she is with you?" The thug, undeterred, produces a scarf. Bai Yang recognizes it as the very one Miao Xiaomiao wore today. "You have 10 seconds to decide." Without hesitation, Bai Yang steps out the door, prompting the thug to quickly ride away on a bicycle to maintain distance. "Wait for me to get my bike, or you ride with me." "Not an option. You'll have to run." Bai Yang considers confronting the thug to extract information and then turn him over to the police. But the thug cleverly keeps his distance while cycling, making it impossible to catch up. Bai Yang surmises that this must involve either the Jiu Dao gang or Lamu Go. Damn Zhao Xiaobo. Armed and unafraid, he pursues steadily. The thug glances back occasionally, slowing down when the distance increases and speeding up when Bai Yang closes in. He offers no opportunity for Bai Yang to launch a counterattack. After an hour of relentless pursuit, they arrive at a dilapidated factory in the southern outskirts of the city. Finally, they stop, and Bai Yang slows his pace, regulating his breathing before entering. In the darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon, the yard is overgrown with weeds, leading to two factory buildings, one of which emits a dim light. Bai Yang makes his way toward the light. Upon entering, he finds Miao Xiaomiao bound to a chair, her mouth gagged, her wide eyes filled with terror and tears. Upon seeing Bai Yang, she begins to whimper and cry. A large bonfire blazes in the center, surrounded by a dozen individuals, including Zhao Xiaobo, who laughs arrogantly. "You little brat, your audacity is impressive. You actually dared to come here." "Ha ha." As they begin to encircle him, Bai Yang warns, "If you come closer, I will run. None of you can catch me." "Didn't you see the van and bicycles in the yard? You think you can escape? What if I run into the fields?" "Ah, didn't he expect you to be clever? Now that you're here, don't you want to save Miao Xiaomiao?" "I do." "Then what is your plan?" "Release her, and I will walk in and let you do as you wish." "Huh, you dream too much." Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Bai Yang senses movement behind him as several individuals emerge, blocking the exit, all wielding knives. In a swift reaction, Bai Yang dashes back toward the depths of the yard. While a few guard the entrance, the rest pursue him relentlessly. In the pitch darkness, the sounds of clashing metal resonate. The chase ensues, accompanied by the cacophony of chaos. "Everyone, gather closely and do not disperse. Several brothers have already fallen." Once assembled, the group's pace significantly slowed. Bai Yang relished this moment, akin to the game of mahjong, as he picked up discarded bricks and hurled them with all his might at the heads of the adversaries. Accompanied by cries of distress, more fell to the ground. Zhao Xiaobo, terrified, hurriedly retreated, astonished by Bai Yang's formidable prowess. Seeing they could not catch up and realizing their losses, the remaining few ceased their pursuit and began to flee back. However, it was too late. Bai Yang swiftly closed the gap, wielding his short stick and machete with ferocity. Within moments, 20 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Bai Yang dashed towards the entrance, and upon recognizing him, the few remaining men hastily swung their blades. Without hesitation, Bai Yang responded, and in the darkness, a cacophony of clashing sounds ensued, resulting in more adversaries collapsing. Just as Bai Yang stepped into the factory, Zhao Xiaobo, trembling, pressed his dagger against Miao Xiaomiao's neck in sheer fright. Chapter 54. A hero's rescue. Zhao Xiaobo trembled as he shouted, "Do not come any closer. If you do, I will kill her." His fear was understandable, for Bai Yang's appearance was utterly terrifying. His light-colored clothing bore several gashes, drenched in blood. Whether it belonged to him or to the members of the Jiu Dao gang was unknown, accompanied by the wails echoing from the yard. In that moment, Bai Yang resembled a blood-soaked warrior. Due to his trembling, Zhao Xiaobo's dagger had already grazed Miao Xiaomiao's neck. "Release her, and I will let you go." "Nonsense. I would be a fool to believe you." "Step back. Quickly step back. If you come closer, I will kill her. Bai Yang had no choice but to retreat a couple of steps. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaobo cut the ropes binding Miao Xiaomiao, and then tightened his arm around her neck. Back away quickly. Let me out. Bai Yang continued to back away. In the shadows of the yard, Bai Yang was only a silhouette to Zhao Xiaobo. His movements were obscured. As Zhao Xiaobo brought Miao Xiaomiao to the doorway, a whoosh sounded. A dagger pierced Zhao Xiaobo's eye, and he collapsed to the ground. Bai Yang had no alternative but to take the risk. Once outside, there was no light, making it difficult to aim. He feared that in desperation, Zhao Xiaobo might harm Miao Xiaomiao before fleeing, jeopardizing her safety. Bai Yang had been accumulating strength and aiming in the shadows. Exiting was his final chance. Fortunately, he was accurate, and Zhao Xiaobo lay motionless, whether dead or merely injured. Hurriedly, Bai Yang approached and freed Miao Xiaomiao. She clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiaomiao, save your tears for later. We are not yet out of danger. Miao Xiaomiao quickly obeyed and released him. Bai Yang found a bicycle and raced toward the city with Miao Xiaomiao. Instead of heading to the police station, he made a beeline for the hospital. Upon entering the hospital, Bai Yang collapsed to the floor and lost consciousness. When he awoke, it was a day later. He looked around to see Miao Xiaomiao with her eyes red and swollen from crying, evidently having wept for a long time. A middle-aged couple was present. The man wore glasses and had a refined demeanor, while the woman, a beautiful young matron, bore a striking resemblance to Miao Xiaomiao. Bai Yang has awakened. The trio expressed their joy. As Bai Yang attempted to sit up, pain shot through him. Do not move. You have sustained several wounds. Be cautious not to reopen them. Thank you, Bai Yang. Thank you for saving Xiaomiao, Miao Weiqiang said, gently patting Bai Yang's hand. How could I not? She is my precious daughter, and you were risking your life to save her. Had you arrived at the hospital even a moment later, you would have bled to death. Bai Yang wished to say something, but his throat was too dry to utter a word. Miao Xiaomiao held a cup of water, feeding him spoonfuls. Miao Mu's eyes were also red, clearly having shared in her daughter's tears. She glanced at Bai Yang, then at her daughter, deep in thought. The doctor came to examine Bai Yang and praised his robust constitution, stating that he would recover faster than most and could be discharged in a few days. After inquiring, Bai Yang learned that he had received 3 stab wounds, 1 in the right chest and 2 in the back, with 1 wound deep enough to expose bone. He had received about 20 to 30 stitches, but had not sustained any internal injuries, only excessive blood loss. In total, 25 individuals were involved in the kidnapping. 19 had suffered broken limbs and were rendered incapacitated. 5 were severely injured, and 1, Zhao Xiaobo, had succumbed to his injuries. Zhao Hailong was reported to be involved with the Jiu Dao gang and the Lao Muga gang, prompting the city bureau to prepare for action, which was expedited by the kidnapping of Miao Xiaomiao. All members of the Jiu Dao gang and Lao Muga gang were apprehended, along with many of Zhao Hailong's subordinates. Someone had tipped Zhao Hailong off, leading him to flee. As for Zhao Ju, he was now wanted nationwide. In the past few days, there had been a crackdown on organized crime and evil throughout the county, with no stone left unturned. Once Bai Yang had improved, the police from the city bureau came for a routine questioning. When verifying who had taught him martial arts and hearing that it was from the 3 elders, Fong, Pei, and Li, both the city bureau and Miao Weiqiang were taken aback. Few prominent figures emerged from such a small county, and these 3 were undoubtedly among them. Miao Weiqiang, as the secretary, adeptly arranged for a secretary to bring gifts to visit the 3 elders, also informing them of Bai Yang's heroic deeds. Soon, Elder Fong and Elder Pei visited, while Elder Li was bedridden and unable to come. Upon their hasty arrival, Miao Weiqiang knew he had made the right choice. The 2 elders focused intently on Bai Yang, ensuring nothing was overlooked before they were satisfied. You young man, did you truly believe yourself invincible, daring to face more than 20 blades alone? Indeed, surviving is a miracle, Bai Yang replied. Elder Fong, Elder Pei, I had no choice. I was forced into that situation. If it had been daylight, I would have certainly avoided capture. Nonsense. During the day, those 20 individuals would have seen you clearly. You would have been minced into meat paste. All right, I shall not dare again. You have a spirit, yet you wish for another chance? Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan emerged from behind, grasping Bai Yang's hand, their big eyes brimming with tears. Grandpa, Elder Pei, Brother He is hurt like this, and you are still scolding him. How unfair. All right, we were in the wrong. At this moment, Miao Weiqiang introduced himself, engaging in conversation with the 2 elders and expressing his gratitude for Bai Yang's actions. During that week, Elder Fong and Elder Pei visited daily to bring meals and engage in discussions about practical combat. Bai Yang gained invaluable insights. Realizing that the disparity in strength between him and his opponents had been immense, had their strengths been equal, his bravery would have led to his demise. Throughout the week, Miao Xiaomiao did not attend evening classes, but came straight after school to share her notes with Bai Yang, explaining the key points she had learned. Miao Weiqiang and Miao Mu also visited occasionally. On the day of his discharge, Miao Weiqiang arranged transportation to take him home and even enjoyed a meal at Bai Yang's house, prepared by Elder Fong. Bai Yang, you have achieved great merit this time and saved Xiaomiao. What reward do you desire? Bai Yang only learned the day after his hospitalization that Miao Xiaomiao's father was the county party secretary. He was initially shocked, but even more so by Miao Weiqiang's evident respect for the two elders. Bai Yang marveled at Miao Xiaomiao's humility. With such a prestigious background, she could easily have been chauffeured everywhere, yet she chose to walk modestly and act without boasting. Uncle Miao, I truly do not require a reward, especially since it was my duty to save her, as she was entangled in my affairs. By the way, on the day of your hospitalization, we sent someone to your hometown, but both your father and grandfather were unwilling to come, saying, Indeed, Uncle Miao, I have lived apart from the Bai family since my childhood. They regarded me as an illegitimate child and have consistently refused to acknowledge me, subjecting me to considerable turmoil in my early years. Yes, I have inquired, and it appears you have faced significant challenges. Would you like your household registration to be separated? If so, I can arrange for it to be done. Bai Yang's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he replied, Thank you so much, Uncle Miao. I thought this could only be accomplished upon reaching adulthood. It is a trivial matter. Given your unique circumstances, do you require a name change or something of that sort? Uncle Miao, in fact, contemplated suggesting a change of surname. I prefer to keep my name as it is. I have grown accustomed to it. Very well, once it is completed, I shall have someone deliver it to you. To accommodate Bai Yang, Grandpa Fong moved in with his two granddaughters. The extra time spent in escorting his granddaughters to school was minimal. In order to catch up, Bai Yang attended classes during the day but did not participate in evening study sessions. In the evenings, Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan provided him with supplementary English lessons. One evening at dinner, Bai Yang could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Grandpa Fong, what position did you hold previously? Chapter 55 Under the Same Moon, what suddenly prompted you to ask this? After all these years, you have not been a curious person. It was just that last time I saw Secretary Miao treating you with such respect, so I was curious to inquire. Do you perceive officials as so opportunistic in your eyes? Can there not be respect for the elderly and love for the young? Grandpa Fong, do not try to fool me. I am no child and can see through it. The military and local officials are two distinct systems. If we were to equate them, it would be akin to a minor deputy position at the provincial level. What concept does Bai Yang have of this? Does a minor deputy in the province hold significantly more power than a county secretary? Quite similar. You Xiao Lan. Xiao Wan giggled while covering their mouths. Bai Yang chuckled awkwardly, truly perplexed as to why such questions were posed. That day, Secretary Miao visited again, delivering a household registration book, with Bai Yang as the sole head and member. He also brought numerous gifts, supplements for Bai Yang, tobacco and ginseng for Grandpa Fong, and 2 exquisite boxes of mooncakes for Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan. He also spoke about recent case developments. The Jiodao gang and the Old Bitch gang have been thoroughly eradicated, with key members sentenced to death, while others receive prison terms ranging from 8 to 10 years. Additionally, over 200 individuals involved in organized crime have been eliminated, rendering Zhongwu County completely stable. Zhao Hailong remains at large, and the Public Security Bureau has dealt with 12 officers, all loyal subordinates of Zhao Hailong. Several officials from other departments, who engaged in illegal dealings with Zhao Hailong, have also faced legal action. Zhao Xiaobo has passed away, and there is nothing more to say. Zhao Hailong's wife, guilty of embezzlement and bribery, has been sentenced to 6 years. The crimes of Zhao Hailong align perfectly, yet the ill-gotten gains remain elusive, suspected to be hidden or transferred by Zhao Hailong. Indeed, they have been transferred, concealed within Bai Yang's space. That evening, the 4 elders gathered in the small courtyard, gazing at the full moon above. On this night of reunion, each held their own sentiments. Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan, having transitioned from noble life to that of commoners, have adapted and discovered the joy of simplicity, their round eyes reflecting the moon's glow, filled with whimsical thoughts. Marshal Tianpeng is both handsome and capable. How could Chang Yi not be enamored with him? Suddenly, the quiet Xiao Wan piped up. It's unrequited love. Chang Yi must favor the Jade Emperor. Xiao Lan immediately retorted. Then why hasn't he, the Jade Emperor, married Chang Yi? The Jade Emperor has many wives, and Chang Yi is merely a dancer for him. Chang Yi is truly foolish. Why not marry someone who treats her well? I feel the same way. The dialogue between the two children was quite amusing. Grandpa Fong, having lived a life of conflict, has finally found peace. Once held high office, his pampered daughter having ventured far. Yet leaving behind two adorable children, all that was once cherished seems like a fleeting dream. However, with three little friends by his side, he feels a profound sense of contentment. Society is tranquil, one has ample food and warm clothing. What more could one desire? It is merely a reflection on how swiftly time passes. The last time he gazed at the moon was during an uncertain night of life and death. Bai Yang, in 2 lifetimes, is experiencing Mid-Autumn Festival with companions for the first time, having previously viewed the moon with melancholy. Today, however, the moon appears particularly warm. It dawns upon him that life can indeed be so serene and beautiful. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently pat the heads of the 2 little ones. They, in turn, leaned against him in bliss. The 4 elders silently admired the moon, as if lost in thought, yet devoid of any specific contemplation. Suddenly, the 2 little heads drooped onto Bai Yang's lap. He gently lifted Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan, placing them on the bed, removing their shoes, and tucking them under the covers. Returning to the courtyard, Grandpa Fong produced a wooden box from an unknown source. It was an ordinary piece of wood, bearing a simple design. The gesture of handing it to Bai Yang was casual. Grandpa Fong, what is this? A gift for you. Bai Yang accepted it, noticing it was unlatched. Upon opening, he was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief as he looked at Grandpa Fong. Grandpa Fong, I cannot accept this. Keep it. Please safeguard it for me. I fear that one day it might suddenly vanish, discarded as refuse. But this represents your lifetime of honor. You are still young. Do not dwell on such matters. I know my own age. Old age is inevitable. It is wise to prepare in advance. The old man cannot bear to part with these dozen or so medals, nor his 2 granddaughters. Grandpa Fong, I will keep these medals for you until Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan grow up. Moreover, I will ensure your well-being, and I will also raise Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan. Grandpa Fong smiled with satisfaction, patting Bai Yang's shoulder before retiring for the night. Under the same moon, Miao Xiao Miao gazed at the moon, grinning foolishly, then lowered her head to jot down a few words before glancing back at the moon. In the living room, Miao Mu murmured softly, Wei Chang, think about your daughter. Do not be consumed by work all day. What about my daughter? What is it? Have you not noticed that Miao Miao has feelings for Xiao Bai? Oh, that is not a bad thing. You are driving me mad. Should they truly start dating? It would hinder her studies and future. These 2 children are quite sensible. They wouldn't date during high school. How could they not? Your silly daughter often daydreams and smiles foolishly, bringing extra food every day, all for Xiao Bai. You should consider it from her perspective. Did you not have your own aspirations as a youth? Moreover, Xiao Bai saved our daughter's life, a gallant rescue of a damsel, which young girl would remain indifferent. Just guide them positively. And discourage romance. Humph, your precious little cabbage is about to be devoured, and you remain unfazed. Regardless, I do not approve of them being together. I urge you not to obstruct them. It may backfire. She has never rebelled. Do not push her towards it. Under the same moon, Zhao Hailong, having procured wine and meat from an unknown source, indulged in feasting and drinking, his gaze fixed angrily upon the moon above. Zhao Hailong harbors the deepest animosity towards Bai Yang and Miao Wei Chang. The municipal bureau's personnel directly target him and all his affiliates, which must mean they have obtained his notes. Who could be responsible for this? Surely it is Miao Wei Chang. Bai Yang, having slain his own son and taken down over 20 others, would have no trouble dealing with the old bitch gang's 7 members. Those 7 in the cellar are undoubtedly his handiwork. It is possible that those treasures were also acquired by Bai Yang, subsequently handed over to Miao Wei Chang. Regardless of whether Miao Wei Chang and Bai Yang act independently or collaboratively, one thing is certain. Eliminating both is imperative. With Bai Yang's familial circumstances, he bears no attachments, save for Miao Xiao Miao, who is also the sole concern of Miao Wei Chang. This lesson must be learned from the deceased son. If one cannot defeat Bai Yang, and Miao Wei Chang is under protection, then one should capture Miao Xiao Miao. At that point, the 2 will be compelled not only to deliver their wealth, but also to forfeit their lives. A month later, Bai Bai Yang finally made a complete recovery, returning to the daily grind of a busy and intricate life. The old man Feng wished to move back, but Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan adamantly opposed the idea. Even Bai Yang attempted to persuade him. Yet he could not sway the three young ones, leaving the old man with no choice but to relent. In truth, he found a certain enjoyment in this way of life. Chapter 56. To Shanghai when Feng would visit every few days, often mentioning that the stock was running low, and inquired whether Bai Yang intended to procure some winter products as the cold season approached. However, Bai Yang found himself preoccupied with other matters and was troubled by the rapid sales. The thought of selling seasonal goods as winter loomed was indeed a viable strategy. When Feng also mentioned overhearing conversations among other store owners, revealing that many sourced their goods from Shanghai, particularly from the Huading Road garment market, which ranks among the nation's top 3 wholesale markets. Elated by this news, Bai Yang realized he would no longer need to endure a 5-day trip to Guangdong. Shanghai was much closer, allowing for a round trip in just a day and night. Wenjie, would you care to accompany me to Shanghai? He proposed. Absolutely. I have never been to a big city before. I would love for you to show me the local clothing stores. It would be a wonderful opportunity to learn, she responded eagerly. Then I will take leave this Saturday and set off early, returning Sunday evening, Bai Yang confirmed. Sounds good. Bai Yang genuinely wished for Wen Feng to experience the grandeur of the city, while secretly considering passing on his stall to her in the future. Wen Feng was delighted, looking forward to their time together and intrigued by the allure of the metropolis. Every morning, Lao Feng would impart practical experience and skills to Bai Yang, occasionally including lessons on tracking and counter-tracking techniques. In the evenings, he would share life wisdom with the 3 children. While many might disdain the insights of their elders, Bai Yang was different. He had never been taught these lessons and listened attentively, asking questions whenever he was confused. Lao Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction knowing that his life experiences could be imparted to the younger generation, often reflecting on various concepts and summarizing them anew. One eager learner and one willing teacher created a wonderfully positive environment. During school, Bai Yang was diligent in his studies, while Miao Xiaomiao would cling to him whenever she found the time, sharing delicious treats made by her mother. She often invited him over to her home, yet Bai Yang, pressed for time, would promise to visit during the holidays. On weekends, he would make time to visit Uncle Lu in the village, bringing along Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan for scenic excursions. Despite numerous invitations to stay in the county, Uncle Lu politely declined, citing his comfort among familiar faces in the village, as the city felt too lonely for him. As for the Bai family, little had changed. His mother, Lu Xiaoyi, had been absent for quite some time, while his grandmother, Zhang Suhua, was undergoing personal transformation. His father, Bai Fuguei, and grandfather, Bai Cixi, led a carefree life, unbothered by anyone, spending their earnings as they pleased and living in a state of perpetual indulgence. Bai Hai, on the other hand, received no love or care and was often left to fend for himself in the outskirts of the city. Soon enough, Saturday arrived, and early in the morning, Bai Yang and Wen Feng boarded the train to Shanghai. There was only one train for the day, departing in the morning and returning in the evening. The train was crowded, and although they had secured seats in advance, it took them 20 minutes to reach their places. In this era of newfound openness, many sought opportunities in the big city, and numerous wholesalers were also aboard. Upon reaching their seats, they found them occupied by 2 brash young men. Excuse me, could you please move? This is our seat, Bai Yang requested politely. Is your name written here? Get lost. One of them retorted, while the other added, your girlfriend can stay. She can sit on our laps, haha. Bai Yang, undeterred, swiftly grabbed each of their necks, lifting them slowly. The 2 young men turned crimson as they struggled to escape his grasp, but their efforts were futile against Bai Yang's strength. The surrounding crowd, once tightly packed, instinctively created space. Bai Yang contemplated tossing them out, but with the crowd, it was impractical. Upon releasing them, they crumpled to the ground like limp noodles. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Huh, you were so tough just now. In this area, there was no shortage of bravado. Even if Bai Yang was formidable, there were always those willing to stir trouble. He gestured for Wen Feng to take her seat, then sat down himself. Watching as the 2 men gradually regained their senses, their eyes met Bai Yang's, and fear gripped them. They scrambled towards the exit, crying out in terror. Bai Yang pondered how to obtain a proof of purchase, as the lack of a sleeper ticket would make the journey unbearable. Wen Feng, initially startled by the confrontation, found herself admiring Bai Yang's commanding presence. She had never expected such assertiveness from him. They were quite the spectacle, especially when Feng, drawing the attention of many curious onlookers. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she tilted her head and gazed out the window, captivated by the beautiful scenery. As the journey wore on, fatigue set in, and she leaned against Bai Yang's shoulder, eventually resting her head on his lap. Bai Yang couldn't help but smile. Though she was an adult, she exhibited a childlike innocence, effortlessly dozing off amidst the throngs of passengers. This trust and sense of security when Feng felt towards Bai Yang was palpable. She seemed fearless and unconcerned, allowing herself to sleep comfortably. With her reclining posture, her alluring silhouette attracted many envious glances. Bai Yang, concerned for her comfort, draped his jacket over her. After covering 400 to 500 kilometers, they arrived at their destination in just half a day. As they approached the station, Bai Yang gently nudged Wen Feng awake. "Wenjie, wake up. We're almost there." Rubbing her eyes, Wen Feng sat up and began gathering her belongings. "Let us go, Bai Yang." Bai Yang's face flushed crimson, though thankfully, the dim light concealed his embarrassment. Wen Feng, noticing his demeanor, realized why he was reluctant to stand. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, known only to her. Once most passengers had disembarked, they finally stood and followed suit. Wen Feng, with her strikingly masculine demeanor, surprisingly maintained a shy demeanor, her head down like a young girl, creating a striking contrast. Thankfully, she held on to Bai Yang's arm. Otherwise, she might have lost her way amidst the crowd. Bai Yang had visited to Shanghai in a past life, but under unfortunate circumstances, he had never truly explored or enjoyed the city. The metropolis was alive with wealth, filled with cars and a plethora of vintage buildings, large shopping malls, and stylishly dressed individuals of all ages. Wen Feng's eyes widened in awe at the sights before her. "Wenjie, let us take a taxi. This isn't even the most bustling part yet," Bai Yang suggested. "Indeed, it's not. Nanjing Road and the Bund are the places to be," she exclaimed. "Have you been there before?" he inquired. "Never. I've only heard others talk about it," she replied. The two hailed a taxi, heading straight for Nanjing Road. The shops there dazzled the senses. Adorned with English signage and a vibrant array of fashionable individuals filled the streets, exuding an international flair. "Wenjie, are you hungry? Shall we find something to eat?" Bai Yang asked. "No rush. Let us explore a bit first and see if we come across a restaurant," she suggested. The fervor that women exhibit for shopping is often incomprehensible. From beginning to end, the two of them amassed an impressive collection of purchases. The act of buying transformed into an informal market research endeavor, encompassing an understanding of prices, products, and styles. By the end of their stroll down the street, their appearances had notably evolved. Bai Yang donned a brown short leather jacket over a light-colored shirt, complemented by denim jeans and brown ankle boots. Wen Feng, on the other hand, wore a beige long trench coat, casually unbuttoned, over a dark short shirt and fitted jeans, finishing off her look with brown high-top boots. Although their outfits were not coordinated, they harmonized beautifully, and coupled with their model-like physiques, they stood out prominently on Nanjing Road, the most fashionable street in the nation. It was not merely their attire that was fashionable. In the crowd, their clothing could be considered rather ordinary. However, what set them apart was their outstanding overall presence. Initially, Wen Feng appeared somewhat timid, but upon changing her outfit and receiving envious gazes from others, her confidence soared, making Nanjing Road feel like her personal runway. "Sister Wen, allow me to treat you to a sumptuous meal." "What kind of meal?" Bai Yang pointed ahead. "The Peace Hotel? Is it well known?" Chapter 57. Night Shanghai is exceptionally renowned. It must undoubtedly be expensive. Let us settle for something casual. "No, I have never tried it either. Let us savor it and experience the lifestyle of the affluent. After all, we are not destitute." "Very well, I shall heed your advice." Wen Feng tightened her grip on Bai Yang's arm. The hostess had an admirable figure, though not as remarkable as Wen Feng's, wearing only a qipao in such frigid weather. The slit nearly reached her navel, presenting an alluring sight. Before they could even enter, the hostess greeted them with a warm smile. "Good afternoon, sir and miss. Is it just the two of you?" "Indeed. Would you prefer a street-side seat or one with more privacy?" "Street-side, please." "Very well, follow me." A male server approached, eager to assist them with their bags. As they settled in, 2 plates of hot towels were presented. Wen Feng was puzzled. Was it customary to serve towels before ordering? Fortunately, Bai Yang had encountered this before and knew to use the towels to wipe his hands and face. To his surprise, it was quite refreshing. Wen Feng followed suit, relieved she had not applied makeup. Upon gazing at the exquisite menu presented by the server, Wenfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Were these the prices for human cuisine? The more she flipped through, the more anxious she became. The least expensive crispy cucumber was 2 yuan, crab roe tofu 6 yuan, and no meat dish was priced below 10 yuan. A single meal would cost at least a few dozen yuan. What kind-hearted individual would spend 2 months' worth of salary on one meal? Do you offer any set menus? Yes, sir, we have 10-person banquet packages for 100 and 120 yuan. Is there no package for 2? Unfortunately not, sir. What about specialty dishes? Indeed. We have ba bao hu lu duck, pine nut sweet fish, braised abalone with pork, and wild yellow croaker from the East China Sea. Such fine establishments are indeed distinct. The menu even featured colorful photographs, making it easy to comprehend. Biyong ordered 8 specialty dishes, all the most expensive, including both meat and vegetables. It was not pretense. He was genuinely famished after skipping lunch and wandering all afternoon, and judging by the images, the portion sizes appeared rather modest. Upon returning from the restroom, both of them expressed their astonishment. They had encountered several foreigners along the way, who greeted them with nods and smiles. The restroom was simply extravagant. Both were struck by the thought of acquiring a large house in the future, one that could mirror such cleanliness, brightness, comfort, and pleasant fragrance. Soon, their meals were served. The elegant environment, refined tableware, and exquisite dishes compelled them to embrace a more sophisticated demeanor. Despite their hunger, they endeavored to savor each bite. The expense was substantial, and they could not indulge as carelessly as Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruits. Observing the bustling crowd outside while relishing the delightful cuisine, they reflected on the joys of a wealthy lifestyle. Perhaps hunger amplified their appreciation, for the ingredients and culinary skills at this grand restaurant were commendable, rivaling the expertise of the renowned chef Feng Laotu. After an hour of dining, they were thoroughly satisfied. Wenjia, what do you think we should sell for winter apparel? I believe thick trench coats would be excellent. Also, the high-top shoes we are wearing pair perfectly with our jeans. Should we consider selling them as well? As for cotton jackets, they seem rather uniform, and they are quite pricey here. I think it would be more economical for the county folks to purchase cotton and make their own, than simply add a coat on top. Those with means might opt for military overcoats. That sounds about right. I saw some lovely knitted hats for sale today, and down jackets, though I have not come across any. What are down jackets? They consist of 2 layers of fabric with duck down or goose down in between, providing exceptional warmth while remaining light. I have never heard of that. All right, let us stroll along the Bund and then find a lodge to rest. We shall rise early tomorrow to explore the wholesale market. After settling the bill, Wenfeng winced at the cost of 112 yuan. The Bund was nearby, just as the sun began to set. The lights of the television tower illuminated the skyline, and the riverside buildings glowed with vibrant lights. Cargo ships traversed the river. While Biyong felt no particular beauty, he was nonetheless awestruck. In an era of power shortages, such splendor seemed extravagant, a testament to the lavishness that wealth could procure. You actually have a camera? Indeed, Wenjia. Stand still, I shall take a few photos. Although it was evening, Biyong's camera was of good quality, and he had learned some techniques for nighttime photography. He even sought out a night scene photographer to capture a couple of pictures of himself and Wenfeng together. After enjoying themselves until 9 o'clock, Biyong reluctantly pulled Wenfeng away. They found a riverside hotel that appeared quite upscale, but alas, only one suite remained. Upon learning that the suite contained 2 rooms, with a living room that could accommodate an extra bed, they decided to book it. After wandering all afternoon, especially Wenfeng, she could hardly move and thus settled for the suite. Women truly are peculiar beings. Moments ago, she was eager to continue exploring, yet now she was unable to proceed. Fortunately, the room rate was reasonable, only 20 yuan. As they entered the suite, they were even more convinced of the necessity to earn more money, envisioning their future home furnished similarly, convenient, and pleasing in every regard. Biyong had a stronger immunity, having witnessed finer things in both lives, even if he had never indulged in them. When Feng's legs no longer ached, and her feet felt refreshed, she examined the suite with curiosity. There was but one restroom, and naturally, the female would go first. After Wenfeng finished, the bathroom felt akin to a sauna. One could hardly fathom how a woman could endure such heat. Uncertain if Wenfeng had intentionally left her garments on the rack, Biyong found himself tempted to reach out, but restrained himself midway. How could he act so impulsively? Suddenly, it struck him that Wenfeng was merely clad in a bathrobe. Was she not bare beneath? With such thoughts swirling, he hurriedly took a shower. Upon entering the living room, he found Wenfeng lounging on the sofa, awaiting him. Wenjie? What is it? I cannot sleep. I wish to chat with you for a while. Byong lay on the extra bed. Byong, you should go to the bedroom and sleep on the big bed. I will stay out here. No need. Wenjie, please do not stand on ceremony with me. Very well. What I wish to discuss is the opening of a new store. Go ahead, Wenjie. If we open a new shoe store and winter apparel shop, we would need to rent a new space. Our current business is thriving, and it would not be wise to downsize. Wenjie, have some water while we talk. Byong picked up the thermos and poured a cup of complimentary tea for both himself and Wenfeng. It was not due to his diligence that he did so. Wenfeng's posture, lying sideways in just a bathrobe, was quite distracting, making it difficult for him to concentrate. I am contemplating renting 2 more shops, conducting swift renovations, and hiring 4 additional employees. Furthermore, regarding the winter hats you mentioned, we should procure more tomorrow to enrich our accessory store. Is there anything else, Wenjie? Indeed, after the stringent crackdown, has the public security not improved? Did you not mention that there is a vacant property? Might it be possible for you to rent it to me? Wenjie, I initially intended to discuss this upon my return. So let us clarify matters this evening. Yes, Byong, please proceed. Wenfeng measured the atmosphere, whether intentionally or not. Byong could only focus on Wenfeng's visage. Previously, I heard from Xiao Fengjie that there are numerous vacant commercial spaces. If we were to acquire 2 more and allocate additional funds to expedite the renovation, one would cater to winter apparel, as I plan to sell down jackets and trench coats. The other would be a footwear store, featuring both mid-top and high-top styles, to complement our denim offerings. Additionally, we would need to recruit staff. These were the standards previously established, and I am prepared to entrust all of this to you. Wenjie, does this pose any issues? Chapter 58, Intoxicated Beyond Measure Not a Problem, Byong, rest assured. Wenjie, your workload has increased, so your compensation must also rise. The base salary will be adjusted from 30 to 100, and the commission will shift from 0.5 to 1. Wenfeng covered her mouth, quickly shaking her head. No, Byong, that is too much. I cannot accept it. Wenjie, from now on, all these matters will be entrusted to you. This is what you rightfully deserve. Naturally, you will be busier. If you find it overwhelming, you may appoint an assistant, and you can determine their salary. In any case, you shall be the general manager of these stores, with full autonomy. Just provide me with regular updates. I will try my best. Oh, and Wenjie, you can stay in that house of mine without having to pay rent. It's close to the market, so you can use it as a storage space. Wenfeng remained silent, tears glistening in her eyes as she nodded earnestly. At that moment, her heart was filled with warmth, a sensation she hadn't felt since childhood. She sighed inwardly at her cousin's foolishness, thinking how worthy this man was of waiting for. If only she hadn't been married before. Yet, Wenfeng made a silent vow. If her cousin wouldn't wait, she would. Even if she could not be his woman, she would always stand by him. She questioned herself, why am I being so foolish? To which she answered, not foolish at all. Who else would offer me such generous support, trust me so deeply, and treat me with such kindness? There are even brighter prospects ahead. Currently, Byong was her first choice, and even if someone more exceptional appeared, Wenfeng was resolute in her decision. Byong, I am so happy. Let us celebrate with some drinks. Sure. With a quick phone call, the front desk soon delivered beer and snacks. Byong, why is Shanghai so prosperous while our county is so dilapidated? Wenjie, Shanghai is not merely what you see. There are many facets. Ordinary people live in cramped courtyards and alleyways, cooking in hallways, sharing bathrooms and faucets with several families. We only see the glamorous parts. For many, life in the small county might even be more comfortable. Really? But all we saw today were Western-style buildings. Indeed. If you have time tomorrow, I can show you around. In the alleys, the most common sight is underwear hanging out to dry. With a gust of wind, it might all be out on display the next day. Haha, you're joking. Byong laughed heartily, though his words were not mere jest. Yet they did not diminish Wenfeng's beautiful impression of Grand Shanghai. The two gazed out at the river view, sipping and chatting. Perhaps it was the excitement from the previous night, or perhaps the effects of the alcohol. Wenfeng, who had already slept little, soon dozed off on the sofa. Byong chuckled softly, feeling a bit dizzy. Had he truly gotten drunk from just 2 bottles of beer? In his past life, 2 bottles would merely quench his thirst like a soft drink. He gently patted Wenfeng, who was sleeping soundly, indicating she was truly exhausted. Carefully, he lifted her and, swaying slightly, laid her on the large bed. However, when Feng tightly wrapped her arms around Bai Yang's neck, murmuring something incomprehensible, Bai Yang had his thoughts, yet he was quite inebriated and fatigued. His eyelids felt heavy and unyielding. He collapsed onto the bed, inadvertently pressing down on Wen Feng, and they both drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Bai Yang found himself standing on a covered bridge. Even though the sunlight was blinding, he was reluctant to open his eyes. Suddenly, he jolted awake, as if remembering something. When Feng was not there, he could hear the sound of water running from the bathroom. Bai Yang hurriedly dashed out of the bedroom, putting on his clothes to calm his racing heart. When Feng emerged from the bathroom, her face flushed, likely from the heat. With an air of poise, she regarded Bai Yang with a newfound tenderness in her gaze. The hotel's self-service breakfast dissipated Bai Yang's wandering thoughts. By 8 o'clock, they arrived at the Huading Road clothing market. The market was not vast, merely 300 to 400 meters long and quite narrow, resembling a bustling clothing bazaar. The pair strolled around, initially perplexed. Yet they were pleasantly surprised to find a plethora of contemporary styles, including the down jacket Bai Yang desired, now referred to as a bread jacket or mountaineering jacket. Bai Yang compared prices. The same pair of jeans cost 10 yuan wholesale in Guangzhou, but was priced at 11 yuan here, which was still acceptable. The items Bai Yang selected were on the pricier side. The down jackets were 20 yuan each, thick trench coats, also 20. Zhongbong leather shoes 10 yuan, and high-top shoes 15 yuan. This time, Bai Yang intended to procure goods worth 200,000 yuan, with warehouses nearby for wholesalers. Otherwise, there would be no space for such inventory. The two had calculated it the previous night, determining that this quantity would suffice for at least 3 months until the seasonal change. After the spring festival, they would need to sell spring attire. When collecting goods from the warehouse, Bai Yang intentionally kept Wen Feng away, as the matter of space would be challenging to explain. Naturally, he also avoided the wholesalers to conceal his storage capabilities. Bai Yang was unwilling to expose his secret space, lest he be captured and studied as an extraterrestrial. They concluded their morning early. Bai Yang, where are the goods? Oh, a vehicle will deliver them tomorrow. Aren't we going with the truck? No need. We only pay a deposit. And the full payment is made upon arrival. That's great. In that case, if we run low in the future, can we simply call to have them delivered? It saves you from taking time off to come here. It would likely take a few more years. Currently, doing business without meeting face-to-face was very difficult, especially when selecting styles, as trends might change. You are right. Let us go eat. Afterward, we'll take a bus back. The train is too crowded, making it hard to breathe. All right. The bus ride was indeed more comfortable, though the only drawback was the bumps. Roads nowadays were not particularly smooth. However, they both enjoyed the journey, with Wen Feng leaning against Bai Yang's shoulder, her arm entwined with his. The bumps made Bai Yang's arm feel quite swollen. By 8 o'clock in the evening, they returned home. Bai Yang took Wen Feng to the vacant house and handed her the keys. The house had been unoccupied for a long time, gathering considerable dust, but fortunately, nothing was damaged, and it could be cleaned up for habitation. Wen Feng was immensely satisfied with this arrangement, relieved that she would no longer have to squeeze in with her parents and siblings. They spent an hour cleaning, and finally, everything was spotless. Wen Feng planned to move in the following day. After dinner, Bai Yang escorted Wen Feng back to her home. By the time they returned, it was already 10 o'clock, and the old man and the 2 little fairies were fast asleep. Although Bai Yang was very quiet, the old man still awoke. Is that you, Bai Yang? Yes, Grandpa Feng. Please continue sleeping. All right, there is some food left for you in the pot. Eat and rest early. Okay. Following this, Bai Yang resumed his regular routine. However, during these past few nights, Bai Yang visited Wen Feng's residence each evening. Although Bai Yang entrusted everything to Wen Feng, the latter remained uneasy and felt compelled to report every detail. The 2 commercial properties were purchased, with Wen Feng handling the transactions at the same price as last time, and the renovations were completed within 5 days. The name, Xiaoyang Pai Xia, was conceived by Wen Feng, while the brand for trench coats and down jackets was dubbed Xiao Feng Fu Shi. Once these matters were resolved, Bai Yang refrained from further involvement and dedicated himself to his studies. The volume of material he was absorbing was overwhelming, causing him to fall behind in some courses, necessitating supplementary lessons during breaks and lunchtime. Fortunately, Miao Xiao Miao, a top student, not only served as his meal companion, but also took it upon herself to clarify his doubts as part of her daily routine. Thankfully, Meow Xiao Meow was more than willing to assist. Humph. Baiyang, when will you finally have some free time? My parents have been urging me repeatedly. Is it really that difficult to invite you for a meal? This week, how about Sunday? It's settled then. Yes, certainly. On Sunday, Meow Xiao Meow led Baiyang into her home. This was a family compound, quite similar to the one owned by Old Man Fong, featuring a two-story building with a courtyard, which was already considered a fine residence. Hello, Uncle Meow. Hello, Auntie. Little Bai, come in and have a seat. This child, why bring so many things? Meow's mother remarked politely, though her heart was filled with complexity. Bringing such a multitude of gifts almost reached the standards of a marriage proposal. Chapter 59. The fish leaps over the dragon gate. Xiao Bai, sit down and have some tea with your uncle. With that, Meow Moo entered the house and emerged with several bags. Xiao Bai, Annie has bought you some clothes. Try them on to see if they fit. If they don't, we can exchange them later. Meow Xiao Meow happily helped take out the items: a down jacket, jeans, half-laced leather shoes, a scarf, and gloves, all from her own store. These were not inexpensive, costing over 100 yuan, equivalent to 2 months' salary of Secretary Meow. This was a heartfelt gesture of gratitude. Baiyang couldn't help but smile. What are you grinning about, kid? Hurry up and try them on. The weather is turning cold, and you'll need them soon. Auntie, I also brought you some down jackets. Upon hearing this, the Meow family chuckled, as they were all on the same wavelength. Everyone tried on the clothes, and they all fit perfectly, transforming them into a group of handsome men and beautiful women. Xiao Bai, are these game meats? Yes, Auntie. I used to make my living by trading these when I was young. Nowadays, game is rare, and I don't have time to deal with it. But if you want to eat, I can still get some. Who would have thought you're quite impressive, making big money since childhood? The family had spent a considerable sum on clothes for Baiyang, thinking it was generous, only to find that Baiyang was even more generous, gifting 3 down jackets and bringing various game meats. These game meats were far more valuable than the clothes, and acquiring them was not an easy task. In fact, the game meats were stored in Baiyang's space, leftovers from his previous endeavors for personal consumption and gifting. Meow Moo went to prepare dinner, while Meow Xiao Meow helped in the kitchen. Meow Wei Chong and Baiyang chatted over tea. Under Meow's secretary's subtle inquiries, Baiyang revealed more than he intended. Meow Wei Chong admired Baiyang's survival skills greatly, and his praise grew as he learned more details. Soon, a sumptuous feast was prepared. Come, let's eat. Baiyang had already savored Meow Moo's cooking before, as Meow Xiao Meow fed him every noon. Although her skills weren't on par with Lao Fong's, she was still a master in her own right. Baiyang, accompany your uncle for a drink. Uncle Meow, my tolerance for alcohol isn't great. Just have some beer. Meow Moo and Meow Xiao Meow poured themselves some beer, while Meow Wei Chong opted for baijiu. The freshly cooked dishes were even more delectable, and Baiyang couldn't help but offer compliments. In their earlier conversation, it became apparent that Baiyang was a commercial genius. As Meow Wei Chong began to boast about him, Baiyang awkwardly smiled and focused on devouring the dishes. Meow Moo and Meow Xiao Meow's curiosity was piqued. Dad, quickly tell us more. This kid became a millionaire before even graduating from elementary school. What? The mother and daughter turned their gazes toward Baiyang. Xiao Bai, how did you manage that? I sold mountain products, game meats, and medicinal herbs from the mountains to the city, earning some courier fees. I don't believe it. You can't become a millionaire just from courier fees. Are you speculating? Meow Xiao Meow teased. Meow Wei Chong and Meow Moo burst into laughter. I operated on volume. They delivered goods every couple of days, and I delivered them to pharmacies and restaurants. I did this for years. I wondered how you grew so tall and had such long legs. Turns out, it was from running around. Meow Wei Chong was a master of creating a lively atmosphere, usually being the one others sought to please. Today, in gratitude for his daughter's life-saving benefactor, he lowered his guard, especially since Secretary Meow also recognized Baiyang's potential. Baiyang, what about middle school and now? How do you earn money? Meow Xiao Meow asked, her big eyes filled with curiosity. In middle school, I also delivered mountain goods, but it became less frequent, and I stopped doing that. Now, I run a clothing store, which I have entrusted to others to manage. I focus on my studies. You run a clothing store? The down jackets aren't from your store, right? Indeed. Everyone burst into laughter. You have quite the insight. These down jackets are nearly the same price as military coats, yet they're warm and light. They will undoubtedly become mainstream. Suddenly, Meow Xiao Meow remembered something. I just recalled that there's also a jeans store, a leather shoe store, and an accessory store, all with the same decor style and checkout process. They can't all belong to you, can they? Baiyang smiled shyly, clearly acknowledging the truth. The eyes of the three members of the Miao family widened in astonishment as they gazed at Bai Yang. One store might turn a profit in the tens of thousands. However, 5 stores meant he must have a net worth exceeding 200,000. In this county, very few could muster such an amount. Especially Miao Mu, who now looked at Bai Yang with a changed perspective, observing how her daughter served food to him without the previous disdain. However, Miao Mu still opposed their relationship. Regardless of the era, the principle of matching social status remained. Bai Yang came from a rural background, and his family was quite complex. Even if he possessed wealth, he was still not suitable for her daughter. Fortunately, both were still young. If she kept a close watch, they would part ways when they went to university. Was Miao Mu narrow-minded? No, quite the opposite. She had seen the world and understood the lives of the upper class. Who doesn't act in the best interest of their offspring, no matter how talented Bai Yang was or how much money he earned? In Miao Mu's eyes, he remained a rootless child. One setback or unforeseen incident could lead to his downfall. What does it mean to have roots? A large family, with every member occupying an important position, providing support and protection in any endeavor. A formidable fortress. To join, one must possess corresponding credentials and strength. Otherwise, what merit is there in sharing the family's resources? Marriages between families form an even larger bastion. Why is it said that the system within county towns is harmonious? Human connections and familial ties intertwine, with many small fortresses linked within a larger one. Officials parachuting in merely create an opening. After gilding themselves, they return to their territories, where things remain unchanged. Do the fortresses not engage in conflict? They do, but only within limits. If someone exceeds that boundary or poses a threat to the larger fortress, everyone will unite against them. Bai Yang was merely a quiet shrimp, making a fortune unnoticed. Once his financial prowess surfaced, how many would come to seize a share? You might think you can take on 10 or even 100 people, but in the face of established rules, you are but a joke. To illustrate simply, a principal might expel you for early romantic involvement, claiming it disrupts classmate studies, thereby ruining your future. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau might declare your store non-compliant, leading to a shutdown and confiscation of your goods, leaving you with nothing. These are merely small actions within the rules, yet they can decisively shape your entire life. Zhao Hailong and Zhao Xiaobo, father and son, underestimated Bai Yang, allowing him to clandestinely undertake numerous actions, and indeed, Bai Yang's fortune is exceptionally favorable. Otherwise, he would face a dire fate, akin to the slow agony of a dull knife slicing through flesh, or the insidious demise of a frog gradually boiled in tepid water, unaware of its plight. The perceptions of Bai Yang held by Miao Fu and Miao Mu reveal the inherent differences between genders. Men tend to place greater faith in an individual's innate talent and capabilities. In 2 words, it is about the future. Furthermore, men are inherently predisposed to take risks and wager boldly. Conversely, women live in the present, focusing on tangible realities. They seek stability, unwilling to gamble their own future or that of their children. Which perspective is more reasonable? The female viewpoint, at the very least, avoids regret, as they lead lives similar to those of preceding generations, passing on this legacy to the next. A life of ample sustenance, warm clothing, manageable work, and a respectable status, though perhaps mundane, is precisely what the majority yearn for, is it not? Yet, for most, attaining such a life is exceedingly challenging. In the case of Bai Yang, the environment feels foreign, family ties seem tenuous, and he must rely solely on himself, possessing extraordinary courage and effort, as complacency and mistakes could easily lead to a regression to his former state. From this perspective, it is not the ordinary individuals who truly lie flat. Rather, it is the generations of controllers passed down through time. Most ordinary people have struggled and attempted various endeavors, whether for themselves or their families. However, the majority face failure, with success being a rarity. The metaphor of the carp jumping over the dragon gate comes to mind. How many truly manage to leap across? And even if they do, how many survive while remaining prudent? Even when aware of the challenges ahead, one must strive. Without effort, competing for sustenance with the plethora of individuals at the bottom of a pond becomes even more gruesome and brutal. Chapter 60. The beggar. Recently, at the entrance of Yizhong and near the Miao family residence, a beggar has frequently been spotted. His unkempt beard and hair obscure his face, rendering him unrecognizable. Though he stands tall with a robust frame, his emaciated form is merely skin and bones. Occasionally, Bai Yang would bring the meals prepared by Lao Tu to the beggar, while he himself would fetch lunch from the cafeteria. The beggar, in return, would bow deeply in gratitude. Little did Bai Yong know that this beggar was, in fact, Zhao Hailong. In just 2 months, the once portly and well-rounded director Zhao had transformed into a gaunt beggar. Zhao Hailong had been observing Miao Xiao Miao for an entire month. Ever since her kidnapping incident, she has been escorted to and from school by a chauffeur. The driver, with his imposing physique, made Zhao Hailong hesitant to act recklessly. However, fortune favored the diligent. During a county-wide power outage, Zhao Hailong stealthily entered the residential compound and concealed himself beneath Miao Xiao Miao's bed, awaiting her return from school to execute his plan. The first to arrive home was Miao Mu. She had developed a habit of secretly reading her daughter's diary, genuinely concerned about the possibility of early romantic entanglements. Should she detect any signs, she would undoubtedly intervene. Fortunately, her daughter merely harbored innocent feelings. Unaware of the true nature of love, the naivety of youth would allow for a couple more years of university, after which her daughter would gain the wisdom to navigate relationships on her own, aligning with her family's wishes without the need for guidance. Miao Mu unlocked Miao Xiao Miao's door with a spare key, retrieved the diary from the drawer, and began perusing the previous day's entries. Beneath the bed, Zhao Hailong could only glimpse a pair of women's shoes and remained still, knowing that Miao Xiao Miao was likely engaged in her homework. Indeed, it was Miao Xiao Miao. Zhao Hailong swiftly crawled out from beneath the bed, causing enough noise to startle Miao Mu. "Who is it?" she gasped. Upon seeing her face, Zhao Hailong realized his blunder. There was no turning back now. He advanced 2 steps and pressed a dagger against her throat. "Do not scream or shout, or I will kill you." Miao Mu, pale and trembling, raised her hands defensively. "If you want money, I can give you some. There's food in the fridge. Please do not harm me." Zhao Hailong pulled out a rope, bound Miao Mu, and gagged her with cloth. He dragged her into the living room, locked the front door, secured the windows, and drew the curtains. He rummaged through the refrigerator and feasted. Zhao Hailong's original plan had been to control Miao Xiao Miao and force Miao Wei Chong to relinquish his wealth, allowing them to escape in a vehicle. With 2 decades of investigative experience, he believed no one could apprehend him. However, he had not anticipated that Miao Mu would enter the room instead. As he ate, Zhao Hailong contemplated his next move. Miao Wei Chong would likely return his treasures for the sake of his child, but would he do the same for his wife? Unlikely. Deep down, Zhao Hailong knew he would pay to rescue his child, but would not hesitate to let his wife perish. He could easily replace her with a younger, more attractive partner. Yet, he had already exposed himself. What to do now? It was infuriating, once affluent. He now lacked even a watch to tell the time and discern when classes ended. For safety's sake, he decided to leave and take a gamble. If successful, it would spare him the need for another kidnapping. If not, he would still be out of danger and could wait for another opportunity. Zhao Hailong sprang into action, utilizing years of criminal investigation skills. He quickly washed up in the bathroom, cut his hair with scissors, shaved off his beard, and found a suitable outfit in Miao Wei Chong's wardrobe. After changing, he looked in the mirror and saw the commanding presence of director Zhao return, albeit in a much thinner guise. Even acquaintances would struggle to recognize him. In Miao Xiao Miao's room, he took out paper and a pen, swiftly composing a note. Once finished, he placed it in a prominent position. "Ride me out of the residential area. Do not shout or scream. If you do, my dagger will find its way to your heart. Do you understand?" Miao Mu wept profusely, nodding in fear. Zhao Hailong untied her and slowly led her outside. The guard at the entrance saluted, watching as Miao Mu rode away with him. Curiously, the guard noted that the man holding the secretary's wife was not Miao Shu. Could he have misseen? Miao Xiao Miao returned home second, calling out twice, but receiving no response. Oddly, the lights were on. After placing her backpack down, she noticed the drawer was open and her diary lay on the floor. Someone had invaded her privacy. Clutching the diary, she intended to confront her mother. However, after searching several rooms, she found no one. It was then that she noticed a note on the table. After reading it, Miao Xiao Miao burst into tears and dialed a number. "Dad, something terrible has happened. Mom has been kidnapped by Zhao Hailong. Woo-woo. I returned home. The lights were on, but no one was here, and there was a note on the table. Yes, I'll wait for you to come back soon." Before long, Miao Wei Chong arrived home, comforting his distraught daughter. Police sirens echoed in the distance as officers arrived to investigate the Miao residence, also questioning the guard at the entrance. A flurry of vehicles sped away. That night, police patrolled the vicinity, particularly questioning those in the direction where Miao Mu and Zhao Hailong had vanished. Just as Bai Yang was about to sleep, a knock echoed from outside. He rose to find Lao Tu had also been roused. "Who is it?" Upon opening the door, he found an officer. "Are you Bai Yang?" "Yes. Miao Xiao Miao's mother has been kidnapped. She cannot come out at home. So I was sent to inform you to check on her." Lao Tu listened intently. "Grandpa Fong, I'll step out for a moment. You should go to bed early and not wait for me. Be careful. Do not take unnecessary risks. Act decisively." "Understood, Grandpa Fong." Upon reaching the Miao residence, Miao Xiao Miao rushed into Bai Yang's arms, tears streaming down her face. Bai Yang gently patted her shoulder, while Miao Wei Chong observed them, offering a bittersweet smile and a nod of acknowledgement. "Xiao Miao, time is of the essence. Please stop crying and explain what happened." Miao Xiao Miao recounted the events following her return home and shared the gist of the note's contents with Bai Yang. Despite the presence of numerous officers, she inexplicably felt a glimmer of hope directed towards Bai Yang, trusting him instinctively. She believed he could rescue her mother. "Zhao Hailong. Should we return his belongings to him?" "Yes." "What belongings? How do we return them?" Uncertain of the nature of the matter at hand, preparations were made for a vehicle, filled to the brim with fuel and laden with items, to traverse the Great Bridge, while ensuring that no individual approached within a radius of 500 meters. The timing was set for before dawn. Xiao Bai, as relayed by the guard at the entrance, mentioned that your aunt was seen cycling with a gaunt man who had his arm wrapped around her. Furthermore, I have misplaced 2 articles of clothing, akin to the attire described by the guard, specifically a dark jacket. The garments discarded by the suspect were in tatters, resembling those of a beggar. Miao Wei Chong also added a few words. "Gaunt, you say?" Bai Yang suddenly recalled that beggar, possessing a large frame and not lacking in height. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of the man's keen gaze, which did not align with that of a typical beggar, and it felt somewhat familiar. Indeed, that piercing look, it was none other than a slender version of Zhao Hailong. He had even offered him food on several occasions. Chapter 61. Rescuing Miao Mu. At that moment, a police officer entered. "Secretary Miao, we have thoroughly searched the entire area, examining every household and room, yet we found no suspicious circumstances. By the way, there are 2 vacant houses that we also inspected by scaling the walls, but to no avail. What are your next steps?" "All intersections are under control. If they are on bicycles, they certainly cannot escape our jurisdiction. We will expand our search another 10 kilometers from the last known location, conducting a comprehensive sweep. Additionally, we have prepared a contingency plan, with a vehicle ready and filled with boxes meant to resemble the items he desires. Intersections near the bridge have been set up for interception. Thank you for your hard work." Just as the officer was about to leave, Bai Yang intercepted him. "Comrade officer, where did they disappear?" "At the urban-rural junction in the eastern part of the city." Bai Yang was taken aback. Could Zhao Hailong be so audacious? If all went according to plan, Zhao Hailong intended to retrieve the valuables from the cellar. How could he be certain it was Miao Weiqiang who took them? After all, they were clearly on him. Saving lives took precedence. He could not dwell on such matters. "Uncle Miao, Xiao Miao, I have seen that emaciated individual. He has been frequently appearing at the school gate over the past month. I even fed him once. I will go out for a while and see if luck is on my side. Be careful, Xiao Bai. If you spot the suspect, do not act impulsively. Notify the police immediately." "Thank you, Bai Yang." Upon exiting the Miao residence, Bai Yang mounted his bicycle and sped off. He felt certain that Zhao Hailong was still hiding in the cellar. The most perilous locations often provide the utmost safety. If that were the case, Zhao Hailong must possess immense courage and unwavering confidence in his judgment. As he rode along the route, he encountered numerous police officers at various intersections, leaving him puzzled about how Zhao Hailong could evade capture. Arriving at the bridge, he surveyed his surroundings. The moonlight illuminated the area, allowing him to discern the outline of structures within a few hundred meters. Suddenly, he froze. That residential area was precisely where Zhao Hailong's cellar was located. From the rooftops, one could easily surveil the bridge below. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Bai Yang perceived a small dark figure moving. He could not afford to be careless. Bai Yang pedaled towards the city, taking a lengthy detour to approach the cellar from another direction. To ensure safety, he left his bicycle at a considerable distance and stealthily crept forward through the shadows. Stopping 100 meters from the house, Bai Yang concealed himself in the shadows to observe. It was a frigid winter night, and he refrained from rubbing his hands or sniffing in fear of making any sound that might reveal his presence. After half an hour, just as impatience began to creep in, he heard a faint sound of a door creaking open. Wiping his nose discreetly, he focused intently ahead. A figure, moving stealthily, climbed over the wall and onto the roof, lying flat with only its head exposed, gazing towards the bridge. Bai Yang's heart raced with excitement. He had indeed placed his bet wisely. It must be Zhao Hailong. Undoubtedly, Zhao Hailong had evaded detection by hiding in the cellar along with Miao Mu. Checking his watch, it was 2 o'clock, and dawn was still far off. 10 minutes later, the shadow that resembled Zhao Hailong descended from the roof, not returning indoors, but instead stealthily heading towards the city. After contemplating, Bai Yang decided to follow the shadow. 20 minutes later, the figure arrived near the police station, then climbed a tree to peer inside the precinct. The audacity and meticulousness of this suspected Zhao Hailong were truly remarkable. He seemed to be confirming whether the items in the vehicle were indeed his. If they were, he would likely take a risk. If not, he would continue to vanish. A suspect infiltrating the police station to gather intelligence. No wonder Zhao Dejuzhang had once held such a position. He must possess genuine skill. Bai Yang did not linger any longer. Once the figure was out of sight, he hastened to the small courtyard. Now, Bai Yang needed to ascertain whether Miao Mu was indeed in the cellar. Scaling the wall, he entered the house, moved the bed, and removed some clutter. Opening the cellar door, he found Miao Mu bound and lying in a corner. Upon seeing Bai Yang, she erupted in a flurry of emotion, writhing in excitement, tears flowing like a broken string of pearls. Surveying the surroundings, he noted several skeletal remains and bedding. It appeared that Zhao Hailong had hidden here. Miao Mu's reaction to Bai Yang's presence could not be simply described as excitement. From a cherished princess to a high-ranking official's wife, she had never experienced such turmoil in her life. Suddenly abducted and confined in a cellar, especially surrounded by human bones, the atmosphere was chilling and foreboding. In the face of death, fear had caused her to lose control, yet she was indifferent to such matters when confronted with the possibility of life and death. From the sight of the bones, she understood that her chances of survival were slim. At just over 30, she was in the prime of her life, not wishing to meet her end. Seeing Bai Yang meant a chance at rebirth, how could she not be exhilarated? Bai Yang helped Miao Mu to her feet, signaling for silence while gently untying her bonds, murmuring words of comfort. Once free, Miao Mu could no longer contain her emotions, tightly embracing Bai Yang, biting her lip in an effort to stifle any sound. "Auntie, was it Zhao Hailong who kidnapped you?" This was Bai Yang's second concern. If so, there would be no lingering worries. If not, alternative plans would be necessary. Yes. She burst into tears, the fear evident in her grip, which felt tighter than that of a leech. Bai Yang helped Miao Mu climb out of the cellar, noticing that she seemed to be recovering somewhat. "Annie, are you feeling better? If so, please loosen your grip. Zhao Hailong will return shortly." Upon hearing that Zhao Hailong would soon be back, she clung even tighter, as if recalling something, before gradually relaxing her grasp. In that moment of release, Miao Mu grasped the essence of her daughter's diary. An absolute sense of trust and safety surged within her, and she yearned to be by his side at all times. As an adult, Miao Mu's understanding deepened. Having faced the brink of life and death, she realized that status and wealth held little significance. At that moment, she even felt a twinge of jealousy towards her daughter. Every individual experiences fleeting thoughts, even if only for a mere 0.01 seconds. Miao Mu was startled by her own momentary thoughts, yet she regained some composure. Bai Yang restored the room to its original state before leading Miao Mu a distance away, hiding in the shadows. "Auntie, can you return on your own?" I. Observing Miao Mu's demeanor, Bai Yang understood that she had not yet regained her independence. "Auntie, there is a haystack nearby. You should hide there for now. I worry that if Zhao Hailong returns and notices something amiss, he may vanish again, making it difficult to capture him. I must wait for his return to subdue him." "Yes, you must be careful. He has a dagger." Bai Yang, without uttering a word, gently patted Miao Mu's back. This small gesture provided Miao Mu with a sense of reassurance. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhao Hailong made his appearance. Bai Yang could distinctly sense Miao Mu's body tense with apprehension. He once again offered a gentle pat on her back. Zhao Hailong scanned his surroundings, hesitating for a moment before scaling the wall to enter. "Auntie, please wait for a few minutes. Do not leave, and remain silent." The whispered words brushed against her ear, both ticklish and warm. Upon seeing Miao Mu nod, Bai Yang rose and stealthily advanced towards Zhao Hailong. Simultaneously, as Zhao Hailong entered the room, Bai Yang slipped into the courtyard. Despite his movements being subtle, Zhao Hailong still detected the presence, exclaiming in a hushed tone, "Who is it?" Upon realizing it was Biyang, Zhao Hailong's expression became a complex melange of understanding, despair, and profound rage. "It is you. You are the one responsible." Biyang remained silent. Yet he approached step by step, cornering Zhao Hailong within the confines of the room. "You are the one who killed the 7 in the cellar. You have taken everything from me." Biyang's face was devoid of emotion, though not a question. His slight nod conveyed the utmost respect for the clarity of death. After acknowledging, Biyang took the initiative to strike. Director Zhao, though skilled, wielded a dagger, yet he was still no match for Biyang. In just a few exchanges, the dagger was knocked from his grasp. Chapter 62. A man must be decisive. Director Zhao pretended to be frightened and retreated, secretly hoping to retrieve a machete hidden in his bedroom. He believed that only with it would he have any hope. Otherwise, despair would ensue. "Biyang, please let me go. You are so kind. Just a few days ago, you even fed me. Have a little pity on me and spare my life. I swear I will never return and will not cause you any trouble." Biyang swiftly picked up a dagger, and in an instant, he lunged forward. A silvery arc of light flashed by, and Zhao Hailong's voice was reduced to a gurgling sound. Clutching his throat in disbelief, Zhao Hailong stared wide-eyed, only to collapse to the ground, motionless, moments later. Biyang deliberately splattered himself with blood, swiftly making a shallow cut across his chest. His clothing was torn, revealing a faint crimson line on his skin, and he made another shallow cut on his hand. Zhao Hailong could not survive. If he did, he would reveal the treasure was in his possession. Biyang was not greedy. Those items remained untouched because he did not wish to attract trouble, as even a minor complication could ruin his life. He was unwilling to gamble, a lesson imparted by the old man Fong in recent days. A man must be resolute. By inflicting his own wounds, he created the scene of a life-and-death struggle, justifying the accidental killing of his adversary. Only after confirming Zhao Hailong's demise did Biyang discard the dagger and exit. "Auntie, it's safe now." Miao Mu emerged from the straw. "Biyang, are you alright? What happened to Zhao Hailong?" Miao Mu could not help but grip Biyang's arm. "I'm fine. I accidentally inflicted a serious injury during the struggle. We must leave quickly. He may die soon. But your hand and your chest. It's nothing, just minor injuries." The two hurried towards the police station. Half an hour later, inside the police station, Biyang and Miao Mu recounted their experiences. At that moment, Miao Weichong and Miao Xiaomiao also arrived. The family reunited, embracing and shedding tears. They then approached Biyang and bowed deeply in unison. Biyang quickly rose to assist them. In the early morning, within the police station's conference room, the 3 members of the Miao family, Biyang, and the police personnel gathered. The officers delivered a brief report. After Biyang and Miao Mu arrived at the police station, the police and medical staff were dispatched to the crime scene. Unfortunately, it was too late. The suspect had succumbed to excessive blood loss. The coroner confirmed that the deceased was Zhao Hailong, noting his drastic physical decline in just 2 months due to severe malnutrition. The pitiable director Zhao had withered to a mere skeleton. The confirmation of the vacant house's cellar as Zhao Hailong's hideout indicated that he had prepared this refuge long ago. 6 skeletal remains found in the cellar could not be identified, but investigations based on the remnants of clothing suggested they were likely victims of Zhao Hailong. Both Biyang and Miao Mu's accounts were accurately detailed, causing the attendees to feel a sense of apprehension. After all, this concerned the secretary's wife, and any misstep could jeopardize their careers, making further advancement improbable. Following this, the police expressed their gratitude to Biyang, which was echoed by the Miao family. As the meeting neared its conclusion, a police leader could not restrain his curiosity. "Comrade Biyang, I have a question. How did you know the whereabouts of Zhao Hailong?" "Of course, it is purely out of curiosity. You need not worry. While at Uncle Miao's, you mentioned the plan regarding the bridge before dawn. I thought that to capture the suspect, one must think from the suspect as perspective. If I were the suspect, what would I do according to the plan tonight? First, I needed to verify whether any vehicles were on the bridge before dawn. How could I confirm that? The only way was to observe with my own eyes. Although there was moonlight, visibility was limited to less than 600 meters in the desolate darkness, making it easy for someone to be spotted. This residential area was less likely to attract attention, and since the houses were all single-story, I could lie on the roof, exposing only my eyes while seeing clearly from the bridge, but the opposite was not true. With a mindset of giving it a try, I took a longer route and sneaked into that residential area. Just as I was about to give up from the cold, I finally noticed some movement. I discovered the suspect, just as I had anticipated. He was lying on the roof observing the bridge. Then he returned to his room, and I heard the sound of furniture being moved. I initially intended to leave and call the police, but he went out again. I followed him, and to my astonishment, he approached the perimeter of the police station, climbing a tree to spy on the activities inside. I hesitated to alert the authorities, fearing to disturb him, and retreated back to the yard. After searching the room, I noticed the dust by the bed was disturbingly atypical. I moved the bed and cleared away the clutter, discovering the cellar and Annie inside. The subsequent events have already been recounted, so I shall not repeat them. The crowd erupted into applause. Thank you, Bayong. Our police should learn from you. Handling cases requires a shift in perspective. Your talent and abilities are remarkably suited for the police force. Have you considered this for your future? Haha, Bayong is only in his first year of high school. Your ambition is premature, Miao Weichong jested. Bayang's injuries were merely superficial, having received basic treatment upon entering the police station. They were nearly healed now. He was driven home by Miao Weichong, who urged him to rest well and promised to excuse him from school. Before parting, the family expressed their profound gratitude to Bayong once more. Bayong slept until noon, remaining in bed, his mind wandering. Finally, the chaos had settled, allowing him to focus on his studies. In the afternoon, he dared not sleep again, fearing he would be unable to rest at night and miss school the next day. Perhaps he should check out the new winter clothing and shoe store he had yet to visit. Passing by the mall management office, he saw Xie Xiaofeng lost in thought. Upon noticing Bayong, her expression shifted from surprise to disappointment, but she quickly exited the room. Xiaofeng. Bayong, long time no see. Indeed. Bayong, I am engaged, and I will marry after the new year. After saying this, Xie Xiaofeng seemed on the verge of tears, her head bowed as she twisted the hem of her clothes. Bayong felt a twinge of sadness. Congratulations, Xiaofeng. I cannot guarantee I will have time to attend the wedding, but here is a gift in advance. Bayong selected a jade bracelet from his space. Xie Xiaofeng, with her discerning eye, recognized the exquisite green bracelet, an amalgamation of joy and sadness causing tears to fall uncontrollably. Yet, she met Bayang's gaze, extending her hand. Thank you. Please put it on for me. Bayong gently grasped her slender wrist and slowly adorned her with the bracelet. Xiaoxia, someone is processing paperwork. A voice from the office interrupted at an inopportune moment. Xie Xiaofeng wiped her tears away, smiling brightly. Just as Bayong reached the entrance of the winter clothing store, he spotted a familiar figure inside. Zhang Jingwen, and she was a sales associate at the store. Bayong suddenly felt overwhelmed. How could Zhang Jingwen become a sales assistant in her own store? She hurriedly pretended to be a passerby. Arriving at the shoe shop, before she could even step inside, a girl dashed out swiftly. Bayong. Bayong, is it really you? Zhang Xiaowen. Indeed. Do you not recognize Sister Xiaowen anymore? Sister Xiaowen, you are here? Oh, I am working as a sales assistant in this store. Bayong felt increasingly overwhelmed. First, he encountered Xiao Fengjie, who was about to get married. Then, he met Zhang Jingwen and Zhang Xiaowen. The three flower gems of the Zhang Qingji family were almost complete, missing only the third sister, Zhang Suan. Bayong, are you here to buy shoes? Come in, choose whichever you like. My salary is good now, and I will treat you. Chapter 63. San Shinshan. Bayong visited this shop for the first time, feigning casualness as he surveyed his surroundings. Another young man, also a newcomer, greeted Bayong with a polite smile. The store had a few customers, each engaged in selecting items, and shoe covers were provided for trying on shoes. It seemed that when Feng's training had proven effective, the time spent in Shanghai was not in vain, as he had absorbed a great deal of knowledge. Bayong, I hear our boss shares your name. What a curious coincidence that such an unusual name has a counterpart in this world. Bayong awkwardly chuckled, yet he remained observant of the shop's atmosphere. Bayong, which one do you fancy? Asked Sister Xiaowen. I'm just browsing, he replied. Oh, come on. How about this style? The half-strap design would look fantastic on you. What size do you wear? I'll find one for you to try. Sister Xiaowen, I'm really just taking a look, and besides, as a student, wearing leather shoes isn't suitable. Thank you, but I must be on my way. Don't forget to come back and visit. Of course. Bayong felt hesitant to explore other stores. He had not anticipated that the sales clerks at the new shop would be so unaware of his identity as the owner. If they knew, how would they react? The thought was overwhelming. However, he soon understood that when Feng hired only those with good appearances, and these two sisters were certainly more attractive than the other staff. If they were to discover his true identity, it would be quite a predicament. Clearly, He would have to limit his visits to the shop in the future. After enjoying a period of tranquility, he couldn't afford to stir up any trouble again. Bai Yang, it really is you, Zhang Jingwen exclaimed as she dashed out from around the corner, seizing Bai Yang's wrist with an excited gaze. I thought I had mistaken you earlier, but fate has smiled upon me, allowing us to meet again. Bai Yang felt powerless to refute her. You waited long, didn't you? Of course. I'm working as a sales associate at Xiao Foam Apparel, while Xiao Wen is at Xiao Yang Leather Shoes. We've been in the county for a month now. It's going quite well. By the way, I heard our store's boss is named Bai Yang and is quite young. Is that you? Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Two male employees from a denim store passed by, greeting Bai Yang with utmost respect. What on earth? What are you doing? He inquired. We're just fetching supplies from the storage room. Ah, good work. Hurry back to it. Sure thing. Boss. Do come by often. We haven't seen you in a while. Absolutely. Zhang Jingwen was thrilled as she shook Bai Yang's arm. It truly is you. You're incredible. Sister Jingwen. The real owner is someone else. I'm merely acting on their behalf. Don't pretend. You needn't be afraid. You're a significant boss now. Our family can't force you to be a son-in-law, so rest assured, I won't cause any more trouble. I'll win your heart sincerely. Sister Jingwen, truly. I'm just the face of the business, but I still hold a position of responsibility. I don't care about the details. I only know you're doing well now. I promise not to cling to you, but you can't deliberately avoid me or fire me. Otherwise, such words are unnecessary, for when Feng is the general manager. She oversees the operations, and I play no part in the store affairs. Trust me, your performance is commendable. I have faith that when Feng will not act inappropriately. Of course, she would never. Right, Sister Jingwen, I must take my leave now. I have classes this afternoon. Do remember to visit us often. As Bai Yang resolved to return home promptly, feeling it was not a suitable day to be out, he found himself wishing to spend time with his father. Yet, to his surprise, his father was not at home. He decided to tidy up the space, which was in disarray and required organization. Earlier, while searching for a gift for Xie Xiaofeng, he had rummaged for quite some time before finding something appropriate. While reorganizing, he stumbled upon a small safe belonging to Zhao Hailong, which had been long forgotten. After completing the organization, he retrieved the small safe. Opening it was beyond his capability, and cracking a safe was an even greater challenge. Thus, he resolved to employ brute force. He gathered various tools outside, a 24-pound hammer, a crowbar, and a hacksaw. Eventually, after much effort, he succeeded in opening the safe. Inside were 10,000 in cash, a modest collection of gold jewelry, 2 address books, a household registration book, a property deed, and a handwritten notebook. Nothing else remained. Zhao Hailong certainly had a flair for theatrics. The family's possessions were somewhat impressive. Upon glancing at the household registration book, he noted that Zhao Hailong's wife was named Su Xia, and she was the only one still alive. He then picked up the handwritten notebook. The cover read Su Shishou. As he opened it, Bai Yang was instantly captivated. Ancestral figure Su Fu, courtesy named Jun Fong, hailing from the region of Langia. Bai Yang pondered briefly. Langia was merely a neighboring city. He continued reading. The ancestor was a disciple of the legendary Gue Guzi, proficient in the arts of divination, astronomy, medicine, and navigation. In the 20th year of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's reign, the renowned physician Bian Ke informed the emperor of 3 sacred mountains in the East Sea, abundant with immortality herbs. Overjoyed, Emperor Qin commanded the construction of grand ships and dispatched the ancestor Su Fu to seek these herbs. As the years passed, from the 29th to the 37th year of the emperor's reign, the fleet, weathering numerous storms, reached peninsulas and large islands, but ultimately failed to locate the fabled herbs. The fleet returned home. In the 37th year, as Emperor Qin fell gravely ill, he turned against the practitioners of the arts and executed them all, sparing only the ancestor Su Fu to continue the search for the immortality herbs. Failing to find them, the Su family faced annihilation. Once again embarking on a journey, they encountered storms, and the great ship and all aboard perished. The ancestor Su Fu, however, miraculously drifted to the Sanshin Shan. Before his death, he ascended the island and chewed an immortality herb. According to Su Fu, he truly lived again. Yet he found himself not on the Sanshin Shan, but rather back in the 37th year of Emperor Qin's reign, just before he set out in search of the immortality herbs. At this point, Bai Yang's mind exploded with disbelief, and he read the passage multiple times. Su Fu consuming the herb and traversing time. This information was utterly astonishing. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he managed to regain his composure and continued reading. The ancestor firmly believed in the existence of immortals, which led him to grasp a crucial point. One cannot seek the immortal mountains and herbs. It is the herbs that seek the person, not the other way around. Consequently, the ancestor abandoned the pursuit of immortality herbs, setting forth once more to ensure the survival of his family. As long as he did not return and remained silent, his family would be safe. Postscript: the ancestor did not seek the Sanshin Shan. Instead, he journeyed to Guangzhou, where he settled down. Before departing, the ancestors left behind a phrase: 3 mountains in a row, with 18 pools in between. Then, it ceased to exist. It turns out that Director Zhao's wife is a descendant of Su Fu. Others may regard this as mere folklore or apocryphal tales. However, Bai Yang perceives it differently. He has experienced it firsthand. Although the processes may differ, the outcomes remain the same. Both are forms of transcendence. As for BNK, how could he have known about the 3 immortal mountains and the elixir of immortality? Furthermore, as the Emperor Qin Shi Huang, having achieved such monumental feats, would he fear aging, illness, or death? Certainly not. He must have sought verification of certain truths, which explains his relentless pursuit of knowledge. What does that final phrase signify? One must inquire with Zhao Hailong's wife, Su Enxia. Yet, she resides in prison, and she is the one who caused the demise of their men and son. How could she possibly reveal the truth to me? Chapter 64. The departure of Lao Pei. At this moment, old Fong returned. Grandfather Fong, what happened? You seem unwell. Lao Pei has passed away. Bai Yang thought he had misheard. Heart attack. Bai Yang quickly rushed outside. The home of Lao Pei was bustling with many family members coming and going, amidst a chorus of wails. Lao Pei lay peacefully, indifferent to the surrounding commotion, his expression calm, leaving one uncertain whether his departure was serene or agonizing. After a wave of melancholy, Bai Yang chose not to return home, but instead headed to Old Li's house. Upon seeing Bai Yang, Old Li smiled reassuringly. You lad, are you worried that I might leave suddenly like Lao Pei? Bai Yang managed a wry smile. Grandfather Li, you think too much. I merely passed by to check in. Life is just that way. Death and life are not of great significance. Some fear death in old age. Yet I find myself in a position where I cannot even seek it. What nonsense are you talking, old man? Old Li chuckled. No one wishes to be a burden to their children. Unfortunately, I found myself in this predicament, having broken my leg. I envy Lao Pei. Grandfather Li, your words carry such conviction. It's just a matter of mobility, nothing more. Live with peace of mind. Indeed, I often take my pulse. Barring any unexpected circumstances, I can still lie here for a few more years. Grandfather Li, you also practice traditional Chinese medicine? You young man, you know nothing of me and have not even asked. Grandfather Li, in fact, I do not even know your full name. Haha. All right then, let this old man share with you to prevent you from only remembering me as that old Li. Old Li's full name was Li Qingfu, the eldest among the 3 old men. At the age of 89. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang was taken aback. He certainly did not appear so. The key was that the old man himself claimed he could still last a few more years. Old Li hailed from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, serving as the village doctor with no notable figures in his family. He had served in the military, possessing medical knowledge, and had saved many lives. Those who were injured on the battlefield often held him in gratitude, which gradually elevated Old Li's status. After the liberation, he held a significant position in the army hospital before retiring to his hometown. Suddenly, Bai Yang recalled something. Grandfather Li, take a look at this. Old Li took it. Su's manuscript? Bai Yang nodded. Old Li donned his reading glasses, squinting as he examined it closely, his expression growing increasingly grave. After finishing, he remained motionless, as if lost in thought. 20 years ago, I would have dismissed what is written here, but now I find myself questioning its veracity. Grandfather Li, what do you mean? In this lifetime, I have encountered many incomprehensible phenomena. In the past, I thought my ignorance led me to overlook them, but upon reflection, perhaps they genuinely exist. Grandfather Li, if it is true, how would BNK know? I do not know. But anything pursued to its extreme may reach its pinnacle. Perhaps attaining the level of BNK would grant one such knowledge. Grandfather Li, are the abilities of ancient practitioners genuine? There is both truth and falsehood. It is not as exaggerated as one might think, yet there are indeed some authentic aspects. You seem quite knowledgeable, Grandfather Li. I understand a little. Tai Chi and traditional Chinese medicine are deeply rooted in Taoism, and practitioners of both are not vastly different. Grandfather Li, where can I learn such things? Oh, I did not expect you to have an interest in these matters. Traditional Chinese medicine can be studied at medical universities, while the esoteric aspects of Taoism can be learned directly from Taoist teachings. After some casual conversation with Old Li, Bai Yang returned home. Having perused the Su's manuscript and conversed with Old Li, he gained a clearer objective. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the second year of high school. Bai Yang excelled in the sciences and chose that track, while Miao Xiaomiao, who was better in the humanities, opted for the arts. Miao Xiaomiao lamented for several days that they were not in the same class. As the new school year commenced, another notable event occurred. Zhang Qingji's youngest daughter, Zhang Suan, had been accepted into the first high school. This young lady had been a little delinquent in her past life. Had her trajectory truly altered? Like her two elder sisters, she often found excuses to seek out Bai Yang. Zhang Jingwen and Zhang Xiuwen seemed to have softened, perhaps due to a comfortable salary. Treating Bai Yang with utmost respect, their previous rudeness completely vanished. During this time, with the support of Miao Weiqiang, the secretary, Bai Yang encountered no troubles, as no one dared to challenge him. Bai Yang developed a weekend hobby of learning traditional Chinese medicine from Old Li. Another change was that Bai Yang was no longer as dark-skinned. He now possessed the complexion of an average person. With daily exposure to the elements, aside from physical education classes, he could bask in the sun. He was not inherently dark, so it was only natural that he would revert back. With his improved complexion, his handsomeness became even more apparent, further enhanced by rumors that he was exceptionally wealthy, a successful businessman. Additionally, there was Wang Hui, Bai Yang's roommate from the first year, who had undergone significant changes since Bai Yang had taken care of him. He became much more open and confident. A curious phenomenon emerged. Petite and refined boys like Wang Hui found themselves particularly popular among girls, many of whom were eager to befriend him. Through Wang Hui's persistent promotion, Bai Yang's image underwent a complete transformation. No longer was he seen as a mere Chen Shimi or Shimin Qing. He had become a quintessential tall, rich, and handsome figure. Bai Yang had never anticipated such troubles would befall him. He frequently received love letters and confessions from girls. The era had shifted, and after being suppressed for so long, the release was quite intense. Bai Yang truly gained insight into the boldness of those who confessed their feelings. The details were not suitable for elaboration. As a result, this once tall and robust young man now found himself often lowering his head, unable to meet the gaze of girls. 2 years slipped by, and the college entrance examination loomed near. The moment that would determine their futures was approaching, and all students were focused on their studies. Each one appeared pale, almost ghostly. Bai Yang, fortunate enough to have transformed into a fair-skinned young man, managed to look less miserable due to his regular exercise. Bai Yang had worked diligently over these 3 years, yet so had everyone else. Despite having lived 2 lives, his intelligence was not superior to others, and all students exhibited similar diligence. Some even worked harder than Bai Yang. During holidays, he still had to procure goods and conduct regular inventory checks, all while being harassed by a group of audacious girls, which naturally affected his academic performance. Nevertheless, he could still gain admission to a university of his choice. Miao Xiaomiao truly was a remarkable individual, not only beautiful, but also possessing a keen intellect, likely inherited from her father, the secretary. She consistently ranked among the top 3 in her year, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, was destined for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. Miao Xiaomiao and Bai Yang had agreed to take the entrance exams for schools in Yanjing together. Miao Mu now visits the school daily to deliver meals. With the sweltering heat, the food is prone to spoilage, and the cafeteria is concerned about nutritional adequacy. Hence, she brings 2 portions, one for her daughter, and the other for Bai Yang. Observing Bai Yang grow fair, tall, and handsome, she undeniably takes pride in her contributions to his development, which fills her with joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. On the day of the Gaokao, an atmosphere of tension and oppression envelopes the vicinity of the school, extending for 10 miles. This moment signifies not just the future of a student, but embodies the hopes and sacrifices of a family spanning many years. Upon completing the exams on the 3rd day, the tension and oppressive feelings dissipate in an instant. Some erupt in laughter, while others remain silent, and some weep openly. Regardless of the outcomes, the challenges and tribulations endured over the past 3 years are released in that moment, leaving their bodies feeling utterly unburdened. Bai Yang has estimated his scores and believes he can secure a spot in a respectable university, especially since the institution he wishes to apply to is relatively obscure, making his acceptance appear likely. Miao Xiao Miao has also assessed her scores, finding herself at the threshold of Qingbei. Typically, after estimating their scores, classmates would socialize and bond. However, Baiyang hesitated to partake, intimidated by the prospect, as several girls directly suggested meeting at a hotel. It seems that the conclusion of the Gaokao marks a rite of passage into adulthood, with many repressed emotions and sentiments yearning for release at this juncture. In the eyes of boys, she is the ethereal moonlight, while in the eyes of girls, he is a cherished scarlet mark. In these final moments, they strive once more to express their affections. Should they succeed, it becomes a tribute to their love, an offering of their true selves. 2 months later, irrespective of where they may venture, this summer must be one of unrestrained revelry. Chapter 65. Adulthood. Suddenly finding himself with an abundance of free time, Baiyang felt somewhat disoriented. Over the past 2 years, when Feng had adeptly managed the stores, and a group of employees had helped Baiyang earn a considerable sum of over 4 million. Do not be astonished. The 5 stores are now quite stable and are well-known clothing establishments in the county town, offering the lowest prices among competitors, exceptional service, and high-quality products that set the trend. Each store generates at least 1,000 in pure income daily, allowing Baiyang to earn a minimum of 5,000 simply by being idle. In 2 years, this is indeed not a small feat. Baiyang, however, remained quite low-key. Apart from Wen Feng, few were aware of the extent of his earnings. The 10 employees at the store had all become individuals of considerable wealth. Several of them had even purchased homes in the county and saved a substantial amount of money. As for Wen Feng, her income was several times that of the employees. Initially, Zhang Jingwen and Zhang Xiuwen had hoped to cling to Baiyang. As their salaries gradually increased, they became acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and Baiyang, filling their hearts with gratitude for the opportunity he had provided. Although they still harbored thoughts of pursuing him, their actions diminished, as they realized that failing to keep up with Baiyang could lead to dismissal, a loss that would not be worth it. Old Li, as he often remarked, believed he could hold on for a few more years. Baiyang felt confident he would exceed 100. The family had installed a telephone, allowing the elder to receive calls from overseas every couple of months. Each time he finished a call, his mood grew heavier. Yet his health remained robust. Yu Xiaolan and Yu Xiaowan cried uncontrollably after receiving their calls. The twin sisters had matured, understanding the concept of shyness. Unlike before, they no longer shamelessly sought Baiyang's hugs, and during thunderstorms, they no longer dared to crowd onto his bed. Now, even a bolt of lightning striking nearby would likely render them too bashful to approach him. Indeed, they had grown up. Baiyang was already 18, and the sisters were now 12-year-old girls. They clung to their classmate Miao Xiao Miao daily, and had even gone to visit their maternal grandmother with Miao's mother. With nothing else to occupy his time, Baiyang returned to the village to check on old Lu. Over the past 2 years, old Lu's mood had evidently improved. He greeted everyone with a smile and initiated conversations, unlike before when he wore a perpetual frown and rarely responded to others. Upon seeing Baiyang, he was so delighted that he neglected to repair his shoes, rising to welcome him. "Baiyang, how did you fare on your exams?" "Not too bad," replied Baiyang. "Today, I brought you something special to try." "Oh, what new delicacy is this?" "You haven't brought anything new in years." "Crocodile meat. I've never tasted that before." "Come inside. Let me finish mending these shoes before I close up." "All right." Once inside, Baiyang began preparing a meal. Over the past 2 years, he had developed a fair degree of culinary skill, at least better than the average person. Soon, he had prepared a few appetizers. He took out 2 bottles of Woyanye and 2 packs of cigarettes, intending to indulge this day, rekindling a passion from a past life to see if he could still embrace it. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the drinks. Rather, he simply found the local liquor unpalatable. Baiyang was uncertain of his own birthday, and even the month was ambiguous. With the end of the college entrance examination, he decided to treat today as his coming-of-age ceremony. 1 elder, 1 youth, and a dog. They dined, drank, smoked, and conversed. "Baiyang, your grandmother was released last year. She has aged considerably and is much more docile now, rarely leaving the house." Baiyang took a sip of the liquor, grimacing at its spiciness, which lacked the sweetness of a past life. Hearing news of his grandmother brought a bitter smile to his face. In his heart, the vendetta against Zhang Zhua remained unavenged, and the time felt insufficient, yet she had aged. "Your mother returned last month." Baiyang took a bite of the crocodile meat. It was unremarkable, reminiscent of black fish and chicken, a gift from Miao's mother. Merely a novelty, perhaps due to his lack of culinary experience. Upon hearing of his mother's return, he looked up. Old Lu took a bite as well, nodding before continuing. She was sent back in a luxury car. Your mother was escorted home. It is said that your father has confined her and forbids her from going out, and there are rumors of her being frequently beaten and scolded. Bai Yong raised his glass again, defiantly tasting the bitter flavor. It seemed that the rebirth had altered the destinies of the Bai family. Where has Lu Xiaoyi been these past 2 years? Bai Yong addressed his mother by her name instead of with a title. Some say that car is a Benz, worth enough to buy an entire building. The license plate is from who? Your mother's former acquaintance from the youth corps was also from who? Indeed, Old Lu, a toast to you. Bai Yong consumed less than a quarter of the liquor and had not smoked a single cigarette. It was clear he lacked the capacity for alcohol. He was soon intoxicated, and Old Lu, despite his limp, assisted him to bed. Although he struggled with alcohol, he recovered quickly, awakening 2 hours later. He rode his bicycle to find Wenfeng. Bai Yong, you finally made it. How did you do on your exams? The house he gifted Wenfeng served as both a reward and a storage space for her office. Not too bad. I should be able to get into the university I desire. How modest of you. If you had delayed any longer, the goods would have been lost. Shall we head to Hu tomorrow? Wenfeng seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing slightly. Let us first take stock. It's been over a month since you last came. There's currently 530,000 in the account. The following day, they returned to the Peace Hotel, to the same suite. For over 2 years, he had envisioned countless scenarios and experiences before sleep. There was no need for titles, no need for pretext, nor for words or processes. Closing the door, their eyes met, and the volcano that had simmered for 3 years erupted in an instant. For 3 days, Wenfeng remained in the room, intermittently calling out to heaven and ancestors. On the 4th day, the eruption finally subsided as Wenfeng caught up on sleep to restore her vitality. Bai Yong ventured out to procure supplies. Walking through the streets, he felt invigorated. Having lived 2 lives, he was no longer a novice. Strangely enough, Old Li's remedy was remarkably effective. Initially skeptical, thinking it was merely chive seeds ground into powder, he had occasionally mixed a few grams with water. He never expected such profound results. 1,000 praises to Old Li. Wenfeng, once carefree and affectionately teased as a tomboy by her relatives, now blossomed like a vibrant flower. Though she had been married early and had spent several years in desolation, she now radiated an even more alluring fragrance. At 24 or 25, she was in the prime of her youth. This time, Bai Yong invested 1 million in inventory, particularly denim and leather shoes. Earning the adoration of the shopkeepers, who were nearly out of stock, he left his contact information, assuring them that any future needs could be fulfilled with a direct delivery. Bai Yong calculated that it would suffice for over 6 months. Wenjie, you should consider training an assistant. In the event that I have business out of town, you could lend a hand. Wenfeng leaned against Bai Yong, gazing dreamily at the scenery outside the window. Indeed, I have been nurturing Zhang Jingwen. Although she appears straightforward, she possesses a keen attention to detail, making her quite suitable. During this outing, she will serve as the acting store manager. Bai Yong offered a wry smile, as he had yet to discuss his situation with Zhang Jingwen with Wenfeng. In this manner, it seemed quite agreeable. The two returned to the county town, still around 8 in the evening. Rather than going home, Bai Yong accompanied Wenfeng to her residence, naturally intending to stay overnight. Chapter 66. Meeting with Director Zhao's wife early in the morning, Bai Yong was sent back home, as Wenfeng was concerned about employees coming to pick up goods and encountering him. Upon arriving home, he found Yu Xiaowan preparing breakfast, serving it with a smile. Hey, you're back. Did you bring us something good? Of course. Despite Bai Yang's fair complexion, the affectionate titles between the siblings remained unchanged. The two sisters were at the age of growth, soon to enter junior high school next year. The innocence of childhood and the budding youth of young girls converged within them, prompting Bai Yong to reminisce about his own experiences before junior high, daily long-distance running, engaging in business, and practicing martial arts. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 years had passed. Bai San is back. Has she really been here for 3 days? Bai Yang's thoughts were interrupted by Grandpa Feng's voice. Where's Bai San? Oh, she hasn't gotten up yet. She's borrowing your bed. As Bai Yong entered the room, he found Bai San lazily waking up, her makeup still unremoved, appearing ghostly. Her lack of decorum while visiting others was infuriating, as she acted like a spoiled aristocrat, expecting care without contributing anything. What are you doing here? Go I. Bai Yong. Just have breakfast first. We can talk afterward, Grandpa Feng interjected. After finishing their meal, Grandpa Fong took the two sisters to school. Although they were old enough to go to school alone, Grandpa Fong was still worried. They were growing up beautifully, and he feared they might be abducted. Only Bai Yang and Bai San remained at home. Speak up, what is it? Ergo, can you take me in? I have nowhere to go now. And I've lost my job. Why should I take you in? You are my second brother. Second brother? The one you only remember when you need money? Ergo, what is our relationship? What do you want from me? I have no money and... Bai Yang laughed in anger. So you want me to support you? You signed a contract before, remember? Ergo, please. What happened to your boyfriend with the camera? We had an incident. He has no money and was afraid his parents would find out, so he kicked me out. What about your job at the wedding dress shop? That's his parents' business. Does he dare to harm you? He doesn't. Though he looks rough, he is quite timid. Have you lost your mind? If you're not afraid of him, how can he control you? Ergo, what do you mean? He won't dare to tell his parents about your incident, and he just kicks you out? That's a criminal offense. Even though things have become more lenient, it can still lead to a prison sentence. I thought you were clever, but you're surprisingly naive. With this matter alone, not to mention controlling him, you could easily handle his entire family. Bai San's eyes brightened. Thank you. Ergo, I understand now. With that, Bai San dashed outside, seeking out old Li to inquire about certain matters. Li Grandpa, I'm here. Oh, you went to Hushang? How did you know? Your gift box had a huge label from Hushang on it. Haha. Wait, have you started eating meat? Bai Yang awkwardly feigned ignorance. Li Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? I eat meat every day. Trying to joke with me, are you? How is the chive seed working? Li Grandpa, be serious. Haha. Li Grandpa, why did you choose Yanjing Traditional Chinese Medicine University instead of Xiehe? Although Xiehe has the strongest capabilities, it focuses on Western medicine. Yanjing Traditional Chinese Medicine also incorporates Western medicine, but its primary emphasis is on traditional Chinese medicine. If you aim to become a doctor, Xiehe is the choice. If you wish to promote traditional Chinese medicine, Yanjing is better. I see. Bai Yang had contemplated saving lives. Influenced by old Li, believing that saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, this was no mere saying. Yet, Bai Yang also sought to understand the enigmatic secrets of life. He wished to trace the footsteps of Bian Ke and Su Fu. If he could uncover and master the secrets of immortality, would it not be more formidable than creating a nuclear bomb? His visit was not in vain. He not only received answers, but also learned some unconventional remedies from old Li. Now, Bai Yang was most eager to decipher the meaning of the last sentence in the Sushi Shouju. Previously, during casual conversations, he had asked old Li, Grandpa Fong, and Uncle Lu, but none had the answer. Thus, he resolved to seek out Zhao Daijuzhang's wife, Su Xia, currently undergoing rehabilitation in prison. However, as her adversary, how could she possibly divulge anything to him? What to do? Perhaps he could concoct a lie to test the waters. It was better than doing nothing. Upon arriving at the outskirts prison, he learned he was there to visit Su Xia. The guard looked surprised. You are the first to visit her. What is your relationship? I'm not a relative. I'm a classmate of her son. You need to register with an ID or household registration. And I will inquire if she is willing to meet with you. This is my household registration. Thank you. Half an hour later, in the visiting room, when Su Xia saw Bai Yang, she first froze. Then her face contorted with rage. Fortunately, she managed to control her emotions and sat across from him at the iron bars. The once dignified director's wife now appeared haggard and worn, her complexion sallow. You bastard. You killed my son and harmed my husband. How dare you come to see me? In truth, I am the victim. They are the villains, and I merely did what a good person ought to do. How dare you? Su Xiao's composure shattered. Su Xia, mind your volume and language, the guard warned, his authority effective. I came today to offer you a favor. You? I found the property deed and the handwritten notes in the cellar. You will be out in 3 years, right? At least having a house will give you a place to stay. How could my family's safe be in the cellar? Which cellar are you referring to? Don't you know your husband had a residence with a cellar? I didn't know. All I know is that he later took hostages and was then killed by you. There are several corpses in that cellar, upon investigation. It was confirmed to be the work of the old mother dog-s people. Only these 2 useless items remain, a handwritten note and a household registration. What do you want to do? Make a deal. Speak. I can hide the property deed and tell you where it is, plus give you 1,000 yuan for living expenses, so when you are released, you have a place to stay and money for food. And what must I do? Tell me the meaning of the last sentence in the handwritten note. Which sentence? Sanshan Iluji, Dang Zhong Shi Ba Chi Ha. You really believe what is written there? I have an interest in these matters, And besides, you won't be at a loss. I harbor doubts regarding your assurances of the property deed and financial support. What will happen once I am released? Bai Yong promptly produced the property deed along with 1,000 cash, followed by a substantial stack of money. I am not lacking in funds, hence you need not fret over my commitments. From whence do you derive such wealth? Have you pilfered from my family? You are overthinking it. Prior to your incarceration, you must have purchased a pair of jeans. At that time, I owned 3 stores, and my earnings are beyond your imagination. Su and Xiao pondered for a moment and then whispered, "Come closer." Chapter 67. The Revelation of Lineage. Bai Yong hastily approached. You buried the money and the deed in XXX place. Bury it deep. All right. The phrase Sanshan Yi Lu Ji refers to the 3 divine mountains, Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, aligned in a straight line, leading to an unknown path. Among them lie the 18 pools, each containing extraordinary waters of various colors. The ancestors also spoke of the immortality grass that flourished upon the 3 mountains, suggesting that the pools might harbor even more splendid treasures, with the paths end veering towards the unknown. Is there nothing else? No. Who penned this notebook, and how did it end up in your possession? My father. He has passed away, and I am the last of the Su family lineage, so it was handed down to me. Why did your father write it? Shouldn't it be an ancient text if it were passed down? The 4 olds were destroyed for fear of influence. It was burned. Later, my father rewrote it based on the content. Do you believe this to be true? I do not know. Upon his release from prison, Bai Yong reflected that money holds significant power. Even adversaries may yield when faced with survival. However, Su Enxia's demeanor suggested her disbelief in the notebook's contents. Since the inquiry had been made, it was only right to honor the promise. Upon reaching the designated location by Su Enxia, Bai Yong mused that she was quite astute. The site was not far from the monument. The area surrounding the monument was unlikely to be subject to demolition. Even if it were, such an event would not occur in the immediate future. Moreover, real estate development was still in its infancy during that era. As night fell and no one was around, Bai Yong began to dig a pit, wrapping the items in oil paper before burying them. Returning home, the elder Fong had left a meal for him. Xiao Wan, why are you 2 still awake watching television? They sensed Bai Yang's confusion. We're on summer break and decided to indulge a bit tonight. Xiao turned to him. Hey Gu, could you take my sister and me to your village tomorrow? We wish to climb the mountains and catch crabs. And we also want to fish for crayfish by the river. Sure. With nothing pressing, Bai Yong thought it would be a good opportunity to relax and reminisce. Bai Yong, are you planning to apply to Yanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine? Yes, Grandpa Fong. Do you think you can get in? It should be no problem. My estimated scores are well above the threshold, and the school and program are lesser known, so not many people apply. Have you considered attending a military academy? Your skills and composure would be wasted elsewhere. Grandpa Fong, I would not pass the political examination, and I wish to save lives. The old man still had some connections. Since you prefer being a doctor, that is fine, but I believe you are suited for the battlefield. That is a man's arena. Please, Grandpa Fong, do not persuade me further, or I might genuinely consider it. And then you would be compelled to act against the rules. Haha, you young rascal. Indeed, we live in an age of firearms. Those old skills are of little use now. Grandpa Fong, would you share your experiences with shooting? There are no guns available, and you won't be shooting in the future either. Come on, just teach me a bit. What if I, like Grandpa Li, become a military doctor after university? Tomorrow, I will carve a wooden gun for demonstration. By the way, Bai Yong, there is one more thing. What is it, Grandpa Fong? If you go to Yanjing, we would like to accompany you. Don't worry, the resources on my side are ample. You won't need to trouble yourself with food and accommodation. It's just that we wish for someone to look after us. The 2 sisters watching television turned to listen intently. Grandpa Fong, you are being too formal. Once the acceptance letter arrives, I will first go to investigate, and after purchasing a house, I will come back to bring you both. Why did Grandpa Fong make such arrangements? He feared a sudden demise like old Pays. What would happen to his 2 granddaughters then? Currently, his most trusted person was Bai Yong, who had the capability to care for the 2 girls. With a bold face, he expressed, in Yanjing, I truly have many connections, but I have lived a proud life. I would not wish to act unless absolutely necessary. It is better to rely on Bai Yong than on others. It is a heartfelt recognition of his abilities. Thank you, Bai Yong. Upon saying this, Grandpa Fong slightly bowed. Xiao and Xiao Wan also stood to bow in gratitude. Bai Yong, with gentle insistence, replied, Grandpa Fong, Xiao Wan, please do not do this. We are family, and wherever we are, we remain family. It is I who has not considered things thoroughly. Regardless of where we live in the future, I will always take you with me. A rain fell during the night and ceased by dawn, leaving the air fresh and cool. A young man rode a bicycle, accompanied by two little girls, heading towards the village. After the rain, the mountains were damp. Look, this is a good delicacy. Hey go. You are deceiving us. This is dirty and soft. It looks disgusting. How could we eat that? I am not lying. This is deep pie, which can only be found on the mountains after rain. Haven't you ever tried deep pie eggs? Xiao Wan, with her culinary skills, recognized the dish. Oh, this is what it is. I love deep pie eggs. Let us gather them all. Soon, the trio collected a substantial haul. We should soak them in water when we return, or they will be too sandy. Don't worry. Hey Gu, my cooking skills are already on par with Grandpa. You two come here. Bai Yang called out excitedly to them. It was his first encounter with such a thing. What is wrong, hey Gu? There's nothing here. Look closely. Bai Yang teased. Could the color and moisture be different? Exactly. What is different? Xiaolan still appeared puzzled. Xiaowan picked up a twig and began to draw. For straight lines, forming a square. Indeed, the color and moisture inside and outside the square are different, and it is slightly sunken. Hey Gu, what is this? If nothing unexpected, it is an ancient tomb. Let us dig quickly. Could there be a night pearl? Sister, that is illegal. These belong to the country. Then we can excavate and turn it in. No, we cannot dig. What should we do then? Let us make a mark and notify the authorities. All right. Bai Yang looked around and sighed. What is wrong, hey Gu? This tomb has already been looted. How do you know? Come with me. Look, there's a hole. Yes, it is a thief's hole. It seems quite old. Unless we move the stones, it would be hard to discover. Before leaving, the trio inserted several large branches as markers. In the afternoon, we shall report to the authorities upon returning to the county. As they descended the mountain and entered the village, they heard, Bai Yang, is that you? Bai Yang inwardly lamented the situation. Mother Lu Xiaoyi and father Bai Fuguwei, bearing farming tools, appeared to have just returned from the fields. It is truly you, Bai Yang. Oh, how I miss you, she lamented. Lu Xiaoyi swiftly approached, blocking Bai Yang's bicycle. While Bai Fuguwei merely cast a glance at Bai Yang, remaining motionless. Noticing Bai Yang's silence, Lu Xiaoyi whispered, Bai Yang, please help your mother. I am locked up every day, and whenever I go out to work, your father follows me closely. He is no human. He strikes me at the slightest provocation. Bai Yang observed the bruises on Lu Xiaoyi's exposed skin. Yet, he remained silent. The memories of a severed leg from a past life and the scars on his head were indelible, unforgivable. Lu Xiaoyi, in a fit of desperation, continued softly, Xiao Yang, all I desire is to survive. The things I did were out of necessity. I never intended to harm you. Furthermore, I have found your biological father. Bai Yang's mind jolted. His biological father? Could it be that he was not of the Bai family, but rather the offspring of that educated youth? Was the lifelong mystery that had plagued him at last unveiled? That educated youth? Chapter 68. Rescuing Mother Lu Xiaoyi. Indeed, your biological father has become quite successful and formidable. However, he now has a family of his own, and although I wish to acknowledge him, his hands are tied. Nevertheless, he still loves us. What are you quietly tinkering with? Hurry back home. There is little to discuss with that illegitimate child. Bai Fuguwei stepped forward, pulling Lu Xiaoyi along. Lu Xiaoyi looked back repeatedly, her eyes pleading, which at the very least garnered sympathy from Xiaolan and Xiaowan. Heish, I feel deeply for your mother. Please save her. Xiaowan, rarely assertive, implored Bai Yang. Indeed, Heish, my sister and I share the same sentiment. Please help her. The journey was steeped in silence as Bai Yang pondered the words of the two sisters and their mother, Lu Xiaoyi. Upon entering the city, noticing that Bai Yang did not head home but instead went to the police station, the sisters clapped their hands in delight. The leaders at the police station were well acquainted with Bai Yang, recognizing him as the benefactor of Secretary Miao and a collaborator in solving significant cases. He was a welcome guest. Bai Yang recounted the plight of his mother, Lu Xiaoyi, seeking assistance. They were already familiar with Bai Yang's family through prior investigations. Naturally, they were eager to aid someone close to the secretary. Upon learning that Bai Yang and the two girls had discovered an ancient tomb, their willingness to help grew even more. Within half an hour, they divided into two groups, one heading to the back mountains and the other to the Bai residence. 3 vehicles, representing the police, the Women's Federation, and civil affairs, accompanied Bai Yang and the two girls to the Bai home. As the three vehicles arrived at the entrance, a multitude of police officers disembarked, leaving the Bai family pale with fear. Anxiety gripped them, especially Zhang Cuihua, whose body trembled slightly. Zhang Cuihua had lost considerable weight. Her previous fiery demeanor completely vanished. The police instructed everyone to remain still upon entering. The members of the Bai family dared not move, their fear evident as they witnessed the officers and other officials enter, resembling frightened quails. However, they were taken aback when they saw Bai Yang and the two girls. Zhang Cuihua and Bai Hai had not seen Bai Yang for quite some time, and upon this reunion, they were surprised to see him looking so well, fair-skinned and clean, no longer resembling a rural child. Coupled with past grievances, anger surged within them as they glared fiercely at Bai Yang. Bai Yang was unfazed. He wondered why Zhang Cuihua had not caused her own trouble since her emergence. The remnants of her past were left for Bai Hai to exploit until he drained her completely, marking her most unfortunate moments. Despite Zhang Cuihua's current frailty, according to memories from a previous life, she was capable of survival. Bai Hai had endured a similar fate, waiting to drain the rest of the Bai family. In confronting foes, a fleeting pain is preferable to a lingering suffering. The police found Lu Xiaoyi locked away in a side room. She bore the marks of recent violence, with bruises adorning her body and blood at the corner of her mouth. The onlookers were incensed. How could you engage in illegal detention, domestic violence, and abuse? This is a society governed by law, and you treat people as though they are not human. Officers, this has nothing to do with us. It was all my foolish son's doing. Zhang Cuihua quickly distanced herself from the situation. Bai Fuguwei was directly apprehended on the spot. Officers, I am wronged. How can I be guilty of locking my own wife? Besides, she was in the wrong first. Regardless, violence and detention are indefensible. I am innocent. My wife ran off to find a man and was caught by his wife and brought back to me. I simply had to keep an eye on her. I did nothing wrong. The Women's Federation could not tolerate this. If you cannot coexist, then you may divorce. But why resort to violence and confinement? I want to divorce. Why should I? She is my legally wedded wife, my woman. I do not care how many men she has outside, as long as she is home. Where else would I find a woman if I divorced? You tell me. The crowd could only laugh in disbelief. In Bai Fuguwei's eyes, Lu Xiaoyi was not a wife, but merely a woman capable of fulfilling his physical needs, indifferent to whether her fidelity was deep or shallow. Father, you should say less. Bai Hai could no longer bear it and stepped forward to admonish Bai Fuguwei, warning that if he continued, he would face judgment, and who would then support his education and living expenses? Bai Hai, now imbued with a certain cunning, hardly resembled a high school graduate. Officers, my father is uneducated and does not understand the law. He clings to outdated notions. He did not intend to break the law. If he had known, he would not have acted so. He has always been an honest and simple man. Bai Hai, having attended high school, was articulate enough to speak up. Lu Xiaoyi, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to continue or divorce? The Women's Federation gently inquired. Divorce. I want a divorce today, right now. I do not want anything. I cannot stay in this home for another moment. No, you cannot just leave like that. I do not consent. The time of public servants is invaluable. Since the matter is clear, we shall proceed according to the law. This is no longer a matter of your consent. You have already broken the law, and we are now enforcing it. Furthermore, illegal detention carries a maximum sentence of 3 years, and intentional harm also has a maximum of 3 years. Officers, Bai Hai and Zhang Cuihua urgently protested. Both shared the same concern. The primary labor force of the household must not be imprisoned again. Officers, my son is ignorant, truly ignorant. This is all the doing of that woman from Shanghai. We only have this one laborer, if he goes back in. We have 2 elderly at home and 1 small child. How are we to survive? Yes, officers, my father agrees to divorce. He consents. Let us proceed with the divorce now. You must not arrest him. He truly is a good person. All eyes turned to Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi, what is your intent? Do you wish to hold your husband Bai Fuguwei accountable? Although Lu Xiaoyi appeared weak, her resolve was unwavering. I only desire a swift divorce. Everything else is of no consequence to me. That very afternoon, the divorce was finalized. Bai Yang, understanding the nuances of human relationships, offered cigarettes and liquor as customary gestures. Lu Xiaoyi naturally returned home with Bai Yang. After freshening up and donning the new clothes prepared by Bai Yang, she appeared several years younger and more beautiful. With a good foundation, even a rural woman could transform remarkably with a little effort. Xiaoyang, thank you. Please tell me everything. Lu Xiaoyi was well aware of what Bai Yong wished to know. Now that he had grown, there was no shame in discussing the past. When you were young, I too was uncertain of your parentage, but it is now clear that your biological father is Chun Yuanqing, the one who wrote to you back then, the educated youth? Indeed, in that society, no one was truly free, and a woman's reputation held immense significance. Your father and I were in love, but what? The unlettered Lu Xiaoyi struggled to articulate her thoughts. It was heaven that tore us apart. In the past 2 years, the mistress has vanished, and you have departed from this home. I have no lingering thoughts. For the sake of survival, where can one not endure? I followed the address mentioned in the letter. Before she could finish her words, Lu Xiaoyi wiped her tears. Little did she know, he had already established a family, with children older than you. Bai Yong chuckled softly. After all these years, with no communication or agreement, who was waiting for whom? Whether he harbored feelings for you is another matter entirely. Nevertheless, your biological father took me in, found me a place to stay, and discreetly visited me, keeping it from his family. He is aware of your existence, and, having heard that you are living well, did not rush to find you. You must trust your father. He truly is a prisoner of circumstances. Otherwise, he would not have remarried and had children. Bai Yong let out a cold laugh. Chapter 69. What happened? Do not blame your father. He has endured many hardships. Now he is wealthy and famous. Xiaoyang, do you wish to accompany your mother in search of your father? Did you not attempt to find him before? Why were you sent back? Your father is a celebrity, and his current wife discovered our situation. She has not caused a scene, only requested that he sever ties with me. Did you agree to that? I do not know what to do. His wife sent you back to the Bai family, and had Bai Fuguwei confine you? Yes. What do you intend to do next? I plan to go to Hushang again to find your father. Xiaoyang, do you wish to come with me? Bai Yong sighed internally, unsure whether to criticize his mother for being infatuated or to commend her loyalty to love. She could not sustain her life, nor care for her child. If you are so devoted to love, why marry and bear children while seeking relationships with other men? You cannot have both love and life. Will he still accept that love once he learns of your past? Or did he ever truly love you? Are you not afraid of being sent back again? I am not afraid. I have already divorced. Where can she send me? If they dare to treat me this way again, I will ruin their reputations. Bai Yong retrieved 200 yuan and handed it to Lu Xiaoyi. I will not go with you. You can pretend I do not exist as your son. Lu Xiaoyi accepted the money and wept, hugging her knees. By the way, Bai San is not dead. She feigned death to escape the Bai family, and is now working at a wedding dress shop in the northern part of the city. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyi quickly grasped Bai Yang's hand. Xiaoyang, I was wrong. I will not leave. Let us live together with the third party and be a family, shall we? No need. Bai Yong withdrew his hand and stood to leave. Grandpa Fong, I will not be staying at home tonight, so please do not prepare dinner for me. Bai Yong went to find Wen Feng, but he was not there. He then headed to the clothing store, where Wen Feng was still absent. The staff was busy with inventory, and upon seeing their boss arrive, they were thrilled. After all, although the boss rarely visited, when he did, it was either for a feast or to distribute red envelopes. They could not help but feel excited. Upon inquiry, Bai Yong learned that Wen Feng's wife had given birth, and she was on leave to visit her family. The ones in charge were Zhang Jingwen and Zhang Xiuan, who both regarded Bai Yong with glimmering eyes. Shall we gather for dinner tonight? Bai Yang's mere inquiry sent the employees into a joyous uproar. Bai Yong, feeling downcast, sought solace in drink, though his tolerance had always been poor. Before he knew it, 2 bottles of beer were gone, and he collapsed before the hot dishes even arrived. Bai Yong remained somewhat conscious, not entirely oblivious, but his body was no longer under his control, and he had some recollection of what transpired. Upon awakening, it was already midnight. Was he in a hotel? The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and the sheets were a shade of rose red. Bai Yong could only vaguely remember the events, initially believing it to be a dream, only to realize it was all too real. His drinking capacity was truly dreadful. What trouble had he gotten into? Who was in the bathroom? Had he really been taken advantage of? Gazing at the bathroom door, it opened. Zhang Jingwen. Sister Jingwen? Zhang Jingwen was quite frank, and her figure was indeed impressive. Have you sobered up? You are simply inhuman, treating me like an animal. Yes, I apologize, Sister Jingwen. No worries. Hee. I was the one who took the initiative. After saying this, Zhang Jingwen lay in Bai Yang's embrace, her hands wandering. Now you cannot escape from this predicament. Can you? Bai Yang's body tensed, unsure if it was due to the predicament or the fear of being ensnared. You are scared, huh? I was merely teasing you. I got engaged 6 months ago to the son of our deputy town chief, and we will marry during National Day. Our family is no longer considering son-in-law matters. Bai Yang responded with a non-committal grunt. Sister Jingwen, since you are getting married, why? Be quiet. I have liked you since childhood. With that, her lips pressed against his. The next day, Zhang Jingwen called in sick, claiming her backside was swollen from a fall. After the drunken escapade, Bai Yang's mood had completely lifted. Previously bewildered about relationships, he now felt even more lost. Although it was a passive experience, what did it even mean? Nevertheless, adulthood had its comforts. If he could not comprehend it, he would not dwell on it. He would simply embrace the feelings. Bai Yang did not return home, but instead went to the police station to apply for an ID card. Being an adult, he ought to have one. He also inquired with his superior about obtaining a referral letter to purchase a sleeper train ticket. It was a trivial matter. The leader wrote a quick note and stamped it, and that was that. However, the ID card would take 7 days to process. Even with expedited service, Bai Yang did not return home but wandered aimlessly, fearing his mother, Lu Xiaoyi, might still be there. By the riverside, he lay in the shade of a tree, listening to the chirping of cicadas and the calls of birds. It had been a long time since he felt this leisurely, reminiscent of the early days of his rebirth. 11 years had passed in the blink of an eye, completely altering the trajectory of his life. He had experienced things he had never tasted in his past life. He had never encountered women before, but recently he had, and it was indeed delightful. He had received love in this life, something he lacked in the previous one, and it was often from older individuals. The familial affection he had never experienced in his past life remained absent now, yet at least he knew his lineage. He dozed off, only to awaken when something cool fell upon his face. It was a frog that had leaped onto him, seemingly enjoying itself. Bai Yang seized the frog, grinning mischievously, and then tossed it into the water. Let that disrupt my sweet dreams. To his surprise, the frog could skip across the water's surface. It was already noon, and his stomach grumbled. Time to head home. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyi had not left. She was still wearing an apron. Upon seeing Bai Yang, she greeted him warmly. Xiaoyang, you're back. Wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. In the courtyard, Grandpa Fong was carving wood, making wooden guns. Bai Yang crouched down, curious to watch. It turned out that Grandpa Fong was truly skilled, capable of mastering anything. He was simply a versatile old man. Your mother wanted to leave last night, but I persuaded her to stay. Bai Yang was taken aback, unsure of Grandpa Fong's meaning. Noticing Bai Yang's confusion, Grandpa Fong explained, blood is thicker than water. True kinship is a legacy of blood. One cannot live without familial bonds. Otherwise, one's heart may suffer. Since childhood, you have appeared wise beyond your years, bearing a deep sorrow within your brow. Yet now, despite lacking nothing, you remain sorrowful. I wanted to see if perhaps familial love could alleviate that sorrow. I wish for you to be a healthy and joyful child, rather than succumbing to the lethargy that plagues us older folk. Moreover, your mother is also a victim, unable to assert her will, constantly influenced by others. Perhaps you and your peers might consider a different approach. Bai Yang lowered his head, his eyes glistening with tears, astonished that Lao Fong exhibited such concern for him. He had not even realized his own predicament. Who has ever cared for him so deeply? Who has ever contemplated his well-being? Thank you, Grandpa Fong. I will give it a try. In the kitchen, Lu Xiaoyi listened to their conversation, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 70. Purchasing a residence in Yanjing. Lunch was entirely prepared by Lu Xiaoyi, whose culinary skills did not quite measure up to those of Xiao Wan and Old Fong. The meal was even somewhat bitter and salty, perhaps due to an excess of tears. Nevertheless, everyone consumed their portions with great diligence. Bai Yang, previously wearing a morose expression, managed to smile, albeit a rather stiff one. The addition of a bed in his room was likely the handiwork of Old Fong. Though the 3-tiled houses were somewhat cramped for 5 inhabitants, there were times when such closeness could be quite pleasant. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaoyi stepped out with a gift in hand. It was easy to deduce she was on her way to see Bai San, the child she bore. She left with a cheerful demeanor but returned with a troubled countenance. Auntie, what troubles you? Asked Yu Xiaolan, the inquisitive child who never kept her questions to herself. It's nothing, Xiaolan, Lu Xiaoyi replied. Bai Yang could surmise that Bai San likely did not wish to acknowledge her as his mother. Given Bai San's current temperament, he would undoubtedly look down upon her, especially once fortune smiled upon him. He would hardly have the inclination to entertain the burden that Lu Xiaoyi represented. In truth, Bai Yang's assumptions were largely correct. After experiencing a few days of maternal affection, he occasionally felt a connection, yet he remained unaccustomed to it. On this day, Bai Yang and Wenfeng set out for Yanjing. Although the acceptance letter had not yet arrived, Bai Yang felt optimistic. He believed that even if he did not gain admission, investing in property in Yanjing would not be in vain. It would appreciate over the years, proving more advantageous than letting money sit idle. While they claimed to be assessing the market, Wenfeng knew that Bai Yang was primarily seeking a retreat, with the property purchase being a secondary consideration. Armed with a letter of introduction, acquiring a sleeper berth was a straightforward affair. The hard seats and sleeper compartments were merely separated by a dining car, yet the environments on either side were worlds apart. On one side, standing was a challenge, while on the other, one could lie down comfortably, stretching and yawning without fear of disturbing others. If one were to point out the drawbacks of the sleeper compartments, they would undoubtedly include foot odor and the sound of snoring. Having visited the Grand Yanjing in a previous life, Bai Yang retained only memories of construction sites and railway stations. Everything else was but a fleeting glance. This time, however, he intended to explore leisurely, ensuring not to tire himself out, with the attractions merely supplementary to the main event of the evening. After nearly 10 days of exploration, aside from the Great Wall, they had experienced much of what the city had to offer. It was only after Wenfeng repeatedly begged for mercy and threatened to buy a ticket home that Bai Yang finally recalled their primary purpose. They arrived at Yanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Bai Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. It was quite small, merely 300 to 500 meters in size. Indeed, it spanned 300 meters north to south and 500 meters east to west. Were not renowned universities typically expansive, covering thousands of acres? A few days prior, they had visited the Yuanminjiwan and had also toured the nearby Wadaiku Vocational and Technical University, which was grand and impressive, steeped in cultural ambience. This place, however, left Bai Yang feeling somewhat regretful. It seemed too late to change his mind, as he had already submitted his application. After wandering the vicinity, he gained some understanding of the area. 3 universities were located nearby: Yanjing Fashion Institute, Yanjing Chemical Engineering University, and a convenient presence of the Sino-Japanese Hospital, which appeared relatively new. The surroundings were predominantly residential, dotted with numerous restaurants and shops. Transportation was convenient, with the third ring road right at the front. He reassured himself that he was in Yanjing to acquire knowledge, not merely to seek pleasure. After days of exploration, they had developed a general understanding of the city. The saying about old Yanjing was that the east was affluent while the west was opulent, the south impoverished, and the north undervalued. However, Bai Yang found himself increasingly drawn to the northern regions, particularly near the Daitan area, with its 3 parks and several primary and secondary schools nearby, not to mention its proximity to Yanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. A mere 2 kilometers away, easily walkable for commuting. This would suffice. After 3 days of searching for a residence, suitable options were scarce. The larger, multi-entry houses were fully occupied, and the complexities of property rights rendered them unsellable. The smaller ones were situated in less than desirable environments. Finally, on the 4th day, the 2 stumbled upon an inconspicuous real estate agency. In this era, such agencies were few and far between, a pioneering industry. The sole employee, who also happened to be the owner, was a middle-aged woman with some charm. Upon noticing the attractive young couple, she greeted them warmly. Learning of their intention to purchase a larger home brought her even greater joy. Surprisingly, she had numerous listings, with properties either belonging to those who had emigrated or assets sold due to financial strain. In this non-commercial age, the disparity in housing prices across the nation was minimal. The 200-square-meter house with a yard that Bai Yang's family had purchased back home for 5,000 yuan had merely doubled in price in Yanjing. For outsiders, the costs were indeed steep, yet they rarely exceeded 5 times the price. It was a given that in this era, everywhere faced similar challenges. Even the imperial capital was not exempt. Future generations would learn that the prices of Sihiyuan had skyrocketed beyond 100-fold. In the end, Bai Yang acquired 11 properties for a total of 850,000 yuan, 1 3-entry house for 200,000 yuan, 5 2-entry houses at 100,000 yuan each, and 5 1-entry houses for 30,000 yuan in total. As for the 4-entry and 5-entry houses, they were mere fantasies. One of the 2-entry houses was gifted to Wenfeng. The properties Bai Yang purchased were located in areas with relatively low population density, surrounded by either schools, factories, or parks. providing a peaceful environment that he found quite satisfactory. Along the Beihuching River, next to Daitan, he settled on a one-entry house, ready to make it his home. He enlisted the help of a masonry worker who claimed to possess exceptional skills and had a small construction team. Baiyang communicated his renovation ideas, and the worker, impressed, assured him that he had experience with high-end hotel projects and could deliver without issue. He had no concerns about drainage issues. It was merely a matter of finances. With no centralized heating and the winter chill of Yanjing approaching, Baiyang invested in some second-hand iron stoves discarded by the embassy district for safety. He also procured some imported kitchen and bathroom supplies from a high-end market. The masonry worker quoted him 500 yuan for materials and labor, estimating a timeline of 20 days. While not inexpensive, the novelty of the items made the cost acceptable. He entrusted the keys to the worker, agreeing to return in 20 days to finalize the payment upon completion. As all arrangements were made, the two had already spent 20 days in Yanjing. In light of the two-entry Sihiyuan, when Feng decided to extend his stay by another 3 days, albeit without venturing outside. On the journey back, Baiyang felt that he may have overindulged, although he had longed for and lacked much in his previous life. He realized that he could not consume with such fervor in this one. Have the two of them conducted market research? They assessed the situation while shopping. The clothing business in their hometown was struggling, while this area had already matured and rivaled that of Shanghai. Upon returning home, the scores were released, and the admission letter had also arrived. Unsurprisingly, it was from Yanjing Zhongyi Dashua. However, he was taken aback to discover that his major was acupuncture and Tuina. Baiyang had envisioned a focus on both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Now, it seemed, he was relegated to acupuncture. Even more absurd was the inclusion of Tuina. Wasn't that akin to being a servant? Hey Gu, Xiao Miao Jia has been visiting this place daily. She has been accepted into Renmin University. Quite impressive, Miao Xiao Miao truly deserves the title of academic prodigy. Although she did not gain admission to Qingbei, Renmin is still commendable. Grandpa Fong, the housing arrangement is set. We will head there in 20 days. There are plenty of schools in the vicinity, but if Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan are to attend, we will need to establish some connections after we arrive. Indeed, it has been a laborious endeavor for Baiyang. Where is your house situated? By the North Huqing River, right next to Daitan Park. A favorable location. After speaking, Old Man Fong picked up the phone and dialed out. In just a few sentences, he relayed the names, and the issue regarding Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan's schooling was resolved with remarkable ease. Lu Xiaoyi sat there with her head lowered. Xiao Yang, since you will be heading to Yanjing in a while, I shall also depart in a few days. Where are you going? To Shanghai. Oh, I see. Chapter 71 Confession to you. The next day, Baiyang visited Miao Xiao Miao's home bearing gifts. Miao Mu prepared a lavish feast, and Baiyang indulged in a few drinks with Miao Wei Chong. Today marked the celebration of 3 joyful occasions. Baiyang and Miao Xiao Miao had both been accepted into their desired universities, a second joy. Miao Wei Chong was soon to be transferred to the city, with the county secretary promoted to vice mayor. A third joy. After the meal, Baiyang and Miao Xiao Miao strolled through the park. It seemed Miao Xiao Miao intentionally led them to a more secluded area, chatting incessantly along the way. Yet, even the most fervent conversations have their lulls. Finally, in an isolated spot, Miao Xiao Miao halted. You big fool, why haven't you confessed to me yet? Her words left Baiyang momentarily speechless. Aye. He wanted to say he hadn't considered it, but that felt inappropriate. Deep down, he harbored a sense of reluctance. Despite his age, he felt like an old man. Miao Xiao Miao was still a young girl, and he truly had not thought about it. Moreover, Baiyang believed in the wisdom of the ancients. One should marry within their social class. Although he possessed some wealth, it did not equate to social standing. What do you mean what? Since you're shy, I shall confess to you. Miao Xiao Miao straightened up, her face flushed, yet she gazed at Baiyang with poise. Baiyang, I like you. Do you like me? I do. But, Miao Xiao Miao's face lit up with joy, her small hand covering Baiyang's mouth. Then, she stood on tiptoe and tilted her head back. Baiyang gazed at her rosy cheeks and her small, plump red lips. Akin to a blossoming bud. Leaning down gently, he pressed his lips against hers. How embarrassing. Mama, look, the big brother and sister are kissing. They're eating saliva. A small child who had just begun to speak suddenly interjected, showcasing her linguistic talent. The child's mother chuckled awkwardly and quickly whisked her child away. Mama, look. The sister is so shy she's hiding in the brother's embrace. In the days that followed, the two spent ample time together, basking in the sweetness of their affection. Why such affection? Love is intoxicatingly sweet. Yang had tasted familial love, yet found it uncomfortable. Surely romantic love should be more acceptable? For now, he felt no aversion. Perhaps memories of a past life lingered too deeply, corroding his heart with insecurity and arrogance. Even with his favorable circumstances, he struggled to adapt, as if two opposing forces were at play. No, I must change, he thought, recalling the words of Lao Fong. Why must I live like a withered old man? This was a new chapter in life. He must honor the new vessel he inhabited, and also the opportunity granted by the heavens to start anew. Zhang Jing won, unsure if her affections were genuine or merely the thrill of forbidden fruit, sought by Yang's company frequently. Yang, too, was captivated by this newfound allure, unable to resist temptation. However, after several encounters, he began to discern Zhang Jing's intentions. It turned out she knew Yang had brought Wen Feng to conduct inspections, believing he would assist Yang in distant endeavors. Hence, Wen Feng's position remained vacant. Those who act on their ambitions cannot be mistaken, even if their motives aren't pure. As long as one can harness their potential for personal gain, they are a valuable asset. At the very least, she was constantly devising ways to earn more money. Being honest and straightforward is commendable, but in business, such traits can spell disaster. The managerial position could yield the equivalent of a house in a year. How could one not exert every effort? Young individuals are eager to learn and unafraid to experiment. Yang now recognized that Zhang Jingwen was a proactive and pragmatic individual. Perhaps Zhang Jingwen had once entertained the notion of becoming Yang's wife, but now, the primary focus was money. This, perhaps, was the stark reality of a transactional relationship. Services exchanged for money and future prospects must be of the highest quality. It seemed Zhang Jingwen had watched the newly released tapes numerous times. Did Yang feel guilty towards Miao Xiaomiao? Yes, but he reassured himself that they were merely in the kissing phase. If he could truly embrace this luxurious love, he would sever all ties without hesitation. Who lives a life solely on steamed buns? Even if there are limits, one still yearns for other delicacies. A saying best suited for self-comfort is, evaluate the heart, not the actions. Actions are never flawless. Gradually, one can cultivate a more refined self. Embracing this mindset, Yang began to accept his current circumstances. Time swiftly passed to mid-August. Yang, accompanied by Lao Fong and the others, traveled north to Yanjing. His mother, Lu Xiao-yi, had expressed a desire to go to Hushang but remained indecisive about whether to proceed. In any case, Yang neither wished nor intended to take her to Yanjing. Whether she went to Hushang was her own affair. With only half a month until school commenced, Miao Xiaomiao did not accompany them. Miao Weichong and his wife planned to personally see her off for peace of mind. Deep down, they were aware of their concerns. They feared what might happen if Miao Xiaomiao spent this half-month alone with Yang. They were well-informed individuals and had cautioned both Miao Xiaomiao and Yang that university was of utmost importance. Unless one is born a monarch, everyone must face the leap from fish to dragon. High school merely serves as a preparatory phase. The college entrance examination is the moment of the leap. They had crossed the dragon gate and gained admission to university. Surviving in this new realm would be a challenge. Diligent study in university is crucial, as it may reveal another dragon gate, one that could lead to vast rivers or seas. Neglecting one's studies may not seem detrimental at first, allowing for a semblance of superiority, but ultimately, many opportunities will be forfeited. Miao Weichong and his wife also advised Miao Xiaomiao to pursue romance, but cautioned her not to cross certain boundaries, especially regarding early considerations of marriage and children. Perhaps this is the wisdom imparted by those with experience. They wished for their daughter not to regret their choices at their age. Sacrificing some youthful exuberance would lead to a broader horizon in middle age. Many lament that significant positions have become nearly hereditary. It is not their fault. They operate within the established rules and contribute to societal advancement. Ordinary children, apart from studying, often indulge in play. But those who are heirs, they receive targeted training from a young age, with access to first-hand information. For ordinary individuals, understanding this industry and its nuances is challenging, as they lack awareness of the many specialized fields. The average person knows only the broad strokes of education, without a clear plan. In contrast, those of privilege have their paths meticulously charted from an early age. Within the confines of the rules, they find themselves unrivaled. Moreover, the lifelong experiences of hereditary parents are imparted to their offspring. Even if ordinary individuals commence from the same starting point, who can determine the victor? By relinquishing notions of injustice and resentment, one can strive to conquer challenges and aspire to be exemplary. Should one choose not to toil, channeling energy and time into lamenting unfairness would be better spent on personal enjoyment. Upon arriving at the new residence in Yanjing, the skilled mason had completed his work 2 days prior and now awaited Bai Yang's arrival each day. Bai Yang inspected the rooms, finding the renovations quite satisfactory and in line with expectations. He promptly settled the final payment and left his contact information, as numerous vacant properties remained, should any future renovations be necessary. The most delighted were the twin sisters. Having transitioned from a life of royalty to one of modesty, they were just beginning to adjust, and now, once again, their circumstances were improving, with only the transportation and a nanny separating them from their previous princely existence. The living environment was rapidly approaching the standards of their former home. The old landlord, having once enjoyed a prosperous life, was undoubtedly pleased to enhance the quality of living. Initially, the house comprised over a dozen rooms, each spanning more than 10 square meters. Chapter 72 University Bai Yang made alterations to the layout of the room, merging spaces to create a more functional design. The northern room now features a spacious living area and 2 large bedrooms. Each of the eastern and western rooms includes a grand bedroom and a private bathroom, equipped with flush toilets, but lacking water heaters, necessitating the use of boiled water for bathing until a proper installation can be arranged. The southern room comprises a storage area, a kitchen, and a generous dining space, totaling 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. As the elder, Lao Feng occupies the northern room, while Bai Yang resides in the other northern bedroom. The 2 sisters, unwilling to separate, prefer to share a bed. The western room enjoys morning sunshine, showcasing their keen sense of choice, unbound by traditional notions concerning east and north or favorable locations. Bai Yang had already prepared all household necessities back in his hometown. Upon entering the new residence, he simply retrieved his belongings from storage. Although the 3 of them felt fatigued after a long train journey, they excitedly assisted Bai Yang in organizing the space. After half a day, everything was impeccably arranged. Bai Yang prepared dinner for the 3 of them, as the elder and 2 children had limited stamina. Despite Bai Yang's modest culinary skills, the meal was delightful, as they were genuinely hungry. He even shared a drink with Lao Feng. The following day, Bai Yang applied for a telephone and purchased a Chinese character display pager. Communication in this era is notoriously expensive. The cost of a telephone and pager could suffice for purchasing a house back home, but for business reasons, they were indispensable. He also acquired 2 bicycles. Now, all aspects of life, food, shelter, and transportation, were thoroughly addressed, marking his settlement into Yanjing. Just after the telephone was installed, Lao Feng made a call, leading to several days of incessant visitors at Bai Yang's home, primarily to see Lao Feng. Many were former colleagues, with a significant number being Lao Feng's former subordinates, most of whom donned military uniforms. They were well aware of the elder's considerable influence, which rendered their assistance unnecessary, but that did not hinder their camaraderie. Bai Yang, by engaging in service work, managed to forge connections with these uncles and aunts. The household registration and schooling for Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan were easily resolved. Bai Yang did not seek assistance for his own registration. He planned to transfer to the school at the start of the term, preferring not to stand out. Throughout these days, Bai Yang witnessed Lao Feng's true capabilities, far exceeding his modest claims of being akin to a deputy provincial officer. It became apparent that this upright elder was not entirely forthcoming. In truth, Bai Yang's naivety led to his misunderstanding of the situation, as he lacked knowledge of such concepts. With only 10 days remaining before the start of classes, Bai Yang spent his time leisurely cycling around the city with the 2 children, indulging in exploration, dining, and entertainment. His outings were purposefully directed, particularly toward future bustling areas, scouting for potential investments or business opportunities, as idle money tends to depreciate. The clothing business in Yanjing was thriving, especially along Yabao Road, catering to exports to Russia. Bai Yang felt envious, recognizing that the real profits lay with them, while he was merely earning pocket change. As an outsider, it would be challenging for him to penetrate this lucrative market. Presently, he possessed a fundamental understanding of the clothing industry but was oblivious to other domains, leading him to abandon those pursuits. As the commencement of classes approached, Bai Yang went to the station to pick up Miao Xiaomiao and her family and help them settle near Renmin University. The next day, he registered at the school. Bai Yong noticed an interesting phenomenon. All students from out of town displayed initial disappointment upon their first sight of the school, mirroring his own reaction. This realization brought him some comfort. The first few days were dedicated to welcoming new students, completing administrative tasks, and arranging dormitories, facilitating introductions between counselors and students. Subsequently, they elected a class monitor and a learning officer. Although Bai Yong was qualified to be the sports committee member, he was outshone by a more exceptional candidate. Ultimately, the key personnel for Class 1 of 36 students were confirmed. The counselor, Zhong Mingyuan, appeared to be around 35 years old, sporting metal-framed glasses and presenting himself as a refined middle-aged gentleman. The class monitor, Jia Mingrun, was of medium build, somewhat plump. With a wandering gaze, his smile towards the counselor was obsequious, yet he maintained a cold demeanor towards his classmates. The Communist Youth League secretary, Xiang Hongmei, had a round face and high ponytail, radiating vitality and decisiveness, even exuding a sense of righteousness. The academic officer, Cheng Jinxiu, was a slender young man with a focused expression, clearly excelling in his studies, dressed modestly without revealing any socioeconomic background. The cultural and entertainment officer, Lu Feifei, was well-proportioned, with exquisite features and stylish attire adorned with various sparkling accessories, appearing more like a fashionista than a student, her enchanting eyes eliciting smiles from everyone, even prompting the counselor to glance at her more than once. The sports committee member, Lei Zhan, was tall and muscular, with a buzz cut and a fierce, somewhat arrogant demeanor. He hardly resembled a traditional student of traditional Chinese medicine. In this class, Bai Yong found himself particularly drawn to two individuals, the academic officer Cheng Jinxiu and a shy, timid girl named Lin Xiaoqiao, who bore the hallmarks of rural origins and spoke with a pronounced southern accent, her Mandarin lacking fluency, leading to hushed laughter from some during introductions. Bai Yong sensed that this class would be anything but ordinary, likely giving rise to numerous conflicts, as students hailed from various corners of the country. Most were affluent, and those who gained admission were indeed exceptional. It would be a contest of pride. Bai Yong resolved to maintain a low profile, focusing on learning rather than competing. As formal classes commenced, Bai Yong was taken aback by the extensive material to be covered: meridians, acupoints, needling techniques, moxibustion, massage techniques, surgery, orthopedics, gynecology, pediatrics, internal medicine, emergency care, anatomy, rehabilitation, and pharmacology. Having encountered many subjects in high school, he was surprised to find acupuncture and massage so complex, requiring the mastery of so much content. Like Bai Yong, many students were overwhelmed. During the first class, the instructor announced that most of the students possessed prior experience in traditional Chinese medicine. However, starting today, they would need to forget all previous knowledge and begin anew from the basics. Once a solid foundation was established, they could develop their own logical frameworks, integrating what they had learned from their elders later on. Bai Yong had indeed learned some from Lao Li, but the latter had neglected to teach the fundamentals, resulting in Bai Yang's inability to take pulses or perform acupuncture. Lao Li primarily shared amusing anecdotes or folk remedies, aiming to pique Bai Yang's interest. Despite the heavy course load, those unwilling to learn found the environment much more comfortable, with a significantly improved classroom atmosphere. Free from the previous authoritarian rigidity, Bai Yong is a day student, truly walking, less than 3 kilometers, unwilling to ride a bicycle. On this day, while on his way to school, he encountered a captivating figure ahead. Though casually dressed, she exuded a sense of comfort and accentuated her figure, her gait enchanting. With the beautiful scenery in front, Bai Yong instinctively slowed his pace, trailing behind her, his spirits uplifted early in the morning, only parting ways upon reaching the school. Occasionally, they would cross paths after school as well. Time and place weave the threads of fate. It is not merely in romance. Even a child encountering a fierce dog daily signifies a connection between the child and the canine. Though they are strangers to one another, they remain familiar strangers. The following day, the enchanting figure noticed him, glancing back multiple times to realize that Bai Yong was not far behind. Persistently following, the girl stood by the roadside, then pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Chapter 73. Denyo. After Bai Yong walked a considerable distance ahead, he extinguished his cigarette and continued onward, now becoming the focus of attention. Bai Yong finally beheld the visage of the girl, and it was nothing short of breathtaking, a quintessential beauty of Yin Jing, with single eyelids framing her large, expressive eyes. Her figure was remarkably alluring, complemented by full, luscious lips that exuded a primal sensuality. She radiated an aura of cleanliness and intellect, with a touch of vigor. Could this be the epitome of a literary young woman? And she was smoking as well. Indeed, the nonchalance of Yanjing girls was most evident in their affinity for tobacco and spirits. On the third day, the exquisite girl could no longer restrain herself. This lad was clearly an outsider, evident from his attire. The local youth typically shunned ostentation, favoring comfort and ease. After all, poverty was a shared burden, and no one dared mock another's modest means. The girl detested handsome foreign men who stood out. Although Bai Yang had deliberately dressed down in ordinary clothing, the quality and price of his attire betrayed him. She was a fashion design student, after all, a senior from the neighboring fashion academy, capable of discerning the nuances at a glance. As she turned a corner, Bai Yang habitually lowered his gaze to the ground, avoiding the manhole covers, adhering to the urban custom of not stepping on them. It was prudent, for there were tales of a woman in Yanjing who had fallen into a poorly covered heating shaft and met a scalding fate. Having navigated past the manhole and corner, he lifted his head to search for the beautiful figure. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as a fist struck his right eye. Completely taken aback, he had been hit by a woman. As the blows came again, Bai Yang dodged, realizing it was the beautiful girl, and he understood the reason for her aggression. She must have mistaken him for a lecherous stalker. With gritted teeth and wide eyes, she pursued him as if he were her nemesis. Bai Yang's right eye watered from the impact, and unable to contain himself, he raised a hand in defense and rubbed his eye, feeling a bit better. He noticed that although she was panting from exertion, she continued her relentless assault, prompting him to subdue her with a couple of swift moves. "You scoundrel! You stalker! Let me go!" she shouted. "I say, miss, are you not being a tad narcissistic? I am on my own path, and you are on yours. I have neither spoken lewdly nor acted improperly. Why do you presume so much? Ridiculous. You've been following me for days. Your gaze is lecherous, and you dare deny it. Is my gaze truly lecherous? It seems you harbor a biased mindset towards others. Shut up, you filthy outsider. Let me go, or I will cry foul and accuse you of harassment." Bai Yang chuckled, bemused. He found her appearance appealing, yet her character was reminiscent of a rogue. Truly, she was a thief crying thief, a female ruffian who struck without reason and accused him of impropriety while harboring prejudice against outsiders. It was a revelation, for her beauty seemed wasted on such a lack of virtue. The girl was torn between laughter and sorrow. She found amusement in the fact that this boy had some discernment, as one could never tire of being complimented on their beauty. Yet she was disheartened by his claim of her lack of character. "You are the one lacking character. Your entire family is devoid of it. I have no objections, but at least my conduct is presently superior to yours." Bai Yang genuinely harbored no objections. His family was far from exemplary, yet he considered himself a good person. As the girls struggled, their bodies brushed against each other, and the warmth of the day heightened their awareness, rendering her cheeks flushed. "You scoundrel! You rogue! Let me go! I promise I won't strike you again." Bai Yang, sensing the inappropriateness of their proximity, released her. "If you dare follow me again, I shall take drastic measures. Miss, I am merely on my way to school. Do not view me through tinted lenses. I am walking my path. Do not indulge in the delusion that I harbor any thoughts of you. To be frank, even if you were to undress and attempt to entice me, I would remain unmoved. And I advise you to refrain from regional discrimination. It is truly unbecoming." The girl's face flushed anew with indignation. "You scoundrel! I refuse to believe that you would remain unaffected by my allure. You, with your roguish demeanor, claim to be a student." Bai Yang produced his student ID and thrust it towards her face. "Behold, am I not a student? Is this not the route one must take to attend school?" The emblem of Yanjing Traditional Chinese Medicine University was distinct, featuring a snake entwined around either a silver needle or a cane, an emblem unique to this institution, rendering any forgery impossible. The girl stammered, feeling cornered. "Apologize." "My apologies," she murmured, her voice raspy from smoking, imbued with a lazy charm that was oddly pleasing. "That hardly conveys sincerity. I expect an apology befitting the circumstance. Unavoidably, my eye will become a panda eye by nightfall, which constitutes harm. Shall we not discuss this at the police station? And no, it's unnecessary. I cannot master the tones of Southern girls. I apologize. Let me treat you to a meal and offer you a gift instead." The girl appeared genuinely apprehensive about visiting the police station, presenting him with a beautifully embroidered handkerchief. Bai Yang, initially reluctant to accept, was compelled by the exquisite craftsmanship. It was a rare find, beautifully stitched. And he decided to accept it for further examination. Dining is out of the question. I reiterate my warning to you. Abandon your regional biases, for they are truly devoid of merit. Repeatedly accused of lacking character and exhibiting regional prejudice, the girl began to cry silently, her tears streaming down. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. My family has been comprised of outsiders for generations. It's just that my father, being a scoundrel, has led me to resent good-looking outsiders. She seemed at a loss for words, perhaps feeling the weight of familial shame, genuinely concerned about how others perceived her character. Bai Yong observed her tears, but remained unmoved. Wrongs were wrongs irrespective of justification, and whether or not forgiveness would be granted was a matter for another time. I have accepted your gift. With that, Bai Yong resumed his stride. Wait, I assure you I have a good character. My name is Guo Pei, and I am also a student from the neighboring fashion academy. The girl, filled with grievances, felt the need to clarify that she was not intentionally discriminatory, hastily followed him, her mouth running incessantly. 10 minutes later, Bai Yong arrived at the school gate, while Guo Pei, the girl, had narrated her father's misdeeds and revealed her family's background, showcasing herself as a rather naive girl. It turned out that Guo Pei's maternal lineage hailed from Suzhou, a family renowned for its embroidery, historically serving the imperial court. As time passed, their prominence waned, leading to their eventual decline. Mother is particularly discerning when it comes to appearances, and she chose a handsome man from another region. Little did she know that he was a scoundrel, akin to Chen Shimi, who latched onto a powerful woman and abandoned both mother and daughter. Our lives have been fraught with difficulty from childhood to the present. I have arrived at school. You surely do not believe my character to be lacking, do you? That remains to be assessed. Guo Pei, in a state of urgency, stamped her feet and then, with a heavy heart, made her way to the Fashion Institute. In the afternoon, as school dismissed, Bai Yong stepped out of the school gates only to find the bold Guo Pei waiting for him. She flashed a confident smile, albeit tinged with a hint of embarrassment, for Bai Yong had a bruise under his right eye. Chapter 74. Are you being a bit forward? Shall we walk together? Bai Yong was somewhat taken aback, but he nodded, empathizing with Dinyo's upbringing. It was understandable, yet it required correction. I apologize. I shall refrain from regional discrimination in the future. I must not generalize others based on my father. He represents only himself. The realization dawned swiftly. However, this was my first time expressing myself today, and the fact that you are tall and handsome inevitably brings him to mind. Spare me. I am not your father. Being handsome is not a fault. Indeed, it was only today that I recognized the situation. So to express my contrition, I would like to treat you to a meal. Bai Yong chuckled, as if to forgive Dinyo. What shall you treat me to? Upon seeing Bai Yong smile, Dinyo felt a wave of relief. Her face blossomed like a peach flower, and she found Bai Yong increasingly agreeable. There is a Luzhu restaurant next to my home, renowned for its authentic flavors. Shall we go and try it? Excellent. It turns out the two establishments are separated by merely a park, and the school is adjacent. It is no wonder they travel the same route daily. Luzhu consists of a bowl of rich soup with pig head meat and offal, accompanied by pieces of a flatbread to soak in the broth, offering both soup and a staple. Guo Pei could not finish it and shared some with Bai Yong, who was neither picky nor disdainful. The taste was moderately delicious. The bill amounted to 6 yuan, and Bai Yong frowned slightly upon seeing Guo Pei settle the payment. After leaving the restaurant, Dinyo offered Bai Yong a cigarette. Hot amend is among the cheapest options available. I do not smoke. You are quite substantial and masculine, yet you do not smoke. I do not have that indulgence. Given that we are not yet well acquainted, I shall refrain from inviting you to my home. The young lady from Yanjing is direct and straightforward. That evening, Bai Yong studied the hand-stitched piece under the light for a while. The floral embroidery was exquisite. Last month, while strolling with Wenfeng, he noticed that Yanjing lacked high-quality traditional Chinese attire. These ancestral garments far surpass those simply stitched from basic fabrics. What constitutes luxury? This is it. The attire of emperors and empresses, each piece is priceless. Should they re-emerge, modernized, they would undoubtedly find a market. There are no shortage of wealthy individuals, particularly for weddings. Chinese attire remains favored. Is there a possibility to promote and elevate it? It is indeed a viable avenue. The following morning, the two unexpectedly encountered each other once more. They greeted each other naturally and walked side by side. What is this? A special supply of cigarettes? Or are there two for me? Yes, do you not smoke? It is a waste to let them sit at home. Aren't you from out of town? What kind of family is this? Quite extravagant. There is an elderly gentleman at home who does not smoke. These were gifts from visitors. Daniel was not pretentious and graciously accepted them. Thank you, but I do not possess such valuable gifts to return to you. Do you expect me to return the gift you presented yesterday? Daniel glanced at Bai Yang's right eye, blushing slightly. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Bai Yang. A pleasant name indeed. You are the first to say so. Daniel eagerly unwrapped the packaging and lit one. Wow. The aroma is delightful. It is truly different. You are setting a trap for me, spoiling my palate. How will I face hot men in the future? One bite will not ruin you. I can still make it back. Return? That is impossible. By the way, the hand-stitched piece you gifted me yesterday, did you create it? No, my mother did. I can also embroider, but my skills do not match hers. The embroidery is quite impressive. You have a discerning eye. That is palace embroidery. If crafted with gold thread, it would be fit for the emperor or empress. Does your mother still engage in embroidery work? No, she works at a garment factory. The business was poor 2 years ago, and she was laid off. Does the royal palace still possess the techniques of palace embroidery and garment making? Of course, my grandmother, several aunts, and my mother all practice. Our family must preserve these skills, even if they seem obsolete now. Does your family own a shop? Do you create high-end custom pieces? We do not have that capability. We possess skills, but lack business acumen and capital. What do you think about high-end custom Chinese garments? Certainly, it is feasible. There are indeed more wealthy individuals now, yet quality items are predominantly foreign. It is unfortunate that we can only resort to Western styles. However, for weddings or significant events, people still prefer traditional Chinese attire. Do not forget, I am a distinguished graduate of a fashion academy. Ancient craftsmanship applied to contemporary clothing would surely attract affluent buyers. These are garments once reserved for royalty. I wish to visit your home. Daniel looked at Bai Yang in surprise. Are you being a bit forward? I would like to see your craftsmanship. If all is well, I wish to collaborate with you to open a shop. Are you serious? How large a shop? Where would it be? Daniel was understandably excited. As a family, they were full of potential yet unable to express it. They once belonged to a wealthy household, and now they are struggling. That evening, I will visit your home, and we can finalize details then. Daniel's heart raced all day, having endured hardship for too long. The urge to return to their former prosperous life was overwhelming. Daniel made a special trip home at noon to prepare her grandmother and mother. In the afternoon, just as Bai Yang exited the school gate, he spotted Guo Pei waiting for him, her smile radiant. I must say, she is truly beautiful. I returned home at noon to have my mother and grandmother prepare some things and organize the clothes I had hidden away. Quite thoughtful of you. I could not possibly visit your home empty-handed. You are young yet quite astute. Guo Pei's family resides in a traditional Sihiyuan, home to many families. Guo Pei's dwelling is a single room in the side building. It was mealtime, and the courtyard buzzed with activity. Upon seeing Guo Pei arrive with a young man, an elderly woman teased, Xiao Pei, have you brought your boyfriend home? Auntie, do not joke. He is my classmate, here for a purpose. Oh, still in denial, and he has even brought gifts. Prepare your dishes. The atmosphere in the courtyard was quite pleasant. Upon entering the room, they found 2 beds, several cabinets, a small table, and a few stools, making it rather cramped. An elderly lady and another aunt were present. Although their complexions were not robust, their demeanor was graceful. Is it possible that gracefulness is inherited? Hello, Auntie. Hello, Grandma. The 2 women's eyes lit up upon seeing Bai Yang. Oh my, this young man is quite handsome. Please, sit down. Little Bai, why do you have bruises under your eyes? Alas, I was inadvertently bumped by a little dog. Guomu covered her mouth with a laugh, exclaiming in disbelief that a small dog could collide with one's eyes. I assure you, Aunt, that little dog leapt quite high. Guo Pei, standing nearby, nearly had her eyes pop out, yet she dared not react, for her mother and grandmother were close at hand. How could she dare to act out? If they were to discover that she was the one who struck, wouldn't she be compelled to give her own eyes a taste of it? Bai Yang set down the gift, and then perched himself on the edge of the bed. Grandmother, mother, is everything ready? You seem quite anxious. Our young friend, Bai, has yet to take a moment to enjoy a cup of tea. Grandmother, we young people prefer simplicity and directness, haha. Guomu leaned out to glance outside, then shut the door and locked it. The elderly lady cautiously retrieved 2 garments from the cupboard, laying them out on the bed. The light was somewhat dim, yet Bai Yang was still taken aback. Along Feng Pao. Chapter 75. The haute couture business. Bai Yang wiped his hands before cautiously touching the exquisite fabric before him. Having been in the clothing business for 3 years, he possessed a fair understanding of textiles and craftsmanship, yet what lay in front of him surpassed all comprehension. Even the antique pieces he had encountered could not compare to the artistry and material of this garment. As his fingers traced the delicate gold thread, its coolness surprised him. "Is this truly gold thread?" he inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "Is this a genuine Longfeng Pao?" "Yes, it remains unfinished from the time when the world changed. If you inspect the reverse side, you will find no gold thread. It is a half-finished product." Bai Yong lamented the missed opportunity. Had it been complete, its value would have been unimaginable. Nonetheless, the 2 pieces before him were treasures of immeasurable worth. "Grandmother, please keep them safe. They are far too precious." At that moment, Guomu produced a needle and thread, beginning to embroider a handkerchief. This was her way of demonstrating her craftsmanship. Her hands were steady, unhurried, as the needle glided smoothly between her fingers and the fabric. "Grandmother, Auntie, Guopei, I trust in your abilities. Shall we discuss our ideas?" "Of course, Xiaobai, go ahead," they encouraged. Bai Yong shared his vision, and the eyes of the 3 women sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. His concept was to focus on custom formal wear, bridal attire for grooms and brides, as well as garments suited for celebrities attending high-profile events. Catering to the wealthy was far more lucrative. One affluent client was worth 1,000 ordinary ones. Naturally, the meticulous attention to detail was paramount, and currently, there was a noticeable gap in the market. Guopei, a distinguished graduate of a fashion academy, envisioned blending classical and modern elements to create a selection of new-style Chinese garments, offering customers more choices, whether selecting from existing designs or creating bespoke pieces based on their preferences. The storefront must reflect the caliber of its clientele. Prime location and exceptional service and decor were essential. As the capital city, they possessed inherent advantages, and their positioning must be impeccable. Once their reputation was established, they would cater to the affluent across the nation and eventually expand internationally. Not only would they promote the heritage of their ancestors, but they would also showcase what true luxury signifies to the world. Of course, profitability was a must. Upon hearing the latter part of his proposal, the 3 women exchanged uneasy glances. Could Bai Yong be merely an extravagant dreamer? Though they had confidence in their skills, could they truly achieve such aspirations? It seemed rather far-fetched. Bai Yong, perceiving their apprehension, reassured them. "Grandmother, Auntie, and Guopei, I speak the truth. Regardless of the outcome, let us at least attempt this venture. I will provide the funding. You need only focus on your craft. If we fail, the loss will be mine, and I shall ensure you receive salaries during this period." Realizing their expressions had betrayed their doubts, they responded, "Xiaobai, it isn't that we disagree. It's simply overwhelming and unexpected. Do you have any collaborative proposals in mind?" Bai Yong inquired. The 3 women exchanged glances before Guopei spoke. "Bai Yong, as we mentioned before, we lack business acumen and funds. Our expertise lies solely in our craft." Bai Yong took a sip of water, contemplating. "Allow me to propose a plan. Tell me if it resonates with you. I will manage the store, oversee operations and investments. You will be responsible for designing and crafting the garments. And you must also represent our brand. We shall split the profits evenly. Furthermore, every employee in the store will receive a salary. Even if we incur losses, you will not be at a deficit." "What do you mean by representing our brand?" they asked. "You must showcase your identities as royal tailors and masters of palace embroidery." The 3 women were elated. The prospect of receiving salaries, even in the event of losses, along with sharing profits, felt like an unexpected windfall. Moreover, aiming to achieve the highest standards would restore them to their former glory. They nodded in agreement. "Very well, tomorrow is Sunday. We shall commence our endeavors. Guopei and I will scout for a suitable location. Guopei, during the renovation phase, select modern attire that appeals to contemporary customers. Auntie, based on Guopei's styles, create some samples for display in the store. If we find ourselves overwhelmed, we can hire additional skilled artisans. I am happy to support them." The 3 women nodded vigorously, their admiration for Bai Yong growing. He was no mere youth. He was a formidable entrepreneur, a true doer. Excitement bubbled within them. Their family had several skilled individuals who were currently unoccupied, and this venture would provide them with work, igniting joy and enthusiasm. Bai Yong left behind 10,000 yuan as operational funds for the Guo family, acknowledging that the initial materials for the samples required capital. As a partner, it was only fair that he did not allow them to work without compensation. Initially surprised by the value of Bai Yang's generous gift, the three women hesitated to accept it, planning to return it upon their departure. However, with the 10,000 yuan left behind, the gift seemed insignificant in comparison. Upon returning home, Baiyang made a phone call to Wenfeng, inquiring if she would be willing to work in Yanjing. The beautiful one had grown impatiently eager, and even Zhang Jingwen had been anxiously awaiting her arrival, as she wished to assume the role of manager once Wenfeng arrived. Wenjie, if you are willing to come, please arrange your current work schedule. I will notify you when to come. Moreover, if there are any capable young women interested in joining as staff and your assistant, feel free to bring them along. Also, do not travel alone. It can be perilous, so find your brother or a male staff member to accompany you. After hanging up, Baiyang exhaled deeply. He had finally identified a viable business opportunity after arriving in the capital. The following day, Sunday, Baiyang had hoped for a leisurely morning, but Guopei arrived earlier than expected, prompting him to think that he should have withheld the address. Guopei was astonished by Baiyang's residence. A single household occupied the entire courtyard, and the exquisite decor hinted at great wealth. Yet, this young man presented himself so modestly, devoid of ostentation, when one would expect him to flaunt his riches. Moreover, his two younger sisters were exceptionally beautiful and charming, being twins with distinct personalities, one vibrant and lively, the other calm and serene. Unable to resist, she affectionately kissed them both. Upon noticing the lovely young lady visiting their elder brother, Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The elderly master of the house had risen early, preparing breakfast, which even Guopei, who typically skipped meals, found delicious. She couldn't help but praise the elder for his culinary skills. How can one refuse such delightful food? The next time I visit, I shall indulge in a proper meal. As Baiyang and Guopei prepared to leave, his younger sisters chimed in, "Black brother, we want to go out with you. We are not merely going out for leisure. We have important matters to attend to. Is it inappropriate for children?" They asked. "Not at all. Then we shall join you." Baiyang dotes on these two, and they usually behave sensibly, but today they displayed a slight lack of understanding. "Guopei, do you know how to ride a bicycle?" "Yes, fortunately, there are 2 bicycles at home. Each person takes a little one." Xiaolan sits on Guopei's bike, her chatter never ceasing along the way. Thankfully, Guopei enjoys listening, and the two share a delightful conversation. This little girl managed to extract all of Guopei's secrets, and even divulged matters concerning Baiyang, particularly revealing that he has a girlfriend who also attends university in Yanjing. Guopei, of course, was eager to hear such tidbits, though a twinge of disappointment lingered. Their acquaintance was still too shallow for deeper feelings. What does it matter that he has a girlfriend? If one desires, one can pursue. If not, then simply let it be. Love and marriage are distant thoughts that need not trouble the present. If Xiao Lan were to grasp the sentiments of this older sister, she would likely be driven to tears, as it would surely backfire. Chapter 76. Acquiring a derelict factory with the experience of purchasing a house previously, Baiyang directly approached the intermediary sister. The business of the Zhongjie sister had flourished, and she had even acquired an additional employee, a charming young wife. The young wife, upon encountering the tall boy and girl accompanied by a pair of adorable twins, a rather peculiar combination, received them with warmth. Upon learning of Baiyang's connection with the boss as a loyal customer, she promptly relayed the message to her superior. Soon, the sister learned of Baiyang's arrival and was utterly thrilled, recalling the considerable advantages he had gained during his last visit. However, she was currently at her hometown and would take 2 hours to return. After inquiring about Baiyang's needs over the phone, she instructed her young wife to accompany him to view some properties while she hurried back. There were not many suitable options for commercial spaces, but a few did exist. The young wife took Baiyang on an extensive tour, but the properties were either too small or situated in chaotic surroundings with undesirable environments. Persistently, she twisted her figure as they continued their search. Ultimately, she sighed, "Boss Bai, there truly are no more options. The only remaining properties along the street are factories, which are not suitable for a storefront." In the sweltering heat, Baiyang was losing patience. But upon hearing about a factory, his eyes sparkled with interest. "How large is the factory?" he inquired. The size was measured in acres rather than square footage, and the price was quite steep. "Please provide details so we may consider it." Located near the East 3rd Ring Road was a small 60-acre factory that had been vacated for several years after relocating to a larger facility. At 20,000 yuan per acre. The precise area of the factory remained unclear, but it was estimated that the factory and warehouse occupied half of the space. Even in the outskirts, the price remains exorbitant, Guopei interjected, deliberately adopting a Beijing accent to remind Bai Yang, as a local, to avoid potential deceit. The young wife offered a forced smile, realizing that the girl was also a local and might not take offense at her introduction of the suburban factory. The boss had specifically instructed her not to offend this client. Bai Yang, filled with enthusiasm, expressed, "Let's go take a look." The young wife's heart settled upon witnessing his eagerness. The factory had indeed been abandoned for quite some time, overrun with weeds, and the windows and doors had disappeared, with several sections of the roof leaking. Within the inner ring road, the bustling crowd was a stark contrast to the desolation just a few dozen meters away. In the future, this location would undoubtedly become a prime area. The materials used in the old factory were robust, and the structure was remarkably solid, with expansive internal space and impressive ceiling heights. There was also a two-story office and dormitory building that could be renovated for immediate use. The young wife and Guopei initially thought Bai Yang was merely indulging his curiosity, but they were surprised by his meticulous examination. Could he genuinely be considering a purchase? Especially the young wife, who had seen the price of a house but could hardly fathom the magnitude of a factory. This was a million-yuan enterprise, and even 10,000 yuan made her weak in the knees. The thought of 1 million was daunting. How is this priced? What are the procedures? Is there any room for negotiation? Bai Yang was quite astute, recognizing that it merely required a road to connect it to success. Drawing from his past experiences, he understood that this area was among the most expensive and prosperous locations. Within a few years, it would surely thrive. "Boss Bai, take another look. I will call the owner." "The stakes are too high for me to decide," the young wife remarked, aware that she could boast about residential sales but felt unprepared for factory negotiations, as the boss had not trained her. She hurried to contact her superior. While awaiting the owner's arrival, the young wife accompanied Bai Yang on a thorough exploration. Some areas were too secluded, and the three girls, fearing snakes or spirits, hesitated to enter, opting to wait in the yard. As the two drew closer, the young wife occasionally showcased her curves, inching closer to Bai Yang. Bai Yang was deeply engrossed in contemplation and did not notice the subtle details. He simply felt a growing familiarity with the young wife. "Boss Bai, this factory is not an ordinary residence. There are distinctions between industrial and commercial land, with property rights being crucial. If a transaction occurs, you must pay attention, otherwise, you could incur significant losses." The young wife, being pragmatic, shared this insight in an effort to foster rapport, revealing information that could have remained undisclosed. Bai Yang, unfamiliar with these nuances, recalled the categories of land use upon her prompting: agricultural, industrial, residential, and commercial land, ranked from lowest to highest value. He could not help but admire the young wife, who was indeed captivating and exuded feminine charm. "Thank you for your advice, sister." "Oh, since you call me sister, I shall refer to you as Big Brother. My surname is Song. By the way, Big Brother, leave me your contact information. I have heard that commercialization is on the horizon, and both land and property will appreciate in value. Should any promising listings arise, I will contact you." Bai Yang smiled, surprised by the young wife's knowledge, and left his pager number. The young wife grew bolder, inching closer to Bai Yang with each passing moment. "You know, the price is negotiable. This current rate can be reduced if it is deemed commercial. If it is industrial, feel free to negotiate vigorously." She continued to lean in and share these insights. Half an hour later, the intermediary boss arrived. The price was negotiated down to 13,000 yuan per acre. When Bai Yang inquired about property rights and land classifications, the intermediary sister was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Bai Yang's understanding of these matters. Her primary concern was to sell quickly and for a higher price to earn her commission. Bai Yang discerned that the intermediary sister was not as genuine as the young wife. It appeared she had experienced some deception during the previous house purchase. He felt inclined to encourage the young wife to operate independently, emphasizing the importance of saving clients' money for the longevity of business relations. It was clear that the sister was opportunistic, viewing it merely as a one-time transaction. The intermediary sister was unable to make decisions on her own, so she arranged for the factory's leadership to join the discussion. The factory would be pleased to sell at 10,000 yuan per acre, and upon learning they could secure 13,000 yuan, they were elated, as they were in urgent need of funds for payroll. Upon discovering that Bai Yang intended to change the factory's land use from industrial to commercial, and that it would transition from public to private ownership, the factory manager readily agreed. Though this posed challenges for Bai Yong, it was straightforward for them. Given their connections, the potential profit could reach nearly 200,000 yuan, necessitating excellent service. After signing the agreement, Bai Yong also paid a 20,000 yuan deposit, with plans to finalize the contract once the land use procedures were completed. The preliminary negotiations concluded successfully, leaving all parties in high spirits. It was lunchtime, and the factory manager invited them to dine. Bai Yong, unable to hold his liquor, abstained from drinking, but the manager, in high spirits, promised to tidy up the factory for Bai Yong, assuring him of a workforce and complete operations, which were merely minor details. The intermediary sister and the young wife were equally delighted, as their commission for this venture amounted to several thousand yuan, a remarkable return for just half a day's effort, akin to winning the lottery. Guo Pei began to express her dissatisfaction with the location, yet the space was ample. Furthermore, Bai Yong possessed remarkable capabilities that surpassed her understanding. Who could possibly have 1,000,000? This was an era of 10,000 yuan households, and Bai Yong alone was equivalent to 100 such households. The factory manager was even more anxious than Bai Yong. During dinner, he assured that everything would be ready in 3 days, and the factory would be tidied up as well. On the third day, Bai Yong took a leave of absence to come over, accompanied by the intermediary's young wife, as the elder sister had an urgent matter, along with the factory's leadership. Upon seeing Bai Yong approach with a large sack, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement, and their mouths seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Bai Yong glanced around the factory. The missing windows and doors, somehow procured secondhand, were all installed. The leaking roof had been repaired, and the courtyard was cleared of weeds, leaving it impeccably tidy. Chapter 77. Arrival in Beijing in a swift manner. The formalities were completed, and the 60 acres of factory space now belonged solely to Bai Yong, designated for commercial use. The factory director assured him that he could modify and construct at will, promising to handle any troubles that might arise. The factory leaders were busy counting money, nearly exhausted, as this venture amounted to 700,000 or 800,000. When the director mentioned dining together, Bai Yong politely declined, which suited the director perfectly. With such a fortune, it was wise to secure it at home as soon as possible. After exchanging pleasantries, they dispersed. Bai Yong was in no rush to leave, having taken a day off, and there was still half a day remaining. His wife, rather than hurrying back, accompanied him on a leisurely stroll through the factory. This time, she was bolder, repeatedly testing the waters, seeing no refusal from Bai Yong. She directly wrapped her arms around his. In the vast factory, with just the two of them, they wandered into a secluded corner where, unable to contain herself any longer, she silently executed her intentions. Bai Yong, not being a paragon of virtue, found it difficult to refuse her advances. They spent a considerable time wandering, stopping to engage in intimate conversations whenever they found a suitable spot. As dusk approached, the echoes within the factory faded, and Song Jie, his wife, was utterly fatigued. Bai Yong rode Song Jie's bicycle to escort her home, leaving his own bicycle at the factory. Song Jie intended to strike out on her own, promising to contact Bai Yong whenever she found good properties. Bai Yong agreed, as he still had over 2 million in idle funds that needed to be put to better use. That evening, Bai Yong visited Guo Pei's home. Guo Pei, who took after her mother, treated Bai Yong as an esteemed guest. Upon learning of Bai Yang's intentions, Guo Pei assured him there would be no issue. Her school had a program in architecture and interior design, and she would consult the relevant professors the following day. The next afternoon, Guo Pei arranged a meeting with 2 professors, one specializing in architectural design and the other in interior design, along with her own instructor. Guo Pei did not skimp on expenses, selecting a fine restaurant with a private room. They began with a meal and casual conversation, during which the professors expressed their admiration upon learning of Bai Yong and Guo Pei's plans. Guo Pei's instructor, who specialized in fashion design, held a deep appreciation for her, recognizing her exceptional talent that would surely surpass her own within 2 years. Rather than persuading Guo Pei to remain at the school, she was thrilled to see her pursue greater ambitions and willingly offered her assistance and suggestions. After the meal, Bai Yong shared details about the factory and his proposed renovations for the main building. The 2 professors praised Bai Yang's visionary ideas, deeming them remarkably advanced. Bai Yong felt a touch of modesty, attributing his insights to prior experiences on factory renovation sites in his previous life. The assembled group, aside from Bai Yong, consisted of skilled draftsmen who sketched his concepts on the spot, further elevating Bai Yang's standing among them. Bai Yong entrusted a key to the factory to Guo Pei, encouraging her and the professors to visit the site when time permitted and to expedite their proposals. Of course, this service would not be complimentary. Bai Yong agreed to pay 50 cents per square meter for design fees, with the factory covering 10,000 square meters. The two-story structure would yield a substantial earning for a single professor. The professors, accompanied by their students, recognized the value of their lifelong learning applied to this project. The students' ideas were shared freely, and their involvement offered practical experience that would benefit them in future job searches. The following day, Bai Yong did not accompany them. Guo Pei, along with the two professors and several outstanding students, conducted a thorough site assessment. A week later, in a small conference room at the Fashion Academy, Bai Yong convened with the bricklayer he had hired for the renovation. The two professors presented their proposals to Bai Yong and Guo Pei, capturing the attention of the school administration, who also participated in the discussions. Each discipline prepared 3 design proposals, all hand-drawn, and the students contributed their thoughts on the finer details. Master Zhang, the bricklayer, also provided rough estimates based on the proposals. In the end, Bai Yong selected a simple yet elegant design, but suggested modifications. Although minimalistic, the visible and functional areas needed to be exquisite. He emphasized that simplicity could indeed convey opulence, as it focused on quality materials and thoughtful design, prioritizing the customer experience. Particularly noteworthy was Bai Yong's mention of soft decoration, a term he had encountered in foreign magazines. His insights illuminated new possibilities in renovation design, revealing that the essence of luxury and exceptional experiences lay in the details. This revelation was worthy of being reported to the school to enhance its professionalism. Master Zhang's quoted price met with the professor's approval, indicating their recognition of his worth. Consequently, the renovation of the factory rightfully fell to Master Zhang. With only a small team, he realized he would need to expand his workforce. Completing this project might even pave the way for establishing a contracting company. Ultimately, the architectural design professor, the interior design professor, and Master Zhang formed a collaborative partnership to undertake the factory renovation, as well as the plaza between the factory and the road. The new concept proposed by Bai Yong garnered significant attention from the school administration, who, in gratitude, invited landscape designers to join the project, providing their services for free. Bai Yong, of course, was pleased with this arrangement. Another week passed, and all design and construction plans were finalized. The factory's plaza spanned 20 acres, separated along the street, while the remainder remained vacant. The factory would be transformed into a 2-story, 20,000 square meter facility, with the ground floor designated for retail and the second floor for supportive functions, the specifics of which would be confirmed later. Guo Pei's high-end storefront would encompass a total of 2,000 square meters, featuring a reception area and VIP room on the first floor, with offices, studios, and accommodations on the second. The remaining spaces and storefronts would be prepared for leasing. In front of the shops lay a 5-acre plaza, which would incorporate landscaping and parking spaces. Unlike state-owned restaurants and large institutions, Bai Yang's establishment would uniquely offer parking for private enterprises. As for the remaining 40 acres of factory space, Bai Yang was still contemplating its future use. The design fees amounted to 20,000, while Zhang's quoted construction and materials cost was 80,000, with the plaza being complimentary. This was inevitable, as Bai Yong insisted on high-quality materials, particularly in areas that would be visible and tactile. Furthermore, the soft decorations were fresh and not inexpensive. Once construction commenced, Bai Yong summoned Wenfeng. To his surprise, Wenfeng arrived with Zhang's younger brother, Zhang Xiuwen. This was an oversight. He should have shared the story of the son-in-law. However, since it was already done, there was no need to dwell on it further. Although Zhang Xiuwen may not possess the exaggerated figure of her sister, she is nonetheless a remarkable presence, deserving of the title 3 Golden Flowers. Her appearance is equally striking, and her extroverted nature makes her well-suited to serve as a trustworthy assistant. During an evening gathering, Bai Yong inquired, "Sister Xiuwen, do you not have a partner back home? If you accompany Sister Wen, what will happen when it comes time to marry?" Zhang Xiuwen, feeling hungry, munched on her food while responding, "No, I have no interest in marriage. I prefer to follow you and earn more money, and perhaps find a tall, wealthy, and handsome man later. I've heard that in Yanjing, there are many officials. Perhaps I might become a lady of the court." One must admit, that is quite an astute thought. Bai Yong then turned to Wenfeng, asking, "Sister Wen, do you intend to stay with me or in your own residence?" Upon hearing this, Both Wen Feng and Zhang Xiuwen glanced at her, surprised to discover that she indeed owns a property in Yanjing. Your place is a bit cramped, so I shall refrain from intruding, Wen Feng remarked. Bai Yang had previously arranged for a cleaning service to tidy up Wen Feng's two-story house, which is significantly larger than Bai Yang's current abode. The only drawback being that the restroom is located outside. Very well, I shall request Master Zhang to send 2 individuals to prepare the restroom, and we will install a fireplace as well. It will be cold here in a month, so we shall make do for now. Next year, we can undertake a more detailed renovation of your residence. Upon arriving at Wen Feng's house, Wen Feng and Zhang Xiuwen could hardly contain their excitement. Chapter 78. Perform a solo act. Initially, Wen Feng Gige expressed reservations about the idea of his sister, a young lady, working alongside a young man, pondering the implications of their close proximity. However, upon seeing the house, he quickly set aside his concerns, hoping fervently that his sister could win the young man's affection. If not, at least their relationship should not become estranged. Zhang Xiuwen had resolved to become Wen Feng's third, especially since the second position had been claimed by her older sister, who had taken charge of their family store back home, receiving a salary increase that filled her with joy, claiming she could earn thousands in a year. As a younger sister, how could she not feel envious? She was determined to work hard, even offering herself if necessary, to secure the third position. With wealth, a life of abundance awaited her. After all, who else could provide that for her? No one. What was tangible was the reality of Bai Yang. With Wen Feng Gige present, Bai Yang and Wen Feng could not reminisce as freely, having to wait until his brother returned home after a few days of leisure. Bai Yang introduced Wen Feng and Zhang Xiuwen to Master Zhang and the Guo family, and then he began to take a hands-off approach. He entrusted the renovation supervision and store operations to Wen Feng, fully confident in his abilities. Although Guo Pei sensed a difference between Wen Feng and Bai Yang, she still held an affinity for him, appreciating his competence and striking figure. She contemplated having Wen Jie try on women's clothing first, certain it would yield spectacular results. After 2 days of play, Wen Feng returned to work. That evening, unusual sounds emanated from his room. Despite the good soundproofing, Zhang Xiuwen could still vaguely hear them and thought to herself, was it really necessary to be so dramatic? Although she had yet to experience it herself, she concluded that she must take the initiative. However, lacking her sister's beauty, she decided to emulate her, compensating with diligence in other areas, such as fitness and skill development. The disturbances from next door persisted into the early hours, leaving Zhang Xiuwen restless. The 2 girls slept in late, while Bai Yang, full of energy, set off for school. Upon entering the classroom, Bai Yang noticed that 3 out of the 5 leaders were already present. Bai Yang. As he saw these 3, who typically held their heads high, he wondered why they were seeking him out. Bai Yang, with the upcoming 11th grade and the welcoming event, the school is organizing a talent show. Indeed, Bai Yang, among the boys in our class, your image is the best. You should prepare a solo talent act. Chimed in the class secretary Xiang Hongmei, supported by cultural committee member Lu Feifei. Class leader Jia Mingren appeared displeased, noticing the 2 girls' eagerness towards Bai Yang. As he wished to pursue Lu Feifei, he was not pleased to see her showing such interest in another boy. What do you mean? He has the best image in the class. This is a talent show, not a beauty contest. The 2 girls frowned, casting a glance at Jia Mingren. Bai Yang truly wished to remain low-key. Performing solo would draw attention in front of the entire school, disregarding the class leader's feelings. I don't have any talents. I'm just a country boy who has never learned anything. Hearing Bai Yang modestly decline, Jia Mingren scoffed. I knew it. For a solo act, I can do it. And there are plenty of others who excel. There's no need to seek out a pretty face. Xiang Hongmei shot a glare at Jia Mingren. She was not intimidated by the class leader. How do you know if he has talent or not? Can't you allow him some humility? Xiang Hongmei then turned back to Bai Yang. Bai Yang, our class will hold auditions tonight. You must perform, regardless of your skill level. Just give it a try. Bai Yang forced a smile, taken aback by Xiang Hongmei's assertiveness. Did the class secretary hold more sway than the class leader? He was puzzled as to why the class leader seemed to target him, having hardly interacted with him before. Was being handsome a fault? Yes, Bai Yang, prepare something you excel at. Singing, dancing, reciting poetry, or martial arts. All are welcome. Lu Feifei added, while the class leader's gaze on Bai Yang intensified. Bai Yang realized that this boy was indeed fond of Lu Feifei. Was he so possessive that he bristled at the sight of her speaking to others? Such a lack of generosity. It was baffling how he had become the class leader. I truly have no talents. I do know a bit of martial arts, so I will give it a try tonight. Soon, Afternoon arrived, and after school, everyone lingered for their class's first activity. Counselor Zhong Mingyuan was present, with some eager to participate, while others hesitated. Feeling shy or lacking in talent, reluctant to stand before the crowd. Our class needs to present 3 acts. Everyone is encouraged to participate. We will vote anonymously to select 3 acts that will represent our class in the school performance. Let's begin. As the counselor finished speaking, the first to step up was Xiang Hongmei, living up to her role as class secretary. She confidently performed the Shadow of the Fence by Mao Amin, hoping everyone would enjoy it. Her performance was spirited, yet the audience frowned at her singing. After finishing, she bowed in thanks. Did she not notice their expressions? She did, but she was eager to showcase her talent, undeterred by the audience's reactions. I sang a cappella without accompaniment. It will sound even better with music, she insisted, demonstrating her thick skin, a sentiment echoed by the others. I'll go, exclaimed sports committee member Lei Zhan, quickly stepping to the front with a portable radio. With a press of a button, a lively disco tune filled the air. Lei Zhan showcased his impressive breakdancing skills, executing moves like the splits and the snake arms, all while flexing his muscles, capturing everyone's attention. During his routine, he even threw flirtatious glances at Lu Feifei. This did not go unnoticed by class leader Jia Mingren, whose glare was sharper than when he looked at Bai Yang. Once Lei Zhan finished, applause erupted. How could young people not enjoy such fresh entertainment? However, Jia Mingren stepped forward, attempting to silence the applause. What was that? It's simply vulgarity masquerading as art. This cannot be included in the school program. It would be utterly embarrassing. Lei Zhan, who had just showcased his talent, felt a mix of anger and frustration at the class leader's sudden outburst. This is a new era. Put away your outdated notions. This is art, and art knows no boundaries. Do you understand? If you're jealous, just admit it. Don't label others unfairly. All right, quiet down, Jia Mingren. You shouldn't act this way. Step down. The selection is based on everyone's votes. This isn't a dictatorship. The counselor's authority quelled the tensions. Next was Lu Feifei, who serenaded the audience with The Moon Represents My Heart by Teresa Tung. It was evident why she was elected as the cultural committee member. Her sweet and melodious voice melted the hearts of the boys in the class. Even the counselor listened intently, captivated by her enchanting performance. Before she could finish, Jia Mingren interrupted with a loud, "Excellent," and began to applaud vigorously. The scornful remarks of Lei Zhan were drowned out. Otherwise, they would have been rather vulgar. Lei Zhan yearned to be the first to applaud, only to be preempted by the class monitor, who, ironically, exhibited a double standard. Wasn't it hypocritical to deem the songs of Deng Lijun as inappropriate while engaging in his own frivolous antics? A profound rift had undoubtedly formed between the two. As everyone took turns to perform, even the bashful Lin Xiaoqiao blushed deeply while reciting a poem. It was less a recital than a murmured whisper, which, of course, drew some quiet ridicule from the onlookers. Nevertheless, many boys began to perceive the beauty in Lin Xiaoqiao, a beauty characterized by her shyness and fragility. Despite her humble attire and slender frame, her features were undeniably exquisite. Chapter 79. I Do Not Want a Son Like You by Yang had found a branch somewhere, performing Tai Chi sword. His movements were leisurely, a stark contrast to the youthful energy around him. However, Bai Yang's technique was impeccable, making the performance quite enjoyable to watch. Soon, the voting concluded, and everyone took a brief respite while the counselor returned to the office to tally the results. The final standings revealed that the first place went to Lu Feifei for her rendition of The Moon Represents My Heart, followed by Bai Yang with his Tai Chi sword, and third place was awarded to Xiang Hongmei for The Shadow of the Fence, albeit altered to a female chorus. The crowd exchanged glances but refrained from speaking, knowing that questioning the counselor would be ill-advised. In truth, the first place should have been awarded to Lei Zhan's breakdancing, with Lu Feifei in second place, while Bai Yang and Xiang Hongmei languished at the bottom. Yet, the counselor, unable to be too unconventional, resorted to manipulation, selecting the mediocre choices that could not be easily criticized. Lu Feifei's performance was still a bold attempt. While some murmured doubts, none dared to seek confirmation. The counselor emphasized the importance of diligent practice in the days leading up to the performance, which would be showcased before the entire school, including renowned figures from outside the institution, urging everyone not to bring disgrace to the school. Bai Yang could hardly believe that his casual display of Tai Chi sword had earned him a spot. Had he known it would lead to embarrassment, he would have prepared himself better. Lu Feifei kindly inquired about Bai Yang's clothing size, promising to provide him with a proper outfit for the performance, which would enhance his appearance. The class monitor and the sports committee member, who had previously been glaring at each other, now directed their mutual disdain towards Bai Yong upon seeing Lu Feifei approach him. The following day, during the first massage practice class, the instructor instructed the monitor to divide the class into teams for their initial attempts. The monitor, Jia Mingren, mischievously placed Bai Yong and Lei Zhan in the same group. Lei Zhan did not express anger. Instead, he smirked. He began by giving Bai Yong a massage, preemptively warning, "My strength might be a bit excessive, and if it becomes painful, feel free to scream like a girl. If you remain silent, I'll take it as a sign that my pressure is just right." His voice was loud enough for the professor to hear, yet no intervention occurred. Instead, he observed discreetly, curious about what the two would concoct. "How do girls scream? I wouldn't know. Perhaps you could teach me." "Oh, you're quite bold. Just don't cry later." Bai Yong felt a surge of anger, realizing he was being targeted by the two, as if they considered him a pushover. "Rest assured, I won't make a sound. However, when it's my turn to massage you, what will you do if you scream like a girl?" "Nonsense. With my size and build, if I scream, I'll confess to being your son. I do not want a son like you. Let us change the terms. If I scream, I'll publicly declare myself an idiot." "All right." Lei Zhan's strength was indeed formidable, and Bai Yong could feel his face redden. If the pressure increased even further, he would undoubtedly falter. As the time elapsed, they switched places. Lei Zhan felt a pang of uncertainty. Despite Bai Yong's slender appearance, he possessed a surprising amount of flesh, far from being just skin and bones. Nevertheless, Lei Zhan remained confident, believing Bai Yong merely had a high tolerance for pain and that his own strength would suffice. As Bai Yong placed his hands on Lei Zhan, the latter nearly lost his composure. "Damn, how can someone so thin possess such strength? Hold on, suppress it." Bai Yong silently admired Lei Zhan's resilience. He was only exerting 5% of his strength, a testament to his rigorous training regimen in bodybuilding, devoid of any performance-enhancing substances. Gradually, Bai Yong applied more pressure, while Lei Zhan gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly, regretting having underestimated Bai Yong's strength. "I know you're at your limit now. If you scream like a girl, I'll let you off easy. Otherwise, you'll be in for a rough time." Bai Yong murmured slowly, "Absolutely not. If you have the guts, go ahead and crush me." In a moment of slight relaxation from Bai Yong, Lei Zhan hastily retorted, taking a deep breath as if to say, "Come on, bring it on." Bai Yong, not one to relent, decided to teach him a lesson. Crack. I was wrong. If he hadn't admitted his mistake, the other arm would have dislocated as well. Bai Yong released his grip, offering an innocent smile. "A test of strength? Every year freshmen engage in such antics, but it's my first time witnessing two people dislocate their joints, haha." Professor Zhang, full name Zhang Jinsong, a robust man in his 50s with strong forearms indicative of his strength, approached Bai Yong and Lei Zhan, opting for jest rather than reprimand. Professor Zhang specialized in the fundamentals of massage, therapeutic techniques, and martial arts practices. In an amusing twist, he remarked that to master massage, one must study the I Ching Jing and Shaolin internal skills. The students became invigorated by this revelation, reminiscent of tales from martial arts lore. Following a month of foundational lessons under Professor Zhang, the students' perceptions shifted entirely. Bai Yong shared a similar sentiment, overturning the notion that massage was merely a servant's task, and found himself rather looking forward to it. "Classmates, now we will demonstrate how to correctly reset a dislocated joint." Lei Zhan was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Professor Zhang laid Lei Zhan flat and instructed the students to feel the difference between his dislocated and non-dislocated arms. Each student took their turn, and with every touch, Lei Zhan's forehead glistened with more sweat. However, as this was a professor-led demonstration, he dared not voice his objections, enduring the discomfort like a living target. Monitor Jia Mingren was particularly cruel, deliberately squeezing the dislocated area, prompting Lei Zhan to cry out in pain. Unable to remain passive, the professor admonished him. "As a monitor, how could you be so excessive?" "I apologize, Professor Zhang. I only wanted to feel deeper, to understand the internal structure." "You owe an apology not to me, but to this student." Yes, I'm sorry, Lei Zhan." Jia Mingren uttered his apologies, yet he couldn't help but notice the twinkle of amusement in Lei Zhan's eyes. Realizing the situation was amiss, Lei Zhan contained his urge to retaliate with words. "Classmates, now I will explain how to perfectly reset a dislocated joint. Everyone began to practice the motions taught by the instructor on their partners. Professor Zhang observed that they had nearly concluded. "Young man, why don't you give it a try and reset your partner's joint?" Bai Yang, pointed out by Professor Zhang to perform the reset on Lei Jun, felt no trepidation. If successful, he would have learned the technique. If not, he would simply allow this fool to endure more pain. "Professor Zhang, please don't make me do it. You should do it yourself," Lei Jun shouted in fear. "You must trust your partner. You two are a team." Bai Yang wasted no time, gently palpating the area, recalling the theoretical knowledge imparted by Professor Zhang and the earlier techniques demonstrated. Crack. Yang did not exert much effort. He merely executed a swift movement. "Young man, quite impressive. Your technique is remarkable. What is your name?" This action indeed astonished Professor Zhang. It was decisive and agile, with just the right amount of force, certainly not characteristic of a novice. "Professor Zhang, my name is Yang." A fine name, easy to remember. Have you practiced often before?" "Not at all. This is my first attempt at repositioning." "How curious. It seems you possess a natural talent." It is not that Yang is inherently gifted, but rather that he has practiced martial arts since childhood, developing a profound understanding of the human body, movement, and control of force. What may pose a challenge for other newcomers is, for Yang, merely a trivial matter, a fortunate benefit derived from his martial training. Chapter 80. Confession. The two engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to Lei Jun. Though he felt a fleeting pain that soon subsided, he found himself smiling, only to feel a pang of sadness as he observed Professor Zhang and Bai Yang chatting as if nothing had happened. He realized he was outmatched by Bai Yang, feeling like a living target, and berated himself for losing. "Come on, you muscle-bound classmate, show us your right arm," the instructor called. "Yes. Move it, rotate it. Look at that perfect alignment. When you reset, always be confident, precise, and swift. If you can't gauge the strength, better to apply a bit more force." Lei Jun felt increasingly self-conscious, being referred to as the muscle-bound classmate. Was he not worthy of being addressed by name? He was compelled to assist the professor in demonstrating his right arm, which made him feel utterly humiliated. As class ended, Professor Zhang departed. Lei Jun attempted to sneak away, but was intercepted. "Lei Jun, have you forgotten something?" Bai Yang would not let him escape that easily. "Indeed, Lei, a man must keep his word," he added. The class monitor, eager for drama, piped up loudly, causing everyone who was about to leave to stop, eager for the spectacle to unfold. Although the monitor appeared to support Bai Yang, he was merely using the situation to humiliate Lei Jun, showing a complete lack of decency. Lei Jun, a sturdy lad from the north, thought to himself, "I am no coward." The onlookers, astonished by the audacity, quickly dispersed, not wanting to get caught in any ensuing conflict. Bai Yang gave a thumbs up to Lei Jun and quietly remarked, "I have no interest in Lu Feifei. Your rival is the monitor, not me. I can fight, so be cautious if you provoke me." Although Bai Yang's words were somewhat cheeky, Lei Jun believed him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such pressure. Deep inside, however, he felt a sense of defiance, contemplating a chance to test Bai Yang. What if he was merely bluffing? He could not concede defeat so easily. Bai Yang, on the other hand, was not keen on allowing the monitor to have an easy time. He was eager to watch the unfolding drama. Though he found Lu Feifei attractive and fashionable, he preferred to remain low-key. Attracting attention often led to trouble, especially since he lacked any influential backing. It was wise to maintain distance from Lu Feifei. Soon, the day before the gala arrived, and the school organized a rehearsal for the final selection. In Class 1, Bai Yang was the only male participant, while Lu Feifei was to perform a solo, accompanied by a choir of girls from their class. Bai Yang's Tai Chi sword dance showcased a certain level of skill. The first performance had been a lackluster attempt, but he could not afford to disappoint the next day in front of the entire school, nor could he tarnish Li Laoda's reputation. In a change of attire, Lu Feifei's choice of martial arts costume fitted her splendidly and appeared quite spirited. After changing, her performance was truly commendable, earning praise from the student council for her excellent selection of program and execution. The class monitor, Jia Mingrun, who had no business in the matter, felt compelled to intervene. His intention was to confess to Lu Feifei publicly by presenting her with a bouquet after her rehearsal, but she coldly rejected his gesture amidst the crowd. Despite following her persistently, Lu Feifei continued to rebuff him, her demeanor frosty. Disheartened, Jia Mingren had no choice but to withdraw in disappointment. Observing the applause for Bai Yang's rehearsal, Lu Feifei recognized his talent and felt like a talent scout. She left the lecture hall alongside Bai Yang. Once they were away from others, Lu Feifei mustered her courage and asked, Bai Yang, do you want to pursue me? Bai Yang was initially taken aback, wondering why Lu Feifei wanted to walk with him alone. Realizing her intentions, he feigned ignorance and replied, Me? Yes, I am both beautiful and wealthy. You should give it a try. What if you succeed? She teased. But I'm just a rural boy. I really don't think I'm worthy of you. Oomph, you big fool. You're so naive. You're utterly clueless about matters of the heart, she exclaimed before storming off in embarrassment, feeling humiliated for not having accepted any of the numerous suitors vying for her affection. What a silly boy. She had dropped hints, and yet he failed to grasp them. Was her insinuation not clear enough? His self-deprecation was foolish. Perhaps it was best to let him be. Bai Yang chuckled at the exchange. Being called a fool did not sting as much as he expected, perhaps because she was a pretty girl. Quickly, he dismissed such thoughts, realizing they were inappropriate. The following day, the gala commenced, drawing the attention of nearly the entire school. Upperclassmen would not miss such a grand matchmaking event, while freshmen busied themselves showcasing their talents and hoping for serendipitous encounters. Among the newcomers, Bai Yang and Lu Feifei garnered the most recognition. Others may have had better looks, but lacked talent. Conversely, those with superior performances did not match their attractiveness. Ultimately, Bai Yang's desire for modesty was futile. Lu Feifei relished the spotlight, reveling in the attention of the masses. Although Bai Yang wished to remain inconspicuous, fate had other plans, as he underestimated his own abilities. Tai Chi, rooted in traditional Chinese medicine, was a true art form, and Bai Yang's skill was genuine. The teachers recognized his talent, solidifying a favorable impression of him. Many girls quietly took note of Bai Yang, finding his name memorable and his appearance appealing. The performances of older students, honed over years of practice, were increasingly polished and captivating. Bai Yang was particularly impressed by the martial arts club's combat demonstration, which displayed authentic skill, igniting a desire within him to spar with them. The dance troupe, with their graceful forms and fluid movements, brought to mind the opulence of ancient aristocrats enjoying a banquet as they danced. The next day marked the National Day holiday, the longest break since the start of school, spanning 2 days. Miao Xiaomiao, missing Bai Yang and craving the culinary delights of Li Laotu, hurried over on her bicycle early on the morning of the 11th. It was her first visit to Bai Yang's quaint courtyard, and she found it charming. Sisters Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan had recently become inseparable, trailing Bai Yang during his break whenever he was with a girl. This made it difficult for Miao Xiaomiao to enjoy any private moments, intensifying her yearning. The object of her affection was right before her eyes, yet remained out of reach. Xiao Lan, with her incessant chatter, inadvertently revealed the situation with the girl from Yanjing. Miao Xiaomiao's heart raced, filled with suspicion, yet with the 2 girls nearby, she found it challenging to seek confirmation. The 3 girls, each with their own motives, spent the day shopping with Bai Yang, indulging in various purchases. Aware of his wealth, they did not hold back, selecting items they fancied, provided they were not overly expensive. That day was devoted to eating, shopping, and Bai Yang treated them all to 2 outfits for the autumn and winter seasons, purchasing Li Laotu's delicacies to take home, promising to exchange anything that didn't fit later. In the evening, Miao Xiaomiao was staying overnight. After everyone had settled down, she stealthily crept into Bai Yang's room, of course, maintaining the final barrier. Miao Xiaomiao insisted that she must remain on the day of their wedding, and Bai Yang could not force her otherwise. Although Miao Xiaomiao was rather petite, she often fantasized that if they were to marry, it would feel like she was stepping onto a gallows each day. The young Bai Yang was quite intimidating. Though the pain of longing had dissipated, her heart was still clouded with doubts. As she lay atop Bai Yang, her hands were restless, and her little mouth babbled incessantly. Upon hearing Miao Xiaomiao's uncertainties and seeing her pouting in jealousy over Guopei, Bai Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. He recounted the story of how he met Guopei, her family's culinary skills, and how they collaborated, emphasizing that it was merely a professional partnership with minimal face-to-face interactions. His elder sister from his hometown had come to assist, and they worked together with him, rarely involved. Young girls are easily appeased, especially when their desires are fulfilled, prompting the wish for yet another encounter. Chapter 81. Lin Xiaochao. The next day, Bai Yang accompanied Miao Xiaomiao back, also taking the opportunity to explore Renmin University. Though not particularly large, the architecture was quite distinctive. It was Miao Xiaomiao's first time introducing Bai Yang to her roommates. The 3 roommates wore a variety of expressions, one filled with envy, another with jealousy, and the third genuinely congratulating them with a silly grin. Bai Yang was coerced into treating the girls to a lavish meal, accompanied by small gifts from the gift shop. In this day and age, it seems that for a girl to emerge from being single, this process is a must. Every night in the dormitory, whispers filled the air with inquiries about how it happened, what the feelings were like, and discussions that delved into excruciating detail. Renmin University was closer to Bai Yang's home than his own school. Furthermore, with the looming presence of a girl from Yenjing University, Miao Xiaomiao was certain to visit on Saturday night and stay over. This left sisters Xiaolan and Xiaowan somewhat speechless. They were already caught in a love triangle, and both parties were aware of each other, yet they still hadn't broken up. Strangely, their relationship seemed to flourish instead, which was perplexing. After gaining some notoriety at school, Bai Yang encountered a new problem, receiving letters frequently, some audaciously direct, others more subtle, expressing a desire to become pen pals and gradually transform into girlfriends. Conversely, Lu Feifei relished the attention, especially when Bai Yang was present. When she received love letters and flowers, she would glance at Bai Yang, hum softly, and raise her head higher. She accepted the gifts without committing or rejecting them, evaluating which suitor was truly exceptional and sincere, granting them a semblance of favor. What girl wouldn't relish the opportunity to choose? Especially when multiple options were available. Lu Feifei had the capability and took action. Initially inexperienced, Bai Yang would read the letters, but eventually, he tore them to shreds and discarded them, significantly reducing his troubles over time. Lei Zhen was among Lu Feifei's many admirers. In this era, men often exhibited foolishness, believing that any advantage over a rival, especially in strength, would ensure victory. The defeated party was expected to withdraw, and the ultimate victor would claim the heart. However, this was not the case. The reason for the ongoing tension was that none of the girls genuinely liked them. If they were fond of someone, they would have accepted them already. The lingering tension merely showcased their desirability and maintained their status as the campus beauties. Recently, Bai Yang's life had improved considerably, managing the affairs of the new store, which would not open for another 2 months. He regularly frequented Wenfeng's place, where certain dishes were unforgettable and addictive, necessitating overnight stays. He had also adapted to university life and his major, gaining a preliminary understanding and significant confidence in acupuncture and massage. With troubles diminishing, the attention he received gradually waned. Where there is ease for some, there is hardship for others. Recently, class leader Jia Mingren had been particularly irritable. Previously, he merely wore a foul expression. But now he raised his voice and displayed an unpleasant demeanor, frequently quarreling with classmates. Everyone knew that Lu Feifei had publicly rejected him, which had struck him hard. Additionally, Lei Zhen would often pick fights, resorting to insults and threats of violence. He feared being beaten, as he was indeed no match for Lei Zhen. One day, Bai Yang observed Lin Xiaoqiao engaging in a quiet conversation with the class leader before returning to her seat, discreetly wiping away tears. There was an affinity between them, not in terms of gender, but rather personality. Bai Yang, Lin Xiaoqiao, and their classmate Wen Yuancheng were all introspective individuals, often sitting close together in class. Bai Yang had begun to pay attention to Lin Xiaoqiao. He possessed no inclination to bully the weak, nor did he empathize indiscriminately. His interest in Lin Xiaoqiao stemmed solely from their proximity and a desire to guard against the class leader's petty tactics. The class leader had indeed employed some underhanded tricks, placing himself in the same group as Lin Xiaoqiao, who would only silently resist. It was no wonder that bullies often targeted such individuals, who endured the mistreatment in silence. After the class leader had inappropriately touched Lin Xiaoqiao in sensitive areas, she fled the classroom in tears. The teacher could not turn a blind eye to this, reprimanding class leader Jia Mingren and instructing him to apologize to Lin Xiaoqiao. However, with an odd number of boys and girls in the class, any grouping would inevitably involve mixed genders. The teacher also acknowledged the basic medical principle that there should be no distinction between genders. Yet, for the new students, this was a rare occurrence, and some girls retained traditional views. While Lin Xiaoqiao was not unattractive, her attire was notably shabby, rendering her isolated from her peers. Ultimately, the teacher personally reassigned groups, placing Bai Yang with Lin Xiaoqiao, which served as a recognition of Bai Yang's character. Everyone had witnessed Lin Xiaoqiao's sensitivity and insecurity, and Bai Yang was no exception. Regardless of whether it was acupuncture or massage, he would serve as her target, but he refrained from inflicting pain on Lin Xiaoqiao, mindful not to provoke her tears. After returning home, he sought the assistance of an elderly man who was more than willing to help, appreciating the daily massages and acupuncture. Lin Xiaoqiao gradually developed fondness for Bai Yang as he tended to her emotions and feelings, treating her with respect and equality, without disdain or pity. She was deeply grateful for such treatment and slowly began to open up, engaging in conversation with him. The more she did so, the more she faced exclusion from other girls. Many desired to partner with Bai Yang. His physique was undeniably attractive, yet it was Lin Xiaoqiao, the unconventional one, who ended up with him. Since Bai Yang had started paying attention to Lin Xiaoqiao, he realized her genuine poverty. Each day at noon, she would purchase a single portion of rice, adding a few free pickles, and then return to the dormitory. After 3 consecutive days of not seeing her in the cafeteria, Bai Yang felt a sense of curiosity. One day after class, Lin Xiaoqiao stopped him, pulling him into a secluded area. "What's wrong, Xiaoqiao?" Lin Xiaoqiao stammered, her cheeks flushed. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Bai Yang, could you lend me some money?" "Of course, how much do you need?" 5 yuan. "No, just 2 yuan will do. I'll pay you back when the student aid arrives." Bai Yang felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. The weather had turned cold, yet she was dressed so lightly. Her lips were chapped, and her body trembled slightly, clearly indicating that she was both cold and hungry. Grasping Lin Xiaoqiao's wrist, he led her to an empty pavilion and sat down. Lin Xiaoqiao was taken aback, but did not resist. Bai Yang retrieved some white-cut chicken from his bag, which he had saved from a previous trip to Guangdong. Upon seeing the chicken, Lin Xiaoqiao swallowed hard. "Eat," Bai Yang commanded. The timid Lin Xiaoqiao felt a mix of gratitude and apprehension, instinctively obeying. She buried her head, taking small, rapid bites, tears streaming down her face. She hardly considered where Bai Yang had obtained the chicken and water. In the intervals while Lin Xiaoqiao ate, Bai Yang contemplated how to assist her. "Thank you, I'm full now." Though she was impoverished, Lin Xiaoqiao had grown accustomed to her circumstances. After finishing, she produced a nearly torn handkerchief to clean her hands and mouth, discarding the bones into the trash before returning to the pavilion. "Thank you. I have not eaten for 3 days and could no longer endure it." "Well, don't individuals like you receive scholarships?" "The class monitor obstructs me, claiming my family background is unsatisfactory, as we were once wealthy landowners and are not in need of financial support. In 1990, one could still benefit from social welfare. Institutions such as normal universities and military or police academies offer scholarships. However, in the fields of medicine and art, only affluent children can afford to attend, leaving little to no scholarships available, with aid primarily reserved for impoverished students. Why does he deny you your scholarship? He insists that I become his girlfriend. Otherwise, he will not assist me. This Jia Mingren is truly detestable. He abuses his slight power to its fullest extent. It is utterly inhumane. I wish to embark on a business venture with you. Would you be willing?" Xiaoqiao was momentarily taken aback, having just spoken of the class monitor, and now suddenly discussing a partnership in business. The crux of the matter is that she is merely a struggling student. How could she possibly engage in commerce? "I possess some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, but beyond that, I lack the skills necessary to collaborate with you in business. Allow me to finish my thoughts. Our acupuncture and Twina specialty faces dire employment prospects. Seriously ill patients will seek Western medicine, while those requiring rehabilitation will turn to traditional Chinese medicine. Where do we go from here?" After analyzing this, Xiaoqiao felt increasingly despondent. "So, does this mean our specialty lacks a market?" Chapter 82. A confrontation unfolds. There exists the option of working at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, securing a stable salary, or continuing one's studies to remain at the university as an instructor. The first suggestion from Bai Yang resonated deeply with Xiaoqiao, who had long contemplated this path. Another possibility involves establishing a Chinese medicine clinic. After all, who does not toil in their profession, who is free from occupational ailments, and who does not suffer aches and pains in their later years? These intricate health issues often elude Western medicine, and medication seldom provides immediate relief. Our acupuncture and Tuina techniques offer the most effective solutions. Hospitals cater to a limited number of patients, while a Chinese medicine clinic could serve a multitude of weary individuals. This presents a vast opportunity, not only to serve the public, but also to generate substantial income. Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she absorbed Bai Yang's words. "I also wish to open a foot massage parlor," she added. "Even those without ailments could alleviate fatigue and indulge in massages, and this demographic possesses disposable income. We could establish numerous chain stores nationwide." While it may not lead to immense wealth, it would certainly grant us financial freedom. Yet, Xiao Qiao hesitated. Did Bai Yang expect her to provide foot massages? She thought it preferable to work at the hospital instead and politely inquired, "What role could I fulfill?" Bai Yang, recognizing her uncertainty, chuckled softly. Foot massages and full-body massages do not require extensive expertise. You should focus on mastering 2A Na techniques, developing a straightforward and effective method for relieving fatigue that is easy to learn, something that could be mastered in a fortnight. When the time comes, we can hire staff, and you will be responsible for training them to perfect this technique and serve our clients. Am I to summarize and train? She asked, bewildered. Indeed. When shall we commence? There's no rush. We'll begin once you've mastered the techniques, he replied. Before you graduate from university. Xiao Qiao felt a pang of disappointment. She had merely intended to borrow money from Bai Yang. How had this turned into a career plan? The most pressing concern was her immediate need for food, not distant prospects. As for the techniques you develop, I will compensate you with an advance of 10,000 yuan. Once the clinic opens, I will pay you another 10,000, and you will hold a 20% stake in the foot massage parlor, responsible for training new employees and refining our methods. Xiao Qiao was taken aback, particularly by Bai Yang's offer of an initial 10,000 yuan. The subsequent terms were beyond her comprehension. 10,000 yuan could be a lifesaver. However, she was not one to accept such a gift. I cannot accept your money. Opening a store is a long-term endeavor. Why would you give me this much now? Although I am in need, I am not that kind of person. You are handsome and not lacking in female companionship. Perhaps you should seek someone else. Bai Yang sighed. Xiao Qiao, you misunderstand. We are partners. I merely wish to collaborate with someone of your caliber because I believe it will be mutually beneficial. As a partner, it is crucial for you to have the resources to excel in your work, so please, do not misconstrue my intentions. Additionally, I am not short of money. You are one of the partners I seek, and this is an investment. Do you understand? To reinforce his point, Bai Yang pulled out several stacks of cash from his pocket. Investment requires capital, otherwise, it lacks credibility. That is too much. I only need 100 as a deposit. Take it. Trust me, your 20% stake will be worth at least 10 million in the future. As a university student with a sharp intellect, she understood the magnitude of such a sum, making her dismissive of the smaller amount. Yet, Xiao Qiao remained skeptical about its potential value, suspecting Bai Yang's intentions were merely altruistic. Nevertheless, she accepted the offer. At worst, she could become his partner, and she did not find him objectionable. Thank you, Bai Yang. I will study diligently and present a plan promptly. Bai Yang nodded in satisfaction. Was Bai Yang merely a nice guy? Not quite. He saw in Xiao Qiao a reflection of the charming receptionist from the foot massage parlor across from the construction site in his past life. Currently, there were no formal foot massage establishments. If they succeeded, it would undoubtedly thrive. With the best students from the finest school mastering 2A Na techniques, her ability to summarize methods and train technicians would be unparalleled. Even professors lacking systematic research would not compare to Xiao Qiao's dedicated study and practical application of techniques from the outset. As for the advance of 10,000 yuan, it was intended to ensure she could complete her studies. If she were to starve, her newfound path to wealth would vanish, and finding another capable partner would be a challenge. Talents are invaluable, and who else would be as invested as he was in her success? Bai Yang, what should I do about class monitor Jia Mingren? Bai Yang contemplated for a moment before responding, gather evidence. If there is no direct proof, you can compile indirect evidence. Many pieces of indirect evidence can form a complete case. And you can report him. He will surely face expulsion for such behavior. But he only speaks verbally. There is no physical proof. You can formally request financial assistance from him in writing daily. If he speaks to you, simply walk away, compelling him to provide a written response. Don't be too direct. You can guide the conversation. Are you suggesting I keep him dangling, collecting evidence before reporting him? Precisely. That seems unethical. I don't think I can do that. Bai Yang sighed in exasperation. He is shamelessly using financial aid to coerce you into becoming his partner. Yet you are concerned about morality in dealing with a villain? If that is your stance, then you might as well endure it. Xiao Qiao hesitated, uncertain of her decision. In any case, focus on your studies and do not let trivial matters distract you. I must take my leave. Bai Yang was unwilling to elaborate further. He had provided advice and guidance, yet she remained mired in moral dilemmas, which only invited further mistreatment. Nevertheless, as a key technical partner, she was indeed a valuable asset. Xiao Qiao, cautious and prudent, saved the money diligently. Her family was in dire need of this amount. She could not afford to be careless. As for whether the class monitor's actions warranted retaliation, she was still contemplating her options. In the afternoon, a significant incident occurred in the 2A Na class. An altercation broke out. A senior student from the third year relentlessly pursued Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei, meanwhile, kept him on edge, but he was not one to be easily deterred, showering her with flowers and gifts daily without providing any assurance of reciprocation. This left her no choice but to publicly demand a response. If he did not agree, she would expose her reputation as a fickle woman. Lei Zhan, a classmate, initially intended to allow fair competition to unfold and refrained from intervening. However, the senior student's behavior escalated, pushing the limits of propriety and angering his beloved. This presented an opportunity for heroism. Even if it was a chance to resolve a conflict, surely she would feel compelled to date him out of gratitude, right? In a flash, Lei Zhan shoved the third-year student to the ground, cursing vehemently. The senior student was not one to back down. He quickly called upon two friends and returned. It became 3 against 1, or rather, 3 were swiftly overpowered by Lei Zhan alone. Bai Yang entered the classroom just as the battle concluded, and the 3 individuals scurried away in a disheveled manner. Lei Zhan felt an inflated sense of self-importance, exuding an air of arrogance that was almost palpable. Upon seeing Bai Yang, he unexpectedly displayed a look of disdain. Bai Yang could not help but glance again, confirming that he was not mistaken. What are you staring at? Have you never witnessed a formidable person in combat? Look again, and I shall make you regret it. Lei Zhan was indeed intoxicated by his own bravado. Bai Yang found amusement in the situation. You wish to eliminate me? Certainly. If you are unconvinced, let us engage in a duel. Do not presume that a mere display of strength makes you impressive. I am quite exhilarated. Should you lose, there will be no tears shed and no complaints allowed. Anyone who complains shall be deemed a fool. Come on, I shall only use one hand. When confronted with someone boastful and arrogant, one must be even more ostentatious, forcing them to eat humble pie before they will concede. Chapter 83. Lung Shui meets teacher Lung. Alas, how could he possibly be more pretentious than I? Seeking death. With that, Lei Zhan unleashed a powerful punch that he had been charging for quite some time. Bai Yang merely sidestepped effortlessly, simultaneously delivering a swift strike to Lei Zhan's armpit. Lei Zhan's face met the ground with a thud, sliding for a meter before he managed to halt himself, nearly disfigured in the process. As he wailed, Bai Yang dislocated his right arm with another strike. Unable to rise with just one hand, Bai Yang nudged Lei Zhan's head with his toe, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the damage. His forehead, nose, and chin were scraped, oozing beads of blood. I haven't even made my move yet, and you're already down? Wait, are you crying? Do you want me to hit you again? If so, I can oblige. Oh, by Gu, I was wrong. Truly wrong. I won't provoke you again in the future. Initially, having dispatched 3 upperclassmen and aided the goddess, he should have known when to stop. But now, he had provoked Bai Yang, a master of true skill, and ended up utterly defeated, losing face, especially in front of the goddess. The class monitor, Cheng Jinxiu, a kind-hearted soul, stepped in to assist Lei Zhan and then took him to the infirmary, which was quite professional in the medical school. Bai Yang bore no grudge against Cheng Jinxiu. While others neglected to help, he stepped in, effectively covering for Bai Yang. If a teacher were to discover the fight during class, it would reflect poorly on Bai Yang. In hindsight, Bai Yang had reason to be grateful to Cheng Jinxiu. The students gained a new appreciation for Bai Yang. He could fight. Lei Zhan had taken on 3 opponents without suffering a loss. Yet Bai Yang had incapacitated him in a single round, and that was with one hand. The female students looked at him with stars in their eyes, feeling an immense sense of security. A man who is tall and handsome is undeniably a good catch, but caution was advised. One should not stray, lest they face dire consequences. However, the confrontation between Bai Yang and Lei Zhan did not escape the notice of a teacher, despite the distance. Her impression of Bai Yang deepened. This teacher was exceedingly popular, attracting students from various majors who attended her classes uninvited. Did they genuinely wish to learn? Not quite. They came to see this teacher. Her surname was Long, and her given name was Xuejin. She appeared to be under 30, her skin porcelain-like, yet not foreign nor afflicted by albinism. Her expression was adorably naive, resembling that of a young woman, yet her age suggested a mature woman. Have you ever encountered a charmingly naive young matron? This was indeed a new experience. Most importantly, she was quite beautiful. Otherwise, there would not be so many infatuated males attending her lectures. Teacher Lung taught anatomy, an introduction to rehabilitation medicine, and modern advancements in acupuncture and massage. When Baiyang first heard her describe anatomy, his mind conjured an image of a beautiful, adorably naive matronly zombie. Upon first seeing Teacher Long, all the students rejoiced, grateful that they were not solely surrounded by elderly instructors. Although Teacher Long witnessed the altercation between Baiyang and Lei Jin from afar, she did not concern herself with youthful rivalries, particularly those fought over women. Such naivety seemed hardly worth her attention. However, she noted that Baiyang possessed commendable skills. Listening to a beautiful woman lecture made time fly. Her voice was melodious, flowing with a soft cadence. As the anatomy class commenced, the students proceeded to the basement dissection room, fully prepared. The tallest among them, yes you, the one with the strength and penchant for fighting, will henceforth serve as my assistant in anatomy class. Arrive 20 minutes early tomorrow and contribute your efforts. Baiyang found himself caught in the crosshairs. The adorably naive teacher was clearly targeting him, having witnessed his earlier skirmish. How unfortunate. Being an assistant in anatomy class was hardly a desirable task. The most gruesome and terrifying duties awaited him. Arriving 20 minutes early to exert himself? No need to contemplate. He would be transporting corpses. Baiyang attributed this stroke of misfortune to Lei Jin, vowing to settle the score with him next time. Class monitor Jia Mingren stifled a chuckle. After all, such duties were typically assigned by the class committee or monitor, but the teacher had taken it upon herself to delegate directly. Excellent. It spared him the trouble of inciting resentment. Anatomy class was a source of both dread and anticipation for freshmen. As newcomers, the sight of blood and real human bodies was daunting. Who would not approach it with reverence? Yet the anticipation stemmed from the necessity for every doctor to conquer this fear, for how else could they save lives? Preparation involved wearing additional layers, as the dissection room was chilly, and bringing plastic bags since garbage bins were scarce. Venturing to the restroom was a trek, and vomiting in the dissection room would lead to scolding. Just as Baiyang had anticipated, Teacher Lung assigned him the task of transporting corpses. Nonetheless, Baiyang was undaunted. He had encountered such tasks before. Who would have thought that a freshman could be so bold? Had he perhaps taken a life in the past? Baiyang was unfazed by the corpses, but he was startled by Teacher Lung's words. Teacher Lung, such humor is hardly appropriate. What is inappropriate? We are all young, and I aim to distract you from your fears, you silly boy. Baiyang felt somewhat exasperated. Teacher Lung, in private, hardly resembled a teacher at all. He was not afraid, nor did he require distraction. Teacher Lung selected a female corpse, and while transporting it, Baiyang did his utmost to avoid awkward positions, daring not to gaze upon the body. What is there to be embarrassed about? Have you never seen a naked woman? She is merely a corpse now. Cast aside your mundane notions and focus. Hold tight. Don't let her slip. Baiyang was beginning to feel a tad annoyed with this adorably naive teacher. It seemed she was deliberately targeting him. This was undoubtedly a task meant for two to carry. It could simply be placed on a cart, yet she insisted he embrace it. A female corpse, no less. Teacher Long, you may be misunderstanding me. I was actually the victim in yesterday's altercation. Oh, is that so? My observations seem to differ from what you've just said. Baiyang recounted the events of the previous day at lightning speed. Ah, it appears the teacher has truly misjudged you. Indeed, seeing is not always believing. No problem, Teacher Long. Your statement holds merit. Seeing is not necessarily believing. Baiyang was elated, thinking he would no longer be targeted and perhaps would not have to carry corpses anymore. At the very least, it should be a two-person task, right? Well, it seems the teacher was in the wrong. To make amends, you will not only be my assistant in anatomy class, but in any class I teach. This will allow you to learn more. Baiyang stood there, perplexed. Was this line of reasoning sound? Or had she simply not forgiven him for the fight? Why are you standing there in a daze? Class is about to start. Baiyang sighed in resignation. Behind him, Teacher Lung's lips curled into a slight smile, nearly betraying her amusement. Adorably naive? Impossible. That was merely her natural appearance. Today's anatomy class would be primarily focused on helping the freshmen overcome their fears. Today, Teacher Lung exhibited an extraordinary level of ruthlessness, a reflection of her very name. Following this lesson, the impression of the new students towards Teacher Lung underwent a profound transformation. She was no longer perceived as the adorably beautiful female instructor, but rather as the cold-blooded and merciless Teacher Lung. Each student was required to engage hands-on. Those who dared to wield the knife found their attempts immediately halted, while others were compelled to proceed, enduring their nausea until they could continue. The more intense their discomfort, The longer their hands remained engaged, Lu Feifei suffered the most, alternating between vomiting and tears, resulting in her extended hands-on time. She could not expel any more, nor could she cease her sobbing, yet her trembling hands gradually adapted. Remarkably, the results were evident. Among the entire class, Teacher Lung was most pleased with Bai Yang and Lin Xiaoqiao. Bai Yang maintained a furrowless brow, while Lin Xiaoqiao merely furrowed hers slightly. Even Lei Jun, the muscular man who had been disfigured, trembled uncontrollably, not to mention the other newcomers. Even in death, the new students would forever remember this lesson and Teacher Lung. Chapter 84. Acquiring 2 plots of land. As winter approached, the winds in Da Yanjing grew fierce, swirling sand and dust throughout the sky. If one stepped outside in the morning without a scarf, hat, or mask, the exposed skin would become tinted with a yellowish gray, and the nostrils and mouth would be filled with grit. Biang armed himself completely each time he ventured out, donning a mask, glasses, a hat, and gloves, ensuring he was thoroughly protected. Unlike the future, where environmental governance would flourish, the present still grappled with the challenges of basic sustenance and poverty, lacking effective measures to combat nature's fury. On this particular day, Biang received a call from Song Jia, the real estate agent. She informed him of a small factory available for sale near the East Fourth Ring, covering 50 acres, priced at 10,000 per acre due to its remote location, with the potential for conversion to commercial land. Additionally, there was a 20-acre storage plot near the North Fourth Ring, also priced at 10,000 per acre. These locations promised substantial appreciation in the future, necessitating acquisition. Taking a half-day leave, Biang swiftly completed the paperwork for both properties, engaging in little negotiation, as the price was already agreeable, and Song Jia had approached the matter from his perspective. He spent an additional 700,000. In time, these areas would undoubtedly become bustling locales, offering returns in multiples, if ever sold. With half a day remaining, Bai Yang felt compelled to express his gratitude to Song Jia, who had hinted at her intentions quite clearly. Despite the desolate surroundings being somewhat invigorating, the cold was palpable. They intuitively sought out a nearby inn. In casual conversation, Bai Yang discovered that Song Jia was not merely a charming wife, but rather a single woman, attractive and exuding femininity, who had been single since her partner was sentenced to an indefinite term 2 years prior. Finding a new partner had proven difficult. Many presumed that a woman who had been with a rogue must also be flawed. Dragging on for years, she was approaching 30 and had come to terms with her situation, believing that as long as she was well-fed, well-dressed, and well-rested, marriage was of little consequence. For Song Jia, Biang represented not only a financial benefactor, but also a source of joy, diminishing any thoughts of marriage. A woman of her age who had come to such realizations was a treasure to Biang, thoughtful, proactive, and capable in all respects. The afternoon was thoroughly enjoyable for both. That evening, Biang visited Wenfeng, sharing the news of his recent acquisitions and leaving her the keys to explore the properties at her leisure and consider their potential uses. Wenfeng informed him of her liaison with the Guo family and her current light workload, as she had begun self-studying business principles. Biang was delighted to see her eagerness to learn at her age and encouraged her to seek out adult business training programs at various universities, offering to cover the tuition fees. Zhang Xiuwen, who was present, expressed her desire to learn as well, pointing out that it was important to treat both equally and that having company would be beneficial. Biang called the old man, informing him that he would be staying the night, and then enjoyed a restful evening at Wenfeng's place. The next day, Biang awoke refreshed and ready for school. Upon entering the classroom, he was immediately confronted by class monitor Jia Mingren, who scolded him about his absence the previous day. Biang frowned. He had secured permission from the counselor, who had approved his leave. Jia Mingren insisted it was his responsibility to know and accused Biang of shirking duties by allowing another student to take his place as an assistant during a dissection class. Biang retorted sharply, questioning why he should feel guilty for the arrangement. As Jia Mingren continued his tirade, Biang's frustration mounted, and he warned him to back off. Realizing Biang's genuine anger, Jia Mingren quickly retreated. Biang was perplexed. If Jia Mingren spoke the truth, why had the counselor claimed not to remember? Was he being targeted? It seemed trivial to dwell on such matters, so he resolved to focus on his studies. During lunch at the cafeteria, Biang noticed Lin Xiao preparing a meager meal of rice and pickles to take back. He stopped her, urging her to sit with him. Lin Xiao appeared flustered, aware of the public scrutiny surrounding them. Biang poured his freshly served dishes into her container, and quietly insisted that he had prepaid for her to eat well, study diligently, and work hard, questioning her frugality. Apologizing, Lin Xiaocao was visibly moved. From that day forward, she was to eat well, dress warmly, and prepare for the weekend by acquiring suitable clothing. He warned her that if she continued to neglect herself, he would seek another partner. As she did not meet his expectations for a collaborative associate, she acquiesced, taking her meal back to the dormitory with a hurried gait. From a distance, Jia Mingren observed, chewing his food as if it were an enemy, his bitterness palpable. Soon after, the lunchtime incident spread among the students, with whispers that Biyang and Lin Xiaocao were romantically involved. Some girls dismissed the notion, citing Lin Xiaocao's frail appearance and financial struggles, believing Biyang could never be interested in her. Nevertheless, the rumor mill churned. Though Biyang was not a significant celebrity, he had garnered a reputation among the freshmen. Those around Lin Xiaocao had certainly noticed her transformation, particularly her dormitory mates. She now sported 2 new outfits, modest yet indicative of expenditure, and her meals were no longer pitiful. They included both meat and vegetables, and she no longer shied away from dining in public, choosing to sit across from Biyang while they engaged in light conversation. This development stirred discomfort among many, including Jia Mingren, Liu Feifei, and Xiang Hongmei. Jia Mingren was particularly resentful, feeling that his chosen women were always slipping through his fingers, while Liu Feifei was pursued by many yet had rebuffed him. Even the impoverished Lin Xiaocao seemed to be a rival. Observing the trend, it appeared that a relationship was blossoming between them. Liu Feifei and Xiang Hongmei both harbor affections for Biyang. One has hinted at her feelings, while the other quietly pines for him. They are both perplexed as to what could possibly attract someone as slender and unassuming as Xiaocao. Each has resolved to take decisive action swiftly, for if they delay, they may find themselves too late to secure their beloved. They cannot allow their feelings to be claimed by another. Jia Mingren frequently receives notes from Lin Xiaocao, which merely serve as reminders regarding her scholarship funds. He no longer concerns himself with leaving traces, as every attempt to engage with Xiaocao is met with her evasion, making communication exceedingly challenging. Observing that Xiaocao no longer struggles financially, one might conclude that opportunities are dwindling, since she prefers to convey her thoughts through written notes. It seems only fitting to continue this method of communication. Chapter 85. The thief at home. Jia Mingren not only agreed to assist Lin Xiaocao with her scholarship, but also promised to prioritize any work-study opportunities for her. He even suggested providing her with financial support, on the condition that she would be his girlfriend. Lin Xiaocao, however, remained resolute in her refusal, persistently urging for her scholarship while collecting evidence. Meanwhile, Liu Feifei, seizing the approach of New Year's, sought out Bai Yang to request another program. Bai Yang, of course, declined, unwilling to participate in small group activities and lacking the skills for any other shows. Could he really perform Tai Chi sword again? Liu Feifei's pretext of wanting a program was merely a facade. Her true intention was to forge a friendship with Bai Yang. She believed that establishing a connection would allow her to sit next to him in class and join him and Lin Xiaocao for lunch. A master of the romantic arena, Liu Feifei understood that merely being present could lead to opportunities. The traditional gestures of letters and flowers seemed trivial by comparison. Becoming friends, as long as they did not fall out, always left the door open for a deeper relationship. Xiang Hongmei, on the other hand, was emblematic of those lacking finesse. Boldly, she approached Bai Yang at noon, inviting him to dinner at the renowned Lao Mo restaurant in the evening. Naturally, Bai Yang declined. Undeterred, Xiang Hongmei followed him, attempting to entice him with the promise of her influential family connections, suggesting she could secure him a desirable job post-graduation, as well as a coveted party membership slot. When Bai Yang remained unmoved, she proposed an unconventional arrangement. If he found her unappealing, they could simply date casually, breaking up after graduation while still providing him with the job and party membership he coveted. Bai Yang sighed. Such directness was unexpected. It was understandable, given that the children of high-ranking officials would not permit their daughters to associate with someone of modest means. During their 4 years at university, they would likely seek out partners of equal social standing for marriage. The notion of enjoying a casual romance while leveraging a boyfriend for personal advantage seemed quite strategic. Xiang Hongmei, however, was taken aback by Bai Yang's response, her proposals having inadvertently cornered her. She huffed in frustration and turned to leave. Bai Yang couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on the burdens of good looks. In his past life, despite being physically compromised and undernourished, His handsome visage had attracted attention from women. Even with his afflictions, he had been the subject of admiration from the daughters of influential families, who had playfully teased him, treating him as an object of study in their exploration of masculinity. As he pondered his past misadventures, he realized that perhaps being less attractive would have spared him from such troubles. He bore no guilt regarding the Zhang family's 3 daughters, as he had merely repaid a debt from a previous life. Additionally, he had also avenged himself against Zhang Qingji, who had been involved with his mother, Lu Xiaoyi. As Lu Feifei grew closer to Bai Yang and Lin Xiaoqiao, she gradually discerned that they were not a couple, which brought her joy. She recognized Lin Xiaocao's inner elegance, and their friendship began to blossom. Lu Feifei, hailing from Hubei, was a product of a family with wealth, thus explaining her exquisite charm. Her family owned a renowned restaurant, the Jiutu Niao, which was well known in the area. With plans to expand into Yanjing, Lu Feifei was studying medicinal cuisine, having not secured her desired major and resorting to auditing classes. Bai Yang and Lin Xiaoqiao admired Lu Feifei's ambition, especially her commitment to studying medicinal cuisine in order to elevate her family's restaurant. Their perception of Lu Feifei shifted. She was no longer just a pretty face, but an individual with aspirations and goals, albeit with an extroverted personality that craved attention. Lu Feifei was indeed a skilled strategist, her intentions towards Bai Yang clear. She desired to win his affection. She often engaged him in playful banter, and when he seemed annoyed, she brushed it off as mere jest, believing that time and their mutual single status would eventually lead to more. One day, Lu Feifei brought some local delicacies, including marinated duck, to share with Bai Yang and Lin Xiaoqiao. "This dish is delightful. Did you make it?" Lin Xiaoqiao inquired, increasingly bold in her interactions. "No, my father prepared it," Lu Feifei replied. "Are you not pleased that your father is here? Your furrowed brow suggests otherwise." "It's not that. He has been searching for a suitable storefront for several days without success. I am unfamiliar with Yanjing and have no solutions to offer." Bai Yang, intrigued, asked, "What are your father's requirements for the restaurant?" "It must be spacious, new, and well-decorated, with convenient transportation and ample parking," she explained. "Are those really the demands for a restaurant?" Bai Yang queried. "My family operates a high-end restaurant. We aim to elevate our brand in Yanjing and expand nationwide. Why not have your father purchase or long-term lease a place and renovate it himself? That would be prohibitively expensive and time-consuming. You should have him check out a site in the East Third Ring. There's a place under renovation that seems to fit your criteria perfectly." "Really? How do you know about it?" "I happened to come across it while wandering around. I heard the renovations are quite luxurious and that there are available spaces." Unbeknownst to her, this establishment was part of Bai Yang's own ventures, slated for completion in 2 months, spanning 20,000 square meters. It was a collaboration with Guopei, but a significant portion remained unoccupied, making it ideal for rental to recoup funds. "Thank you, Bai Yang. Once the restaurant opens, you must come and dine at your leisure." "One must not bite the hand that feeds," he replied modestly. 3 days later, Lu Feifei returned to express her gratitude, bringing with her a box of Hifeng tea. She shared that they had found an ideal location for the restaurant, with renovations that were exceptionally advanced yet elegantly simple, aligning perfectly with their expectations. Upon hearing that someone was interested in renting the space, Bai Yang, as a classmate, did not offer a discount, instead advising her to negotiate for a higher price. It was essential to maximize the return on the significant investment made in purchasing the land and the arduous process of design and construction. "Was it love at first sight?" Bai Yang teased. "Indeed, my father reviewed the design plans and found them flawless." "Thank you again, Bai Yang. There's no need for such formality." Bai Yang accepted the tea leaves without hesitation. He had not returned home last night, and today he brought them back to Fong Laodu, who cherished his tea. Upon arriving home, he noticed that Xiao Lan and Xiao Wan wore expressions of distress. "Hey Gidge, you have finally returned. Our house was robbed last night." "Oh, please elaborate." "Several pieces of clothing belonging to my sister and me are missing, along with the bedding from your room, Grandpa's camera, and cash. Additionally, much of the food in the house has disappeared." Bai Yang frowned and inquired, "Feng Ye, how much money did you lose?" "Not much, just the living expenses you provided me, leaving over 500. Then it is not a significant issue. Do not be too troubled. Have you reported it to the police?" "Not yet. We waited for your return to discuss it." "Bai Yang, take a look at this note. The thief left it behind. It is quite audacious." Fong Lauda handed Bai Yang a piece of paper. Chapter 86. The Cat and the Mouse. A note read, "The ledger of your family's gifts is in my possession. If you wish to avoid being reported and imprisoned, prepare 2,000 kwai by tomorrow evening and place it on the eaves of the gatehouse. After that, I shall no longer disturb your family. Grandfather Fong, what is this ledger of gifts? Oh, it is merely a record of the tobacco and liquor gifts I received from my former colleagues when we first moved here. I have documented everything to repay them when the opportunity arises. Bai Yang chuckled. The old man was indeed meticulous. Perhaps it was this attention to detail that had prevented him from reporting the matter to the authorities. Although the items were not of great value, they were nonetheless inappropriate, and reporting could reflect poorly on the old man's acquaintances. Bai Yang provided Grandfather Fong with an additional 1,000 kwai for living expenses. He had intended to give more, but the old man had adamantly refused, and it seemed the funds could last quite a while. From the previous Lunar New Year, nearly a year had passed, and yet over 500 kwai remained. Grandfather Fong, Xiaolan, rest assured, I will handle this. Xiaolan. Wait for the weekend when Sister Xiao Miao can take you shopping for new clothes. Just endure for a couple of days, all right? After reassuring the three elders, Bai Yang began his preparations. He ventured out to procure a string of bells, affixing them to the envelope with a rope, concealing the bells in a hidden spot. The envelope contained a stack of paper to masquerade as money, which he then placed on the eaves of the gatehouse. Should the thief attempt to take the envelope, the bells would surely ring. Why the bells? Bai Yang feared he might doze off and miss the action, so he devised a sound to alert him. After all, he was confident in his speed and could easily pursue. To ensure his plan's success, Bai Yang concealed himself outside the courtyard after 10 o'clock, waiting vigilantly. After 3 hours of waiting, nearly succumbing to sleep, he finally spotted a shadow. The figure paused, retreating into darkness for 10 minutes before reappearing. Cautiously, it drew nearer, hiding again for several additional minutes. Such caution suggested the thief was assessing whether anyone was nearby or if the authorities had been alerted. At last, the thief approached, swiftly scaling the roof and grabbing the envelope he had been eyeing before fleeing. Bai Yang was taken aback. The thief had been cautious, but once close, he had suddenly ascended and dashed away. This maneuver was impressive. Even with an ambush, it would be challenging to catch him, but fortunately, Bai Yang had trained in long-distance running since childhood. As the thief seized the envelope, the bells jingled, alerting him to his exposure, propelling him to run even faster. Bai Yang had anticipated this moment, prepared as the thief vaulted onto the roof. He could not allow the thief to escape. The distance between them narrowed, just a few meters apart. The thief, exhibiting remarkable agility, leaped over the courtyard wall and climbed onto the nearest rooftop. This was akin to the parkour of the future. Bai Yang followed suit, swiftly scaling the wall in pursuit. The thief, aware he could not outrun Bai Yang, disregarded the noise of falling bricks that might awake the residents. Escaping was his priority, and he continued to leap over walls and rooftops. While Bai Yang excelled at running, he was less adept at climbing, and the gap widened. Realizing he might lose sight of the thief, Bai Yang quickly scanned the rooftops for a route and decided to take a risk. He dashed down to the ground and sprinted through the alley. The thief, no longer seeing Bai Yang, assumed he had evaded capture but remained vigilant, continuing to run. Bai Yang's gamble paid off as he caught sight of the thief once more. The thief, hearing footsteps behind him, panicked. Ahead lay a river, and the nearest houses were over 10 meters away. There was no time to reach them. In a moment of decisive action, the thief leapt into the river, swimming towards the opposite bank. In mid-December, although the water had not frozen, the temperature hovered around freezing. Bai Yang prepared to leap in after him, but noticed a nearby small bridge and hastened towards it. Running, of course, was faster than swimming, and he would remain dry. However, Bai Yang miscalculated. The water was shallow, only reaching his knees. As the thief saw Bai Yang approaching the bridge, he quickly stood and turned back in the opposite direction, widening the distance before reaching the shore. Thus, the two engaged in a thrilling chase for nearly half an hour. As Bai Yang watched the shadow vanish, he ceased his pursuit. It was not that he had given up. Rather, he understood where the thief would seek refuge. How had he discerned this? The thief had been circling a specific point, albeit a large one. In the dead of night, soaked to the skin, he could not possibly endure for long, so he would not stray too far from his hideout, lest he succumb to the cold. Moreover, having traversed the perimeter twice, the center point was easy to guess. He simply needed to wait there. The further Bai Yang walked, the more familiar he became with the area, realizing the center was none other than the abandoned factory outside the Third Ring Road, his own purchase. The store under renovation was now separated from the dilapidated factory by a wall. Unsurprisingly, the thief's lair was likely within his own derelict factory. Bai Yang possessed the key but opted not to unlock the door. Instead, he scaled the wall. Familiar with his own territory, he knew that on such a cold night, the thief would likely seek warmth in a small room. Bai Yang stealthily made his way to the dormitory building. Indeed, on the first floor, in a corner room, a light glimmered. He crept closer. Just as he reached the door, he stepped on a broken wooden plank, which creaked loudly. "Brother, is that you back?" A clear voice called from inside. Bai Yang cursed his carelessness. The thief had been sufficiently cautious, placing the broken wood at the entrance to alert him. Since he had been discovered, Bai Yang pushed the door open. Upon entering, he surveyed the scene, his fist loosening as he prepared to strike. Several children of varying sizes, disheveled and huddled together under their blankets, were situated near a fire. It was likely that the newly installed door of the factory had been smashed to create warmth. Upon closer inspection, he counted 6 children. 3 appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, while the other 3, aged 7 or 8, included 2 girls, all emaciated. "Big brother, who are you looking for? Why are you in our home?" one of the girls asked innocently, wearing Xiao Wan's clothes. The older children, clearly more aware, recoiled in fear at Bai Yang's presence. "I am a friend of your brother. There's no need to be afraid. I am waiting for him to return." To reassure the children, Bai Yang produced a pack of by 2 milk candies for them to share. Then, Bai Yang quietly sat by the fire, waiting. The children munched on the candies but remained wary of the stranger, silently awaiting the return of their brother. After a while, footsteps approached the door. The thief entered, only to be met with a powerful punch to the stomach. He crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. The sudden turn of events startled the 6 children, who began to cry and shout, yet they moved in unison to protect the thief, preventing Bai Yang from striking again. Bai Yang had no intention of resorting to violence. He simply closed the door to prevent the slippery thief from escaping once more. The thief was indeed elusive and difficult to apprehend. Bai Yang took a seat by the door, patiently waiting for the intruder to regain composure. Shivering from the cold and pain, the thief trembled all over. After a moment, he managed to coax several children back to their beds, for they were inadequately dressed and at risk of catching a chill. This act of kindness surprised Bai Yang, as initially, the 6 children had shielded the thief, which was unexpected. The children were quite obedient. It was only then that the thief turned to Bai Yang, pleading for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will return everything I stole and compensate you with an additional 200 yuan. The thief's left eye was clearly artificial, containing a glass bead, and his slight frame indicated he was merely 15 or 16 years old, speaking Mandarin quite fluently. "First, remove your clothing and change. Once you are dressed, I have questions for you." The thief, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily shed his wet garments, using a rag to dry himself off. With no proper clothes to change into, he rummaged through a corner for a tattered quilt, from which cotton was spilling and appeared soiled, wrapping it around himself. He then retrieved a cloth bag from the pile of clutter, placing it carefully before Bai Yang and stepping back cautiously. Chapter 87. The chivalrous thief Ling Yunhe. "Brother, this is all we have, including the items we took from you. Please spare us," said the boy, opening a bag to reveal several watches, wallets, a bundle of cash, and an old man's camera. "What is the story behind these children?" "They were abducted by traffickers," one of the boys explained. "If they were indeed trafficked, how did they end up here? I rescued them. Otherwise, they would have been mutilated and forced to beg on the streets. Isn't the purpose of trafficking to sell them? Why would they be harmed? The traffickers collude with beggars. Children who cannot be sold are maimed to control them for begging. I know of such horrors from my past life. Children are often dismembered or have their tongues cut out to elicit more sympathy. Women pretend to be their mothers, claiming accidents, and their daily earnings can be substantial. The police were unable to intervene, allowing this atrocity to continue. Years later, with the rise of the internet and social media, along with increased police efforts against trafficking, such practices began to diminish. Why did you choose to rescue them? I was similarly abducted as a child and learned to steal. After a crackdown a few years ago, many were arrested, including my master, who received a death sentence. I finally gained my freedom. The remaining gang members resorted to more brutal means of making money by maiming children for begging. I could not bear to watch, so I saved those I could." Bai Yang was astonished. He had not expected this thief to possess such nobility. Why not turn them over to the police? They might find their biological parents, or at least send them to a welfare home, which is better than what they endure with you. "Brother, I am an undocumented immigrant with no identity. As a thief, I would be arrested. These children are too young. All they remember is their nicknames and that they were abducted. How long have you been with them? I rescued the second one 2 years ago, the third and fourth last year, and the fifth, sixth, and seventh this year. You are the eldest? The thief nodded. Byung sat in contemplation, initially intending to capture a thief, but now discovering a deeper side to their existence. Should he intervene for these children? No, he must intervene. Byung often engaged in empathetic thinking, and the thought of being one of those children, turned into a beggar's tool and living a life of darkness, was unbearable. Yes, he had to act. What is your name? How old are you? My master named me Ling Yun-hee. According to him, I should be 16 years old. Do you know the locations of the beggar gangs? Yes, they are scattered in the suburbs, coming to the city during the day and returning at night. Byung understood instantly why they risked hiding in the city. They were evading the beggar gangs. He retrieved the camera and the old man's ledger from his bag and tossed the bag to Ling Yun-hee, who looked taken aback. Byung regarded Ling Yun-hee solemnly. I may be able to rescue you and help you live a normal life. I wonder if you would be willing? Brother, we would be more than willing. We are cold and hungry, living in fear every day. If you can provide us a normal life, we would dedicate our lives to you. Ling Yun-hee stood and knelt, followed by the other children imitating him. Get up. Tomorrow, I will bring the police. You must tell the truth, under 14. You bear no legal responsibility. You were coerced, and they will not punish you. Just do not mention your thefts from the past 2 years, and they will help you find your families. Even if they cannot, you will be sent to a welfare home. Brother, I truly do not remember my childhood, so I am certain I cannot find my family. Moreover, I am too old. Welfare homes do not accept me. I do not wish to steal anymore. Then work for me. I will provide food and shelter. Ling Yun-hee knelt again, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, brother, thank you. Byung helped him up. My name is Byung. Also, write down all the beggar gang locations you know. Ling Yun-hee hastily composed himself, quickly retrieving paper and pen to sketch the locations. Byung examined the notes, revealing over a dozen hideouts. How many children must have suffered at their hands? Truly a pack of beasts. Stay here and do not wander. I will return tomorrow morning. By the time he returned home, it was already late at night. To his surprise, the old man had not slept, opening the door upon hearing sounds. Did I disturb you, Grandpa Fong? I could not sleep, worried about your return. Did you not catch the thief? Grandpa Fong was astonished. Given Byung's skills and speed, capturing a thief should have been effortless. Byung handed the camera and ledger to Grandpa Fong. Let us discuss this inside. After listening to Byung's account, Grandpa Fong's expression grew grave, reminiscent of years ago when he had seen his daughter leave for a foreign land, genuinely angered. Grandpa Fong understood Byung's implication. He intended to leverage his connections to escalate this matter and pursue it thoroughly. You want me to take action, don't you? Yes, Grandpa Fong. I fear if I report it, they may treat it lightly. If these gangs are not eradicated, they will continue to harm innocent children. Understood. At dawn, Grandpa Fong made 2 phone calls, and soon, 2 vehicles arrived. 2 armed police officers and 2 public security officials, all of whom appeared to be leaders. Old leader, what is the urgency? My child has discovered a serious issue. Let him explain. Byung wasted no time, avoiding any mention of the theft at his home. Instead, detailing the discovery of a group of children and recounting the plight of the beggar gangs. The police leaders regarded each other with serious expressions, realizing the extent of their oversight. Upon reviewing the list of hideouts Byung provided, they noted over a dozen locations encircling the city. The 2 vehicles swiftly departed for Byung's factory. Byung had prepared warm clothing and food to take with him. Ling Yun-hee, upon seeing the 4 uniformed officers, visibly trembled. But Byung's encouraging gaze calmed him. The 7 children were taken to the police station, where they were cleaned up and given warm clothes, finally appearing somewhat human. An emergency meeting was convened at the police station to address the children's situation and plan a nighttime operation to apprehend the gang. As expected, the 7 children could not provide specific information, so their existing details were recorded. 6 of the children were temporarily placed in a welfare home, while Ling Yun-hee was given a job and housing through Byung's arrangements, alleviating the police's burden. Ling Yun-hee is no longer an undocumented individual. He has finally acquired a legitimate identity. According to Ling Yun-hee's account, the Public Security Bureau has gained insight into the approximate number and circumstances of the beggar gang. Elder Fong's considerations were astute. The mobilization of the armed police was indeed necessary, for those individuals are particularly ruthless and numerous. In the afternoon, the police dispatched a private vehicle to escort Ling Yun-hee, identifying over a dozen hideouts, and awaited the stroke of midnight for a coordinated operation. By 2 in the morning, the confirmation of a successful apprehension resulted in the capture of over 200 suspects and the rescue of more than 70 disabled children. Once the operation concluded, Bai Yong took Ling Yun-hee away. Bai Yong, possessing multiple vacant properties, arranged for Ling Yun-hee to reside in a small courtyard conveniently close to his own home. Ling Yun-hee felt immense gratitude for having such a spacious abode to himself, and, with his newfound identity, he no longer harbored fears about his future. He had come to regard Bai Yong as a steadfast ally. Bai Yong advised Ling Yun-hee to take a period of rest, to visit a hospital for an eye examination, and to replace his glass beads with proper lenses to avoid potential infections, before planning his future endeavors. Ling Yun-hee wholeheartedly agreed, relieved that the villains had been apprehended and that he could now venture anywhere with his legitimate status. He vowed to Bai Yong that he would lead a normal life and never resort to theft again. Bai Yong believed him, recognizing that this young man had been forced into thievery from a young age. Even amidst the oppressive environment in which he lived, he had demonstrated compassion by rescuing a few children. Only a truly benevolent soul could accomplish such deeds. Reflecting on the situation, Bai Yong understood that had he grown up in similar circumstances, he would not have been a good person, let alone a savior. Thus, he was willing to provide shelter for Ling Yun-hee, who also possessed considerable skills. Chapter 88. The Male Enemy of All. Due to 2 consecutive nights of sleeplessness, Bai Yong awoke late, nearly causing him to be tardy. Upon entering the classroom, the class monitor, Jia Mingren, began to provoke him once again. Bai Yong, you skipped class yesterday without any notice. Do you even intend to attend school this semester? What's with your arrogance? Oh, I see. It's all about your looks. After delivering this taunt, Bai Yong chose a seat and ignored the insolent individual. Surrounded by classmates, Jia Mingren did not anticipate Bai Yong's blatant disregard. He contemplated retorting, yet the constraints of his role as class monitor prevented him from uttering any profanities. You, he stammered, ultimately leaving his words hanging in the air. As soon as class ended, the first thing Jia Mingren did was to report Bai Yong's absence. Without hesitation, Bai Yong hastily penned a leave request and sought out the counselor. Upon entering the office, he overheard Jia Mingren whispering something. As soon as he noticed Bai Yong's entrance, he fell silent. Predictably, the complaint was about him. Counselor Zhong Mingyuan frowned upon seeing Bai Yong, his expression laced with disdain. Bai Yong was taken aback. What warranted such a hostile demeanor? He presented the leave request without uttering a word. Assisting the police in their investigations? Bai Yong, could your excuse for absence be any more outrageous? Counselor Zhong remarked. This is indeed the truth. If you don't believe me, you may verify with the police station. I genuinely lack the time to submit a leave request. The counselor retorted, whether or not you seek verification is inconsequential to me. You have missed classes twice without valid reasons. Should you skip again, it will exceed 10 hours, and according to the regulations, I will have to report this to the school for disciplinary action. Bai Yong furrowed his brow, perplexed by the counselor's insinuations. Counselor? What do you mean? I only skipped class yesterday. How can it be twice? Jia Mingren interjected. You didn't submit a leave request last time. The counselor doesn't recall that instance, does he? Bai Yong protested. I requested leave in person, and you agreed on the spot. Oh dear. I have so many matters to attend to that I can hardly remember. Without a leave request, it doesn't count. I must warn you, Bai Yong, university is not a place for idling. You are here to learn. Do not disappoint your parents, nor undermine your own efforts. If you are expelled due to excessive absences, you will have no one to blame but your frivolity. Bai Yong felt an unsettling sensation. The issue was trivial, yet it was infuriating. He refrained from debating further, as it would only exacerbate the situation. He needed to unearth the reason behind the counselor's mendacity. The class monitor's complaint would not incite such behavior from the counselor. To gather information, he would have to consult the affable person, someone who maintained good relations with all. Who? The academic committee member, Cheng Jinxiu. Within the class, there was no one who harbored animosity towards him, including the counselor. Casually inquiring for information, this academic achiever, Cheng, was quite willing to divulge. Bai Yong's inquiry proved fruitful. Cheng Jinxiu indeed possessed knowledge, despite his usual reticence. Others were eager to share gossip with him. It turned out Jia Mingren's father was a professor in the medical department, and Zhong Mingyuan was a favored disciple of Professor Jia. Teacher Lung's father was a former leader of the school, who had been reassigned 2 years prior. While Counselor Zhong had always held affection for Teacher Lung, the most well-connected student in the class was Xiang Hongmei, who aspired to hold both the positions of class monitor and youth league secretary, but had been outmaneuvered by Jia Mingren. Lei Jun merely came from a wealthy family. The rest of the classmates hailed from well-to-do backgrounds, with varying degrees of influence. Even Lin Xiaoqiao belonged to a renowned family of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet her grandfather's political misalignment had caused subsequent generations to suffer. The only one in the class without a notable background was Bai Yang. Bai Yang expressed gratitude towards the talkative Cheng Jinxiu. Although he typically refrained from speaking, he would divulge everything if prompted. In the future, he had to be cautious, as personal matters should not be shared with him. Those 2 packs of cigarettes were indeed worth it. Suddenly, everything became clear to Bai Yang. The counselor was evidently protecting his own. As for his affection for Teacher Long, it was unlikely that he would harbor resentment towards Bai Yang, who was merely an assistant to Teacher Long. A counselor should not be so petty. As long as he committed no wrongdoing, their attempts to undermine him would be futile. If it became excessive, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Just after finishing his lunchbox, Xiang Hongmei approached him. Bai Yang, do you realize the predicament you are in? Bai Yang was taken aback, truly unaware of any imminent danger. Seeing his genuine confusion, Xiang Hongmei feigned profundity as she began her analysis. You have simultaneously offended 3 individuals, and they are devising ways to punish you. 3. Who? You truly are foolish. Can you not sense it? I cannot. Bai Yang could guess it involved Jia Mingren and Lei Zhan, but he was uncertain about the third, and he needed to interrupt Xiang Hongmei's rhythm. Following her lead would be perilous. It seems you are genuinely naive. The first is Lei Zhan. He harbors feelings for Lu Feifei, who clings to you daily. He cannot compete with you, but there are those who can. He has begun seeking assistance. The second is class monitor Jia Mingren. He has developed feelings for Lu Feifei, but was rejected, and now he is interested in Lin Xiaoqiao. With both women constantly by your side, do you not think he resents you? And the third is quite formidable. That would be our counselor, Zhong Mingyuan. He has long held feelings for Teacher Long, a fact well known among upperclassmen. Offending the counselor is not a trivial matter. That cannot be. I can understand the first 2, though I have no relationship with either of those female classmates, but those 2 fools might act out. As for the counselor, what does his affection for Teacher Long have to do with me? I am not her boyfriend. Living in ignorance of your surroundings, you may remain aloof, but have you not heard the stories about Teacher Long? I have not. Teacher Long never interacts with males or even speaks to them. Some say she has a disdain for men. Others claim her standards are too high, rendering her indifferent to ordinary people. And how does that concern me? Of course, it concerns you. You have shattered her reputation of disdain for men. You are the male student she has spoken with the most in recent years, and you are designated as her assistant. Many speculate that she has taken a liking to you, an older cow grazing on tender grass. Where did you hear that? Bai Yang stammered, startled not only by the peculiar teacher, but also by the looming sense of crisis. If you don't live on campus, you wouldn't know. Both the male and female dormitories are abuzz with this gossip. With no classes after lectures and no entertainment, they discuss and analyze this constantly. Just as Bai Yang contemplated fleeing to regain his composure, he realized 3 factions were fixated on him. There were likely many others secretly enamored with these 3 women. Was he destined to become the enemy of all male students? Xiang Hongmei seized Bai Yang's arm. Oh, why are you in such a hurry? I didn't come to tell you these things. I came to save you. You wish to save me? Indeed. Think about it. If you become my boyfriend, distancing yourself from those 3 women, wouldn't that eliminate your enemies? Moreover, I possess connections. Even if one harbors resentment towards you, none would dare to bully you. Bai Yang was utterly speechless. What a clever tactic. Yet you are rather unattractive. Yes. I apologize. I am not in pursuit of romance. My studies take precedence. As I have stated before, if you are willing to wait, we can directly obtain our marriage certificate after graduation. Wait for your granduncle. With that, Bai Yang fled, disregarding the melodious chirping of Xiang Hongmei's surroundings. Upon entering the classroom, Bai Yang had yet to devise a plan when trouble presented itself. Lei Zhan unexpectedly obstructed his path. Bai Yang, my elder brother is calling for you. Do not be ungrateful, or you shall face the consequences. Observing Lei Zhan's still injured visage, resembling a clown from a Peking opera, Bai Yang retorted, Who is your elder brother? Is it Lei Shen? Are you planning to strike me down with lightning? The classmates stifled their laughter, inciting Lei Zhen's fury. How dare you? Oh, before Lei Zhen could finish his tirade, Bai Yang delivered a kick that sent him sprawling 3 meters away, clutching his abdomen like a curled shrimp. You initiated the verbal assault against me. Verbal attacks are also a form of assault. I acted in self-defense. Would you like to continue? I am ready. Chapter 89. 1 against 10. Bai Yang had come to a realization. After all, it was merely university. There was no compulsion to attend, so why should he compromise his own comfort? With wealth at his disposal, he could live differently. Just because he faced hardships did not necessitate that others should do the same. Moreover, he believed in returning tenfold. A man who lacks temper is hardly worthy of the title. The ensuing events unfolded swiftly. Lei Zhen appeared, leading a group of robust individuals, particularly the one at the forefront, short and stout, with a neck as thick as his head, possessing bushy eyebrows and bold eyes, exuding righteous indignation. So you are Bai Yang? He inquired, his gaze fixed on Bai Yang. Bai Yang disregarded him, taking out a piece of paper and swiftly scribbling upon it. I am speaking to you. Are you mute? Bai Yang continued to write, ignoring him. Big brother, this kid is scared. Lei Zhen laughed triumphantly from the side. The stout man was incensed, believing Bai Yang's lack of courtesy was a direct affront to his authority. I am Chiu Wei, the president of the martial arts club in my 3rd year. I had Lei invite you. Stop your nonsense. If you want to fight, let us get on with it. If you think you can pose as the boss and bully fellow students here, it won't work. Sign this, and whoever dares to strike can put down their name. I will take on any number of them. Chiu Wei's words were interrupted again, which only fueled his anger further. At this moment, Lei Zhen, merely a hired lackey, took the paper, intending to pass it to Chiu Wei, but upon reading its contents, was struck with fear, causing the paper to slip from his hands. Chiu Wei bent down to retrieve it, and upon seeing the contents, his expression turned grave. Are you so arrogant as to snatch someone else's girlfriend and injure them, thinking that your martial prowess gives you free rein? Bai Yang retorted, spare me the excuses if you intend to bully others. Fine, fine, I will sign, Chiu Wei declared, signing his name with determination. The members behind him from the martial arts club also took pens to inscribe their names. This place is unsuitable. Let us meet at the gym, Chiu Wei stated before turning on his heel and striding away. Lei Zhen panicked. Big brother, wait. There's no need for this. He was indeed fearful. He had deceived both parties, and this was a life and death matter, a true death warrant. Whether it was the martial arts club or Bai Yang, the loss of even one would lead to severe consequences. Even if no one died, should it be discovered that he was the instigator, his days would be far from pleasant. Chiu Wei held significant sway, not only as the president of the martial arts club, but also as the executive chairman of the student council, earning him considerable respect among the student body. Soon enough, the news spread. A freshman, oblivious to the danger, dared to challenge the entire martial arts club. Those eager for spectacle hurried to the gym. Even a few counselors came to watch, assuming it was merely a friendly match among students, unaware that a life and death challenge was at stake. Allow me to take the lead. A towering figure stepped forward. Chiu Wei glanced and nodded. This individual was a champion in the youth sparring category back home, boasting the strongest overall capability within the martial arts club, second only to Chiu Wei himself. Lei Zhen, hiding in the shadows, dared not speak. It had reached a point where he could no longer dissuade them, nor could he confess to his deceit. He merely hoped for a resolution without severe injuries or fatalities, praying the situation would not escalate and his involvement remain concealed. Do you believe that knowing a few moves of Tai Chi makes you invincible? Come forth and witness true martial skill. The imposing figure taunted Bai Yang before springing into action. He executed a front kick, a maneuver that was half genuine and half feigned. Should Bai Yang fail to evade, the force would be overwhelming, and should he dodge, a swift turning kick would ensure injury. Bai Yang did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, using his left arm to block. Having trained extensively, he was unfazed by the kick and unleashed a powerful right punch. As he approached the larger man, he delivered a sharp jolt. The towering opponent collapsed, clutching his chest, struggling to breathe, unable to even scream. Bai Yang had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Had he gone all out, the opponent would have faced severe injury or worse. Several individuals rushed to assist the fallen fighter, who had been rendered incapable of further combat. In a single strike, the spectators were left in disbelief, some among them applauding in admiration. The martial arts club members wore expressions of tension. This young man was indeed a formidable opponent. You have proven me wrong. Yet there was no need for such severity, Chiu Wei remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Yang. Bai Yang felt a chuckle rising within him. Those 2 kicks, had they landed on an ordinary person, would have resulted in grievous harm. They could be ruthless, but that did not mean others should suffer. How brazen you are! Do you not consider the weight of your actions when you bully fellow students under the guise of your numbers and skills? We are not bullies. Do not malign our character. Oh, so your entire group descending upon me today was not meant to teach me a lesson? You deserve retribution for repeatedly injuring those who lack martial prowess. Such convenient excuses. If strength is all you rely on, I suggest you all attack me at once to save us time. The martial arts club members were incensed by his words. Boss, what should we do? Chiu Wei, realizing he could not match Bai Yang, gritted his teeth and commanded, everyone, attack together. In an instant, a dozen students formed a line, prompting gasps from the audience. 1 man against 10. Surely, even an ordinary person would struggle in such circumstances. Although Bai Yang had triumphed with a single strike, it seemed overly audacious of him. Yet Bai Yang was not being arrogant. Having gauged the strength of the large man, he was confident in his ability to confront them. The advantage of Ba Ji Quan lay in its direct and forceful approach, thriving in close combat, rendering numerical superiority ineffective. As long as he protected vital areas and retained his strength, he could continue to fight. Many parts of his body could serve both as offensive tools and effective defenses. Similar to Muay Thai, where the shins are trained to be as hard as steel, providing not only powerful strikes, but also formidable protection, Ba Ji Quan offered similar benefits throughout the body, albeit less exaggerated. With a mocking gesture, Bai Yang incited the club members, and their fury reached a peak as they charged at him, unleashing their most formidable techniques. This was the greatest challenge Bai Yang had ever faced, and he dared not underestimate it. It was time to truly assess his own capabilities. Employing techniques that emphasized closeness, such as pressing strikes and pushing techniques, each move, though simple and direct, proved effective. Each application of force sent ripples through his muscles, knocking down a club member with every strike. Bai Yang refrained from using his elbow strikes, fearing he might accidentally cause real harm. In true combat, the outcome could be determined in mere moments, unlike boxing, which dragged on for several rounds. In just a minute, amidst the chaos, only Chiu Wei remained standing, though he had lost his ability to fight. Clutching his chest and gasping for breath, his gaze filled with reluctance as he